Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 176 Chinese New Year. Elf Egg. AI Chan, picture above, my darlings. Gender, female. Attribute, psychic, normal. Crystal attribute, superpower. Page 101. Qualification, champion level. Characteristic, spirit creator. Skill. Indeedee is a very special Pokémon, and one of the few that shows a huge difference between genders. Not only do they differ in appearance, but their abilities and movesets also differ. Male Indeedee are offensively oriented, with higher speed and special attack, but weaker defenses. Also, only male Indeedee can learn the moves "I'll do it again" and "please wait." Female Indeedee are more supportive, with higher HP in both defenses, but slightly weaker special attack and speed. Also, only female Indeedee can learn moves like Bat and Pass and Follow Me. Xiaoyu's team is almost entirely composed of attackers, with only Nombat being a semi-support. Therefore, what he needs most are support-type Pokémon, and the appearance of Indeedee is a godsend. Indeedee can learn many moves such as Heal Pulse, Reflect, Light Screen, Calm Mind, Bat and Pass, Aromatherapy, Heal Wish, Substitute, and Safeguard. It can also temporarily act as a special attacker in critical moments, making it a very versatile Pokémon. Of course, there is another reason why Xiaoyu loves this particular Pokémon so much. Its ability is Psychic, which creates a psychic terrain for a period of time after it enters the battle. Another Pokémon with this ability is Tapu Lele, an Alolan legendary Pokémon, so the value of this ability is self-evident. It is precisely because of this noble characteristic, coupled with its rich pool of support skills, that Isagi has consistently maintained a high usage rate in battles. Finally, with the addition of the very good-looking Esper, Xiaoyu became more and more satisfied with the elf egg, and couldn't put it down. New Year's Eve. Last night, after receiving a mysterious phone call, Long Fan only called Long Yaning to say that he might not be coming back for the Chinese New Year this year, and then left the Dragon Realm overnight. Long Yaning seemed to be used to this kind of thing. Although she didn't say much, Xiaoyu could still see the disappointment in her eyes. In the snow, the sun rises, and its warm and gentle rays shine into the yard. Xiaoyu's Pokémon had just finished training and were preparing to return to the Lin family for the new year. Looking at Long Yaning, who looked dejected, Xiaoyu felt a pang of heartache for her. Teacher Long lost her mother at a young age and relied on Long Fan for support. As one of the 4 heavenly kings of the capital, Long Fan was always busy with official duties and business trips were commonplace, often leaving Long Yanning alone at home. Fortunately, Long Yanning had Pokémon to keep her company, otherwise she might have developed some strange personality traits. Teacher Long, why don't you come with me to my grandparents' house for the new year? Xiaoyu couldn't bear to think of Teacher Long spending the new year alone in the Dragon Realm, so he extended an invitation to Long Yanning. Although he wouldn't be returning to Zishu province for the new year, since he was in the capital, he would definitely be going back to the Lin family. Moreover, his maternal grandparents had called him several times a few days ago to urge him to come back for the family reunion, but his uncle secretly sent him a message telling him to come back later. If Xiaoyu goes back too early, her grandfather might ask her to meet some girls her age. To put it mildly, he wants her to make some friends. To put it bluntly, he wants her to go on blind dates. Although Xiaoyu is only 18 years old and it is a bit too early for him to go on blind dates, for many of the elites in this world, arranged marriages are a very normal thing, especially for Elite 4 level trainers and above. No one's resources and wealth come from thin air. Only marriage between people of equal social standing can ensure the prosperity of a family. As for marrying a commoner trainer, nobody wants to be a philanthropist and use their own resources and wealth to help the poor. Old Lin shared the same mindset. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opposed Xiaoyong and Lin Swimay's marriage back then. Now that Xiaoyong is a parent, he can understand Old Lin's perspective. Or perhaps it's precisely because he has experienced the difficulty of accumulating resources and wealth that he hopes to find a wife of equal social standing for Xiaoyu. Marrying someone of equal social standing is not always a bad thing. Faced with his enthusiastic grandfather, Xiaoyu dared not refuse, but he also did not have time to consider the matter, so he could only use the excuse of staying in the secret realm for training to postpone it for the time being. My uncle told me that as the year draws to a close, the number of people visiting the Lin family has been so high that they've worn down the doorstep. My grandfather has been beaming with joy lately, and he's even humming a little tune as he walks. Before Xiaoyu became famous, his grandfather tried to introduce him to potential partners, but almost everyone refused as soon as his grandfather mentioned that Xiaoyu was his grandson. Only when he offered to give up 10% of the shares of the grass insect secret realm as a betrothal gift did people become willing to talk. However, as Xiaoyu developed the corresponding actions for Z moves and his own Z crystal, and recently became famous in battles, many people saw Xiaoyu as a promising young man. More and more people are taking the initiative to approach the Lin family, willing to form marriage alliances. Among them are some well-known and prestigious families, and they have made it clear that they do not need any betrothal gifts, but are simply interested in Xiaoyu as a person. Hearing this, old Master Lin was overjoyed and kept urging Xiaoyu to come back quickly. Xiaoyu could usually postpone it, but he had to go back on New Year's Eve. Xiaoyu looked at Long Yaning and invited her to come home with him for the new year. If his master were here, Xiaoyu wouldn't have invited her. After all, although it was just the two of them, father and daughter, they were still a family. However, Long Fan went on a business trip again, leaving Long Yanning all alone in the secret realm. She had no one to talk to, so it would be better for her to go back with him and have some fun. Forget it. They're all your family, I'd better not go. Hearing Xiaoyu's invitation, Long Yanning's eyes lit up, but her gaze quickly dimmed again. Xiaoyu's whole family was celebrating the new year, why should she go and join in the fun? It would spoil the atmosphere for their whole family. It's alright, go ahead. Xiaoyu noticed the glint in Long Yanning's eyes. He knew that Teacher Long was probably afraid of causing him trouble. You're all alone here, and besides, Master isn't here. Why don't you come back with me? The new year should be celebrated with the atmosphere of the new year, and it's best to have the whole family together. Besides, Master and Grandpa have such a good relationship, it's no problem for you to go. Xiaoyu continued to persuade, let's go. Yiyi ran to Long Yanning's side at some point, affectionately tugging at Long Yanning's trouser leg, wanting her to walk with her master. I think, forget it. Long Yanning hesitated, then shook her head again. It was the new year, and she couldn't possibly go home with Xiaoyu for the holiday. I'd better not go, so as not to cause you any trouble. Hey, Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Hello, Grandma. My master is away on a business trip, and Teacher Long is alone in the secret realm right now. I asked her to come to our house for the new year. Xiaoyu picked up the phone and said with a smile, she definitely wants to come. She's too shy to say anything now. We'll leave right away. Grandma, Teacher Long likes spicy food, so prepare some of her favorite dishes for her. Chapter 177 Reunion. Long Yanning stood awkwardly in front of the door, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, glamorous yet not seductive. Perhaps because she was meeting Xiaoyu's elders today, her attire had abandoned her usual aloofness, opting instead for a more innocent and cute style. The sudden change in style was surprisingly beautiful, catching Xiaoyu's eye. It turned out that even a mature and sophisticated woman could pull off a cute look. Wait a minute, Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if Teacher Long wore a cute cosplay outfit. An Ultraman suit? A Spider-Man suit? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Dong dong. Xiaoyu knocked on the door, and someone quickly came to open it. The gatekeeper was a man in his 30s, Lin Suiyun's son, Xiaoyu's cousin, Lin Yuehen. Xiao is back. Come in. Lin Yuehen is 33 years old, unmarried, and owns a bar. When he saw Long Yanning standing next to Xiaoyu, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, Yanning is here too. After Xiao made the call, Grandma has been looking forward to your arrival. Come in and sit down, it's cold outside. Yeah, thank you. Long Yanning was clearly a little reserved. Looking at the large family in the house, she followed Xiaoyu shyly, like a newlywed bride. Because it was Chinese New Year, the whole family came together. Mr. Lin and Mr. Qin, the eldest uncle, Lin Suiyun, and his wife, Wang Shiqing, the youngest uncle, Lin Suiyang, and his wife, He Qingqian. Lin Suiyun's eldest son is Lin Yuehen, her second daughter is Lin Yuejun, and her third son is Lin Yuejing. Lin Suiyang's eldest son is Lin Yuiu, and his second son is Lin Yuiao. With the addition of the nanny, Sister Li, the whole family made it quite lively. Yanning, you're here. Come and talk to me, it's been so long since I've seen you. Grandma Qin looked at Long Yanning, quickly reached out, pulled her to sit on the sofa, and asked about everyday matters. Long Yanning had never encountered such a situation before. She sat on the sofa, feeling uneasy, her back straight and dignified, her fair and slender fingers clutching the hem of her clothes, constantly casting pleading glances at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu returned her a bright smile, then cheerfully went to the kitchen to grab something to eat. It was so nice having Teacher Long around, he could take the heat for her, otherwise she'd be constantly pressured by her grandparents to get married. Watching Xiaoyu leave, Long Yan felt resentful. She glanced at Xiaoyu's back with a reproachful look, but could only grit her teeth and deal with the situation before her. Yan Ning, relax, make yourself at home. Have some fruit. Grandma Qin asked with a smile. I remember you haven't been in a relationship yet, have you? No. Hearing the topic turn to romance, Long Yan Ning instinctively tensed up and replied stiffly. Yan Ning, you need to hurry. When I was your age, I already had 2 children. Old Mrs. Qin held Long Yan Ning's hand and said softly, Long Tianwang only has you as his daughter. I heard from Shuiyang that Long Tianwang has been waiting to hold his grandson for a long time. Qin Lao's words made the inexperienced Long Yan Ning blush slightly, making her look quite adorable. Qin Lao, I haven't even been in a relationship yet, it's too early to talk about these things. It's getting late. Old Qin sighed suddenly. Yan Ning, Long Tianwang has it tough too. You should be understanding. He has to go out on missions during the new year. It's too hard for him. Yan Ning, if you ask me, you should come to the Lin family whenever Long Tianwang isn't around during holidays. Just have Xiaoyu tell him in advance. It's just a matter of adding an extra set of chopsticks. Faced with the enthusiastic old Madame Qin, Long Yaning was flattered and blushed slightly, completely overwhelmed. Old Madame Qin, this is too much trouble for you. No trouble at all, old Mrs. Qin said firmly. Our 2 families have such a good relationship, and Long Fan is Xiaoyu's mentor. You are also his teacher in the training class. We should visit each other more often. Yan Ning, after the new year I'll introduce you to a few young people so you can get to know them better. Old Mrs. Qin didn't give Long Yan Ning a chance to speak at all and took on the role of matchmaker on her own. Don't worry, I'll vet them for you in advance. They are all very outstanding young people, with impeccable character, appearance, and family background. Seeing that old Madame Qin was getting more and more excited, Long Yaning quickly waved her hand and refused. Old Madame Qin, no need. I don't want to be in a relationship for the time being. When fate brings you together, it doesn't matter whether you want to or not. That's right. Xiaoyu came out carrying a plate with some cold dishes and hot braised dishes, intending to let Teacher Long have something to eat first. Just then, she overheard the 2 of them talking. Love is like taking a dump. When you don't have it, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. When it comes, you can't stop it. Hearing Xiaoyu's analogy, Long Yan Ning's lips curled up slightly, and she rolled her eyes at Xiaoyu. Grandma Qin was also amused and scolded Xiaoyu a couple of times with a laugh. What are you talking about during the new year? Yan Ning, don't listen to Xiaoyu's nonsense. Xiaoyu turned his gaze to the 2 of them. He saw that old Qin was sitting on the sofa with Long Yaning, talking in hushed tones and laughing from time to time. Long Yaning's fair skin was flushed with a faint blush under the light, and she looked extremely beautiful and charming. The only thing that annoyed Xiaoyu was that her cousin Lin Yuehan had somehow come over and sat on the short sofa next to her, listening to Long Yaning and old lady Qin talking. When Xiaoyu came out, Long Yan Ning's gaze fell on him, and she kept blinking at him as if she had been kidnapped. Looking at Teacher Long like this, Xiaoyu found her even more adorable. She never expected that Teacher Long could have such a girlish side. He walked directly to the other side of Long Yaning and sat down right next to her, blocking the way between Lin Yuehan and Long Yaning. Teacher Long, please eat something first. We'll go feed the Pokémon together later. No need, I'm not hungry. Let's go now, Elder Qin. We'll go feed the Pokémon first and come back later, Long Yaning quickly said. Alright, you can go ahead. It's almost time to eat, so hurry up. Old Mrs. Qin didn't stop them anymore. After leaving the house, the 2 fed all the Pokémon and then took a walk in the backyard. Long Yaning hugged the cotton ball to her chest, putting her hands inside the fluffy cotton as a hand warmer. How are you feeling? Xiaoyu's voice rang out. What were you guys talking about just now? Why did you bring up fate? Long Yaning couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiaoyu. Old Qin said he would introduce me to a few young people. Page 102. What? Keep your voice down. Long Yaning tugged at Xiaoyu's arm as he raised his voice. Why are you so loud? Then what do you say? Xiaoyu turned his head and looked at Long Yaning with a serious expression. They looked at each other, their eyes meeting. Meeting Xiaoyu's burning gaze, Long Yanning's heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and she turned her face slightly away, looking ahead, and said in a barely audible voice, "What can I say? So you agree?" Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Seeing Xiaoyu's eagerness, Long Yanning felt a strange sensation. A smile bloomed on her face, like the most beautiful flower in winter, and she said in a gentle voice, "I didn't agree. Don't worry, I won't go." Chapter 178 The Lin Family's New Year's Eve Dinner. The capital city. The secret stronghold of the Dawn Society. Dragon King, the stronghold has been captured. We found a large amount of smuggled goods in the warehouse, including rare Pokémon from abroad, as well as a large number of items. We captured 26 members of the Dawn Society alive and killed 12 on the spot. Dragon King, we have done a great service. Okay, don't get too excited yet. Seal off the entire stronghold, and tonight, after you've cleared out the supplies, give me a list. The finishing touches are up to you. I'm heading back to the secret realm now. Longfen nodded, then checked the time. Everyone, keep up the good work. Once the loot here is tallied, I'll give everyone a big bonus. It's 7 p.m. now. If he rushes back at full speed, he can make it in time to celebrate the new year with his daughter. The thought of Long Yaning spending the new year alone in the secret realm fills him with guilt. The Lin family in the capital city, New Year's Eve dinner. The entire Lin family gathered around a large dining table, which was laden with a sumptuous meal, including chicken, duck, fish, meat, dumplings, and glutinous rice balls. There were plenty of delicious dishes, and naturally, there was plenty of good wine as well. Mr. Lin, who loves drinking, took out his treasured wines, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to have a few more drinks during the new year. Everyone, have a drink. Ladies, if you want baijiu, drink baijiu. If you want red wine, drink red wine. Everyone, have a little and have a good time. Old Lin looked at Long Yaning and asked, Yaning, would you like a drink? Long Yaning, who hadn't drunk alcohol for several months, was tempted by Old Lin's words, but she remembered Xia Yu's stern warning and, besides, she was at the Lin family's house. What if she drank too much? I'd rather not drink it. You guys can drink it, Long Yaning said with difficulty. Are you really not going to drink? A little won't hurt. Someone nearby advised, a little red wine is good for your skin and complexion. Forget it, I really won't drink it. Long Yaning waved her hand and firmly refused. Faced with everyone's urging to drink, Long Yaning secretly glanced at Xia Yu, her eyes seemingly filled with a hint of longing and a pleading. Meeting Teacher Long's gaze, Xia Yu naturally knew that she definitely wanted to drink. In addition, today is the new year, and everyone should be happy and lively. Drinking a little wouldn't hurt, so he simply said, Teacher Long, if you want to drink, then drink a little. Don't be so polite. Well, alright, have a little. Hearing Xia Yu agree, Teacher Long no longer refused and responded with a smile. Seeing this, everyone chimed in, that's right, let's make it lively here. Just treat this place like your own home, don't be so polite. Only old lady Qin noticed something amiss with Long Yaning and Xia Yu. Long Yaning, who had just been adamant about not drinking, suddenly changed her mind after Xia Yu spoke up. Moreover, old Madame Qin also saw the way Long Yaning glanced at Xia Yu just now, and something about that look was definitely off. It felt like a wife asking her husband for his permission. Old Mrs. Qin was startled and a bold guess arose in her heart. As an intellectual with higher education, old lady Qin's views are still quite open. Thinking about it carefully, it's not entirely impossible. It's just that she doesn't know how far the two have progressed, or whether Dragon King knows about it. At the dinner table, the whole family chatted and laughed, talking about what had happened this year, and naturally, the topic of conversation included Xia Yu, the focus of this year's discussion. Although Xia Yu is young, his current status in the Lin family is arguably the most important, second only to the two elders. Even the second generation of the Lin family, Lin Suiyun and Lin Suiyang, don't have as much influence as Xia Yu. As a result, Xia Yu naturally became a prominent figure at the dinner table, and his wine glass was never empty. After a few rounds of drinks, Xia Yu, who already had a low alcohol tolerance, was already feeling dizzy and lightheaded, but fortunately, she was still relatively conscious. Long Yaning didn't drink much. After drinking a glass of red wine, she started drinking juice while quietly taking care of Xia Yu. While Xia Yu was drinking, she would quietly serve him food. After Xia Yu finished drinking, she would whisper to him to eat more food to fill his stomach. Feeling cared for by Long Yaning, and emboldened by the alcohol, Xia Yu found Long Yaning increasingly captivating. It must be said that the greatest charm of adult women lies in their independence, gentleness, and thoughtfulness. However, young women also have their own charm, youthful exuberance, passionate love and hate, and a pure mind. Men are truly strange creatures. They enjoy the gentleness and tenderness of older women while also relishing the adoration of younger women. However, when a woman can satisfy both of these conditions, no man can resist such a woman. Grandma Qin, who was standing to the side, took in all the actions of the two. Ever since she started keeping an eye on them, she felt more and more that there was something fishy about them. The way the two interacted didn't seem like that of a teacher and student at all. After the New Year's Eve dinner, it was free time. The younger generation had their own activities. Some went to see a movie, and some went on dates with their girlfriends. The older generation was already quite drunk. Some went straight to their rooms to sleep, while others sat on the sofa watching the New Year's Eve gala. Xiao, yawning, want to come to my shop for some fun? Cousin Lin Yuehan, who owns a bar, extended an invitation to the two of them. Xiaoyu was already dizzy and couldn't possibly go to a bar. Besides, he wasn't in the mood for it. He waved his hand and refused, saying, forget it, you guys go ahead. I'm feeling a bit dizzy, so I won't go. What about Yan Ning? Lin Yuehan hadn't originally planned to invite Xiaoyu. He actually wanted to invite Long Yan Ning. He had seen Long Yaning several times before and thought she was very beautiful. However, he knew he was not good enough for her and dared not express his feelings. Now, with Xiaoyu's rise to prominence, the Lin family's prestige is also increasing, and his own status is rising accordingly, with the bar's business becoming more and more prosperous. With money in his pocket, he felt a little more confident. Now, when he saw Long Yaning again, he couldn't help but harbor a sliver of hope. The key was that marrying Long Yaning would be equivalent to getting on Long Fan's good side. I'm not going, you guys go. Long Yaning refused directly. Since Xiaoyu wasn't going, she naturally wouldn't go either. I'm going to watch some TV. Yan Ning, come on, let's go have some fun. It's boring at home, and the Spring Festival gala programs aren't very good. Let's go and come back early. Lin Yuehan was still unwilling to give up and continued to persuade her. We also bought fireworks, we can go set them off, and we can also introduce you to some friends. No need. A hint of impatience flashed in Long Yaning's eyes. If Lin Yuehan weren't a member of the Lin family, she would have already lost her temper. I'm tired, I don't want to go. Smoke condensation. Xiaoyu had already drunk some alcohol, and Lin Yuehan had been hanging around Long Yaning all day, so he was already annoyed and his voice inevitably rose a few decibels. If you want to go, then go by yourselves. Teacher Long has already made it clear that she doesn't want to go, so stop asking. After Xiaoyu's words, Lin Yuehan felt embarrassed and didn't want to press the matter further. She could only smile awkwardly and leave with the others for the bar. Okay, I won't ask anymore, let's go. After the group of young people left, the house suddenly became quiet. The older generation watched TV for a while and then went back to their rooms to sleep. Soon, only Xiaoyu and Long Yaning remained in the living room. The two sat on the sofa, and the only sound was the television. Taking advantage of his drunken state, Xiaoyu moved closer and closer to Long Yanning. When their shoulders touched, Long Yanning visibly trembled, but she did not move away. This gave Xiaoyu tremendous courage. He turned his head to look at Long Yanning and found that Long Yanning's neck and the area behind her ears were all red. Long Yanning's gaze remained fixed on the television, seemingly completely absorbed by the program, but her eyelashes trembled, betraying her inner turmoil. In fact, Long Yanning was incredibly nervous. Her heart was pounding, and she unconsciously held her breath. As for the content of the television program, she wasn't paying any attention to it at all. Xiaoyu grew bolder and quietly reached out to hold Teacher Long's hand. Beep. Long Yanning's phone rang, interrupting Xiaoyu's plan. He could only silently withdraw his hand and awkwardly touch his nose. Yan Ning, I've returned to the secret realm. Why aren't you home? Where did you go? Dragon King's voice was somewhat cold. Dad, why are you back? Long Yanning quickly said, I was at Old Master Lin's house. Old Master Lin heard that I was home alone and invited me to come over for the New Year's Eve dinner. I came back right away. Forget it, it's not safe tonight. Are you with Xiaoyu right now? Long Fan's tone was quite dangerous. Let him answer the phone. Hello, Master. When Xiaoyu heard that it was his master on the phone, he instantly became much more alert. You two are really together. Long Fan's tone grew increasingly dangerous. It's already 10:30, what's going on between you two? Damn it, you set me up, Master. Xiaoyu wanted to slap himself. He'd had a bit of a drink and his reactions were slow. How come he hadn't realized what was happening? Looks like I'll have to go back and study Sun Tzu's art of war properly. After leaving the Lin family, Lin Yuehan was furious, but he didn't dare to challenge Xiaoyu. He could only go to a bar to drink and pick up women, and soon he hooked up with a young and beautiful woman. The two hit it off immediately, and after a brief exchange, Lin Yuehan eagerly took the woman away from the bar, ready for a more intimate encounter. I know your depth, and you know my strengths and weaknesses. However, Lin Yuehan did not take the woman to a hotel. Instead, he drove her to the outskirts of the city, then drove onto a side road and finally stopped in a deserted area. This has always been Lin Yuehan's habit. When he is filled with anger or rage, he likes to use this unique method to generate a sense of stimulation and novelty to vent his anger. The two were completely unaware that at that moment, a faint white light suddenly appeared around them. A few minutes later, Lin Yuehan lay back in his chair and started smoking. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He wasn't in a forest, but he could hear the sound of the sea. As he looked out the car window, he was suddenly struck by the fact that his vehicle was surrounded by moonstones and sun rocks. See the picture above. Superpower surged forth, continuously compressing the car and its occupants, shattering the windows, and gushing blood. What? The piercing screams abruptly stopped. Chapter 179 Mysterious Realm. The wind is quite noisy tonight. Page 103. Xiaoyu never expected that he would be driving around in a sports car with Long Yaning in the middle of the night. It was supposed to be a drive, but it was actually to accompany Long Yaning back to the secret realm, because Long Fan required Long Yaning to return to the secret realm that night. Long Fan was extremely worried about Xiaoyu. Last time he went on a business trip for several months, Xiaoyu had almost become the head of the household when he came back. This time it was even more outrageous. He was only gone for a day, and as a result, his daughter went home with Xiaoyu for the Chinese New Year. If they spend the night outside the Lin family's house tonight, given her naive nature, who knows how much Xiaoyu might take advantage of her. Long Fan didn't say that he thought Xiaoyu was bad, or that he was strongly against the two of them being together. However, Xiaoyu's age is a factor. He is far too young, making it difficult to feel at ease. Long Fan didn't support their relationship, but he was absolutely willing to let Xiaoyu marry his daughter. Of course, if they insisted on dating, that wasn't allowed, but they absolutely couldn't spend the night together during their relationship. That was his bottom line. That's why Long Fan had Long Yanning return to the secret realm immediately. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiaoyu looked annoyed. He was now mostly sober and secretly regretted his stupid decision to answer the phone. He secretly resolved that if he had another chance, he would definitely turn off Teacher Long's phone first. The red sports car was driving on the highway leading to the Dragon Realm when suddenly a faint white light appeared around the highway, as if a layer of mist had been spread, obscuring the two people's vision. What's going on? Both Long Yaning and Xiaoyu were encountering this unknown situation for the first time, and they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Long Yaning quickly stepped on the brakes to slow down. The white light lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. When their vision returned to normal, the road ahead had transformed into a cliff overlooking the sea, with the sound of crashing waves. Stop the car. Without Xiaoyu saying anything more, Long Yaning had already slammed the brakes to the stop. Looking at the cliff that was so close at hand, both of them broke out in a cold sweat and gasped for breath. Get out of the car. After calming down briefly, Long Yaning resumed the aloof demeanor that Xiaoyu was familiar with, gesturing for Xiaoyu to get out of the car, and at the same time, she released her Pokémon. The two got out of the car and observed their surroundings. In front of them was a cliff dozens of meters high, and in front of the cliff was a vast ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. They could even hear the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. Where is this? Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. He was just on the highway. How did he end up on a deserted island and at sea in the blink of an eye? We've probably encountered a new secret realm that overlaps with reality. Long Yanning frowned and pondered for a moment, her expression gradually becoming serious. Although she had read countless descriptions of secret realms overlapping with reality in books, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation in reality. We must be very careful. A secret realm. Xiaoyu was startled, but quickly calmed down. The last time he encountered a secret realm was in Starlight City, and he didn't expect to encounter one here again after only half a year. However, this secret realm is clearly different from the grass and insect secret realm. The grass and insect secret realm is located in the jungle and is mainly based on the energy of grass and insects, while this time it is on an isolated island, and the energy around it is extremely dense, which can be felt even by ordinary people. This secret realm is clearly a bit more advanced than the grass and insect secret realm. This time, he was directly teleported into the secret realm, which was both dangerous and an opportunity for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu Septal and its Mega Evolution Stone were discovered in the grass and insect realm last time. What will he find this time? Ding! Quest triggered. Explore the secret realm. Explore the secret realm. The secret realm is extremely dangerous. It contains many Pokémons with extremely high potential and strength, as well as a large number of rare items. Please try to catch as many high-potential Pokémons as possible and obtain rare items while ensuring your own survival. Task rewards. Rewards will be distributed based on the final results. Xiaoyu stared blankly at the mission that suddenly appeared in the system, especially the words "extremely dangerous" mentioned in the mission, which made Xiaoyu's heart sink. Although this system is a bit of a jerk, it has never lied to me on such crucial matters. Since the system said it was extremely dangerous, then this secret realm is definitely very dangerous. Xiaoyu was worried about what exactly existed within this secret realm that would cause the system to classify it as extremely dangerous, even with both Long Yanning's elite 4-level Komodo and his own elite 4-level Gallade present. Xiaoyu silently took out Gallade's pokeball, released it, and looked serious. Gallade made a cheerful sound as soon as it appeared, and the energy emanating from the surroundings made it extremely happy. In contrast, Komodo was uncomfortable and appeared restless. Upon discovering this scene, Long Yanning analyzed, this secret realm must be fairy or psychic type, which is why your Gallade is enjoying it so much, while Komodo is acting quite uneasy. Xiaoyu nodded, agreeing with Long Yanning's statement, but he was more worried about what they should do now. What do we do now? Wait for rescue or continue exploring? Be careful, because we're not sure yet if the overlap with the secret realm is stable. If it has stabilized and overlapped with the real world, the Pokémon Association of the capital will naturally send people in to explore immediately, and we should be rescued in a few hours at most, Long Yanning explained to Xiaoyu. But we're afraid of the second scenario. What's going on? Xiaoyu asked, a hint of unease creeping in. That means the secret realm hasn't fully merged with the real world yet, it's just temporarily opened a crack. We entered the secret realm through that crack, and now that crack may have closed, trapping us inside. If that's the case, we have to wait for the secret realm to stabilize and fully merge with the real world before we can leave. This process will take at least 2 or 3 days, and possibly more than a month. So long? Xiaoyu was shocked, and thinking about his mission, he became extremely anxious. Long Yanning's eyes were also filled with worry. Let's go see if there are any tree fruits or other food that we can eat in the secret realm. Let's prepare for the worst and be ready in advance. Xiaoyu nodded. Since things had come to this point, they could only take it one step at a time. No one had expected to encounter this situation. At the same time, Xiaoyu earnestly reminded, Teacher Long, we must be careful. Rest assured. As the two were talking, they suddenly felt a chill and looked around. Countless sun rocks and moonstones flew towards the two from all directions, their eerie eyes fixed on them. Be careful, this should be a psychic-type secret realm. Long Yanning quickly made a judgment at this moment. Double-headed Tyrannosaurus, Dark Pulse. Noivern, Dark Pulse. Komodo, Scale Noise. Run. Seeing the dense array of sun rocks and moonstones, Long Yanning immediately grabbed Xiaoyu and ran, while having her Pokémon by her some time. The flying sun rock and moonstone relentlessly pursued the two. As soon as one was knocked down, another Pokémon immediately took its place and caught up. Furthermore, Xiaoyu discovered that the sun rocks and moonstones here possessed extremely high aptitude and strength, at least at the elite level, and their sheer number posed a deadly threat to them. The two had no choice but to flee for their lives. Chapter 180 Misty Forest. Huff, huff. Xiaoyu and Long Yanning hid in the cave, panting heavily, looking disheveled. If it weren't for Gallade's teleport, they might not have been able to escape from the encirclement of Solrock and Luna Rock. There were simply too many of them. More importantly, there were also many extremely powerful Sunrock and Moonstone mixed in. Xiaoyu saw several Sunrock and Moonstone with the strength of a gym leader, and even 2 with the strength of a near-elite 4 member. Keep in mind that this is only the outer area of the island, and it is already this dangerous. If we go further in, who knows what kind of dangers we will encounter. Extremely dangerous. The 4 words from the mission description flashed through Xiaoyu's mind, making him even more uneasy. He secretly pondered how they would survive if they were truly trapped in the secret realm as Long Yanning had said. We have no food and no fresh water. They are in dire need of both food and fresh water. While water-type Pokémon can provide fresh water, there is no way to solve the food problem. Then we can only continue towards the center of the island. Long Yanning calmly analyzed, although we can catch fish by the sea to fill our stomachs, the area near the cliffs is the territory of Sun Rock and Moonstone. If we get close to the sea, we will alert them, so we can only continue to go inwards. Xiaoyu nodded. They had no other choice but to continue deeper into the island. After resting for about 10 minutes, the two continued walking towards the center of the island. The closer you get to the center of the island, the thicker the fog becomes, swirling and dreamlike, and visibility drops to just a few meters. Under the protection of Gallade, Komodo, and Dino, the two continued to venture deeper into the island, and many more. Xiaoyu suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze falling on a large, emerald-green tree to the side. Several spherical fruits hung from its fluorescent green branches. The fruits were round and smooth, their skins covered with a layer of mist-like patterns that were lifelike and enveloped the entire fruit. Dreamberry, a special item that, when fed to a Pokémon, can change the Pokémon's ability into a hidden ability. Following Xiaoyu's gaze, Long Yanning also noticed the dream fruit hanging on the tree branch. Is this a dream fruit? Long Yanning's expression first showed joy, but then her expression became extremely solemn. She knew about the dream fruit because of the infamous Darkrai incident. In that incident, someone also accidentally entered the dream world, where they discovered a large number of treasures. However, the vast majority of people did not emerge alive from the dream space. Only a very few emerged alive with abundant spoils, including the dream fruit. Dream fruits only appear in the dream world, so it's clear that the secret realm the two are currently in is in the dream world. We must have arrived in the dream world. Long Yanning sighed, thinking of a terrible possibility. The dream world is divided into two main categories and 8 locations. The two main categories are the dream realm controlled by Cresselia, the goddess of dreams, and the nightmare realm controlled by Darkrai, the god of nightmares. Since the nightmare realm has been discovered, this must be the dream realm. And if it's the dream realm, then the island must be inhabited by the goddess Cresselia. Thinking of this, Long Yanning's expression turned quite ugly. Xiaoyu also guessed this. The dense supernatural energy, coupled with the appearance of the dream fruit, made it easy to deduce that this secret realm was definitely related to the dream goddess Cresselia. Divine Beast. The legendary Pokémon in this world are not like those in the games, where Ricochet's base stats are the same as pseudo-legendary Pokémon. However, the legendary Pokémon in this world are far more powerful than ordinary pseudo-legendary Pokémon. They are all extremely terrifying beings. The eternal slumber of Darkrai is still fresh in our minds. And how powerful must Cresselia, which is on par with Darkrai, be? No wonder this secret realm is rated as extremely dangerous. We must be extremely careful, as the dream goddess Cresselia may very well be living within the dream realm. Long Yanning said earnestly to Xiaoyu, "I'll pick these dream fruits first." Xiaoyu nodded. Dream fruits are extremely valuable, with a single fruit costing as much as 10 million. Now that they've been discovered, there's no reason not to miss out. Okay, be careful. After Xiaoyu picked the dream fruit, the two continued walking and talking. The dream world consists of 2 categories and 8 areas. The nightmare realm includes 4 areas: Forest of 1,000 Flowers, Peak of White Clouds, Layered Mountains and Peaks, and Boundless Dreamland. The Dreamland includes the remaining 4 areas: the Shining Ocean, the Dream Castle, the Frosty Steel Cave, and the Misty Forest. This was the first time Xiaoyu had heard of the 8 regions of the dream world. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes as he listened quietly to Long Yanning's explanation. Water-type Pokémon live in the Shiny Ocean, which should be the ocean outside this island. The Enchanted Forest should be where we are now, where Fairy-type Pokémon live. Page 104. I don't know where the other 2 areas are. However, Dark, Ghost, and Psychic Pokémon live in Dream Castle, while Ice, Steel, Ground, and Rock Pokémon live in Frost Steel Cave. As the two were talking, a series of noises suddenly came from ahead, which immediately alerted them. Several strangely shaped Pokémon emerged from the mist. Brimwin, who has near Elite 4 level strength, the long-haired troll, who also has near Elite 4 level strength, and their children, the mischievous imp and Mibrim. One of them, Mibrim, even has a talent level as high as Elite 4. This untouched secret realm is indeed full of treasures. First, there was the dream fruit, and now Xiaoyu has encountered the Heavenly King level talent, Mibrim. Unfortunately, its parents are right next to it, so the possibility of Xiaoyu subduing it is almost 0. Just as Xiaoyu discovered them, they also clearly discovered Xiaoyu and his companions. The long-haired trolls and Brimwin immediately shielded their children behind them and warned Xiaoyu and his companion. The 2 fairy-type Pokémon with near Elite 4 level strength gave Xiaoyu and Long Yanning quite a headache. Even if they could win the battle, they were more worried about what would happen if they alerted other Pokémon. What if a few more near Elite 4 level Pokémon appear? Even though Xiaoyu coveted Mibrim's champion level potential, he still knew what was important. Gallade, tell them we mean no harm. We're leaving immediately. Gallade nodded and then began to communicate with the 2 Pokémon. The long-haired trolls and Brimwin, carrying their children, naturally did not want to risk a conflict with Xiaoyu and his group. Their eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu and his companions, their gazes fierce, and they made threatening noises. They quickly left. Xiaoyu and Long Yanning quickened their pace and continued walking towards the center of the island. As they got closer to the center, the fog became thinner and thinner. Finally, after walking for a long time, they saw the silhouette of an ancient castle faintly visible in the white fog. Dream Castle. Attached image, Cresselia, the goddess of dreams. Note, all Pokémon abilities appearing in the dream world are hidden abilities. Chapter 181 Priest 12. Outside the Dream Castle. Legend has it that the entrance to the dream world opens randomly, and only a very few people can enter it. Most of them remain in the dream world forever, turning into piles of bones. Only a very lucky few can leave alive, but without exception, those who leave the dream world alive become famous figures in the world. The dream world is a place full of treasures. This is the dream castle. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning looked up at the magnificent European-style castle, their hearts filled with awe. Like an emperor's palace, it was resplendent in gold and radiated a soft glow. Before the castle gates was a 1,000-step white jade staircase. The long, 1,000-step staircase before me resembles a road leading to a divine kingdom. Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder who built the castle in front of him, and who could build such a castle in the dream world. Can we use teleportation to go straight up? Xiaoyu looked at the 1,000-step staircase with fear and wanted Gallade to use its psychic powers to carry him over the 1,000 steps. Gallade shook its head. The closer it got to the castle, the denser the psychic-type energy became, completely sealing off the surrounding space. Even Gallade couldn't use instant transmission. We'll have to walk up. Xiaoyu sighed and was about to step onto the steps when he suddenly remembered that he still had a Guanxi's elf egg in his backpack. Because MDD is a normal/psychic-type Pokémon, and its potential is so good, Xiaoyu was not comfortable leaving MDD's egg in the dragon-type secret realm to hatch. Instead, he carried it in his bag with him. Similarly, Xiaoyu also carried Scorbunna's egg in his bag. The abundant psychic-type energy surrounding us is essentially a natural energy nutrient solution, and it could even be said to be more effective than an energy nutrient solution. If we were to place Nddd's Pokemon egg here to hatch, it would definitely be of great benefit to Nddd's Pokemon egg. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu immediately took out the Pokemon egg of Nddd. He found that the surrounding psychic energy was flowing into it like a trickle, nourishing the Pokemon egg of Nddd. At the same time, Xiaoyu also discovered that AI Guanxi's aptitude had changed from champion level to champion level, growing. This made Xiaoyu extremely excited. Sure enough, this kind of secret realm is full of opportunities and treasures. Watching Xiaoyu's actions, Long Yanning also focused her gaze on the Nddd's Pokemon egg. Seeing the psychic-type energy constantly gathering, she couldn't help but say, if we can stay in Dream Castle long enough, your Nddd's potential might grow to a terrifying level. Xiaoyu nodded, suppressing his excitement, and looked up at the steps in front of him. Indeed, while such secret realms are fraught with danger, they also offer abundant opportunities. No wonder so many people are drawn to them like moths to a flame. Let's go up. Xiaoyu stepped onto the first step. As his foot landed on the first step, he suddenly felt a sense of pilgrimage and couldn't help but want to prostrate himself in worship. At the same time, he suddenly felt as if something in the sky above him was watching him, like a god looking down on a mortal. He was afraid and dared not look up, but this feeling only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Xiaoyu looked up abruptly, only to find that there was nothing above him. Apart from the dream castle, there was no one or Pokemon present. However, the fear that had come from the depths of his soul was still very real, causing a chilling feeling to rise up in his heart and his body to tremble uncontrollably. Cresselia, the goddess of dreams? Xiaoyu wasn't sure if he had just imagined it. He looked at Long Yanning beside him and found that Long Yanning's whole body was also trembling slightly. It was obvious that she felt the same way. The two continued up the stairs, and with each step he took, he felt a shiver that came from the depths of his soul. This made Xiaoyu wonder if gods really existed in this world, only they were Pokemon. Evil wave. After Xiaoyu and his companion climbed more than 10 steps, suddenly, a powerful wave of evil energy swept towards them from afar. Hold on. Gallade flashed forward, blocking Xiaoyu and Long Yanning, raising a light shield to block the evil energy. Xiaoyu and Long Yanning immediately looked in the direction from which the evil energy was released, and they saw a figure wearing a mask. The newcomer was tall, wearing a black sports jacket, with striking short gray hair, black sneakers, and a golden mask on his face. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the mask was actually made from a crying mask, with the Arabic numeral 12 engraved in the upper right corner. Standing next to the masked man was an Umbreon with the strength of an Elite Four member. It was clear that the dark pulse from earlier was released by the Umbreon. Xiaoyu and Long Yanning searched their minds for suitable candidates to match the Elite Four level Umbreon in front of them, but none of them could be identified. Xiaoyu, I know you, the inventor of the exclusive Z move. The man's voice was slightly hoarse and mechanical, clearly indicating that he was wearing a voice changer and did not want to reveal his identity. Who are you? Xiaoyu asked the masked man with a serious expression. Don't worry, I'll spare your life. As for that woman, she can only die. The masked man's voice carried a hint of cruelty. His gaze fell on Long Yanning's exquisite face, and he licked his lips. It's all your fault for coming to a place you shouldn't have come to. Come out, Gardevoir, Arcanine, Greninja, Dragonite. The man released 5 more Pokemon, all of which were at least Elite Four level. Gardevoir, a champion-level powerhouse, stood to the man's left, Greninja, a near-champion-level powerhouse, in front of them was Umbreon, and behind them was Arcanine, a champion-level powerhouse over 2 meters tall, along with a near-champion-level Dragonite flying in the air. Such a terrifying lineup is enough to make one despair. Aside from Gallade and Kommo-o, both at the Elite Four level, Xiaoyu had no other Pokémon he could muster. Fine beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he racked his brains for a way to break the deadlock. Mega Evolution? Dragon Z Crystal? Xiaoyu shook his head inwardly. Mega Evolution wasn't a god at most, it would increase combat power by 1 level, but it was still no match for the man in front of him. The same applied to Dragon Z Crystal. How to do? Despair rose in Xiaoyu's heart. He looked back at the dream castle and thought of Cresselia, the goddess of dreams. Was the only thing he could do but pray to the gods? He was unwilling to accept it, and smiled bitterly to himself. Go up, Xiaoyu. Long Yaning stood in front of Xiaoyu and said calmly, once again protecting Xiaoyu behind her. Looking at Long Yaning's back, Xiaoyu felt inexplicably moved. He then took a step forward, walked in front of Long Yaning, and shielded her behind him. Teacher Long, as the saying goes, things don't happen more than 3 times. This is the 3rd time already. This time, you don't need to protect me. As Xiaoyu spoke, he raised the prop in his hand high, and it suddenly burst into a dazzling light. A one-time use prop, a time machine. Shining brightly, like the sun, Xiaoyu's consciousness followed the Pokeball transported by the time machine through the torrent of time and space, and 2 branches appeared before him. One branch is covered with countless crimson orbs of light, representing the ancient species. On the other branch are countless golden orbs of light, representing the future species. I must live. A strong determination erupted in Xiaoyu's heart. He had to fight with everything he had to survive. Xiaoyu didn't care about the color of the light sphere. He could accept either a crimson or a golden one. What mattered to him was which sphere was the biggest and brightest. Because only the largest and brightest ball of light is the strongest Pokémon and can save him. Go ahead, Pokeball. The Pokeball, transported by the time machine, aimed at the largest and brightest Pokeball and flew towards it, firing a red beam that captured it. Then, time began to rewind, carrying Xiaoyu's consciousness and the Pokeball back through the torrent of time. The light faded, and a red and white Pokeball appeared in front of Xiaoyu, landing on the ground. A new faction of priests debuts. New characters. Priest -12. The new forces are related to mythical beasts. Chapter 182. The Divine Coffin. In a secret realm, Dialga, the god of time, suddenly opened his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had felt the power of time. Page 105. The mysterious man looked at Xiaoyu and the Pokeball on the ground, his eyes filled with surprise and uncertainty, as well as a hint of caution. From the moment Xiaoyu took out a mysterious item to the sudden burst of dazzling light and surging power, something was clearly amiss. He's not blind. He could see everything clearly, especially since Xiaoyu was using this item as a trump card. This item must have something extraordinary about it. Boom! Just then, the Pokeball on the ground suddenly bounced away, revealing a green and white figure. It looks somewhat similar to Gardevoir and Gallade. Its lower body has the same green skirt as Gardevoir, which looks like a half-cloak. It holds a pink double-headed sword in its right hand, with the blade shining like the starry sky. There is a groove on the outside of each of its 2 arms, which can be used to split the double-headed sword into 2 pieces and insert them into the slot. Xiaoyu looked at the Iron Warrior in front of him, and the Iron Warrior's data immediately appeared. Iron Warrior. Gender, genderless, paradox Pokémon. Attributes, Fairy, Fighting. Taijing attribute, Fairy. Qualification, near Master level. Combat strength, Champion level. Feature, Quark charging. Item, Driving Force Energy. Skills, Immobilization, Shadow Clone, Shadow Ambush, Combo Slash, Hypnosis, Feint, Foresight, Magic Flash, Mental Blade, Ambush to Weak Points, Leaf Blade, Moon Power, Close Combat, Knockdown, Fate Link. Champion level skill, Near Master level talent. This is definitely the strongest and most perfect Pokémon Xiaoyu has ever seen, but Xiaoyu also knows that he probably can't control Iron Warrior, so he chooses to remain silent and not say a word. Because the Pokémon Iron Warrior has a different personality from Gallade and Gardevoir, it is extremely brutal. If an opponent appears in front of it, it will not hesitate to cut it in half with its sharp blade. That's why Xiaoyu remains silent, lest he attract the attention of the Iron Warrior and be killed with a single strike. As soon as Iron Warrior appeared, its gaze was drawn to the 5 Pokémon opposite it. It gripped the pink double-edged sword in its hand, its eyes sharp and its killing intent palpable. Seeing that the Iron Warrior was attracted by the man opposite him, Xiaoyu quietly tugged at Long Yaning behind him and gestured for her to be quiet. He only needed to hand over the stage to the Iron Warrior and this mysterious man, and he would be a bystander in peace. Gallade? Or Gardevoir? The mysterious man gazed at the enigmatic Pokémon, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. He swore he had never seen this Pokémon before, and he sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from it. Is this Xia Yuxin's new experiment? What kind of Pokémon is this? A Pokémon full of technological wonder? Could it be a man-made Pokémon? The mysterious man couldn't help but think to himself, Xia Yu is indeed a once-in-a-century scientific genius, capable of developing such a powerful Pokémon. If this Pokémon could be put to my use, and mass-produced, conquering the entire world wouldn't be a problem. I must capture Xia Yu alive. As the mysterious man pondered, the Iron Warrior's pixelated eyes were fixed on the 5 Pokémon in front of him, his gaze revealing killing intent, and his body exuding a chilling aura. Even when facing 5 enemies, the Iron Warrior showed no fear whatsoever. In fact, he was even somewhat excited. Quark charge. Suddenly, a fierce energy erupted from its body, and its bright pink eyes shone even brighter, clearly indicating that it had autonomously activated its quark charging characteristic. Quark charge, when the carrier is in a field of energy or on an electrical field, one of the most powerful abilities is enhanced. Iron Warrior carries the item Drive Energy, which automatically activates the quark charge characteristic, increasing its speed. Seeing the Iron Warrior's aura surge, the mysterious man felt even more uneasy and became increasingly vigilant. Just then, the Iron Warrior twirled the double-headed sword in his hand, twirling it in a flourish. Then, he gripped the sword at an angle, assumed an attack stance, and leaned forward slightly, like a leopard poised to pounce on its prey, his gaze fixed on the mysterious man. A sense of impending doom washed over the mysterious man. Dragonite, use extreme speed. Arcanine, phosphor flare. Gardevoir, strong mind. Umbreon, see through. Greninja, garbage shot. At the same time, the Iron Warrior suddenly launched an attack, his figure flashing past so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye as he rushed over. On the other side, the mysterious man, who was simultaneously commanding 5 Pokémon in battle, did not panic at all. Instead, he handled the situation with ease. 3 Pokémon attacked, Umbreon stood at the forefront to defend, and Arcanine used Phosphor Flare to interfere. However, he clearly underestimated the strength and speed of the Iron Warrior. The champion-level Iron Warrior approached Umbreon almost instantly, spun the double-edged sword in its hand, covered the blade with normal-type energy, and slashed fiercely at Umbreon. A shield of light appeared in front of Umbreon, as if it had activated a skill to block Iron Warrior's slash. Boom! The light shield in front of Umbreon shattered upon contact, failing to block the Iron Warrior's slash. The sharp blade, after breaking through the light shield, slashed down diagonally, instantly cutting Umbreon's skin, causing blood to flow freely. Feint. This Iron Warrior is not only extremely strong, but also has a very high battle intelligence. The moment it heard the mysterious man tell Umbreon to use the Foresight move, it immediately made a judgment and used the Feint move. Feint attacks can break through defenses and anticipation skills to deal damage to enemies. A single slash severely injured Umbreon, but at the same time, Dragonite's extreme speed attack arrived. Iron Warrior reacted extremely quickly, immediately holding its double-edged sword horizontally in front of it to block Dragonite's extreme speed attack. However, Greninja's Garchomp shot, Gardevoir's Psychic, and Arcanine's Phosphor Flare were just around the corner. Faced with the enemy's encirclement, the Iron Warrior slightly twisted the double-headed sword in his hand, directly splitting it into 2 short blades. He held one of the short blades with one hand to continue blocking Dragonite, while holding the other short blade in reverse with the other hand. He suddenly stabbed at Dragonite like an assassin. Roar! Dragonite had no time to react. The blade drew blood, and it let out a painful howl as it staggered backward. After forcing Dragonite away, Iron Dancer also leaped backward, narrowly dodging other Phosphor Fire and Trash shots, only being hit by Gardevoir's Psychic. The mysterious man's expression was solemn. It was obvious that this mysterious Pokémon was around the champion level. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of Pokémon this powerful Pokémon was, and what kind of item Xia Yu had used. This Pokémon is a complete battle machine, and the dual swords in its hands are like high-tech weapons. He had a million questions in his mind, but when he looked at Xia Yu, he thought that as long as he captured Xia Yu alive, all these questions would be solved. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? The mysterious man took out a Master Ball from his pocket and then gently tossed it out. Articuno. A deep blue figure appeared, emitting a clear bird song. This was the first time Xia Yu had ever seen a real divine beast. However, this Articuno was only a normal size of 2 to 3 meters, not the terrifying Articuno that appeared in the Goddess Mountains. Key points. Mythical beasts are divided into the only god and not the only god. Gods like Kyogra, the god of the ocean, and Groudon, the god of the land, are unique gods, meaning that there is only one unique god in the entire world. The 3 legendary birds, the 3 legendary beasts, the 3 legendary pillars, as well as the Latias and Seraphim, Darkrai, Cresselia, etc., are not the only gods. A non-unique god is one that can reproduce, has its own race, and is not the only one globally. Note: among those who are not the sole god, the strongest in a race holds a divine position and possesses power approaching that of the sole god. For example, the Articuno race includes both ordinary Articuno that have been tamed and the powerful Articuno, the ice god, which is as powerful as a deity. Although both are Articuno, their strengths are vastly different. Similarly, Cresselia, the goddess of dreams in the current secret realm, has a divine position, while Cresselius appearing in other places do not have a divine position and can still be subdued. Currently, humans can only subdue divine beasts that do not hold divine authority. Among non-uniform gods they cannot subdue divine beasts with divine authority or the uniform god. Divine beasts that are not the only gods have a minimum aptitude of champion level. The only god and divine beasts with divine duties have a minimum aptitude of master level. Priest, also known as coffin, is derived from the evolved form of the crying mask, the death coffin. All its members wear golden masks made from the corpses of the weeping mask. The organization is an international organization, and all members are anonymous. All members must be at least at the Heavenly King level to become priests. Chapter 183 Cresselia, the Goddess of Dreams. Articulated Bird. A legendary Pokémon, with both ice and flying types. Its azure body, long tail feathers, and crest on its forehead signify its divine beast status. A chill permeates its body, and snowflakes fall with a gentle flap of its wings. Even though it's just an ordinary Articuno, not the ice god, its appearance still brings an immense sense of oppression, constantly radiating cold air. Xiaoyu's gaze swept over Articuno, and he immediately saw that this Articuno was also champion level. Xiaoyu, who thought he had barely escaped death, suddenly felt a pang of sadness. The situation was now unpredictable. He didn't know whether Articuno or Iron Warrior, both champion level fighters, were stronger. Long Yanning was still somewhat dazed. She thought she was doomed, but Xiaoyu suddenly took out a mysterious item, causing a huge commotion and summoning a Pokémon she had never seen before. Page 106. Immediately afterwards, this Pokémon, which resembled both Gardevoir and Gallade, went into berserk mode, taking on 5 opponents at once, severely injuring Umbreon, damaging Dragonite, and only suffering minor injuries itself. Just when she thought the situation had turned out for the better, the mysterious man opposite her released a 6th Pokémon, Articuno. Legendary Pokémon. The legendary Pokémon. Is that Articuno? Long Yanning asked numbly, disbelief in her eyes. What happened tonight felt like a dream. Shoo. Xiaoyu gestured for her to be quiet, signaling her not to speak loudly, as it would be troublesome if she attracted the attention of the Iron Warrior. Articuno, I have the heart. Xiaoyu's heart sank when he heard the mysterious man's order. Mind's Eye plus Absolute Zero can be said to be the standard tactic for Articuno in its earliest days. Use the Mind's Eye to lock onto your opponent, sense their movements, increase the hit rate of your next attack, and then use Absolute Zero to instantly kill them. It was obvious that this man had such intentions. If Articuno were to actually use this move, even a champion-level Iron Warrior would likely be unable to withstand Absolute Zero. However, Iron Warrior had clearly never fought Articuno before, nor did he understand Articuno's Mind's Eye plus Absolute Zero combination move, and continued to fight in his own style. Magic shines. It brandished its twin blades, unleashing a burst of rich fairy-type energy that shone brightly at all the Pokémon on the field. As a multi-target attack, Dazzling Gleam naturally targets all the Pokémon in front of Iron Warrior, including Gardevoir, Greninja, Dragonite, Umbreon, Arcanine, and Articuno. Umbreon, Dragonite, and Greninja, 3 Pokémon weak to Fairy-type moves, were unable to withstand the powerful Fairy-type attack and were instantly critically injured. Only Gardevoir and Arcanine managed to barely block the attack. Guard Doll, continue using Psychic. Arcanine, Flamethrower. Faced with the combined attack of the other 2 Pokémon, Xiaoyu certainly couldn't stand idly by. Iron Warrior was his only hope for victory, so he could only command Gallade to go forward and help. Gallade, protect. Gallade rushed forward, forming an invisible light shield in front of her to block the attacks from Gardevoir and Arcanine. The Iron Warrior looked at his fellow warrior, who suddenly stood in front of him and looked 7 or 8 parts similar to him, and remained silent. Then he turned to look at Xiaoyu, who was giving the order. As Xiaoyu's eyes met those of the Iron Warrior, he was terrified. He was extremely afraid that the Iron Warrior would come over and kill him with a single blow. Fortunately, Iron Warrior only glanced at Xiaoyu before turning his attention back to Articuno on the other side. Articuno, Absolute Zero, the mysterious man's voice rang out. Articuno flapped its wings and soared into the sky, the cold wind howling and the frigid air sweeping in. The ground froze at a visible speed, and the cold wind, carrying ice energy, blew towards the Iron Warrior. The Iron Warrior realized something was wrong. Faced with the terrifying Absolute Zero skill, it could only move its body at high speed in an attempt to dodge. But this cold wind seemed to have a spirit. It could always accurately pinpoint its location and track the Iron Warrior, making it impossible for him to escape. As the icy wind was about to catch up with Iron Warrior, a resolute glint flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. Iron Warrior was his only hope for survival, so he absolutely could not allow Iron Warrior to be frozen by Articuno's Absolute Zero. Since it's impossible to avoid Absolute Zero, it has no choice but to let other Pokémon take the hit for it. But who should go? Obviously, only Gallade and Komodo can withstand it head-on. As for Xiaoyu's other Pokémon, they were just free kills, easy prey, and couldn't even stop Absolute Zero. Gallade, charge in and use Destiny Bond. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Gallade sensed the terrifying ice-type energy contained in the cold wind. It hesitated slightly, but only for a moment before making its decision. It resolutely chose to trust Xiaoyu, standing in front of the Iron Warrior, its ghost-type energy surging from its body. The ghost-type energy bursts forth, linking itself with Articuno's life force. Not good. The cold wind held, and the endless cold air engulfed Gallade, freezing it into an ice sculpture. At the same time, the Destiny Bond move was activated, and a strange ghost-type energy surged towards Articuno, frantically devouring its stamina. However, the Destiny Bond move did not defeat Articuno. Due to the difference in strength, Articuno was only depleted of a large amount of stamina and left severely injured. The mysterious man was somewhat panicked. The heavily injured Articuno had no chance of defeating the powerful Iron Warrior. The Iron Warrior, staring at Gallade frozen in ice before it, paused, seemingly lost in thought. It raised its twin blades and inserted them into the grooves in its arms. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, like a sword drawn from its sheath, it pounced on Articuno and slashed at it. Its fighting-type energy surged wildly, almost enveloping its entire body, and it launched a frenzied attack. Hold on. A shield of light appeared in front of Articuno, blocking the Iron Warrior's full-force attack. Damn Xiaoyu! The mysterious man shouted angrily. He was unwilling to leave in such a sorry state. The dream world was full of treasures, and he had finally encountered such an opportunity. He was unwilling to leave like this. But he also knew that if he didn't leave, he might really die here. Articuno, fog. However, just as the mysterious man was about to leave, a dazzling, colorful halo suddenly burst forth above their heads. A silver moon hung high in the sky, and a pink figure appeared in the air. The huge figure was almost integrated with the moon, and its whole body was covered with super powerful energy that was so dense that it was almost tangible. Xiaoyu had never seen such a massive Cresselia, its body the size of a giant passenger plane. Before it, Xiaoyu felt like a tiny ant. The master of the dream realm, Cresselia, the goddess of dreams. As soon as it appeared, its powerful psychic-type energy almost burst forth, putting immense pressure on all the Pokémon present. Articuno, which was flying in the air, was instantly pressed to the ground, and no matter how much it flapped its wings, it could not fly. The Iron Warriors also knelt on the ground, struggling to support themselves with their double-edged swords, which were no match for the superpowers emanating from the Dream God. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning, who were climbing the long staircase, were unaffected. The two looked up at the God of Dreams as if they were looking up to a deity. With the appearance of the near-legendary beast-level power of Dream God, and the added boost from the Dream World, Dream God is practically invincible. Chapter 184 As powerful as a god. The God of Dreams looked down at the crowd below, his enormous body floating in the air like a vast starry sky. The crescent moon shines brightly, the starlight is eternal. The Iron Warrior looked up at the Dream God in the sky, his body small, standing on the ground like a tiny mortal. Looking up at the gods, looking down at the ants. A dazzling light erupted from the Dream God, and starlight-like radiance fell upon everyone, instantly healing all the Pokémon's injuries. Even Gallade, which was frozen in ice, was the same. As the ice melted, all the frostbite on its body was healed, and the Gallade, which was originally on the verge of death, instantly returned to its original lively state. At the same time, the superpowers emanating from the dream god surged towards the mysterious man and his Pokémon, tearing open a spatial rift and teleporting them out of the dream realm. Before leaving, the mysterious man's face was filled with anger. He had prepared for countless years, consulted and discussed with those who had entered the dream realm before, and after countless failures, he finally entered the dream realm by chance this time, but now he had been teleported out without getting anything. He doesn't know how many years he'll have to wait to enter the dream realm again. It's all because of Xiaoyu. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, he would definitely have gained a great harvest and countless treasures. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. Right now, all he wanted was to kill Xiaoyu. He wished he could cut him into 1,000 pieces, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. Unlike Darkrai, Dreamweaver is kind and never kills anyone or any Pokémon on its own initiative. It often helps weak Pokémon. The only Pokémon it hates is Darkrai, which is also its lifelong enemy. According to those who survived the Dreamland, the safest place within the Dreamland was the Dream Castle. Anyone who comes to Dream Castle and meets the Dream God will be protected and teleported away from the secret realm. Most of those who died in the Dreamland died on their way to the Dream Castle, killed by various powerful Pokémon. After all, you might encounter Pokémon with champion, near champion, or even champion level strength along the way. To enter Dream Castle alive, both strength and luck are indispensable. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning only encountered Pokémon with near Elite 4 level strength along the way, which was quite lucky, though it was also related to their caution. After teleporting away the mysterious man, the Dream God's gaze returned to Xiaoyu and Long Yaning. Then, the super powerful energy surged again, teleporting Long Yaning and the staff-tailed scaled dragon out of the secret realm. Seemingly sensing that she was about to be teleported away, Long Yaning looked at Xiaoyu, reached out to grab his arm, and opened her mouth to speak, but before she could finish speaking, she was teleported away. "I'm waiting for you." Now, only Xiaoyu, Elrido, and Iron Warrior remain in the entire secret realm. Xiaoyu recalled Gallade into its Pokeball, then picked up the Iron Warrior's Pokeball and looked at the Iron Warrior. He was terrified that if he tried to recall Iron Warrior back into its Pokeball, it might anger the Pokemon and kill him with a single blow. "Iron Warrior, would you like to go inside the Pokeball and rest for a while?" Xiaoyu pointed to the Pokeball, his tone obsequious. He felt that his tone and actions were like those of a young woman standing on the street soliciting customers, waving at handsome men passing by and saying, "Brother, would you like to come in and have a seat?" Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the Iron Warrior turned to look at Xiaoyu without saying a word, then turned back and looked up at the dream goddess Cresselia. Its eyes seemed to burn with raging flames. As the most talented and powerful Iron Warrior in the history of its kind, it had never encountered a Pokémon as powerful as Dream God. Faced with the Dream God, it had no power to fight back at all. The feeling of being crushed made the Iron Warrior unable to breathe. But a true warrior never backs down because of the enemy's strength. The Iron Warrior's gaze gradually hardened. It removed the blades from its arms and reassembled them into a double-headed sword. The Iron Warrior raised his double-headed sword and roared, as if challenging the god of dreams in the sky. It gripped its twin blades tightly, leaped into the air, and flew towards the dream goddess. At the same time, its twin blades, enveloped in dark energy, slashed fiercely at the dream goddess. Page 107. Secret attack on key points. The dream god looked down at the ant that challenged it, its pink eyes fixed on the Iron Warrior, its super powerful energy surging out of its body, and at the same time, the light in its eyes became more and more dazzling. The surging super energy surged in like a tide, suffocating the Iron Warrior. At this moment, the Iron Warrior felt like a small boat on the sea, drifting with the current, his body falling uncontrollably. Boom! The feeling was like being crushed by a mountain, with your hands and feet bound, unable to resist at all, falling straight to the ground, pressing a large crater into the ground, shattering the stone slabs, cracking the ground, forming spider web-like fissures, and the pressure was increasing. The cracks in the ground grew more numerous, deeper, and continued to spread, while the expression of pain on the Iron Warrior's face grew increasingly intense. The gap in strength is simply too great. The champion-level Iron Warrior had no chance of resisting the near-legendary Pokémon-level Dream God, and was not even a match for it. Iron Warrior roared and struggled wildly, trying to break free from the shackles of his superpowers. But the light in the eyes of the Dream God grew brighter and brighter as he stared at Iron Warrior. His superpowers surged forth like a tangible purple torrent, engulfing Iron Warrior. Faced with this massive superpowerful energy, the Iron Warrior could no longer withstand the immense power and fainted. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the Iron Warrior. Despite the vast difference in strength and zero chance of winning, they still challenged the Goddess of Dreams. This behavior may seem like that of a fool, but it is often these serious fools who create miracles, because those sophisticated egoists who think they are clever have already given up halfway. Who wasn't a hot-blooded fool when they were young? Xiaoyu silently took out a pokeball and put the Iron Warrior back into it. Human. Just then, a female voice suddenly appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. What's your name? Xiaoyu raised his head and looked at the goddess of dreams. It was obvious that the voice was the goddess of dreams' voice. My name is Xiaoyu. I have something I'd like to ask you. The voice of the dream goddess was that of a mature woman, and it sounded very pleasant. What can I do to help you? Xiaoyu asked nervously. He was curious about what could be so difficult that even the quasi-divine beast-level dream god couldn't do, and that required his help instead. I hope you can help me bring back the dark ray that left the dream world 5 years ago. The dream god's voice rang out, filled with worry. That dark ray has killed too many people. Can I ask you a question? Why did you come to me? Xiaoyu asked, curious about why the dream god had chosen him to help it. Because you are the strongest person among those who entered the dream world this time. I have been watching from the sky since you were fighting. I only showed myself after your partner defeated Articuno. Although that dark ray has not yet fully matured, its strength is still very powerful. Only the strongest person is most likely to bring it back, which is why I chose you. If you are willing to help me bring it back, I will give you a generous gift in return. Chapter 185 Reward. This is the reward I prepared for you. The pink light in the eyes of the dream god surged as she looked at Xiaoyu, and waves of psychic energy surged from her body. If we let that dark ray continue to grow, it will be a disaster for humanity, so please be sure to bring dark ray back. As she spoke, a bright green crescent moon feather separated from the dream god's body and slowly fell down. Just as Xiaoyu was about to reach out to take it, he suddenly felt a weight on his hand, and his whole body was immobilized by superpowers. At the same time, the Pokémon egg that Xiaoyu had taken out of his bag flew out and floated in the air, slowly approaching Crescent Feather. The emerald green Crescent Feather landed precisely on the eggshell of the servant elf, slowly sinking into the shell as if into a quagmire. As the crescent wing completely disappeared into the Pokémon egg, a surge of psychic energy erupted instantly, and the surrounding psychic energy poured into Ndidi's Pokémon egg like a torrent. From a distance, it appeared to be a small energy vortex centered on the Pokémon egg. The dazzling light almost turned the egg purple. The small energy vortex lasted for several minutes before stopping, and the elf egg flew back into Xiaoyu's arms. This is a crescent feather infused with my energy. I hope it will be of some help to you. Xiaoyu couldn't wait to look at the Pokémon egg of Abbott. He saw that Abbott's aptitude had grown directly from champion level to master level, skipping the near master level and reaching master level aptitude. 2 new skills have also been added to the skill bar. Crescent Moon Dance and Crescent Moon Prayer are both exclusive skills of the God of Dreams, and each skill has a very powerful effect. A single crescent feather could greatly enhance the aptitude of AI Guanshi. Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at the Goddess of Dreams and began to fantasize. If all its fur were plucked and given to A Guanxi, to what extent would A Guanxi's aptitude improve? Are there any other rewards besides this? Xiaoyu asked matter-of-factly. What other reward do you want? All I can give you is my feathers. The voice of the dream god rang out, seemingly tinged with impatience. My Pokémon and I are not very strong, and I'm afraid we can't handle Darkrai. Could you find me a helper? Xiaoyu asked tentatively. And I'd like to ask for 5 more of your feathers, is that alright? After Xiaoyu finished speaking, perhaps realizing he had been too greedy, he quickly added, everything for humanity, everything for Pokémon, everything for this wonderful world. No matter how the dream god listened to Xiaoyu, it sounded hypocritical. After a full 5 minutes of silence, its angry voice finally rang out, greedy human, I can give you another crescent feather, but its effect will be far less than the one you just received. Also, there are some children in the dream castle who have lost their families. If they are willing to leave with you, you can choose one of them to take with you. That's enough, that's enough. Your Highness, you're too kind. Xiaoyu was overjoyed. He had only asked to see if there were any rewards, but he hadn't expected there to be. Xiaoyu immediately pledged his loyalty. I have wandered for half my life, only regretting that I have not met a wise ruler. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to go through fire and water for your Highness. Dak is nothing but a piece of trash in my eyes. I am willing to lead a fierce army to cut off his head and hang it at the gate of the capital. As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, he felt a wave of dizziness. When he came to his senses, he realized that he had been directly teleported into the dream castle by the dream god's superpower. The magnificent candlesticks, the gleaming crystal chandelier, and the warm fireplace made Xiaoyu feel as if she were in a palace. What excited Xiaoyu even more was that psychic, dark, and ghost-type Pokémon, which were extremely rare in the past, were as common as cabbages here. Xiaoyu saw many powerful Pokémon among them. The sight of Attack on Titan, Potara, Meowth, Gengar, Mimikyu, and even Crimson Knight and Blade Master made Xiaoyu's eyes widen. These rare Pokémon had obviously noticed Xiaoyu as well, and they all looked over with curiosity and vigilance. If it weren't for the crescent wing in Xiaoyu's hand, these Pokémon would probably have attacked Xiaoyu, the human, immediately. Looking at so many rare Pokémon, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel resentful. He should have been even more shameless and directly recognized Mutwo as his godfather, godmother, and taken a few more Pokémon with him. Xiaoyu sighed, secretly resolving that she would have to be even more shameless in the future. She was still too conservative. Xiaoyu then wandered around the huge castle, looking for any lone Pokémon or Pokémon eggs. This Lebe tea is quite good, it has excellent quality. What are you doing, brother Busihu? I was just praising your child's talent. Don't worry, I'm a good person. This little charcoal servant has truly remarkable potential. Hey, Crimson Lotus Armored Knight, Azure Flame Blade Demon, don't make a move. See the crescent feather in my hand? Seeing the feather is like seeing you, my lord. 3 hours later, Xiaoyu, covered in dust and dirt, was teleported out of the dream realm by the dream god. Ding, task reward settlement in progress, task reward has been issued. This unexpected entry into the dream realm yielded exceptionally rich rewards for Xiaoyu. Not only did he successfully summon an iron warrior that was not yet very obedient, but he also upgraded the Pokémon Egg of the Guardian to master level. He also obtained an S-rank psychic item, Crescent Feather, which can be considered as completing half of the Water City siblings mission. Finally, and most importantly, Xiaoyu also obtained an extremely powerful Pokémon Egg, Elf Egg, Ghastly, Shiny, Gender, Male, Attributes, Ghost, Poison, Taging Attribute, Ghost, Qualification, Champion Level, Ability, Float, Skill. Of course, while reaping great rewards, Xiaoyu also needed to handle many follow-up matters. The first problem to solve was how to explain the Pokémon Iron Warrior. As an abnormal Pokémon, Iron Warrior is absolutely the first of its kind in this world. Therefore, for his own safety, Xiaoyu must keep this information hidden and absolutely cannot let the Pokémon Association know about it. Especially after dealing with the Pokémon Association for so long, Xiaoyu has increasingly realized that the internal situation of the Pokémon Association is more complicated than he imagined. It contains both loyal and selfless individuals, as well as selfish and hypocritical sophisticated egoists. One can trust the Pokémon Association to a certain extent, but should never trust it unconditionally. Therefore, Xiaoyu specifically asked Long Yaning to keep it a secret for him. Although Long Yaning was also curious about the Pokémon Iron Warrior, she did not hesitate to help Xiaoyu keep it a secret in the face of his request. As for Gallade, Xiaoyu will not hand it back to the Pokémon Association anytime soon, and there is no need to worry about Gallade leaking secrets. Finally, what Xiaoyu was most worried about was that mysterious masked man. Xiaoyu really had no way to deal with him. He had absolutely no idea who the other person was, not even a clue, so Xiaoyu could only take it one step at a time. Chapter 186, the sequel to the Dreamland. It's getting light. After Xiaoyu and Long Yaning rehearsed their statements, they drove back to the secret realm. As soon as the two entered the dormitory, they saw Long Fan sitting on the sofa with a livid face. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to have not slept all night. Page 108. Master, your disciple wishes you a happy new year. Xiaoyu's reaction was quite quick. He instinctively felt uneasy looking at Long Fan's expression and immediately wished him a happy new year. Seeing Xiaoyu's actions, Long Yaning couldn't help but laugh out loud. Long Fan's anger was largely dispelled by Xiaoyu's words. If it weren't for maintaining his master's dignity, he probably would have laughed out loud. Don't give me that. Long Fan looked at Xiaoyu and asked, "Where did you guys go last night? Why are you only coming back now?" "Master, please let me explain." Xiaoyu quickly spoke up, vividly recounting his experience from the previous night. "Last night we accidentally entered a dream world." Xiaoyu kept the part about the Iron Warrior and his reward, but told Long Fan everything else that happened without reservation, including the story of the Divine Beast Man. Xiaoyu changed the storyline from Iron Warriors defeating Articuno to Dream Goddess appearing to save them. Long Fan's expression grew increasingly serious as Xiaoyu recounted the story, especially when he heard about the appearance of the priests. He broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the help of the Dream God, he might never have seen his daughter again. Long Fan began to reflect in his heart. If something really happened to his daughter, he would hate himself for the rest of his life. Perhaps he shouldn't have restricted their relationship. As long as he kept it within reasonable limits, it would have been fine. Master. Xiaoyu interrupted Long Fan's thoughts. "Have you told anyone else about this?" Long Fan asked Xiaoyu with a serious expression. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning were unaware of the organization called the Priests, but Long Fan was. Every official member of the Priests was extremely powerful, even he was no match for one. Anything becomes complicated once it involves the clergy. No, Xiaoyu replied. Don't tell anyone about this, Long Fan said. From today onwards, you need to be more careful about your safety. Leave the rest to me. Also, if you see anyone wearing a crying mask, remember to run away immediately. Dream God won't always be there to help you. Xiaoyu scoffed. Without the god of dreams, he would have beaten the priest to a pulp long ago. A few days later, Xiaoyu returned to his normal life. Looking at the smiles on the faces of his classmates in the training camp, Xiaoyu felt as if the Dream Realm incident had never happened. However, the Dream Fruit, Crescent Feather, and Ghastly's Pokémon Egg in the system space were all reminding Xiaoyu that this was not a dream. Another major event recently occurred around Xiaoyu. That means my cousin Lin Yuehen has gone missing. His car and a hostess have also disappeared along with him. After reviewing the surveillance footage, the Pokémon Association discovered that Lin Yuehen spent several hours in her bar before driving off with a hostess towards a country road. After that, the surveillance cameras stopped recording her, and she and her car disappeared. The news of his beloved son's disappearance turned Lin Suiyun, who was over 50 years old, gray with worry. He once thought that his son had been kidnapped, but the kidnappers had not even made a phone call in the past few days, and an ominous feeling rose in Lin Suiyun's heart. After searching for several days, there was still no news of Lin Yuehen. Lin Suiyun became increasingly haggard, as if she had aged decades overnight. After hearing about Lin Yuehen's disappearance, Xiaoyu discovered that Lin Yuehen's disappearance occurred on the night of the Dreamland. Combining this with the last place he drove to, Xiaoyu had a rough idea of the real reason for Lin Yuehen's disappearance. It is highly likely that Lin Yuehen accidentally entered the Dream Realm and died there. Even if Xiaoyu knew Lin Yuehen's whereabouts, he couldn't tell Lin Suiyun, because revealing the truth about Lin Yuehen's disappearance would expose his visit to the Dreamland and cause even more trouble. Moreover, even if we take a step back and say that telling the eldest uncle about Lin Yuehen's death might not necessarily be a good thing for him, he might not be able to accept the news of his beloved son's death and suffer an even greater blow. It's better to leave my uncle with a sliver of hope. Disappearance is better than death. Xiaoyu looked at his uncle Lin Suiyun, whose hair had turned white with worry, and sighed slightly. He could only silently apologize in his heart. In such a tense atmosphere, time passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was the end of February. The training course officially came to an end, and Xiaoyu boarded a plane back to Zishu province to participate in the annual University Cup competition. Xiaoyu remembered that half a year ago, when he arrived in the capital, he only had 3 Pokémon, Nombat, Charmander, and Gravel. Now, he had caught a total of 10 Pokémon, Nombat, Charizard, Sceptile, Dragapult, Axew, Bagon, Scorbunny, Indeedee, Ghastly, and Ironhide. Speaking of Iron Warrior, once it regained its senses, it didn't show much hostility towards Xiaoyu, and even obeyed Xiaoyu's commands to a certain extent. This made Xiaoyu quite gratified. It wasn't for nothing that he had commanded Gallade to go up and block 2 attacks for it in the secret realm. He still had a conscience. Xiaoyu currently has 10 Pokémon. Team 1, Buzzbat at the peak of Lord level, Lizard King at the peak of Lord level, Charizard at the peak of Lord level, Dragapult Messiah at the Overlord level, Axew just broke through to Lord level, and Baby Dragon at the Elite level. In Xiaoyu's team of Pokémon, the core main force remains Sceptile, Charizard, and Nombat. The remaining 3 Pokémon, Shiny Dragapult Mercia, Axew, and Bagon, have limited strength and need more time to grow. As for Xiaoyu's second team of Pokémon, none of them have made a public appearance so far. Xiaoyu has also decided to keep all the Pokémon in his second team hidden and train them into his own secret weapons. The eldest brother in the second team is naturally a champion-level Iron Warrior. Secondly, there's the newly hatched Aguanchi, but its strength has already reached the rare level, and its growth rate is extremely fast due to the effect of the Crescent Feather. Next is Shiny Ghastly. With its ghost type, it can naturally absorb the core energy of the punishment pot to accelerate its growth. Its current strength is the same as in DD, both being rare class. Xiaoyu roughly estimated that the remaining ghost-type core power in the punishment pot was just enough for 2 Pokémon. If another ghost-type Pokémon were added, it wouldn't be enough. Finally, there's Scorbunny, who has now broken through to the rare tier and is ranked last. Inside an apartment in the capital city, Lin Suiyun, with her withered face and gray hair, stared intently at the man opposite her wearing a black and white mask. If Suyi were here, he would have noticed that this man bore a striking resemblance to the hoodie man who attacked the dragon-type secret realm. "Who are you? Didn't you say you had news of my son?" Lin Suiyun's voice was tinged with exhaustion, as if all her energy had been drained away. Where is my son? Director Lin, the masked man said, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry to tell you this, but your son is probably already dead. Who are you? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Suiyun's voice trembled, but he still tried his best to keep his voice calm. My son is just missing, he's not dead. Director Lin, I understand your feelings. I am a father myself. The mysterious man spoke softly, his tone cold, but Director Lin, I have no reason to lie to you. Your son is indeed dead, he died in the dream realm. The dreamland? Lin Suiyun's pupils dilated in shock. Of course, he knew what kind of place the dreamland was. How could my son go to such a place? Your son was unlucky, he accidentally stumbled into a dreamlike realm. The mysterious male footballer sighed, his tone full of regret. I hope you can accept reality. Impossible. Where's the evidence? I need to see the person alive or dead. Don't spout nonsense here. Lin Suiyun shouted hoarsely. Director Lin, I've already told you the truth. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But the reason I asked you to meet me privately this time is not only to tell you about your son's whereabouts, but also because there's something else I need to tell you. What is it? Lin Suiyun asked, frowning. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning also went to the dream realm that night and came back alive. I heard that your son had a conflict with Xiaoyu. Look, it's such a coincidence that your son and Xiaoyu had a conflict. They both accidentally entered the dream realm, and as a result, your son died, but Xiaoyu came back alive. Director Lin, don't you think about it? Judging from the time and place your son disappeared, it's not hard to tell that he must have accidentally entered the dreamland. Then why did Xiaoyu hide the matter of the dream realm from you, and hide the whereabouts of your son, and not tell you until now? The mysterious middle-aged man's words were like the whispers of a devil, pulling Lin Suiyun into an abyss. There is only one possibility, Xiaoyu killed your son in the secret realm. Chapter 187 Starlight City, the capital city, the Xiao family. The day before the start of the University Cup. Is there any movement from Lin Suiyun's side? Xiao Wanyu asked, looking at the middle-aged man standing to the side, as she lay lazily on the sofa, her charming voice ringing out. Xiao Wanyu has many identities, the richest woman in Shanghai, the queen of fairies in South China, the most charming married woman, etc., but she only has two of the most mysterious identities. One was a collaborator with the Dawn Society, and the other was a prospective priest. These two identities were also her greatest secrets. Xiao Wanyu frowned, her face full of worry. Since the second half of last year, she had been experiencing a series of misfortunes. First, there's the long-sought-after jar of punishment. We finally found some information, but a mysterious person beat us to it, and we still don't have the jar of punishment. Without the judgment jar, Xiao Wanyu had no way to use the dark-type core energy within it to attract dark ray, and therefore could not capture it. This means that without a divine beast, even with her great strength, she is not qualified to become a formal member of the priesthood. Xiao Wanyu really couldn't imagine who could get the news about the punishment jar earlier than her, find its location earlier, and take it away ahead of time. Could it be someone else among the priests? Xiao Wanyu had been anxious about this for a long time. Immediately after hearing that the Dawn Society was preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Dragon Realm, Xiao Wanyu also planned to have her butler, Lu Yinhan, cooperate with the Dawn Society to take advantage of the opportunity and get a share of the spoils. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yinhan thought he had found some valuable experimental notes in Xiaoyu's dormitory, but what he found in the end was the classic rich woman game theory. Even now, when Xiao Wanyu thinks of Xiaoyu's words and the seductive portrait he drew of her, her cheeks burn and she feels a burning hatred. The only good news, however, is that she discovered Xiaoyu has a shimmering Duranmesia in the group photo he brought back. From that time on, Xiao Wanyu began to pay attention to Xiaoyu. With Xiaoyu's scientific research talent, those powerful Pokémon, his own trainer skills, and his daughter's liking for him, Xiaoyu was undoubtedly an excellent candidate for son-in-law. Therefore, after watching Xiaoyu and Li Miao's battle some time ago, and witnessing the powerful Lizard King in that fight, Xiao Wanyu felt even more strongly that Xiaoyu was the most suitable son-in-law. So even though Xiaoyu had done that to her, she still suppressed her hatred and shame and tried to be nice to him, reminding him to choose the treasure spirit's egg. As a result, Xiaoyu took the coins from the money spirit, ignored what she said, and directly chose a servant spirit egg. The series of setbacks made her wonder if she had been too impatient lately. Then, a month ago, Priest 12 brought back some explosive news. Xiaoyu possesses a mysterious Pokémon that rivals a legendary Pokémon, and he battled Priest 12 in the Dreamland, defeating Priest 12 head-on. According to Priest 12 himself, Xiaoyu's Pokémon is like a combination of Gallade and Gardevoir, and it is full of technological features. This news ignited the entire priest organization. Although Priest 12 was the weakest of the official members of the priest organization, he should not have been defeated by a young upstart like Xiaoyu. Regarding Xiaoyu, the priestly organization is now divided into two factions. One faction supports recruiting Xiaoyu, arguing that both his scientific research abilities and his strength are valuable to the priests. The other faction supports assassinating Xiaoyu directly. Page 109. The two factions argued endlessly about this. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Wanyu tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. After much deliberation, she finally made a decision. She must find a way to win over Xiaoyu. Lin Suiyun appears to live a very regular life, with no other activity besides work and social engagements. However, we discovered that the day after I approached him, he had already secretly contacted a private investigator and started investigating my identity. The mysterious masked man was none other than Lu Yinhan, the butler of the Xiao family. He poured tea for Xiao Wanyu while speaking in a magnetic voice. Lin Suiyun is just like that, too suspicious, she can't accomplish anything great. Hearing Lu Yinhan's words, Xiao Wanyu's face showed a sinister look. Since he has already started investigating, he will soon be able to trace it to Wu Qinshan's side, then it's time to make a move on Wu Qinshan's side. You can reveal Wu Qinshan's identity as a member of the Dawn Society to the association. A sinister look flashed across Xiao Wanyu's face. People like her, who are good at scheming and have deep minds, always like to plan every step in advance. A person's safety is 30% determined by fate and 70% by human effort. She never intended to sow discord between Lin Suiyun and Xiaoyu from the beginning. Her only goal was to arouse Lin Suiyun's suspicion and make him investigate Lu Yinhan's identity. As long as he investigated, he would naturally find out about Wu Qianshan. Then it was revealed that Wu Qinshan's identity as a member of the Dawn Society was actually a spy for the Dawn Society, Long Fan's eldest disciple. Considering the previous attack on the Dragon Realm, Long Fan will definitely be affected. This incident will create a breach in the cooperation between the Lin and Long families. Even if Lin Suiyun believes that Xiaoyu did not kill Lin Yuehan's death is related to Long Yaning, and he will definitely oppose the cooperation between the Long and Lin families, as well as the possible marriage. The relationship between the Long family and the Lin family is far too close, practically inseparable, and she has to find a way to break through it. Okay, Lu Yinhan replied. By the way, ever since the attack on the Dragon-type secret realm, Sumu has been investigating your identity. He's retrieved records from all the trainers across the country who have captured Abra in the past 30 years. Xiao Wanyu's expression grew cold. She was extremely annoyed with Sumu, this hothead. He wants to conduct a large-scale investigation to find information about Alakazam among Abra's trainers, and then find you. You must be careful your record isn't there. Although you reported to the Pokémon Association 15 years ago that your Abra was dead, Sumu won't believe it so easily. Sumu was like a piece of dog skin plaster, constantly pursuing him, impossible to shake off no matter what, and the key was that he also had a dog's nose-like sense of smell. Lu Yinhan paused for a moment, then said, I will handle it. Go ahead. After Lu Yinhan left, Xiao Wanyu sat on the sofa and thought of the photo of Xiaoyu and Long Yaning. Long Yaning would definitely become her daughter's biggest obstacle. Starlight City. Xiaoyu's state of mind upon returning to Starlight City was completely different from when she left. I left meekly and submissive, but upon my return I struck with full force. Xiao, did you miss your dad? Xiaoyu looked at the handsome young man in front of him, his brows furrowed. He could vaguely see the shadow of Fatty Wu in the man's angular features. Fatty Wu? Dad's here. Fatty Wu was quite satisfied with the surprised expression on Xiaoyu's face. The contrast was exactly what he wanted. No, Xiaoyu didn't expect that after half a year, Fatty Wu looked like he had undergone plastic surgery, becoming thinner, stronger, and more handsome. Son, are you sure you signed up for a training program and not a weight loss camp? People who don't know might think you've gone into the sex industry. Get lost. Fatty Wu's face was full of confidence and arrogance, completely different from the fat man he used to be. Now he was a sunny and cheerful young man. Although I haven't become as famous as you in the past 6 months, I have become stronger. Stop bragging. Xiaoyu said with a look of disdain. Don't get eliminated on the first day of the competition when it starts tomorrow. Impossible. As they talked, the two walked toward the registration area for the University Cup. Chapter 188 First Battle of the High School Cup. Starlight City, Bug-type Gym. Xiaoyu and Fatty Wu cursed at each other the whole way before finally arriving at the sign-in table of the Bug-type Gym. Xiaoyu's appearance caused a stir in the crowd. Although he was not a household name, he was well known in Xinguang City. After weaving through the crowd, Xiaoyu finally arrived at the registration desk, where he encountered many familiar faces, including Zhao Ruohan, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Xiaoyu wasn't particularly surprised by Zhao Ruohan's participation in the competition, because he occasionally heard about Zhao Ruohan's recent situation from his father and older brother when they talked on the phone. They said she's improving quickly and praised her talent. It's clear that both her father and brother like Zhao Ruohan very much. Zhao Ruohan stood gracefully in front of the registration table, her unique temperament and exquisite features making her stand out in the crowd. Long time no see. Xiaoyu waved to Zhao Ruohan. After not seeing her for so long, Xiaoyu noticed that Zhao Ruohan had grown more and more beautiful, and greeted her with a smile. Long time no see. Zhao Ruohan's voice was gentle as she looked at Xiaoyu. The two exchanged a brief greeting and then passed each other. At the same time as signing in, a random draw will also be conducted. Xiaoyu drew number 135 in the upper half of the draw, while Wu Pengzi drew number 135 in the lower half. Seeing this result, Wu Pengzi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he wasn't in the same half of the draw as Xiaoyu. Despite his boastful remarks, he never admitted to being afraid of Xiaoyu, but in a real fight, he knew his Pokémon would be no match for Xiaoyu Septal. Fatty Wu, are you relieved to see that I'm not in the same half of the zone as you? Xiaoyu teased Fatty Wu with a smile. Given Fatty Wu's personality, he would never admit it. Fatty Wu was not intimidated at all and turned to Xiaoyu, saying, "You think I'm afraid of you? You were lucky in this draw that you weren't in the same bracket as me, otherwise the semi-finals would have been your end. How about we practice now?" "Forget it, I don't want to fight you, you're too weak." The two left the bug-type gym amidst their bickering. Fatty Wu needed to go home to prepare for tomorrow's match. Although he claimed to be fearless, he had a clear understanding of his own abilities and wanted to go home to study his upcoming opponent and make ample preparations. Xiaoyu also returned home. Entering the bedroom, Xiaoyu gently closed the door, opened the drawer, and found an exquisite gift box inside. It was only a few days until Teacher Long's birthday. Teacher Long had done so much for him, and this was a special birthday gift Xiaoyu had prepared for him. A beautiful hairpin, inlaid with an evolution keystone and a Mega Pidgeot evolution stone. Xiaoyu had 2 evolution keystones. He originally wanted to give this evolution keystone and the Mega Houndoom evolution stone to his older brother, but after careful consideration, he decided to give this evolution keystone to Teacher Long instead. On one hand, he wanted to express his feelings, and on the other hand, he hoped to take this opportunity to get Long Yaning to secretly help him collect these 2 kinds of stones. Xiaoyu found that if he collected them on his own, the progress would be too slow. "We don't have any Mega Salamence or Mega Charizard evolution stones yet. If the Dragon Clan could help us, the progress of collecting the stones would definitely be greatly accelerated." Moreover, with the Pokémon Iron Warrior, Xiaoyu's confidence soared. These 2 stones were both a birthday gift to Long Yaning and a reference point for her. Xiaoyu rewrapped the hairpin and put it back in the gift box. Then he made a call to have the deliverman pick it up. He originally wanted to deliver it to Teacher Long in person, but because of the competition, he had to stay in Xinguang City and had to have the deliverman deliver it to him. After the deliverman left, Xiaoyu returned to her bedroom, sat down, and began to organize her haul from the past month. Firstly, because he caught 4 new Pokémon, the types of Pokémon he collected changed from 5, Dragon, Flying, Fire, Grass, and Ghost, to 10, Dragon, Flying, Fire, Grass, Ghost, Fighting, Fairy, Psychic, Normal, and Poison, allowing him to obtain the first stage reward of the quest Master of All Types, the Crystal Orb. Secondly, there was the recent post about acquiring stones. He obtained 3 more Mega Evolution Stones, Mega Mawile, Mega Lucario, and Mega Swampert. However, he still didn't get the Mega Charizard stone that Xiaoyu had been longing for, which left Xiaoyu somewhat disappointed. Finally, there was the reward from the last Dreamland event, which gave Xiaoyu 3 high-quality treasure chests. The guaranteed reward was an A-grade item. Xiaoyu opened the first treasure chest and got a stat boost, which improved the stats of the Pokémon with the lowest stats, raising Scorbuna's stats to near champion level. The second treasure chest contained the S-rank item Earth Shield, which increases the duration of the field when a Pokémon holds it. Naturally, Xiaoyu gave Earth Shield to Ain to hold. The third treasure chest yielded a celestial level Feraligatr egg. Seeing that it was another Fire-type Pokémon, Xiaoyu was quite troubled. He already had 2 Fire-type Pokémon, and any more and he would become a Fire-type trainer. The University Cup officially began the next day. A nationwide craze ensued, with major media outlets vying to report on it. The front pages and headlines featured strong contenders for the championship, such as Sumuze, Xianghanli, and Qinyu's. Compared to those big cities, Starlight City, a small city, has not received much attention. Even though Xiaoyu showed great strength in his battle against Li Miao, he was only at the Lord level. Starting a few years ago, the winners of the High School Cup all had to have Pokémon with at least gym leader level strength, which made Xiaoyu far inferior in comparison. Soon Xiaoyu faced his first match, against a little girl who seemed to be from another school. Player number 135, Xiaoyu, will face off against player number 136, Xueqin. The match will be a 2v2 singles game. The match begins. Go, Charizard. Go, Long Long Rock. Since it was the first match, Xiaoyu naturally focused on it and gave it his all. Charizard, Sunny Day. The weather wasn't good today, so Xiaoyu first had Charizard activate Sunny Day to unlock the solar power ability. Rumble Rock, Falling Rocks. The opponent named Xueqin clearly had some battle experience, knowing to let Golem use rock-type moves, which are 4 times stronger than Charizard. The idea was wonderful, but reality was cruel. When an elite-level Golem faced a boss-level Charizard, its rock smash skill had a hard time hitting the Charizard. Even if it threw the rocks with all its might, the Charizard, which was flying in the air, could easily dodge them. After dodging the falling rocks, a ball of fire energy flew out of Charizard's body and shot into the sky, immediately dispelling the dark clouds. Sunlight shone directly on the earth, illuminating the entire area, and the sky cleared up in the blink of an eye. Charizard, Solar Beam. Also known as Solar Flare, Roar. Under a clear sky, Charizard's solar power ability is activated, and the charge time for Solar Beam is greatly reduced. Grass-type energy begins to gather on Charizard at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, the Solar Beam's energy is fully gathered. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling fluorescent green grass-type beam of light suddenly erupted, striking the Golem and instantly sending it flying out of the arena. Golem Rock is unable to fight, Xiaoyu wins the first round. Page 110. Chapter 189 The Heavenly King Training Plan. After Charizard defeated Golem with a single solar beam, Xueqin gritted her teeth and released her second Pokémon, Mudkip. Go, Mudkip. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded when he saw the Mudkip Xueqin released. You're being a bit disrespectful to Charizard with the solar power ability and solar beam ability under clear skies. Mudkip is 4 times weaker than Grasscarp. How dare you? How dare you? You have such audacity. I've never met anyone as arrogant as you in my entire life. Actually, Xueqin had no choice. She only had 3 Pokémon, Golem, Mudkip, and Magikarp. She couldn't very well send out Magikarp to use Splash in this kind of competition. Charizard, Solar Beam. With a single Solar Beam attack, the Mudkip, which had just entered the fray, was blasted away before it could even react and was instantly defeated. Mumpfish is unable to fight, Xiaoyu wins. Xueqin's eyes were red. She thought that with the strength of her 2 elite Pokémon, she should be able to make it into the top 64. However, she did not expect to encounter Xiaoyu in the first round and be crushed and eliminated. Feeling increasingly wronged, Xueqin couldn't help but shed tears. Looking at Xueqin, who had been brought to tears by his own actions, Xiaoyu felt no emotion whatsoever. After stepping off the stage, Xiaoyu walked towards Wupangs' fighting stage, only to find that Wupangs' match had just begun. Wupangs' Charmander has evolved into Charmeleon and is about to evolve into Charizard. It is growing much slower than Xiaoyu's Charmander, but of course, this is the normal growth rate of Pokémon. After all, he didn't have an item like an A-grade Dragon Scale, so his growth rate was naturally much slower. Charmeleon, Dragon Claw. Xiaoyu glanced at the opponent and realized that Wupangs' opponent was obviously a weakling. With Wupangs' strength, winning the match should not be a problem. He lost interest in watching and returned to his own field to wait for his match. Soon, Xiaoyu faced his second battle. This time, his opponent was even weaker than Xueqin, and Xiaoyu easily secured 2 consecutive victories with Charizard. Xiaoyu's demonstrated strength has also attracted widespread attention. It is clear that Xiaoyu's Pokémon are among the best in Starlight City, which is the reality of small cities. The city suffers from severe brain drain and resource scarcity. If it weren't for the discovery of the grass and insect realm, Starlight City would have struggled to develop, as evidenced by its declining ranking in the annual University Cup. With Xiaoyu's strength, he has a very good chance of making it into the national finals this year. Li Yingyao, the flying star of the southwest region, looked at Xiaoyong from the VIP box in the stands and said with a smile, "Xiaoyong, you have a good son." The president of the Starlight City Pokémon Association, who was standing nearby, also praised him, saying, "I think he has a good chance of achieving the best result in Starlight City's history. I remember our best result in Starlight City was 64th place nationwide. Don't talk about that far ahead. I'd be very satisfied if he could make it to the national finals," Xiaoyong said with a smile. 3 days passed quickly, and the top 64 teams of the Starlight City University Cup were all determined. Xiaoyu and Wu Yaezu both advanced, and Zhao Ruohan also made it through, which surprised Xiaoyu. While this is partly due to the fact that Zhao Ruohan uses bug-type Pokémon, which allow her to grow rapidly, her on-the-spot command ability in battles is also quite outstanding. In addition, Xiaoyu also discovered 2 trainers with considerable skill. One is Wang Qingli, who specializes in Ice-type Pokémon. She is quite effective against Xiaoyu's Dragon-type Pokémon, and most of her Pokémon are of Lord-level strength. Another is Bug-type trainer Li Haiqiang, whose signature Pokémon are Beedrill, a Scizor, and Fortress, and he is quite strong. The organizers deliberately separated Xiaoyu, Wu Yaezu, Li Haiqiang, and Wang Qingli into different groups to avoid them facing each other before the semi-finals. After the top 64 were determined, all the contestants enjoyed a short day of rest. Xiaoyu also had a rare opportunity to rest at home. 12 o'clock at night. Xiao, where did you get this Colodol egg? There are no Colodolls in China. Well done, kid, you can even get your hands on something like this now. Ever since receiving the Pokemon egg from Xiaoyu 3 days ago, my brother has been in a state of extreme excitement. He spends all his time looking at the Feraligatr egg in the incubator, and checking on it is the last thing he does before going to sleep and the first thing he does when he wakes up, hoping it will hatch soon. Brother, this stuff is of dubious origin, so don't spread the word, Xiaoyu cautioned. Don't worry, I know. Xiao Luo had been the gym owner for 3 years, and he wasn't a complete idiot. He knew the ins and outs of the business. You should go to bed early too. You have a match tomorrow. Okay, bro, I'm going to make a call and then go to sleep. Xiaoyu nodded, watching his brother's back as he began to ponder. Xiaoyu already has enough Pokemon. From now on, unless he encounters a Pokemon of a type he hasn't caught yet, or a Pokemon with champion level potential or higher, Xiaoyu will not catch any more Pokemon. Those high potential Pokemon with duplicate attributes can be given to his family, such as his older brother or father. With his help, my older brother and father could become Elite 4 level trainers or even Elite 4 members. Just thinking about it makes the Xiao family have 3 Elite 4 members. It's exciting. Or let your older brother or father become the Elite 4 member, while you remain an ordinary Pokemon professor, specializing in giving newcomers their starter Pokemon. In the future, when I encounter a talented young person, I'll approach them and present them with a Pokemon egg, saying, "Young man, I see you have extraordinary potential. I'm giving you this Pokemon egg, hoping you'll become one of the Elite 4 and protect the peace of this land." Thinking about it, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. After daydreaming for a while, Xiaoyu returned to reality and began to think about his older brother's plan to raise a champion Pokemon. His brother now has 4 Pokemon with champion level potential or higher: Darmanitan, Venusaur, Houndoom, and the future Crocodile. If we add 2 more Pokemon with near champion potential, the future Darmanitan will be fully capable of competing for the Elite 4. My brother's main type is fire. First, find him a Ninetales or Torkoal, and his Sunny Day team will be ready. Then, add Talonflame, Mamoswine, or Leafeon to strengthen the team. Alternatively, you could add Kingdra to prevent a rainy day team. As for Dad, if there are bug-type Pokemon, take one first to complete the all-type Master Quest, and give the rest to Dad. The king-making plan for brother and Dad begins. Speaking of the development plan, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth secretly. Damn it, why isn't there a development plan for my future wife? Back in his bedroom, Xiaoyu dialed Long Yanning's number. It was Teacher Long's birthday today, and Xiaoyu had kept it in mind, planning to call right at midnight. However, he was a few minutes late because he was talking to his older brother about the fire crocodile. Just a few minutes late, Long Yanning, who was far away in the capital, was on the phone with her best friend Shi Hanking. The two had a very good relationship, and Shi Hanking would always send her birthday wishes right at midnight. "Yanning, when are you free? Let's go on a trip. I want to go." Before Shi Hanking could finish speaking, Long Yanning's phone rang. She glanced at it and saw it was Xiaoyu calling. She quickly said to Chi Hanking, "Hanking, I'll call you back later." After saying that, Long Yanning hung up on Chi Hanking and answered Xiaoyu's call. Beep. Chi Hanking stood there stunned after the call was disconnected, not quite coming to her senses. She quickly called back, only to find the line was busy. Chi Hanking picked up her phone and sent a message to Long Yanning. "So, love can disappear, right?" Chapter 190 Panacea. "Teacher Long, I just heard your phone was busy." "I almost hung up," Xiaoyu said. He had just heard that Teacher Long's phone was busy, and he was thinking that he had only called a few minutes late, but someone else had beaten him to it. He wondered which bastard it was. Xiaoyu suspected that it was very likely that scoundrel Wu Qianshan who made the call at midnight, which was definitely malicious. It was like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken, with no good intentions. Comrade Long Yaning, you must keep your eyes open and stay vigilant. Beware of those with ulterior motives. Not everyone is a gentleman like me. Curious about who had called Long Yaning, Xiaoyu subtly inquired, Teacher Long, who just called you? Did my call bother you? My best friend just called me, Long Yaning said with a smile. It's okay, it won't bother me. Male best friend or female best friend? Xiaoyu continued to press. Beware of best friends, especially random male best friends or confidants. Female best friend, Long Yaning said irritably. Upon hearing this answer, Xiaoyu finally beamed with joy. He then performed the unique face-changing skill of Zishu province and said with a grin, Happy 18th birthday, Teacher Long. Did you receive the gift I gave you? Long Yaning blushed slightly when Xiaoyu mentioned the gift. Giving a hairpin as a gift symbolizes the desire to marry with someone, and it was a way for people in ancient times to express their love. Was Xiaoyu doing it on purpose or accidentally? How is it? Do you like it? Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone kept asking. Long Yanning remained silent. Xiaoyu seemed rather aggressive today, and she had no right to answer his question. Saying you like someone is admitting it, right? That definitely won't work. Saying you don't like it is unacceptable. How can you receive a gift from someone and say you don't like it? After hesitating for a moment, Long Yanning finally spoke hesitantly, her voice unusually soft. I like it. What? I can't hear you. Is your signal bad? I'm glad you like it. I'm just afraid you won't. Xiaoyu said with a smile, then changed his tone and said seriously, By the way, Teacher Long, there's something else I'd like to ask you for help with. What is it? Long Yaning was slightly disappointed by Xiaoyu's reaction, but hearing Xiaoyu's serious attitude, she put her mind at ease and asked. I hope you can help me collect stones, Xiaoyu explained. The kind of stones used in hairpins, and another kind of stone that looks like a glass bead, which I sent you. But you must be careful to hide your identity when you collect them, and don't let anyone know that it's you who's collecting them. Xiaoyu's serious tone made Long Yanning frown and look grave, realizing that things might not be so simple. She asked Xiaoyu, Are these two kinds of stones very important? Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but decided to give Long Yanning a hint. Teacher Long, I hope you can keep this a secret for me. These two stones are as important as Z-Pure crystals. They are experimental projects that I am currently conducting in secret research. Once the research is successful, their value may even exceed that of Z-Pure crystals. Long Yanning was shocked by Xiaoyu's words. She hadn't expected that the thing Xiaoyu gave her would be so precious. Since this thing is so important, why don't you take it back? No need. Just remember to collect it secretly, and don't let anyone else know. Okay, can you tell my dad? Long Yanning asked. It would be difficult for me to collect the stones for you without my dad knowing, especially on my own. You know what kind of person he is. Page 111. It's alright, you can tell your master, but remember to ask him to keep it a secret, Xiaoyu explained. The two discussed the details on the phone for a while, and it was past 1 a.m. when they finished the call. Only then did Long Yanning return Chi Hanking's call. The moment the call connected, Chi Hanking's roaring voice rang out, Long Yanning. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu lay on the bed, frowning as he looked at an item in the system space. Xiaoyu obtained this item 3 days ago when the college cup started, but he had no idea how to use it. This item was the final reward for Xiaoyu's winning streak mission, and he eventually won a total of 61 matches. All-purpose elixir can be used on any Pokémon to raise its potential to champion level, 40%, near champion level, 30%, champion level, 20%, near master level, 9%, or master level, 1%. It can also change its ability to any ability it can have and change its crystal type to any type. This item isn't actually that powerful. In reality, its final effect is to add a Pokémon with champion level potential and customize its ability and crystal type. However, this item has a very powerful feature. It can be used on any Pokémon. This means Xiaoyu could find a Caterpie on the roadside and use it to turn it into a Pokémon with champion level potential or higher, which is incredibly impressive. Secondly, this item can also be used by my older brother or father. My older brother also has a Charizard with Gym Leader caliber potential. After using it, it can break through the limit and become a Charizard with Elite 4 caliber or higher potential. In short, this item is powerful and has many uses, and Xiaoyu didn't know how to use it for a while. The next day, Xiaoyu participated in the competition with dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept well the night before and kept yawning. Unfortunately, his yawning skill couldn't be used on enemies, otherwise he would have attacked the opposing trainer directly. According to the schedule, today's matches are the round of 64 to the round of 32 and the round of 32 to the round of 16, with each person having 2 matches. Tomorrow is the round of 16 to 8 and the round of 8 to 4, which is also the most important day. As long as you make it to the top 4, you can participate in the provincial main tournament. In order to win a spot in the main tournament, all the trainers will do their best and give it their all to fight for a place in the top 4. Tomorrow's competition will be the most intense. In comparison, the semi-final the day after tomorrow is not particularly important, because everyone will be in the top 4, so the ranking is not particularly important. The finals the day after tomorrow are equally important, because the winner of the final Starlight City competition can be a seeded player and skip the first 2 rounds, guaranteeing a spot in the top 32 in the province. This is a real benefit. Xiaoyu's first round of matches arrived quickly. Xiaoyu, number 7, will face Liao Quanliang, number 8. Xiaoyu knew Liao Quanliang. They were both students at Xinguang Middle School, but Liao Quanliang was in the next class and was quite famous in the school. Liao Quanliang, too, already knew his opponent was Xiaoyu, and wore a bitter expression. With his skill, barring any major setbacks, he should have easily made it to the quarterfinals, if not the semi-finals. His goal was to secure a top 8 finish and strive for a top 4 finish, but who would have thought he would run into Xiaoyu right away? At this moment, Liao Quanliang wanted to look up to the sky and sigh, "Why did Xiaoyu exist if I am born?" Game start. Chapter 191 Starlight City Top 16. The stands were bustling with noise, and the shouts of the audience echoed throughout the bug-type gym. The annual University Cup enjoys immense popularity nationwide, attracting viewers of all ages, from 80-year-old seniors to 4- or 5-year-old children. It consistently ranks first in viewership ratings each year. In addition to the extremely high viewership ratings, residents from all over the country also bought tickets, brought various support props, and sat in the audience to cheer for their favorite contestants, hoping that the contestants they supported could achieve better results for Starlight City. Although Starlight City's performance has been far from ideal in recent years, with no trainers reaching the national finals for many years, the citizens of Starlight City are eagerly anticipating the emergence of a powerful trainer who can dispel the gloom and bring glory to Starlight City. Xiaoyu's appearance undoubtedly gave the citizens of Starlight City a shot in the arm. Since the start of the competition, Xiaoyu's Charizard has not lost a single match, and such powerful strength has quickly gained him many fans. Many citizens of Starlight City have purchased Xiaoyu's posters and related merchandise. The local media in Starlight City devoted their front-page headlines to Xiaoyu, lavishing praise on him as a once-in-a-century genius and the hope of Starlight City. The articles concluded with confident assertions that Xiaoyu is very likely to break Starlight City's best performance record since its founding this year. That's why more than half of the audience today were Xiaoyu's fans, holding up support signs and even huge posters of Xiaoyu, cheering for Xiaoyu with all their might. In stark contrast to Xiaoyu was Liao Quanliang, whose audience consisted of only a small group of his friends and family. Listening to the cheers for Xiaoyu coming from all directions, Liao Quanliang blushed and silently took out his Pokeball. "Go, Blastoise. Go ahead, Charizard." Xiaoyu stuck to his usual Charizard as his starting lineup, while Liao Quanliang sent out his ace Blastoise. In the first match, Charizard faced Blastoise in a battle between the original 3 starter Pokémon. "Xiaoyu, go for it. Beat that son of a bitch. Kill Blastoise. Use Sunny Day first, then Solar Beam. I also think this sounds good, and remember to bait out its Protect skill first." Hearing the sounds coming from the stands, Xiaoyu felt slightly embarrassed, because this was exactly the tactic he had envisioned. In fact, his Charizard tactic had been this simple and brutal since the start of the tournament. First, set the weather, then choose one of the 4 moves, Heat Wave, Solar Beam, Dragon Pulse, or Flamethrower, to instantly defeat the opponent, depending on the Pokémon. Charizard, Sunny Day. Blastoise, Pray for Rain. This time was a little different. Liao Quanliang's Blastoise actually used the Rain Prayer skill. This was the first time Xiaoyu had encountered a situation where he had to compete for the weather. In the game, the one who goes last has the advantage in competing for the weather. Whoever goes last can win the weather. However, in reality, the struggle for weather is much more complex. Firstly, just like in the game, a weather-changing skill or ability that is used later can override a weather-changing skill or ability used earlier. Secondly, the original weather conditions on the competition field will also affect the weather competition. For example, in a rainstorm, if the strength of both sides is similar, using the Sunny Day skill, whether it is used first or second, will absolutely not be able to compete with the Rain Prayer skill. Finally, and most importantly, the struggle for the weather is also related to the strength of both sides. Whoever has stronger control over energy will be able to seize the weather. Just like in this situation, Charizard and Blastoise are using their skills at the same time to compete for the weather. It's a cloudy day, so it's a contest of energy control. Whoever has better energy control will win the weather. It's obvious that Xiaoyu's Charizard has far better control over energy than Liao Quanliang's Blastoise. As a fire elemental energy ball flew into the air, the powerful fire energy instantly dispelled the dark clouds in the sky, changed the weather, tore a hole in the clouds, and a ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and shone on the field. Charizard, Solar Flare. Blastoise, Protect. Liao Quanliang reacted very quickly. After hearing Xiaoyu tell Charizard to use Solar Beam, he immediately had Blastoise use Protect to block the incoming Solar Beam. Blastoise, Water Cannon. Liao Quanliang knew that after using Protect, his Blastoise would definitely not be able to withstand Charizard's Solar Beam, so he directly had Blastoise use its special move Hydro Pump. Even if you can't beat Charizard, you still have to deal damage to it. Charizard, Sunshine Flame. The light gathered on Charizard's body, and the powerful grass-type energy formed a beam of light that slammed into Blastoise, eventually colliding with its Hydro Pump. Boom! Solar Beam completely overwhelmed Blastoise's Hydro Pump, passing right through the Hydro Pump and striking Blastoise, instantly knocking it down. Blastoise, unable to battle. Xiaoyu wins the first round. As soon as the referee's voice rang out, cheers erupted from the crowd, like a tsunami. Since the start of the High School Cup, in all of Xiaoyu's matches, except for a few Pokémon that managed to stall for one turn by using Protect, all other Pokémon have been one-shot by Xiaoyu's Charizard. With its Lord-level peak strength, plus the Sunny Day and Solar Power abilities, almost no Pokémon of the same level can withstand Charizard's full-force attack. Hearing the shouts and cheers from the crowd, Xiaoyu waved in response, finding the stage enjoyable. Only Liao Quanliang, relegated to the background, released his second Pokémon, Raichu, looking dejected. Raichu, Thunderbolt. Charizard, Heat Wind. Charizard's mouth was filled with raging flames, which surged and spewed out scorching breath, covering the entire area. Compared to its last battle with Li Miao, Charizard's strength had increased even more. Faced with the overwhelming heat wave, Raichu only felt a crimson expanse before his eyes, and his body was scorched by the heat wave. Before he could react, he was swallowed up by the heat wave. Thunder Chew. Liao Quanliang looked at Raichu, which was enveloped in heat, and shouted loudly, but to no avail. When the heat wave subsided, Raichu's figure was revealed, lying motionless on the ground. Raichu is unable to fight, and Xiaoyu wins this match. Congratulations to Xiaoyu for advancing to the top 32. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Cheers erupted, and Xiaoyu enjoyed the cheers of the crowd. Listening to the hoarse shouts and feeling the atmosphere around him, Xiaoyu also felt his blood boiling. Xiaoyu's match in the round of 32-16 was in the afternoon, and with Xiaoyu's dominant performance, he naturally won the match easily. 1616884. Everyone else was more or less nervous, but Xiaoyu was very relaxed. Faced with absolute strength, he had never worried about being defeated. For him, the Starlight City competition was just a warm-up. His real opponents were the top 4 contestants from other cities in Zishu province, who were much stronger than the contestants from Starlight City, starting from the main competition. Chapter 192 Relay Tactics. Page 112. On the stage where the quarterfinals are held. With Charizard unleashing its final burst of heat, Xiaoyu, displaying absolute strength by defeating 3 opponents at once, advanced to the top 4 in Starlight City and secured a spot in the main tournament. After leaving the battlefield, Xiaoyu went to a private room to watch the next match. Zhaoruohan vs Wang Qingli. Looking at Zhaoruohan, who stood gracefully on the battlefield with a cool and aloof expression, Xiaoyu found it hard to reconcile her current beautiful and aloof appearance with the gentle and charming look she had just 6 months ago. He never expected that Zhaoruohan would be able to make it into the top 8, considering that Zhaoruohan became a trainer 2 months later than him. Although bug-type Pokémon grow the fastest of all Pokémon, Zhaoruohan has only undergone a maximum of 5 months of training so far. Even with the strong support of her father and the intensive training in the grass and bug secret realm, it is still quite impressive that she was able to enter the top 8 in Starlight City. Inside the private box, Xiaoyang looked at Zhaoruohan on the field with a hint of pride on his face. He said to Xiaoyu with a smile, "Son, look at your dad's last disciple. What do you think? Pretty good, right?" "Very impressive," Xiaoyu praised sincerely, "only a little bit worse than me." "You rascal." Xiaoyang was quite satisfied with his apprentice Zhaoruohan, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Because as long as Zhaoruohan could win this match, she would be able to enter the provincial main competition. So, the top 4 in Starlight City are his son and his apprentice. Half of the top 4 are related to him. Just thinking about it makes him feel proud. Look at the prestige of the bug-type gym. Looking at Xiaoyu, and then at the many young people on the field, Xiaoyong realized that he really was getting old. As the Xiao brothers, Xiao Luo and Xiaoyu, grew up and the Xiao family prospered, his interest in training Pokémon diminished considerably. Besides, he's already in his 50s or 60s. Asking him to try to become a champion-level trainer is too tiring. It's better to leave the opportunity to the younger generation. Xiaoyong feels that he should just be a bug-type gym leader. Xiaoyong is now just hoping that Xiao Luo's child will be born soon so he can take care of his grandson. Therefore, Xiaoyong basically handed over all the bug-type Pokémon that Xiaoyu gave him to Zhaoruohan, and began to focus on training Zhaoruohan, wanting to take a back seat. Game start. As the referee's voice rang out, Xiaoyong and Xiaoyu turned their attention back to the battlefield, where both sides released their Pokémon. Zhaoruohan dispatched a Lupa, whose strength was at the peak of the elite level. Above image. On the other side, Wang Qingli sent out a clamshell with Lord-level strength. Unfortunately, this clamshell's characteristic was not continuous attacks, but rather hard shell armor. Xiao, who do you think will win, Zhaoruohan or Wang Qingli? Xiaoyong asked his son. Xiaoyu glanced at the two Pokémon's moves, and suddenly he frowned. He saw a strange move in Orup's move pool. Take the baton. Baton Pass has always been a powerful move in Pokémon battles. It allows you to switch Pokémon with the Pokémon on your back, and the switched Pokémon inherits the changes in the Pokémon's abilities. The skill of baton passing has also led to the development of extremely famous baton passing tactics. However, with the rise of skills such as Blow Away, Roar, Black Mist, and Taunt, baton passing tactics have become increasingly difficult to implement. However, in battles of this caliber, relay tactics still have great potential. It's quite clear that Zhaoruohan is currently employing a relay tactic. Meanwhile, Zhaoruohan's Orup happens to have learned the skills Meditation and Iron Wall, combined with the Light Wall and Reflect Wall skills that Orup can learn on its own, as well as Orup's strong defense and special defense. If it is strengthened and replaced by Edelweiss, it may actually be able to sweep the team and defeat Wang Qingli. Especially since the opponent's spiky clams haven't learned the skill of hatching, their threat level is significantly reduced. I think Zhaoruohan will win, Xiaoyu said. Oh, why? Xiaoyong was surprised. As Zhaoruohan's teacher, he naturally knew that Zhaoruohan's Euro Peak technique also contained a baton passing tactic. Why did Xiaoyu think Zhaoruohan could win? Support my classmate. Just then, the match began. Europa, Reflector. Facing Cloyster, which primarily uses physical attacks, Zhaoruohan calmly responded by having Orup use Reflect to reduce the physical damage received. Spiny Shell, Ice Cone. Wang Qingli, having the attribute advantage, naturally sent Cloyster to attack. Several ice spikes condensed in front of Cloyster and flew towards Orpheus. However, facing Orpheus, which is known for its dual defenses, and with the damage reduction effect of Reflect, Orpheus suffered very limited damage. With Iron Wall can greatly increase defense. A large amount of Steel-type energy surged in front of ORP, and his skin shone with a metallic luster, greatly increasing his defense. After being enhanced by the Iron Wall skill, Ulipo is now an impenetrable fortress. Cloyster's attack, even with type advantage, was like a mere scratch on Orpheus's body. Upon hearing Zhaoruohan's order, Wang Qingli frowned. It was unlikely that Cloyster could break through Orpheus's defenses with just Cloyster. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, she chose to replace her Pokémon, recalling Cloyster and replacing it with Glacian. Despite Wang Qingli's substitution, Zhaoruohan calmly executed her tactics. Use Euclid, Light Wall. Glacian focuses on special attack, so even high defense is useless. She still chooses to set up Light Screen first to reduce the special attack damage she receives. ICV, Freeze-Dried. With Eurypton, Meditate. Next, Glacian continuously used Freeze-Dry to reduce Orpheus's HP, while Orpheus continuously used Calm Mind to increase its special defense and special attack. Several minutes passed, and Zhaoruohan's Ulipa hadn't used a single attack skill. Instead, she kept using the meditation skill and endured several freeze-dry attacks. After several consecutive freeze-dry attacks, ORP's injuries worsened to the point where he was almost at his limit, but at the same time, his special attack and special defense were stacked to a terrifying level. Take the baton, with Euro. With normal type energy surging from Orpheus, his body transformed into a red light and retreated back into his poke ball, replacing Frostwolf. Snowflake Moth is the evolved form of Snow Swallower, and it is the Snow Swallower with near Heavenly King aptitude that Xiaoyu chose. It was born around the same time as Yuya. Frostwolf is one of the weakest Pokémon before it evolves, but its evolved form, Frostwolf, possesses an extremely powerful ability, Ice Scale Powder. Ice Scale Powder can have the special attack damage received, which is equivalent to having a built-in light screen. This Edelweiss is also at the peak of the elite level. Although it is not as strong as Wong Kingley's Pokémon, Edelweiss is known for its special attack. With the boost from several meditation sessions and the Iron Defense move, its special defense and special attack have reached an extremely terrifying level. At this point in the game, Zharuohan already has a significant advantage. If she can maintain her current momentum, she will likely win the match. The snowflake moth chirps. The pure white snowflake moth flapped its white wings, emitting a high-pitched chirping sound, instantly inflicting severe damage on Glacian. The next match will be Edelweiss's time to sweep the team. After several meditations, Edelweiss's special attack is more than enough to sweep the team. As Xiaoyu predicted, the match unfolded exactly as she had envisioned. Snowflake Moth successfully pushed her team aside, and Zharuohan secured a spot in the semi-finals. Chapter 193 Charizard vs Snow Moth. Bug-type Gym. The stadium was packed with audience members, and countless Starlight City residents in the stands were dressed in Starlight City battle outfits to show their support. The number 25 gym battle outfit was the best-selling, selling out as soon as it was released last night, and breaking the sales record for gym battle outfits in just 1 hour. Because number 25 is Xiaoyu's number. As the music started, Xiaoyu, Zharuohan, Wu Yaezu, and Li Haiqiang appeared on stage at the same time. Because they were going to broadcast the event live, all 4 of them wore light makeup and their Starlight City Gym battle uniforms. The Starlight City Gym battle suit is entirely black, symbolizing the endless starry sky. A bright star is drawn in the center of the suit, and there is a bug-type gym symbol on the chest. As the 4 appeared, a huge cheer erupted from the crowd. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, I love you, I want to have your babies. Zharuohan, marry me. Wu Yaezu, Wu Yaezu. Li Haiqiang, keep going, you're the strongest. The shouts and cheers made Xiaoyu blush slightly. She turned to look at Zharuohan beside her and found that her face was also slightly red, clearly shocked by the fans' boldness. Normally, Zharuohan goes without makeup, appearing beautiful even without a face. But today, with light makeup, she radiates a dazzling glow, like a pearl glowing and a jade glowing. Even with just a fleeting glance, Xiaoyu was amazed. The key point is that Zharuohan has an excellent figure and a well-proportioned body. She can maintain a curvy figure while keeping her waist slender, which is quite unreasonable and seems artificial. After a brief appearance, Wu Yaezu and Li Haiqiang will go off stage to rest. The first match of the semi-finals will be between Xiaoyu and Zharuohan. Before stepping off the stage, Wu Yaezu walked over to Xiaoyu and whispered a few words. Go easy on him, we're all classmates. No. Xiaoyu shook his head and refused. Only by going all out can you show the greatest respect to the other person. Don't you think it would excite you to watch me beat up girls and see them crying their eyes out? You're such a pervert. Wu Yaezu looked at Xiaoyu with disdain, but just thinking about it is exciting. I'll do that in the future too. Xiaoyu and Zharuohan stood on the battlefield, gazing at each other from afar. Their eyes met briefly before passing each other. Today's battle arena is different from the small battle arena of the past. Today's battle arena is used by gym leaders, and it is not only larger in area, but also has a more open airspace, making it more suitable for flying-type Pokémon to fight. At the same time, the number of referees has also increased to 3, 1 main referee and 2 assistant referees. Game start. As the referee raised the flag and blew the whistle, the match between Xiaoyu and Zharuohan officially began. Page 113. Alright, we can see the competition has officially begun. Starting from the semi-finals, there will be commentary at the competition venue, still a male and female duo, and Star TV will also broadcast the event live. Because of Xiaoyu's presence in this match, Starlight TV's ratings were much higher than usual. Go, Charizard. Go, you rip. We can see that Xiaoyu still chose Charizard as his first choice, and the black shiny Charizard does look quite cool. Since the start of the High School Cup, Xiaoyu has not used a second Pokémon. Charizard has always been his first Pokémon. This shows that he is quite confident in his abilities. Of course, I also particularly like Xiaoyu's fighting style. No matter who the opponent is or what tactics they use, he only has one tactic and waits for the opponent to figure it out. Actually, this match is quite difficult for Zharuohan. Charizard is very effective against bug-type Pokémon, and Frostwolf is 4 times weak to fire. To be honest, I think this match is 90-10. Isn't that a bit too conservative? I think it's 10/0. Zharuohan looked at Xiaoyu opposite her, her eyes flashing. This was the first time she had battled Xiaoyu since becoming a battle trainer. She knew she was no match for Xiaoyu, but she wanted to prove herself. With Euphoria, with the Wall of Light, Charizard, Sunny Day. Xiaoyu's tactics remained unchanged, using the same old Sunny Day strategy, while Zhao continued with her wall-breaking strategy. Both sides were fairly conventional. With the first round of battle between the two, Orakai activated Light Screen, and Charizard successfully activated Sunny Day, changing the original Light Rain into a Sunny Day. Xiaoyu also felt that his luck had been bad these past few days. It was either cloudy or drizzling. If it were sunny, there wouldn't be so much trouble, and he could just go straight into battle and let his opponent feel the power of the Charizard cannon. Ultra, Meditate. Zhao used the same old buffing tactic. Ultra concentrated its mind, psychic energy enveloped its entire body, and it continuously increased its special attack and special defense. Charizard, Hot Wind. Flames enveloped the dragon's mouth, and a scorching wave of flame surged forth, instantly engulfing Orip. Hold on, Yulip. The flames engulfed Orip, the fiery waves scorching it relentlessly. Even though Orip had excellent defenses and was a tanky Pokémon, it still couldn't withstand Charizard's heat blast. The heat wave subsided after a few breaths, revealing Orip's charred body lying motionless on the ground, already unconscious. In the first round, with Orip incapacitated, Charizard wins the first round. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Everyone was amazed by Charizard's power. They never expected that Orip, who had activated Light Screen, would still be taken away by Charizard's hot air. To be honest, I've commentated on many gym leader ranking battles. It's quite rare for a tanky Pokémon like Orpheus to be taken down by heat wave even after Light Screen has been set up. Actually, it's quite normal. After all, Fire-type damage is increased under sunny weather. Fire-type is super effective against Bug-type. Fire-type has its own stab bonus and solar power ability, and there's also the difference in raw strength between the two sides. Thinking about it this way, it's actually quite normal. By the way, I have a question. Have any of the other players' Pokémon ever withstood a Charizard's attack? Aside from using Protect to block one attack, it seems that no Pokémon can withstand a single attack from Charizard. While the two hosts were chatting, Zhao took out a Pokeball to recall Orpheus and released a second Pokémon. Go, Snowmoth. Felfin's Ice Scale Powder ability has the special attack damage it takes. Combined with Light Screen's ability to have special attack damage, Felfin actually only takes a quarter of the special attack damage. However, there's an awkward problem. Felfin is 4 times weak to fire. So, in effect, there's no damage reduction at all. Charizard, charge forward and use Fire Fang. Xiaoyu wasn't stupid. He knew he couldn't use special attack moves at this moment. He should just use a Fire-type physical attack move. Snowflake's fragile body definitely couldn't withstand the attack of Flame Fang. Seeing the fire-breathing dragon flying towards her, Zhao gritted her teeth. She knew her chances of winning were 0, but she absolutely could not give up. Snowflake Moth, use the freezing wind. Ice energy enveloped the cold wind, which blew fiercely towards the Charizard. Charizard was incredibly fast. Its black form flashed through the air, flames filling its mouth, as it pierced through the icy winds and pounced on Snowflake. Its body was covered with a layer of frost, but it was melted in an instant by the heat wave from the Charizard. Snowflake Moth, Feather Dance. The snow moth shook its body, and its downy feathers scattered around it before flying towards Charizard, hoping to significantly reduce Charizard's physical attack. Roar! Charizard ignored everything and rushed through the range of Feather Dance, pouncing on Frostymoth. It opened its blood-red maw, and flames burst forth instantly, biting Frostymoth fiercely while also engulfing it. Snowflake Moth. Zhao looked anxiously at the Snowflake Moth in the firelight, hoping for a miracle. However, when the flames subsided, Snowflake Moth had already lost consciousness and was unconscious. Charizard released its grip and placed Snowflake Moth on the ground. Snow Moth is incapacitated. Xiaoyu wins this match. Chapter 194 Tianda Plateau Wilderness Area. The final day of the Starlight City competition. Xiaoyu will face off against Li Haiqiang. Li Haiqiang's 3 Pokémon, Fortress, Scizor, and Beedrill, are all weak to fire. Fortress and Scizor, both bug and steel types, are even 4 times weaker to fire. In terms of attributes, Xiaoyu has a huge advantage, as does his raw strength, plus today's sunny weather. Therefore, 90% of the audience predicted that Xiaoyu would win the match with a score of 2-0, while nearly 10% of the audience predicted that Xiaoyu would win the match with a score of 2-1. As for losing the game, nobody even considered it. As everyone expected, Xiaoyu's Charizard displayed absolute dominance from the moment it appeared on the field, easily defeating 2 opponents. Xiaoyu defeated Li Haiqiang and won the championship of this year's Starlight City High School Cup. Li Haiqiang also appeared very relaxed. He was already very happy to have won second place. After all, he knew that there was a huge gap between him and Xiaoyu. The competition in Starlight City has temporarily come to an end, and a month-long off-season is about to begin. This is also because Starlight City had the fewest participants, and all the preliminary rounds were completed in just 1 week. In large cities like Tiando, it often takes a month or 2 to complete the preliminary rounds, which gave the Starlight City participants time to rest and train. During the long off-season, the Pokémon Association of Starlight City was not idle. In order to achieve better results this year, they specially organized the top 4 players of this year to participate in intensive training. The training camp was held in the uninhabited mountainous area of Western Sichuan Province, known as the most dangerous and harsh area, the Tiande Plateau Wilderness. The Tiande Plateau Wilderness Area is an officially prohibited hunting zone and is also the largest wilderness area in Western Sichuan Province, covering an extremely vast area with complex terrain. Because of its high altitude, the Tiande Plateau Wilderness is characterized by thin air and sparse human presence, resulting in Pokémon with exceptionally high physical attributes and larger sizes, possessing far superior potential compared to ordinary Pokémon. Some unique Pokémon also inhabit this area, such as the Earth King, Tauros, Fighting/Warrior, Tauros, Water/Water, and Tauros, Fire/Fire. Meanwhile, a large number of rare Pokémon live in the Tiande Plateau Wilderness area. These rare Pokémon are powerful, few in number, and extremely aggressive, making them quite dangerous. The wild area is home to a considerable number of totem-level Pokémon and even gym leader-level Pokémon, and occasionally you can even see Pokémon with near-elite 4-level strength. Rare and powerful Pokémon naturally attract the covetous eyes of poachers. In order to protect the Pokémon in the wild area, the Pokémon organization established the Wild Area Patrol Team, which includes 2 elite 4-level trainers serving as the team's captain and vice-captain, and stationed there for extended periods. Due to the harsh geographical conditions, the fastest way to reach the Tiandu Highlands Wilderness area is by riding a flying-type Pokémon. After a long 4-hour flight, Xiaoyu and his 3 companions finally arrived in Huishuan County, where the Tiande Plateau Wilderness area is located. Huishuan County is characterized by rolling hills, crisscrossing rivers, steep slopes, and complex terrain, mainly consisting of mountains, hills, and plains. This small town is nestled in the mountains and has a sparse population, but it is rich in mineral resources and is known as the Mineral Museum of Western Sichuan Province. Its iconic Pokémon is Diamond Smash. After entering Huishuan County, Xiaoyu and his companions took a short rest and continued to fly along the mountains and rivers in their flying-type Pokémon. After flying for more than an hour, they finally arrived at Qingshan Town, the town closest to the Tiande Plateau Wilderness. The first impression Xiaoyu and his companions had of Qingshan Town was that it was deserted and dilapidated, which showed that Qingshan Town was quite backward in terms of economic conditions and infrastructure construction. The sun was blazing and the weather was scorching. There were almost no pedestrians on the streets, except for a few elderly people and children in the square, who were taking shelter in the shade. Qingshan Town is economically impoverished, and most of the young people in the town choose to go out to work, leaving behind mostly local miners and elderly people and children. When Xiaoyu and his 3 companions arrived at Qingshan Square, led by Xiaoyong, a man with a dark complexion and wearing a patrol team uniform was standing straight. His face was resolute and he had a fierce look in it. Although his face was dark, his eyes were bright and he saw Xiaoyu and his group from afar. "Brother Yong." The dark-skinned man called out. "Captain Wu." Xiaoyong said with a smile. "Brother Yong, just call me Xiao Chang. You're here." Captain Wu hurriedly came over to greet Xiaoyong. When Xiaoyong was young, he and Sushio were both assigned to the mountain patrol team for 2 years. It was in the patrol team that Xiaoyong captured a burning bug, which marked the beginning of his rise to power. Similarly, Sushio also captured a Zoroark in the patrol team back then, which greatly improved his strength. When Captain Wu joined the team, Xiaoyong had already been transferred back to Xinguang City. Only Sushio was still in the patrol team. He often heard Sushio mention Xiaoyong. In addition, Xiaoyong would come every 2 or 3 years, and the two became more and more familiar with each other. This year, Xinguang City is aiming for good results, and I was worried about not finding a place to train, so I thought of you guys. I'm entrusting the man to you. I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Xiaoyong said a few words to Wu Dongchang before turning to leave. Brother Yong, have a meal before you go. I'll treat you to a drink. Wu Dongchang enthusiastically pulled Xia Yong, insisting on treating him to a drink. Never mind. Xia Yong shook his head and said to Wu Dongchang in a low voice, I have something to do. I need to visit the old captain later. When I come to pick them up next time, I'll treat everyone in the patrol team to drinks. Upon hearing that they were visiting the old team leader, Wu Dongchang stopped trying to dissuade him and nodded, okay, Brother Yong, you can leave them to me with peace of mind. But it's a deal, next time you come, you must have a drink, one hand for the drink, the other for the people. No problem. Once Xia Yong left, Wu Dongchang turned his attention to the 4 people present. Welcome, everyone. I am Wu Dongchang, the captain of the 3rd patrol team of the Tiandu Plateau Wilderness area. I will now take you to the patrol team's camp. You have 1 hour to eat and prepare your necessities. Go straight from here and turn right, and you'll find the only supermarket in the whole town. You can only buy things there. Page 114. There aren't many restaurants on the street. There's a good restaurant at 2 consecutive intersections, then turn left. The prices are cheap too. Hurry up, I only have an hour to wait for you. After Wu Dongchang finished speaking, he left first, leaving only Xia Yu and the other 3 behind. Let's go get something to eat first. After riding the flying Pokémon for several hours, Xia Yu and the others were starving, so they went together to the restaurant that Wu Dongchang had mentioned. It's called a restaurant, but it's really just a roadside eatery with poor hygiene. However, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You can't be picky in a place like Qingshan town. Despite the unappealing ambience of the hole-in-the-wall restaurant, the food was surprisingly delicious. After a quick meal, the 4 of them went to the supermarket Wu Dongchang had mentioned to buy some groceries. By the time they returned to the square, it was almost time. Let's go, take your things, and hike up the mountain. The most important thing in joining the patrol team is to obey orders. If any of you can't, you can leave immediately. Anyone want to leave? The 4 remained silent. Xia Yu looked at Wu Dongchang and had a feeling that he came with ill intentions, clearly intending to establish his authority right from the start. Very good. Wu Dongqiang's face showed a satisfied expression. Take your things up the mountain, and you are not allowed to use any Pokémon. Chapter 195 Mountain Patrol Team. Upon hearing that Pokémon couldn't be used during the hike into the mountains, Fatty Wu's face instantly turned ashen. Seeing how bad the environment was in the town, he thought that the environment in the mountains must be even worse, so Fatty Wu bought a large bottle of Coke and Sprite to take with him, as well as a lot of snacks. He had originally planned to have the main rock werewolf carry him into the mountains, but now he's the one suffering. Brother Yu. It has to be said that Fatty Wu is a true man, able to bend and stretch. Normally, they call him Xiaoyu or Xiaoyu, but now, whenever they need help, they call him Brother Yu so smoothly and obsequiously. Azu, what's the matter? Xiaoyu looked at Wu Yaezu with a smile and said, Brother Yu, could you help me get some? Alright, I'll help you carry it, Xiaoyu said with a smile. When we get there, you can share half of what you get with me. The 4 followed Wu Dongchang up the mountain along the winding path. There was only one path leading to the camp, which was very narrow and winding. Wu Dongchang was already used to walking on such roads and could walk on flat ground as if it were flat ground, but it was the first time for Xia Yu and the other 3 to walk on such a winding and steep mountain road. It was extremely difficult to walk, especially when looking at the cliffs below. Those who were afraid of heights had already fainted from fright. Even though Xia Yu's physical fitness far surpassed that of his peers, he still found it difficult to walk such a mountain path for the first time. In addition, the thin air at high altitude meant that everyone was panting heavily after a short while. You guys aren't physically fit enough. Wu Dongchang turned to look at the group and said jokingly, you need to train harder. This is your first lesson. In the patrol team, you must remember one thing, physical fitness is extremely important. The best way to win in a battle in the wild is to kill the trainer. Hearing Wu Dongqiang's serious words, the 4 remained silent, panting heavily. Apart from Xia Yu, who had actually experienced combat, the other 3 had not yet experienced fighting. They continued up the mountain, and fortunately the journey wasn't long. It took them an hour to finally reach the patrol team's camp, but they were all panting heavily from exhaustion. Especially Zhao Ruohan. Girls are generally less physically fit, and this short journey had already left her drenched in sweat. Her long hair was soaked with sweat, and her face was flushed, making her look especially adorable. Boss, I brought the man. Wu Dongqiang's tone was fierce, making him seem less like a patrol team member and more like a ruthless bandit. Wu Dongqiang's shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. In addition to the patrol team that was on patrol this week, members of the 2nd and 3rd patrol teams, as well as the 2 cooks, all came out. The patrol team members are all men, except for a young girl who came from Linen City to support the patrol team 2 years ago. However, she is not here today. She went on patrol with another team. What a pretty young girl, even prettier than Xiao Zhao. I still prefer Xiao Zhao a bit more, but this girl is not bad either. Girl, are you in a relationship? What are you howling about? What are you all looking at? Get back here. The leader shouted. Xiaoyu's gaze also fell on the leader. He was not tall, had single eyelids, a beard, and a fierce look as he swept over the four men. Come in, everyone. My name is Roger, and I'm the captain of the patrol team. Roger's Mandarin wasn't perfect, but at least Xiaoyu and the others could understand him. Before coming, Xiaoyu mentioned that the patrol team's captain was an Elite 4 level trainer. His strength might not be comparable to the Elite 4, but he had at least 3 Elite 4 level Pokémon. The four followed Roger into the house and found that the environment inside was quite simple. Roger was carrying an iron cup with peeling paint, and the words "Unity is Strength" were written on the cup. What are your names? Roger asked as he entered the room, sat down in a chair, pulled up the collar of his thick fur coat, and looked at the group. The temperature difference between day and night in the camp is extreme. During the day, due to direct sunlight, the surface temperature can reach as high as 40 degrees Celsius. After sunset at night, the temperature drops to -10 degrees Celsius, so you have to wear a thick fur coat and cover yourself with a quilt at night. Xiaoyu, Li Haiqiang, Wu Yaezu, Zhao Han. After listening to everyone's self-introductions, Roger looked at them, frowned, and said, although you're only staying here for a month, once you're here, you have to listen to me and be under my jurisdiction. Xiaoyu, you go to Team 1. Li Haiqiang, you go to the second team. Wu Yaezu, you go to the third team. Captain, my name is Wu Yaezu. Wu Yaezu shouted loudly, what are you yelling about? Roger picked at his ear. You're making me almost deaf. From now on, call me Captain, not Captain. Yes, Captain, Captain. Little girl, which team do you want to join? Roger was quite polite to Zhao Han. There were very few women in the patrol team. Apart from 2 middle-aged women who cooked, there was only one young girl who had been transferred from Linen City. She was going back after 2 years of support, and there were still 6 months left to complete her 2-year service. There is another young girl in the first team. She went on patrol today and will be back later. You can share a room with her tonight. Just tell me which team you want to join, and you can choose whichever you like. Team 1. Come join our second team. Team 3. Laughter and chatter came from outside. Get lost, stop howling like that. Roger yelled. Team 1. Zhao Han didn't hesitate much and directly chose Team 1. Jin Yan, Tashi Delik, Wu Dongchang, come and take your men away. Roger shouted. Give each of them an overcoat and a quilt, they'll freeze to death in the middle of the night. They're here, Captain. The 3 patrol team leaders walked in one after another. Apart from Wu Haiqiang, who was at the beginning, Jin Yan was tall, about 1.85 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure and obvious muscle lines. Tashi Delik, on the other hand, was broad-shouldered and burly, with a robust physique, and looked like a brown bear. Xiaoyu and Zhao Han both belonged to the same team, so they naturally followed Jin Yan to the team's camp. Looking at your delicate skin, you should share a room with the vice-captain. You're both scholars, you two will definitely get along well. Jin Yan arranged to Xiaoyu, then tossed the cotton coat in his hand to Xiaoyu. The vice-captain's room is the third one on the right. It is good. Miss, you'll share a room with Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao is also a girl, she went on patrol and isn't here today. Jin Yan said, then suddenly changed his tone and said to Zhao Han, Miss, you're so beautiful, you should pay more attention to your appearance. Don't dress up too much. We're all rough people here. When have we ever seen a girl as beautiful as you? Zhao Han nodded, her face flushed. After the 4 of them divided up into teams, they went back to their respective rooms to sleep. After Xiaoyu finished washing up, she put down the mosquito net. There were a lot of mosquitoes in the mountains. If she didn't have a mosquito net, she would definitely wake up the next day covered in bites. Lying in bed, Xiaoyu looked at his phone, but there was no signal at all. It was completely useless. Helpless, Xiaoyu could only choose to go to bed early, and that's how he spent his first night with the patrol team. Chapter 196 Sushanhe. Night, 11 o'clock. Xiaoyu Zhang was still in a daze when he suddenly heard a noise. He sat up abruptly and looked up to see a dim desk lamp on, and a figure sitting at the table writing something under the lamp. Excuse me, did I disturb you? The speaker spoke in fluent Mandarin, not at all like a local, and in a very soft voice. I have a student who wants to send a letter to his father. I can write it to him in 2 or 3 minutes. Xiaoyu finally snapped out of his daze and looked at the man who had spoken. Xiaoyu remembered that Jin Yan had mentioned that the person he lived with was the deputy captain of the patrol team. He figured this man must be the deputy captain of the patrol team. The deputy captain's face was weathered, his temples were slightly gray, and he looked old, around 40 years old, wearing a pair of old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses. Several textbooks were laid out on his desk, covering everything from 1st to 6th grade in Chinese and mathematics. He looked more like a teacher than the deputy captain of the patrol team. It should be noted that the deputy captain of the patrol team also possesses the strength of a heavenly king, but Xiaoyu doesn't seem to have that quality at all. He looks more like an ordinary person who can't even kill a chicken. "You're new here today, right?" Su Shanhe asked uncertainly. He had heard from Roger that 4 young people had come to train for a month. "My name is Su Shanhe." "Captain Su," Xiaoyu said, "my name is Xiaoyu. Why are you back so late?" "I have to teach the students." Su Shanhe couldn't help but smile as he thought of his students. "After class, I have to take all the students home, which will take a little longer on the way." "Captain Su, are you a teacher?" Xiaoyu was still slightly surprised, even though he had already guessed it. "Yes, there's a shortage of teachers in these mountains, so I was temporarily pulled in to be a strong man and teach the children to read and write. I don't expect them to be educators, I just hope they won't mislead the children." Su Shanhe spoke in a refined and gentle tone. "Teacher Su, your accent doesn't sound like that of a local," Xiaoyu asked. "I'm from the capital." Su Shanhe didn't hide anything and admitted frankly, "I was transferred from the capital to support the patrol team. I was supposed to go back after 2 years, but if I left, there would be no one to be the teacher, so I've been staying here." Su Shanhe spoke in a rather calm tone, using the simplest words to say the greatest thing. Xiaoyu greatly admired his willingness to give up the superior environment of the capital and stay in Qingshan town. After all, most people who come to help nowadays are doing so with the aim of enhancing their resumes, and they return to the city as soon as the 2-year period is up. Even if it's just a gilded experience, it's still quite impressive. Many people are unwilling to leave their comfortable, privileged urban environment, and wouldn't even come for 2 years of gilded training, which only further highlights Su Shanhe's greatness. Page 115. "I'll turn off the lights as soon as I finish writing here, please bear with me." Su Shanhe gave an apologetic smile and began writing furiously. Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at Su Shanhe's calligraphy. It was vigorous and powerful, combining square and round strokes, clearly showing that he was a cultured person, unlike Xiaoyu's calligraphy, which looked like chicken claws. Su Shanhe quickly finished writing the letter, turned off the light, and went to sleep. 2 o'clock in the morning. Xiaoyu was still asleep when he was woken up. "Xiaoyu, assemble. Quickly change your clothes, we're about to set off." The person who came was Jin Yan, the team leader, wearing a thick coat and taking ample precautions to keep warm, and he called Xiaoyu to get up. Yes. Although her mind hadn't quite caught up yet, Xiaoyu's body had already started moving. 5 minutes later, she finished washing up, wrapped herself in a thick coat, and walked out of the room. The campsite was extremely cold in the early morning, with a howling wind that made Xiaoyu shiver. Frost covered the ground everywhere, and some areas were even frozen. Xiaoyu noticed that Zhaoruohan had also been woken up, and was already wrapped in thick clothes, making it impossible to tell whether she was male or female. "There are 12 people in our team, 3 in a group. You 2 will be in my group for now," Jin Yan said to the 2 of them, then handed each of them a signal flare. "Nighttime is when the elf poachers are most rampant, and that's when we usually go out on patrol. This time, we're responsible for patrolling the Longgang Mountain area. Follow me. Here's your gear, put it on your backs." Jin Yan tossed a large backpack to the 2 of them, gesturing for them to carry it. Xiaoyu was fine, but Zhaoruohan had to put in a lot of effort. And so, Xiaoyu began his first mountain patrol. Imperial Capital. After Wu Qinshan's identity as a member of the Dawn Society was exposed, he chose to flee to avoid punishment, which quickly caused a huge uproar and implicated Long Fan as well. Many people began to criticize Long Fan. After all, Wu Qinshan was his eldest disciple, and they would never believe that Long Fan had no connection to him. At the same time, rumors began to spread online, trying to ride the wave of popularity and spreading false information that Long Fan was likely involved in the attack on the Dragon Realm, or even that he personally orchestrated it. The whole city was in an uproar. After all, a dojo master in the capital was a high-ranking member of the Dawn Society, which was a huge slap in the face to the association. Wu Qinshan's disappearance also put the Pokémon Association under tremendous pressure, and they began a secret investigation to search for his whereabouts, but to no avail. But today, Wu Qinshan's body was found inside the Dragon-type gym, and his death was extremely gruesome. The reactions to Wu Qinshan's death varied, but only Lin Suiyun, whose trail had suddenly gone cold, sensed that something was amiss. After following the mysterious masked man from that day, he traced the events back to Wu Qinshan, unexpectedly discovering Wu Qinshan's Dawn Society affiliation and reporting him. Although Wu Qinshan's death brought him a sense of relief, Lin Suiyun felt even more uneasy. His investigation had gone too smoothly, as if someone had laid out bait in front of him, waiting for him to take the bait. Lin Suiyun shook her head, putting these thoughts out of her mind. The clue to Wu Qianshan had been cut off, leaving her temporarily lost. Although he did not believe the masked man's words, once the seed of doubt was planted, it would slowly grow and sprout, eventually becoming a towering tree. The Long family? Does this matter have anything to do with the Long family? If it weren't for Long yawning that night, Lin Yuehan might not have drunk so much, wouldn't have driven to the desolate countryside, and might not have died. Longgang Mountain. The wind and snow were extremely strong, and even though the three of them were dressed in thick clothes, they could still feel the cold. We should try not to use Pokémon while patrolling, otherwise it's easy to alert the enemy. Even if we do use them, we should choose Pokémon with high stealth capabilities so that they are not easily detected. Jin Yan shared his experience with the two. As they were talking, Jin Yan suddenly stopped and whispered, "Be careful, hide." Xiaoyu and Zhao Ruohan immediately tensed up, lowered their bodies, and stared intently ahead. A tall figure could be vaguely seen approaching from afar, a tundra bear, its body covered in bloodstains, roaring angrily. Behind it, a scythe-armored bear was relentlessly pursuing. "Looks like you're in luck, running into poachers on your first visit. Get ready." A fierce glint flashed in Jin Yan's eyes as he gripped the Pokeball and released his Pokemon Glali. "Attack. Fire the flare gun." With Jin Yan's command, Zhao Ruohan released her trump card, the Snowflake Moth, and Xiaoyu released the Lizard King. At the same time, Xiaoyu fired a signal flare into the sky, instantly illuminating the night sky. Chapter 197 Poachers. The moment the signal gun lit up the sky, the elf poachers were instantly thrown into a panic. The bright flames illuminated their faces. They never expected to encounter a patrol team at 4 o'clock in the morning in a remote place like Longgang Mountain. From a distance, they could only vaguely make out 2 or 3 figures, but the enormous Sceptile King was particularly eye-catching, and the Ice Ghost was Jin Yan's signature Pokémon. They had heard of the patrol team, so the poachers' first reaction upon seeing the signal flare was to run. Even though the Tundra Bear, a museum-level specimen, was already theirs, their lives were more important. Because they all know that once caught by the patrol team, the minimum sentence is more than 20 years in prison. What difference is there between 20 years and death? Once they are caught, their families will lose all their source of income, so they would rather be shot dead than surrender and will risk their lives to escape. What's the panic? Calm down, all of you. The poacher leader stepped forward and roared at the crowd behind him. Just then, Jin Yan's voice rang out. "I am Jin Yan, the captain of the first patrol team." Jin Yan's voice was loud and clear as he shouted towards the front. "You are suspected of illegally poaching Pokémon in the wild. Recall your Pokémon immediately and squat down with your hands behind your heads." "It's Jin Yan, the captain of the first patrol team." The poachers became even more panicked and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. "What should we do? Maybe we should run while we still have a chance." "Quiet down, all of you," the poacher leader shouted, silencing the rioting crowd as morale began to crumble. "Look closely, there are only 3 people on the other side. Besides Jin Yan, the other 2 are just kids." Upon hearing this, the poachers looked in Jin Yan's direction, and when they saw that there were only 3 of them, they immediately had other ideas. The initial fear and dread vanished, replaced by a fierce and murderous look on his face. Jin Yan then saw the number of poachers. They were a dark mass, nearly 20 in number. Such a large-scale poaching gang is something you might not see even once a year, but Jin Yan didn't expect to encounter it on his very first day of patrol with Xiaoyu and Zhao Ruohan, 2 new recruits. Jin Yan's face darkened. Having dealt with poachers frequently, he knew exactly what kind of people they were and that they would definitely kill him to cover it up. He can die here, but Xiaoyu and Zhao Ruohan absolutely cannot have any accidents. Get ready to run. Jin Yan turned to look at Xiaoyu and Zhao Ruohan and said in a low voice, "There are too many of them. We are no match for them. There are only 3 of them, kill them." "Kill Jin Yan, and my brother was captured by him." When the poachers saw that there were only 3 of them on Jin Yan's side, they became secretly excited. Those who did this kind of work were all fearless and desperate people. They were already prepared to risk their lives for a living. It was a matter of life or death. Morality and law had long been cast aside, and they held no sway over them whatsoever. The poachers' gazes grew increasingly fierce. The more than 20 poachers, like a pack of hungry wolves, stared menacingly at Jin Yan and his companions. "Follow me, kill them." Wang Rolong, the leader of the poachers and the owner of the scythe helmet, had a full beard and a face full of fat. His voice was deep and his eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. "Let's attack together, hurry up, kill them and leave." They fired the signal gun, and other patrol team members will be here soon. As the poacher leader's voice rang out, the poachers pulled out Pokeballs and threw them all out. In an instant, the forest was teeming with dozens of Pokémon, and even the weakest of these Pokémon were at the Lord level, with many being at the Overlord level, and even a few at the Gym Leader level. Snatch that Snow Moth, the Lizard King, and Jinyan's Ice Ghost Guard for me. The poacher leader's tone was sinister, his face revealing undisguised murderous intent and greed. He had already been tempted by Xiaoyu's Lizard King after seeing its enormous size. A Lizard King of this size must have extremely high quality if it were sold on the black market. It would fetch at least several million. A horse won't get fat without night grass, and a person won't get rich without ill-gotten gains. For those in this line of work, robbery and plunder are common occurrences. If you can't poach Pokémon, then kill someone and steal their Pokémon. As for the consequences of murder, or the law, they don't care about any of that. In these remote mountains, strength is the only truth. Might makes right, and the law has no effect here. Kill them. All the Pokémon rushed towards Jin Yan and his companions. At the same time, many poachers raised their guns, aimed at Xiaoyu and his companions, and opened fire. These poachers, living on the edge, not only use Pokémon but also carry illegal firearms to directly attack trainers. There are no battle rules here, they'll stop at nothing to survive. Run! Jin Yan shouted loudly, Ice Ghost Guardian, hold the line. Faced with the swarming Pokémon and the poachers' fierce counterattack, Jin Yan reacted quickly. While using Glali to block the bullets, he immediately pulled Xiaoyu and Xiaoruohan and fled backward. This was the first time Xiaoyu and Xiaoruohan had experienced such a situation. The poachers' strength and ferocity were far beyond their imagination. They could only do their best to run behind Jin Dong, panting heavily. Gunshots rang out behind them like firecrackers, and dozens of Pokémon were hot on their heels. Jin Dong didn't dare gamble on the poachers' marksmanship, so he could only have Ice Ghost Guardian activate to protect Xiaoyu and the other person from the bullets. Your strength is limited, you can't help me if you stay here, so leave quickly and don't worry about me. Jin Yan spoke to the two of them, a resolute look in his eyes. He, Jin Yan, can die, but Xiaoyu and Xiaoruohan absolutely cannot be harmed here. Jin Yan then took out 2 more Pokeballs and threw them out. You guys go first. 2 Pokémon appeared, one was Zangus, and the other was Colossal. Hearing Jin Yan's roar, Xiaoyu's heart pounded, but he remained remarkably calm, his thoughts racing, and he couldn't help but start to overthink. He had imagined that the patrol team would be doing a simple task of patrolling around the mountain twice, but he never expected it to be such a dangerous scene. This reminded Xiaoyu of his father and Suxiu. His father had lived in such an environment for 2 years, while Suxiu had worked there for several years. Have they ever encountered such dangers? My dad told me that patrolling the mountains is a high-risk profession, with people dying almost every year. He thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems that this job is far more dangerous than he imagined. Go! Jin Yan shoved Xiaoyu and Xiaoruohan, signaling them to hurry up and leave, while he stayed behind to cover their retreat. Ice Ghost Guard, Blizzard. Page 116. A blizzard swept through the sky, temporarily delaying the pursuing enemy. Roar! A long-haired dog broke through the blizzard and pounced on Jin Yan and his companions. Its teeth gleamed with fire as it fiercely bit at the Ice Ghost Guardian. Once the first Pokémon broke through the blizzard, then came the second, and the third. Hurry up and leave, Jin Yan said in a deep voice. Seeing Jin Yan's serious expression, Xiaoyu felt no tension at all and stood quietly in place. With Gallade and Ironhide protecting him, these poachers posed no threat to him at all. Chapter 198 Group Battle breaks out. Captain, I'll stay and help you. Xiaoyu had no intention of running away. He took out Charizard's Pokeball and decided to send Charizard to check the situation first. If it didn't work, he would send Gallade to help in an emergency. Charizard, go. The black Charizard immediately attracted the attention of poachers upon its appearance. A shiny Charizard. We got it. It's a shiny Charizard. Was it really a black spray? I thought I'd stumbled upon a ghost when I ran into the patrol team, but it turns out we hit the jackpot. They even took that little vixen with them. Wang Rolong stared at the shiny Charizard, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He never expected that someone in the patrol team would have a shiny Charizard. If a shiny Pokémon were sold to a collector of rare Pokémon, it could make a fortune. That Charizard, I must get it, I must capture it alive. As soon as Wang Rolong finished speaking, his gaze lingered on Xiaoyu and Xiaoruohan. He noticed that the two seemed unfamiliar and did not appear to be members of the patrol team. They must have just arrived from out of town. He didn't think too much about it. People from other places were easier to deal with. As long as they cleaned up their messes, no one would know it was them. Hearing that the other party was eyeing his Charizard, Xiaoyu's eyes grew cold. Lizard King, Sword Dance. Charizard, Hot Wind. The Charizard soared into the air, its mouth brimming with flames. Hot winds held, and scorching waves of flame surged toward the long-haired dog at the forefront, covering a large area in front of it and temporarily blocking the long-haired dog's pursuit. When Xiaoruohan heard Xiaoyu insist on staying, she looked directly at him without hesitation and resolutely chose to stay and fight alongside him. At the same time, she released Orb, Go, Orb, use Reflection Wall, Light Wall. Seeing that Xiaoyu and Xiaoruohan had both chosen to stay, Jin Yan frowned, but then a bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't realize you two had such courage. At the same time, Wang Rolong led a group of poachers to catch up. Seeing that Jin Yan and the other two had not chosen to run away, he sneered repeatedly, kill them. Dozens of Pokémon charged in with astonishing force. The leader, Kabuto, with its scythe-like arms glowing, slashed at Glally, leaving a wound on Glally's body. Then other Pokémon flocked to the scene. Looking at so many Pokémon, Xiaoyu felt a slight nervousness, but more than that, he felt a surge of excitement from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps actual combat is the best way to test a Pokémon's strength. Anyway, with Gallade and Ironhide as backup, what is he afraid of? Charizard, Hot Wind. A scorching aura erupted, spewing out waves of intense heat towards the vast area before them. Lizard King, Leaf Blade. A blast of hot air cleared the way, and then the blades on Sceptle's wrists glowed green, forming a grass-type energy blade that charged towards the group of Pokémon in front of it. Chamo. Sceptle is incredibly fast, like an assassin in the night. Plus, the forest is Sceptle's home turf, so its figure is like a ghost as it approaches the nearest Pokémon. The sharp blades were swung, slashing at the nearest Lord-level large wolfhound. A flash of fluorescent green light appeared, and the blade struck the wolfhound's body. The full force blow was like a heavy hammer, sending the wolfhound flying. After landing a successful attack, Sceptle didn't pause for a moment. Instead, it continued to wield its leaf blade and attack other Pokémon. Faced with Sceptle's powerful attacks, ordinary Lord-level Pokémon simply couldn't withstand a single blow. Only Totem-level Pokémon and above could withstand Sceptle's attacks. I captured the Sceptle King alive. Wang Rolong's greed grew as he watched the Sceptle King's spectacular performance. He decided to take matters into his own hands and sent out his Ice Dragon, which was at the level of a gym leader. Ice Dragon, use Freeze Ray. Among the many Pokémon, a giant ice dragon over 3 meters tall suddenly raised its head, gathering ice-type energy in its mouth, and shot out a beam of light towards Sceptle. The Sceptle, which was fighting Arbok, sensed danger and immediately swung its leaf blade. It first forced Arbok back with a single strike, then leaped backward, instantly widening the distance between itself and Arbok. At the same time, the freezing ray flew towards the Lizard King, hitting it precisely as if it were equipped with a guidance device. A single freezing ray from the Ice Dragon, a creature of gym leader level strength, instantly and severely injured the Lizard King. Despite its severe injuries, the Lizard King revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, and its body glowed with a fluorescent green light, clearly indicating that it had activated the Overgrowth ability. At the same time, the Lizard King's aura suddenly surged, and he let out a furious roar, his gaze fixed on the Ice and Snow Dragon, his fighting spirit bursting forth. In Xiaoyu's eyes, the Lizard King's strength had finally broken through from the Lord level to the Overlord level. Ice Dragon, continue attacking the Lizard King. Mongoose Slash, Cleave. At this moment, Jin Yan, who was standing to the side, saw that Xiaoyu's Lizard King was in danger. He was a little anxious and immediately commanded the Mongoose Slash to launch an attack, wanting to go and provide support. However, the poachers didn't give Zangoose Slash a chance at all, directly ordering their Pokémon to block it, while simultaneously raising their guns and firing at Jin Yan and the others. Ice Demon Guard, Big Bang. Seeing that the poachers' Pokémon were gathering in greater and greater numbers and that his side was in danger, Jin Yan decisively had Glally use the Big Bang move. A flash of light, and all the energy within Ice Demon Guardian's body erupted, triggering a massive explosion. The gym leader level Glally used Big Bang, which was incredibly powerful, instantly clearing out the surrounding area and killing or injuring all of the poacher's Pokémon. Seeing that he was seriously injured, Wang Rolong's expression became even more ferocious. Capture Jin Yan alive, you son of a bitch. Coagulus, Asphalt Shot. Jin Yan calmly commanded his other Pokémon, Coagulus. Asphalt Shot is Coagulus's signature move, splashing sticky asphalt onto the enemy, slowing them down, and doubling the damage taken if the opponent is hit by a fire-type attack. Don't give him a chance. Scythe Helmet, Water Burst Shatter. Water-based abilities surged from the Scythe Helmet's body, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the giant coal mountain. Water-based energy enveloped its twin blades, and it suddenly slashed towards the giant coal mountain. The giant coal mountain, which was 4 times weaker than water, had no time to react and was instantly severely injured by this attack. If it weren't for the giant coal mountain's extremely high physical defense, it probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack. At the same time, Zhaohan's snow moth was also defeated by the long-haired dog and fell to the ground. All 3 were at a complete disadvantage. At this critical moment, as if things weren't going to go wrong, a chilling aura locked onto Xiaoyu. Unbeknownst to them, a cursed doll with the power of a hegemon had quietly infiltrated their vicinity and launched a fatal attack on Xiaoyu and the others. Hold on. Sensing that Xiaoyu was under mortal threat, Gallade emerged from its poke ball, first using Protect to block the attack from Cursed Doll, and then its arms were imbued with psychic-type energy, a spiritual weapon. With a single slash, Gallade, a champion-level fighter, instantly defeated Cursed Doll with just 1 blow. Gallade, take care of them. Gallade, with its peak Elite 4 level strength, charged into the battlefield like a tiger among sheep. These Pokémon, whose highest strength is only at the gym leader level, are no match for Gallade. Every time Gallade swings its psychic blade, a Pokémon is defeated. A champion-level trainer. Wang Rolong panicked when he saw Gallade and immediately shouted, "Run! Everyone run! Split up and run!" But at this point, Xiaoyu wouldn't give him a chance to escape. He hardened his heart and shouted, "Gallade! Anyone who runs away will be killed." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Gallade flashed and used instant teleport to the side of a fleeing poacher. With a single slash, it instantly cut the poacher in 2, and the corpse fell to the ground, immediately shocking the crowd in front of it. Try running if you want, and see if your feet are faster or Gallade's teleportation is faster. Chapter 199 Team Rocket. When the rest of the patrol team arrived, they found only a dozen poachers, tied up with ropes, all squatting on the ground. There were many Pokémon corpses on the snow, including a human corpse that had been cut in half at the waist, letting everyone know how brutal the battle that had just taken place was. Jin Yan was sitting on a rock, smoking a cigarette, trying to calm himself down. His expression was calm, and there was no trace of joy on his face as he looked like he had survived a disaster. "Captain, did you catch all of these?" A member of the patrol team who arrived asked in surprise. "Xiaoyu caught them all. You were so slow. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, you'd all be collecting our corpses by now," Jin Yan said, pointing at Xiaoyu with annoyance. Without Xiaoyu, his very survival would be in question. As Jin Yan spoke, his gaze also fell on Xiaoyu. Because he had lived in the mountains for many years and was isolated from news, he had never heard of Xiaoyu's name, or rather, he had heard someone mention it and then forgotten about it. After all, in the mountains, just being able to survive was a blessing, so where would he find the time to worry about other things? He initially thought Xiaoyu was just a rich young master who came to gain experience, but he didn't expect that Xiaoyu would have a celestial-level Gallade protecting him. This made Jin Yan curious about Xiaoyu's identity. "Let's go, take these poachers back," Jin Yan said. "Xiao Xiao, when we get back you write a report, give all the credit to Xiaoyu, and the other Xiao Xiao and I were just helpers." Xiao Xiao was a young girl transferred from Linan City. Her voice carried the soft Wu dialect accent unique to the water towns of Jiangnan. She was wrapped in a thick cotton coat, so you couldn't see her face, but she was not short. The team members were quite excited to have taken down such a large poaching gang today, but they were also very curious about how Xiaoyu had managed to capture them. Given the ruthlessness of poachers, they shouldn't have surrendered so easily. On the way back, Xiaoyu was preoccupied with many things. The events of the day had made him think a lot. He chatted with Jin Yan along the way. "Captain Jin, can I ask you about something?" "Just ask what's wrong." Jin Yan was quite forthright, and he also wanted to befriend Xiaoyu. "We've been through thick and thin together, so let's not be so polite. I just want to ask if you've heard of Xiaoyong." Xiaoyu asked, wanting to hear about his father's story. Page 117. "Of course I've heard of them," Jin Yan said, turning to Xiaoyu when she asked. Xiaoyong and Sushio were the 2 most talented people in our patrol team back then. Sushio. Xiaoyu was a little unsure if the Sushio Jin Yan was talking about was the Sushio he knew. "Is it that wanted criminal Sushio?" "Yes." Jin Yan smiled bitterly. "Sushio used to be my captain." "Oh, Xiaoyong, Xiaoyu? What's your relationship with Xiaoyong?" "Xiaoyong is my father," Xiaoyu said politely. "Could you tell me about them?" Xiaoyu was shocked. This was the first time he had heard that his father and Sushio knew each other. Recalling his experience in the grass insect secret realm, Xiaoyu vaguely felt that his father was hiding something from him. "What do you want to ask them about?" "I don't actually know much about it." "Whatever, I just want to hear their stories from the past." "You can tell me anything," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "Sushio and Xiaoyong are both my seniors. I heard they are about the same age." Xiaoyong was sent by the association to support the patrol team, while Sushio came to us on his own, Jin Yan said, recalling the past. I heard that they were both very capable. Not long after joining the patrol team, they became the main force of their respective teams, and a year later they both became the captains of their respective teams. When the 2 years were up, Xiaoyong tamed a firefly and left the patrol team. Sushio, on the other hand, stayed with the patrol team for several years before leaving. Captain Sushio always worked diligently and was always at the forefront of every poacher capture operation. To be honest, I really can't understand why he would do such a thing. You know what happened to him afterward. Jin Yan paused here. Actually, if you really want to ask about Sushio, you can ask Deputy Captain Su Shanhe. Captain Su has been here for decades, he should know something. I understand. Thanks, Captain Jean, Xiaoyu replied. Back at the patrol team's camp, Roger had obviously heard about what had just happened, and he frowned as he looked at the dozen or so poachers. Wang Rolong. Roger clearly recognized Wang Rolong, the leader. You've all worked hard. Go and get some rest and sleep, leave the rest to me. When Xiaoyu returned to the house, Su Shanhe was nowhere to be seen. On the way back, he learned from the other team members that Su Shanhe, who also worked as a teacher in Qingshan town, usually had to leave for class at 6 o'clock in the morning and could not get back until 9 o'clock in the evening. Occasionally, if something happened, he would be delayed until 11 or 12 o'clock. At the same time, he also had to participate in patrols on weekends. He was the hardest working person in the entire patrol team and the person that all the team members admired the most. After a quick wash, Xiaoyu lay on the bed, staring intently at the mosquito net, his brows furrowed. The encounter with the poachers today, as well as his casual conversation with Jin Yan and the poachers, had stirred up some other thoughts in his mind. First, there are the rangers. Their income is quite low. In fact, you could say that delivering food in a big city earns more than a ranger. However, the only advantage of being a ranger is that after 2 years of service, they are allowed to catch one Pokémon in the wild area. Many people come here to support the area for 2 years, not only to enhance their resumes, but also because being able to catch a Pokémon from the wild area is a major reason. Secondly, there are poachers. Poachers face the risk of being caught by patrol teams and dying at the hands of wild Pokémon, but as long as they can return alive, the spoils of one poaching trip are enough for them to live comfortably for several years. Both the rangers and the poachers are honest, hardworking people. The real beneficiaries are the other parties in the Pokémon poaching industry chain. Pokémon poaching has developed into a complete industry chain. Poachers capture Pokémon and sell them to smugglers, who then sell these illegal Pokémon to black markets around the world, where they are then sold to people who need Pokémon. Of the profits generated, poachers probably only get about 10%, smugglers about 30%, and the black market about 60%. It's like this: a Pokémon might sell for 1 million on the black market, but you could get it from a smuggler on the underground black market for about 400,000, and a smuggler could get it from a poacher for only 100,000. Layer upon layer of exploitation and oppression. Poachers take the greatest risks for the least money, while the black market takes the least risks for the most money. Of course, the members of the patrol team suffer the most, as they receive the lowest wages and are always at risk of losing their lives. At this moment, Xiaoyu had a bold idea. What if he were to integrate the entire industry chain? By integrating patrol teams, poachers, smugglers, and the underground black market, this would be beneficial to many people. For example, after the integration of the patrol teams, their treatment and income will definitely increase significantly, and at the same time, there will be no more danger when carrying out their missions. Poachers would also see their income skyrocket, and they would no longer face the risk of fighting to the death with patrol teams. The smugglers are the most troublesome. The only thing they can increase is their income. The advantages of the underground black market are more obvious. The supply is more stable, and there won't be situations where you can't receive Pokémon for months due to stricter patrols. Finally, it is also beneficial to the development and ecological protection of the wild area. As long as the forces are integrated, Xiaoyu can take only a portion of the Pokémon eggs, just like in the Secret Realm. This will not have too much impact on the Pokémon population, and will also ensure a stable source of income. Integrating the entire poaching chain is a win-win situation for all parties involved. Xiaoyu would never have dared to dream of it before, but with the acquisition of Iron Warrior, a champion-level Pokémon, his mind started to work. However, doing so would offend many people and cross many people's red lines regarding their interests. The organization that was most offended was the Pokémon Association. The Pokémon Association established the wild area, which, in addition to protecting wild Pokémon, also sells capture slots to the public. A single capture slot in the wild area can cost as much as 1 million, but all the money from selling capture slots goes to the Pokémon Association, and the patrol team members don't get a single penny. Xiaoyu frowned and thought. This matter was indeed very promising, but it couldn't be done openly. He's currently in a honeymoon period with the Pokémon Association, so he can't openly challenge them. Therefore, Xiaoyu can only do it secretly or delegate it to others. How about we create a new organization called Team Rocket, to revive Team Rocket's glory in this world? Chapter 200 Going Up the Mountain. Xiaoyu lay in bed, pondering for a long time that night. Creating Team Rocket and integrating the entire Pokémon poaching industry chain requires a great deal of preparation, and talent and strength are both indispensable. However, Xiaoyu currently lacks both of these things. His only reliance is the Iron Warrior. Apart from the Iron Warrior and the Gallade that the association has loaned to him, Xiaoyu's own strength is just so. As for talent, building a Rockets team is impossible for him alone. He needs capable subordinates. Therefore, this plan is still somewhat premature for him at present and must be temporarily shelved. However, Xiaoyu was also prepared for any eventuality. As the saying goes, preparation is the key to success, and lack of preparation leads to failure. This matter may seem impossible to Xiaoyu now, but it might be possible in the future. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. If he really wanted to form Team Rocket, who could he find? Xie Tianming, who owns the Infernape, Kaipan Kaiu, the commoner insect king, Zhaoruohan, and his best friend Wu Yaezu. Of these people, probably only Xie Tianming and Zhaoruohan are willing to follow him. Kaipan Kaiu is already a big internet celebrity and has no worries about income. Secondly, Wu Yaezu is also very wealthy, so there is no need for him to work for such money. Zhaoruohan has signed a contract with the Xia family, which means they are now tied together. Xie Tianming has also recently joined the Xia family's company. These two are the most likely candidates to be recruited. Besides that, a team always needs an expert to oversee things. Xiaoyu suddenly thought of someone, Su Xiao, but he quickly dismissed the idea, as he and Su Xiao were enemies. I'll find an opportunity to test Xie Tianming and Zhaoruohan. On the other side, Zhaoruohan and Zhaomura were also lying on the bed, talking in hushed tones. Zhaomura was from Linen City. After graduating from Imperial University, she returned to Linen City to work and was assigned here to provide support for 2 years. She had 6 months left on her term and could go back home. The other members of the patrol team might not know Xiaoyu, but she did. She had heard Xiaoyu's name when she returned to Linen City for the Spring Festival this year. She never expected to meet Xiaoyu in person here, and even become teammates with him. She couldn't help but feel excited. Zhaomura and Zhaoruohan chatted for a long time. Women's topics are always varied and interesting. They talked for a long time until dawn before they went to sleep. The life of the patrol team is monotonous and tedious. Because 3 teams take turns on duty, each team can rest for 2 days after completing its patrol mission. During these 2 days, as long as there is no major emergency, the team members are free to move around, provided they do not stray too far from the patrol team. Most of the team members stayed indoors playing cards and drinking. The weather in the wilderness was strange. It was so hot during the day that people were drenched in sweat, and so cold at night that people were shivering. Unless there was a mission or they needed to go back to Green Mountain Town to buy things, no one wanted to go out. After learning that Xiaoyu was protected by a Gallade with champion-level potential, Roger did not restrain Xiaoyu and let him act on his own. The wild area is teeming with rare Pokémon, and Xiaoyu had other ideas in mind. He wanted to take advantage of his 2 days off to explore the wild area and see if he could encounter any powerful Pokémon. It's worth noting that even rare Pokémon like Flamebug, Zoroark, Ditto, and Riolu occasionally appear in the wild area. Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass him by. Even if he didn't need these Pokémon, he could give them to his older brother or father. However, there is a limit to the number of Pokémon that can be caught in the wild area. Each person can only catch 1 Pokémon in the wild area every 2 years. This is also a way to protect the wild area's ecosystem. Although Xiaoyu is not currently eligible to catch Pokémon in the wild area, if he does catch a Pokémon, he can easily spend 1 million to qualify for a wild area catching slot. This is also an unspoken rule among the staff in the Wilderness District, like Xiaomaru, even though she hasn't worked there for 2 years. According to the rules, she is not allowed to catch Pokémon in the wild area, but Xiaomaru has actually already caught and raised a Pokémon. Although this is illegal, the illegal Pokémon will automatically become legal after 2 years. After sleeping for a day, Xiaoyu got up early the next day. He planned to take advantage of the day off and bring his Pokémon to venture deeper into the wild area, where most of the Pokémon were ice type. Xiaoyu has already caught 10 Pokémon of different types, but he hasn't caught any Ice-type or Water-type Pokémon yet. He would like to catch one if he has the chance. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu remembered his item, the all-purpose potion, which he had carefully studied regarding its ability to alter properties. Xiaoyu was unsure whether this ability change only changed a Pokémon's ability to one that could be found in the game, or whether it could change a Pokémon's ability to one that did not violate the laws of nature. If it's the former, Xiaoyu's first choice for catching a Pokémon would naturally be Greninja, because Greninja has a unique ability among all Pokémon, Bond Phenomenon. Furthermore, the water and dark types are also types that Xiaoyu doesn't currently have, making them a perfect fit. Secondly, if it's the second option, then Xiaoyu has many choices, such as Slaking with Hercules, Charizard with water absorption. That might be a bit outrageous. Secondly, there are Swampert with its herbivore ability, Electric-type Pokémon with its Guardian ability, Hydreigon with its Contrarian ability, Ferrothorn with its Flash Fire ability, Spore with its Prankster ability, and Volcarona with its Quiver Dance ability. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu only had one dose of this medicine, so he couldn't conduct the experiment. To be on the safe side, he should probably choose to subdue the Guagua Bubble Baby. Xiaoyu got up early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking and the weather was slightly chilly. She had already changed into a thick cotton coat and was about to go out when she ran into Zharuohan. "Are you going out?" Zharuohan asked, looking at Xiaoyu, who was fully armed and ready to leave. "Yes, I'm planning to go for a walk in the mountains," Xiaoyu said without hiding anything. "I want to go too," Zharuohan said to Xiaoyu calmly. "Let's go together." Faced with Zharuohan's invitation, Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." Xiaoyu had his own reasons for bringing Zharuohan along. On the one hand, due to the limited number of Pokémon capture slots in the wild area, Xiaoyu can only capture one Pokémon in the wild area. If he encounters two Pokémon with good potential, he can let Zharuohan capture them and he will pay to take up her slot. On the other hand, Xiaoyu also wanted to test Zharuohan. He wanted to integrate the entire Pokémon poaching industry chain, but one person's efforts alone were definitely not enough. He needed to find some like-minded people. Page 118. The two walked through the mountains, chatting as they went. "Zharuohan, didn't you want to be a Pokémon nurse and breeder?" As they walked through the forest, Xiaoyu took off his cotton coat. With the rising sun and warming sunlight, he asked, "Why did you suddenly become a trainer?" Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Zharuohan's eyelashes fluttered, and she kept walking, saying softly, "There's no particular reason. I used to want to be a Pokémon breeder, but after working in the gym for a while and meeting more people, my thoughts changed. I still want to be a trainer." Chapter 201 The Trail of Steelix. Xiaoyu and Zharuohan walked in the mountains and forests, chatting about the interesting things that happened when they were studying. Zharuohan is beautiful, academically excellent, and gentle in nature. She has always been the white moonlight in the hearts of many boys, and many people have written love letters to her. To be honest, Xiaoyu used to have a slight crush on Zharuohan. It's normal for men to like pretty girls, but Xiaoyu was very restrained. Now, more than half a year has passed, and Xiaoyu has lost interest in Zharuohan in that regard. For some reason, Xiaoyu suddenly thought of Teacher Long, who was far away in the capital. He wondered how Teacher Long was doing lately. There was no cell phone signal in this deep mountain forest, so he couldn't contact Teacher Long. "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu." Zharuohan waved her hand in front of Xiaoyu, interrupting his thoughts. "What are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed in your thoughts." "Oh, I was thinking about something and my mind wandered off," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "Where were we?" "You asked me why I suddenly want to be a trainer. Don't blame me. I remember you didn't want to be a trainer before, did you?" Zharuohan looked at Xiaoyu and asked. She remembered that Xiaoyu had never caught a single Pokémon before. When people asked him why, he would say that he only wanted to become a Pokémon professor. But after a summer vacation, Xiaoyu embarked on the path of a Pokémon trainer. Xiaoyu was speechless. Did he not want to be a trainer before? It was because his passive skill master's style had prevented him from catching any Pokémon with champion-level potential. "Actually, I don't want to be a trainer right now. I'd rather be an ordinary Pokémon professor. I'd buy a big villa by the sea, marry a beautiful wife, have a few chubby sons, do research every day, and play with Pokémon. That would be such a comfortable life. Unlike trainers who are out fighting and killing every day, it's too dangerous." Xiaoyu was telling the truth. He really wanted to live that kind of life. A simple and peaceful life is the best, but reality didn't allow it. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it's a pity that when you're in the martial world, you're not in control of your own destiny. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Zharuohan couldn't help but chuckle, her bright eyes looking at Xiaoyu. "You still say you have no choice. Now you're Dr. Xia, with a bright future ahead of you. You have a big house, and so many girls want to marry you. Your dream is actually very easy to achieve. You don't understand. Xiaoyu sighed. Do you know where I got that Gallade? The Pokémon Association specially lent it to me to protect me. Now, there are a lot of people who want me dead, or to capture me alive to do experiments for them. No way. Zhaoruohan frowned slightly. After all, she was just a high school girl and didn't know much about the world, so she naturally couldn't grasp the danger Xiaoyu was talking about. Is it really as dangerous as you say? Of course, am I lying to you? That's how it is for all researchers. Once you reach the top level in a certain field, you have to consider your safety. Xiaoyu had read too many reports of scientists dying mysteriously in his previous life. Just by searching for keywords such as scientist murder online, you can find many related news articles. So I have to become stronger, otherwise I will live in fear all the time, worried about being assassinated. It wasn't that Xiaoyu was maliciously speculating about the dangers of this world, it was simply that when it came to his life, he had to consider the worst-case scenario. Okay, have you ever encountered any danger? Zhaoruohan asked Xiaoyu with concern. Yes, didn't we encounter danger during our night patrol? The two walked through the mountains and forests, and before they knew it, they had come to a stream. The babbling water flowed through the mountains, and as the sun rose higher, the temperature rose to over 20 degrees Celsius. Boom! Suddenly, a sound came from ahead. Although the sound was not loud, it was quite obvious and startled Bobo, who was perched in the tree, causing them to fly away. What's that sound? Xiaoyu and Zhaoruohan exchanged a glance, their expressions immediately becoming tense. Could they really be so unlucky? They had just encountered poachers 2 days ago, and now they were facing them again today. Xiaoyu said, let's go take a look. Okay. Zhaoruohan nodded and followed closely behind Xiaoyu as they walked up. Come out, Buzzbat. Xiaoyu said as he walked toward the source of the sound, releasing the scout Buzzbat to check the situation. Buzzbat, go check first, don't get discovered. The buzzing bats made cheerful sounds, flapped their wings, and flew towards the direction from which the sound came. The two followed the buzzing bat and ran toward the source of the sound. As they got closer to their destination, they became more cautious and gradually slowed their pace. Just then, the buzzing bat, having gathered intelligence, returned from afar. As its strength increased, its telepathic abilities also became more proficient, allowing it to communicate with Xiaoyu through telepathy. You mean you found a giant steelix? The buzzing bat nodded. Let's go, let's hurry up and take a look. The two quickened their pace and finally arrived at their destination a dozen minutes later. There, they saw a huge hole in the ground, which was obviously left by the giant steel snake. Want to go in and take a look? Xiaoyu turned to Zhaoruohan and asked, looking at the hole left by the giant steel snake. Are you going? Zhaoruohan asked instead of answering. Of course I have to go in and take a look. Okay, I'll go with you. The two walked toward the hole dug by the giant steel snake. As they approached the hole, Xiaoyu realized that it was very large, big enough for the two of them to walk side by side, which meant that the giant steel snake must be quite big. As they descended into the cave, Xiaoyu found the interior increasingly spacious. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, the cave entrance disappeared, leaving only darkness below, with no bottom in sight. Buzzing bat, go down and take a look. The buzzing bat continued to act as a scout, flapping its wings and flying down, and soon brought back information. Below the cave entrance was an open area, as wide as a plaza, but it was about tens of meters below the cave entrance. At this height, Xiaoyu naturally had to release the fire-breathing dragon to descend to the bottom of the pit with Zhaoruohan. For safety, Zhaoruohan lay on top of the Charizard, while Xiaoyu protected her from behind. Fortunately, Xiaoyu's Charizard was large enough, otherwise it might not have been able to fit both of them. Riding the Charizard to the bottom of the cave, they found it pitch black, without a glimmer of light. Just then, a sound came from the darkness, as if something was approaching them. Charizard, spit fire. Xiaoyu didn't care about anything else and immediately had Charizard use flamethrower. This would both threaten the enemies in the dark and allow him to identify what they were by the light of the flames. Flames flashed, and Xiaoyu finally saw clearly that it was several Alolan Sandshrews, led by an Alolan Sandslash, that had attacked them. However, Alola Sandslash is weak to fire with both ice and steel types, and it collapsed after taking just one flamethrower. By the light of the fire, Xiaoyu discovered that there seemed to be many Pokémon lurking around him. Looking at them one by one, he found that the vast majority of them were Steel-type Pokémon. Chapter 202 Steel System and Rock System. For Xiaoyu, a Steel-type Pokémon enthusiast, this place is simply his dream paradise. Steel-type Pokémon were everywhere, and shiny Pokémon were everywhere, which made Xiaoyu grin from ear to ear. Looking at the Steel-type Pokémon gleaming with metallic luster hidden all around, Xiaoyu was incredibly excited. He quickly looked around, searching for a Steel-type Pokémon with good potential. Using the flames from Charizard's tail, Xiaoyu discovered that in addition to Steel-type Pokémon, there were also many Rock-type Pokémon on this underground platform. Small diamonds with elite-level quality, an elite-level Alolan Diglett, a north-facing nose with Lord-level aptitude. There are so many Steel and Rock-type Pokémon here. Zhaoruohan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as she looked at the large number of Steel and Rock-type Pokémon. How about we tame one? Xiaoyu asked Zhaoruohan with a smile. Xiaoyu, we don't have a quota for catching Pokémon. If we try to catch Pokémon without permission, it's poaching, and we'll be caught when we get back, Zhaoruohan reminded them. They weren't qualified to catch Pokémon in the wild area. I know, but we can buy capture slots. Each person can capture one Pokémon in the wild area every 2 years. Xiaoyu explained while examining the Pokémon's aptitude. I can pay for it. 1 million per spot. You can catch them yourself, you don't need to buy me any, Zhaoruohan said, looking at Xiaoyu. Her Pokémon training costs were all provided by the Xia family. Where would she get so much money to buy catching spots? Besides, I have enough Pokémon myself. After chatting for a while, Xiaoyu began to carefully examine the aptitude of the Pokémon around him. He had not yet caught any Steel or Rock-type Pokémon, which might be an opportunity for him. After scanning the area, Xiaoyu regretfully discovered that although there were many Pokémon in this underground world, their quality was clearly unsatisfactory. So far, the highest potential Pokémon Xiaoyu has seen is the Overlord level. He hasn't even seen a Gym Leader level Pokémon, let alone an Elite 4 level Pokémon. There are 5 tunnels here. After exploring the open underground platform, Xiaoyu had no choice but to continue deeper into the underground world to search for other Pokémon. What lay before Xiaoyu were 5 tunnels, the entrances of which were pitch black and stretched as far as the eye could see, their destinations unknown. Which way should we go? Casual. In the end, Xiaoyu chose the largest cave entrance and went inside. After all, the larger the cave entrance, the larger the Pokémon living inside, and the larger the size, the better their aptitude. Watching Xiaoyu go inside, Zhaoruohan followed closely behind, and the two began to explore this underground world together. The tunnel Xiaoyu chose was extremely wide. Even if the two walked side by side, it was not crowded at all, and the sound of the wind could be faintly heard. The two walked through the winding tunnel, and the small diamonds and rocks that were everywhere were no longer surprising to them. Xiaoyu continued to use the system to investigate the aptitude of these Pokémon. Elite level? No way. Even a Lord level one won't do. The Overlord level is still not enough, it has to be at least the champion level. The capture slots here are so expensive, we have to capture a Pokémon with the potential to reach the champion level or above. The two walked on like this. Suddenly, they heard a series of thumping footsteps ahead, and with each sound, the ground seemed to shake slightly. Charizard, spit fire. Because it was pitch black, Xiaoyu had Charizard use flamethrower again. Page 119. Boom boom boom. With a tremendous tremor and the illumination of the fire, a Tyranitar of Gym Leader level strength was seen speeding towards them like a heavy truck, completely ignoring Charizard's flames and crashing into the two of them. Seeing the enormous Tyrannosaurus Rex charging towards them, Xiaoyu and Zhaoruohan were both terrified and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Fortunately, Gallade automatically jumped out of its poke ball at that moment, raising a light shield in front of it to block the attack from Tyranitar. Gallade is forever a god. Hold fast to the eternal god. Zhaoruohan was still in shock. She patted her chest, shrank behind Xiaoyu, and looked up at the strange-jawed dragon. This Tyranitar is about 4.3 meters tall, much taller than Li Miao's Tyranitar. In addition, this Tyranitar has excellent aptitude, possessing champion-level potential, which is quite rare among wild Pokémon. Damn, that scared me to death. Xiaoyu was also shaken. Anyone would be startled if they saw a 4-meter-tall Tyranitar charging towards them in the dark. Damn it, Gallade, beat it up. How dare it scare me? Die. Xiaoyu grew angrier the more she thought about it, especially when she remembered how she had screamed in fright just now. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. I won't be able to quell my anger until I beat you up. It must be said that this Gym Leader level Tyranitar is truly formidable, especially considering the enclosed environment of the cave, which restricts the mobility of other Pokémon and further enhances its strength. It only needs to continuously accelerate its charge, without worrying about enemies dodging left or right. Fortunately, Gallade's Elite 4 level strength is undeniable. Even without the advantage of terrain, it's not so bad that it would be defeated by a Gym Leader level Tyranitar. After several rounds of fighting, Tyranitar was covered in wounds, while Gallade remained unscathed. At this point, Tyranitar seemed to be considering fleeing. "Don't let it get away." Xiaoyu realized that Tyranitar intended to escape and commanded Gallade to give chase. Gallade turned around and glared at Xiaoyu, as if to say, "If you're so good, then you do it. All you do is howl from behind. Without me, the team will fall apart sooner or later." Despite her resentful look, Gallade still chased after it without complaint, unleashing 2 consecutive psychic blades that slashed at Tyranitar, taking away its last bit of strength. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex lying on the ground, Xiaoyu's mood finally improved a bit. He was about to take out a Pokeball to capture the Tyranitar when he suddenly heard a whooshing sound and a roar behind him. It was clear that the battle between Tyranitar and Gallade had attracted other Pokémon. The Pokémon's roar was fierce, clearly indicating it wasn't an ordinary Pokémon. Moreover, the wind was getting closer and closer, and in just a breath, it felt like it was almost upon them. Xiaoyu's heart, which had just been at ease, was now on edge again. Before he could react, the whistling wind was already close to his ears. Gallade, acting as a rescuer, had no choice but to teleport in front of Xiaoyu once again, blocking the attack from the unknown Pokémon for him. Boom! With the crashing sound, Xiaoyu finally saw the Pokémon that attacked him: a gray body, a fierce appearance, and sharp teeth and claws. Fossilized pterosaur. Moreover, this is a fossil pterosaur with the strength of a celestial king. Roar! Aerodactyl roared, flapped its wings, and suddenly exerted its strength, forcing Gallade back. Then it pounced on Xiaoyu, extending its claws to grab Xiaoyu's head. "Hold on." In the moment of crisis, Gallade once again used Protect to block the attack for Xiaoyu. The continuous attacks ignited Xiaoyu's anger. If Xiaoruohan hadn't been by his side, he would have definitely unleashed his Iron Warrior to teach the fossil pterosaur a lesson. Chapter 203: Gallade vs Aerodactyl. "Xiaoruohan, go and subdue that monster first," Xiaoyu said calmly. While directing Xiaoruohan, he kept his eyes on the fossil pterosaur. Facing the fossil pterosaur with the strength of a king, Xiaoyu had to focus all his energy on it, so he naturally had no time to pay attention to the unconscious monstrous jaw dragon. He could only ask Xiaoruohan to subdue the monstrous jaw dragon first. Seeing the suddenly appearing Aerodactyl, Xiaoruohan didn't bring up the issue of poaching anymore. Faced with such a crucial matter, she didn't want to cause trouble. Instead, she silently took out a Pokeball and threw it at the Tyranitar lying on the ground, avoiding disturbing Xiaoyu's focus on the battle. "Step back, be careful," Xiaoyu said to Xiaoruohan. Even Xiaoyu had to be extremely careful in a Pokemon battle. At the Elite 4 level 1 wrong move could mean total defeat. At the same time, one of his hands was already on the ironclad Pokeball, ready to release it immediately should anything seem amiss. Xiaoruohan listened to Xiaoyu's words and silently hid behind him. "Gallade, are you sure you can handle it?" Xiaoyu asked, turning his gaze to Gallade, who had just gone through a battle and was clearly exhausted. Gallade nodded, indicating that she was alright. Then, she unleashed her psychic powers and used them to pinpoint Aerodactyl's location. Without superpowers, Gallade would be at a clear disadvantage in the pitch-black underground world. At the same time, Xiaoyu also released his Eisen Servant. As soon as Eisen Servant appeared, his psychic-type power surged out, and his ability Psychic was activated, turning the field into a psychic field. Psychic terrain will provide a slight boost to Gallade. Although the boost is not significant, every extra bit of power increases the chances of victory. Roar! Looking at Xiaoyu and Gallade, the Aerodactyl in the darkness let out a roar, as if to declare its sovereignty and that it was the king here. Its blue eyes were fixed on Gallade and Xiaoyu, and its eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent and bloodlust for the intruders who had entered its territory. The fossil pterosaur flapped its wings violently, and Xiaoyu, in the darkness, could only hear the whooshing sound of the wind. When he came to his senses, the sound of the wind was getting closer and closer. Gallade stood in front of Xiaoyu, assuming an attack stance, ready to strike. Roar! In the blink of an eye, Aerodactyl rushed in front of Gallade, its wings covered in flying-type energy, slashing towards Gallade's body with the flying-type move Twin Wings. Gallade, Stone Edge. Xiaoyu calmly directed the battle, explaining that one of the weaknesses of Aerodactyl, a dual rock/flying type, is its rock type, and Gallade happens to possess the powerful rock/attack. Gallade unleashed a surge of powerful rock-type energy, manipulating the pebbles on the ground to rise into the air and fly towards Aerodactyl. However, this Aerodactyl was incredibly fast. With its hard-head ability, it completely ignored the sharp rock attacks, flashing through the air like a fighter jet, passing directly through the gravel, and charging towards Gallade. As Aerodactyl's wings slashed towards Gallade, it simultaneously opened its massive jaws and bit down hard on Gallade's neck, aiming for a fatal blow. Gallade's reaction was incredibly fast. It quickly held its right arm across its body, first blocking Aerodactyl's wing attacks, and then leaped backward to avoid Aerodactyl's bite. Aerodactyl is a Pokémon with a brutal personality and a love of killing. It likes to use its sharp, serrated teeth to bite through the throats of its prey. Its wings, sharp claws, and sharp teeth are all weapons, making it extremely strong in close combat, but very weak in special attacks. Xiaoyu also noticed that Gallade was slightly at a disadvantage, and that engaging in melee combat with the violent Aerodactyl was clearly an extremely irrational act. Gallade's strength in close combat lies in precise slashes and technique, rather than in sheer brute force. Gallade, use Swords Dance. If you lack strength, you must rely on skills to make up for it. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Gallade's normal-type energy surged, enveloping it and unleashing its overwhelming power. It then performed a battle dance, significantly increasing its attack power. Roar! Aerodactyl roared, not giving Gallade a chance to breathe. It flapped its wings, its body enveloped in flying-type energy, and charged towards Gallade, trying to interrupt Gallade's Swords Dance move. Protect! Gallade, who had just used Swords Dance, used Protect again to block Aerodactyl's fierce attack. Then, with its boosted attack power, it launched a fierce attack on Aerodactyl. Gallopon, Ice Punch. It's called an Ice Fist, but it's more like an ice sword. The retractable blade at Gallade's elbow glows with a blue light, and ice-type energy surges towards the blade, instantly creating a chilling aura. Wielding the frozen blades at its elbows, Gallade launched a fierce attack on Aerodactyl, like a dragon-slaying warrior wielding dual swords locked in combat with a monstrous dragon. Boom! Blades flew as Gallade slashed at Aerodactyl, only to have it blocked by Aerodactyl's claws, instantly covering Aerodactyl's claws with frost. Although the fossil pterosaur blocked each of its several slashes with its claws, the accumulating chill gradually took effect. The surging cold air covered the fossil pterosaur's body with a thin layer of frost and also slightly slowed it down. Roar! One of the fossil pterosaur's weaknesses is ice energy. Feeling the constant surge of cold air, it suddenly let out an angry roar, then flapped its wings and flew into the air. It shook its body to shake off the frost, then its whole body was enveloped in flight energy, folded its wings, and was ready to take off. This is the Divine Bird Strike. Both Divine Bird Strike and Brave Bird Attack are among the strongest flying-type moves, but Divine Bird Strike is even more powerful than Brave Bird Attack. Divine Bird Strike is not only incredibly powerful, but it also has a high chance of hitting vital points and causing enemies to flinch. However, one drawback of the Divine Bird Strike is that it requires charging, but in this dark underground world, this drawback is virtually minimized. Aerodactyl simply needs to create distance between itself and Gallade and accumulate power. Moreover, the time required to accumulate energy can be gradually reduced as one becomes more proficient in the skill, and can even be reduced to almost zero. Roar! Aerodactyl folded its wings and charged toward Gallade like a missile. After charging up, the flying-type energy on its body was so concentrated that its body glowed. Xiaoyu's expression was grim. Gallade had only recently used Protect and was still on Protect's cooldown. If he forced it to use Protect, there was only a 1/3 chance of success. With such a low probability, Xiaoyu naturally dared not gamble. However, Gallade has many insidious moves, such as sharing pain and using Destiny Bond. Xiaoyu discovered that the same Fate skill was truly a divine skill. Below the Elite 4 level, I am invincible. Above the Elite 4 level, I'm 1 for 1. To defeat Gallade, you need at least champion level strength. Gallade, share the pain. Page 120. Chapter 204 Flying Explosion. Aerodactyl rammed Gallade like a missile, sending it flying and rolling several times on the ground before finally managing to stop. The flying-type stab boost, combined with the high damage of Brave Bird and its type advantage against Gallade, allowed Aerodactyl's Brave Bird to instantly cripple Gallade, leaving it barely alive. However, at the same time, Gallade's pain-sharing move also fell on Aerodactyl. The strange ghost-type energy was activated, splitting the stamina of both of them. Gallade took stamina from Aerodactyl and healed Gallade's injuries, allowing the originally near-death Gallade to slowly recover. The fossil pterosaur's face showed a pained expression. It felt its strength draining away, yet it was powerless to stop it. Roar! The wounded Aerodactyl's ferocity was further aroused, making it even more savage, staring intently at Gallade as if it were watching its prey. Roar! Aerodactyl let out a huge roar that echoed throughout the cave. Then it flapped its wings, flew to the top of the cave, circled around, and charged at Gallade again. At the same time, flying-type energy once again gathered on Aerodactyl's body, almost instantly enveloping its entire body. The dense flying-type energy resembled a pale blue flame, emitting a dazzling light. Clearly, having succeeded in its first attack and tasted success, the fossil pterosaur wanted to repeat the same trick and unleash the divine bird strike once again. Gallade, protect me. After the brief respite, Gallade successfully used Protect, erecting a shield of light in front of her. Boom! Aerodactyl flashed past like lightning in the darkness, crashing directly into the light shield erected by Gallade. The immense power caused the light shield to shake violently, making Xiaoyu wonder if the shield he was holding might not be able to withstand the divine bird's fierce attack. But in the end, it was clear that Xiaoyu had worried too much. Although the light shield that was formed was shaking violently, it was still unbreakable and successfully blocked the fossil pterosaur's divine bird attack. It has to be said that this defensive skill is truly divine. It can defend against anything. Unless your strength far surpasses mine, all beings are equal. Gallade, now's the time. Counterattack now. Use Ice Punch. Once the defense is secured, it will be a perfect opportunity for Gallade to launch a counterattack. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Gallade did not hesitate at all. It took a step back, put its hands in an attacking stance, and extended the blade on its elbow, forming an ice blade made of ice-type energy. With a burst of speed from its feet, Gallade launched itself forward, swinging its elbow blades to slash at Aerodactyl. At the same time, ice energy surged forth, filling a large area before them, and slashed towards the throat of the fossil pterosaur. After suffering repeated setbacks, Gallade stopped holding back and went all out, aiming straight for the Aerodactyl's throat. Roar! The fossil Aragon reacted quickly, opening its mouth and gathering flames. In the blink of an eye, the flame energy enveloped the Aragon's sharp teeth, which then bit down hard on the ice blade. Fire Fang! The clash between the flame Fang and the ice blade resulted in a draw, with sparks flying everywhere and neither able to gain the upper hand for a moment. Just then, Aerodactyl suddenly flapped its wings wildly, seemingly trying to take Gallade into the air with it. Gallade, noticing Aerodactyl's actions, reacted swiftly, swinging its other hand's ice blade and slicing directly into Aerodactyl's wing. It instantly tore open a huge wound, and blood gushed out. But the blood was immediately frozen by ice energy as soon as it hit the air. The ice energy spread and instantly froze most of the fossil Aerodactyl's body. Roar! The fossil pterosaur, writhing in pain, let out a desperate, agonizing roar, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, its nostrils flaring as it launched a frenzied counterattack. It suddenly stretched out its claws, kicked Gallade away with one claw, and then flew to the top of the cave. Because of its injured wing, the fossil Aerodactyl's flight speed was significantly reduced, but even so, it showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, after circling in the air, a surge of flying-type energy rose from its body, enveloping it and radiating a brilliant light. Ferocious Pokémon like Aerodactyl will fight to the last moment, preferring to fight their enemies rather than run away. Bird Slam! Roar! The fossil-like Aerodactyl swooped down from the sky at high speed, crashing into Gallade like a meteor and illuminating the entire cave. Xiaoyu frowned. Without being able to defend against the Aerodactyl's divine bird strike, Gallade was truly helpless. Looking at the fossil pterosaur in front of him, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered a famous tactic from his previous life, Flying Explosion. The flying bombing tactic refers to using a bunch of flying-type Pokémon to bombard the enemy in turn, breaking through their defenses and forcibly tearing apart their lines of defense. This tactic is a purely brute force tactic. It became popular because many trainers would build their team's defensive synergy to ensure the team's overall strength. While perfect zone defense means a team has strong overall defensive capabilities, it also means that it won't be able to effectively defend against attacks of a single attribute. This gives some extreme violent elements an opportunity. As long as they break through the enemy's defenses against the flying-type Pokémon, they can directly overwhelm the enemy team. Of course, besides Flying Blast, there are also skills like Ice Blast, which is why Flying Blast is so famous. The main reason is that flying types have the powerful move Brave Bird, and flying types only have resistance to rock, steel, and electric types, but no type immunity. Now Xiaoyu was experiencing the feeling of facing the flying explosion tactics in his previous life. He knew the opponent's tactics, which were to keep using the divine bird strike, but he just couldn't stop it. Fortunately, Gallade has a despicable move called Destiny Bond, which is a truly divine move. Fate Shared, Gallade. Fate Shared is practically a foolproof move. I don't care about any of your messy tactics, I'm just going for the ultimate one-for-one trade, just like the Big Bang tactic. The divine bird slammed into Gallade, but Gallade's Destiny Bond move had already hit Aerodactyl first, connecting their life force. Boom! With a loud bang, Gallade was sent flying, crashing into a wall, losing its ability to battle, and collapsing to the ground unconscious. At the same time, the fossil pterosaur also lost its strength and struggled to resist, but it was powerless and eventually collapsed to the ground unconscious. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu threw out a pokeball, capturing Aerodactyl and gaining Gallade in the process. Let's go, we need to get out of here quickly. Xiaoyu picked up the pokeball and immediately prepared to leave this dangerous underground world. After Gallade lost its ability to battle, they also lost the right to continue exploring the underground world. Unless Xiaoyu reveals that Iron Warrior is the Pokémon. However, at that moment, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness, staring at the two of them. A huge sense of oppression came over them and instantly surged towards Xiaoyu, Zhaoruohan, and their Pokémon. The immense superpowers seemed poised to crush the two of them. Metagross. Chapter 205 Leaving. Xiaoyu was terrified the moment he saw the Metagross, but then he was overjoyed. I finally waited for you, but fortunately I didn't give up. Happiness is hard-won, which is why we cherish it all the more. Xiaoyu was almost in tears. He had finally seen a living Metagross. Metagross has many nicknames, such as Steel Crab, Alloy Cross, and Steel Cross. Xiaoyu's favorite names are Alloy Cross and Steel Cross, which sound quite imposing. Metagross, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon in the Hone region, not only boasts top-tier looks with its metallic shell and an X-shaped cross on its face, giving it a cool appearance, but it is also incredibly powerful and capable of mega evolution. Since its debut in the games and anime, Metagross has always been Xiaoyu's favorite Pokémon. Its cool appearance and pseudo-legendary strength make it hard not to love. The most distinctive feature of Metagross is its intelligence. They have exceptional brainpower and calculation ability, as well as extremely high IQ. Almost all Metagross Pokémon have a rational and ruthless personality. They are like computers, rationally handling every situation they encounter, using standardized processes and formulaic thinking to deal with any unexpected situations, and solving problems in the most ideal and advantageous way. Otherwise, Metagross wouldn't have waited until Gallade and Aerodactyl were both severely injured before reappearing, as that would have been the best time for it to make its move. Metagross's personality is divided into two extremes. Most Metagross are cruel and ruthless, especially fond of torturing their prey. They like to chase and tease weak Pokémon, then use their huge size to press the prey down, use their forearms to form a metal cage to trap the prey, and then slowly eat it. This type of Metagross is even more ferocious. In addition to feeding mainly on minerals, it also likes to eat the flesh and blood of other Pokémon as snacks and desserts. Another type of Metagross is gentle and kind. They like to help weak Pokémon and only eat metal, stones and other similar things. They do not hunt prey. Seeing the Metagross emerge from the darkness, Xiaoyu forced himself to calm down. This Metagross was at the near champion level, and its strength was extraordinary. According to Xiaoyu's analysis, the Metagross he was facing was clearly not the kind of Pokémon that was kind. There was a 99% chance that it was a vicious Pokémon. At this moment, it was looking at Xiaoyu and Zhaoruohan with a cold expression, slowly wearing down their patience and bringing them a great sense of pressure. Xiaoyu. Zhaoruohan looked at the giant golden monster that had appeared, her heart heavy. She suddenly called out Xiaoyu's name, took out her pokeball, held it in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "You go first, I'll stall for time." Just now, Xiaoyu's Gallade had already achieved a 1-for-1 trade with Aerodactyl in the previous battle. Without Gallade, Zhaoruohan really couldn't think of any way for them to deal with this newly appeared Metagross. In the darkness, Xiaoyu couldn't see Zhaoruohan's expression, but he was still quite surprised when he heard what she said. He never thought that Zhaoruohan would say such a thing. Xiaoyu was completely bewildered. What was going on? Why did it suddenly become so emotional? It felt like a life-or-death separation. What are you doing? Xiaoyu was interrupted by Zhaoruohan before he could finish speaking. If we stay here together, we'll all die. It's better for one of us to cover the other's escape first, so there's still a chance of survival. Xiaoyu, you go first. Your survival is more useful than mine. Zhaoruohan's tone seemed to carry a hint of resolute determination. After all, you are a Pokémon professor. Looking at Zhaoruohan's appearance and listening to her words, Xiaoyu found it somewhat amusing. How could it suddenly seem like a life-or-death separation? Yet, he still felt a touch of emotion. For Xiaoyu, who wields the Iron Warrior, the situation before him is not a hopeless one. However, Zhaoruohan was unaware that Xiaoyu possessed a champion-level Iron Warrior. Now, facing this near-champion-level Megalodon, it was undoubtedly a desperate situation with no chance of survival. Anyone who stayed would die, but she resolutely gave Xiaoyu the chance to live. Page 121. Perhaps sensing the slightly tense atmosphere, Xiaoyu started joking instead. Okay, I will live on with your beliefs, Xiaoyu said. Do you have any other wishes? If I survive, I will definitely help you fulfill them. Zhao remained silent, quietly releasing her Pokémon Orpheus and Felfin, ready for battle. Xiaoyu, okay. Zhao words were on the tip of her tongue, but she suddenly swallowed them back and changed her tone. It's nothing. My greatest wish is to realize the great ideal of communism. Zhao wanted to say something to make Xiaoyu remember her forever, but the words stuck in her throat. She was already dying. What use were these words? This isn't a romantic drama, where she's crying and begging Xiaoyu to remember her for the rest of his life. She shouldn't cause him any more trouble. She should just let him live a good life. After all, she's already caused him too much trouble. Cough cough. Upon hearing Zhao lofty ideals, Xiaoyu choked on his own saliva. Comrade Zhao, you should fulfill this wish yourself. In the pitch-black underground world, Xiaoyu turned to look at Zhao, and then earnestly instructed her, word by word, I hope that no matter what you see next, you will not tell anyone, because it concerns my life safety, and if it is exposed, my life may be in danger. Hearing Xiaoyu's serious tone, Zhao realized the seriousness of the situation. At the same time, she secretly guessed that Xiaoyu had some secret way to save his life. Fortunately, she hadn't said anything reckless. Okay, I promise you. Go, Iron Warrior. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Zhao looked at the Pokémon Xiaoyu had released in the dim light. She swore that she had never seen this Pokémon before, and there was never a Pokédex entry for it in any book. It looks like a combination of Gardevoir and Gallade. Iron Warrior? What a strange name. The Iron Warrior who appeared first looked up at the strength of the Metagross in front of him. When he found that it was only at the quasi-champion level, he turned to look at Xiaoyu, clearly dissatisfied that Xiaoyu had called it out. It's as if it's saying, do these small fry even need my help? The Metagross looked at the Iron Warrior with equally wary eyes. After briefly assessing the strength of the two, it took a slight step back to maintain a safe distance from the Iron Warrior, and then disappeared into the cave in a flash. Watching the Metagross disappear, Xiaoyu felt a slight regret, but he didn't dare to pursue it too far. This vast underground world was full of dangers, and he only had the Iron Warrior token. For safety's sake, he should go back, since he had already confirmed the Metagross's whereabouts. Another reason is that Xiaoyu and Zhao have reached their capture quota, and his intuition tells him that even if he captures Metagross, the association will most likely not allow Xiaoyu to take it away. After all, it is a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Besides, Xiaoyu's gains this time were already more than enough. With Aerodactyl and Tyranitar, he had made a fortune. Next time he comes, he will definitely capture Metagross. Chapter 206 Future Vision. Phew, it's finally out. Xiaoyu and Zhao finally left the underground world through the tunnel. When they arrived on the surface, looking at the mountains and forests, facing the sunlight, and breathing in the fresh air, they couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Zhao face was also beaming with smiles. She had just resigned herself to death, but unexpectedly, she escaped death and survived. She couldn't help but look up at Xiaoyu, who was beaming with excitement. Xiaoyu, this is for you. Zhao took out the Monstera Pokeball and handed it to Xiaoyu. This is the Pokémon you caught. You can keep it, Xiaoyu said after thinking for a moment. From Zhao attitude when facing the threat of death in the underground world, he had a new opinion of her. You can keep the Monster Jaw Dragon for now, but whether you can make it obey depends on your own ability. By the way, Zhao, I want to ask you a question. Xiaoyu suddenly changed his tone, turned to look at her, and their eyes met. Do you think we can catch all the poachers? Xiaoyu asked Zhao on the surface, but he was really talking to himself. Every time we catch a group of poachers, new poachers will take their place. It's a never-ending cycle. We've been trying to catch them for decades, but the number of poachers has not decreased. On the contrary, it's increasing. Zhao fell silent as she listened to Xiaoyu's words. The reason why poaching is so rampant and has even formed a huge industry chain is because of the high returns. At the same time, the Pokémon Association doesn't have enough manpower to look after every wild area. After all, Elite Four members are needed to guard secret realms, protect cities, defend wild areas, and fight against foreign countries. Where would the Pokémon Association get so many Elite Four level trainers? You said, if I unite all the poachers, then cooperate with the patrol teams, control the entire poaching industry, and make everyone benefit, do you think that's possible? Zhao turned to look at Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with surprise. She saw the word ambition in Xiaoyu's eyes, and she saw Xiaoyu's ambitious side. A scientific genius, whose maternal grandparents are scientific giants and whose father is the museum owner, actually has the dangerous idea of integrating poachers. Zhao couldn't help but advise, Xiaoyu, I don't think you should get involved in this kind of thing. What if it affects your future? In Xiao Ruohan's view, as long as Xiaoyu grows step by step, he will definitely be able to achieve the status of the Elite Four in the future, and there is no need for him to ruin his future by poaching Pokémon. Xiaoyu shook his head. On one hand, he was indeed trying to capture rare Pokémon, but on the other hand, he was also moved by the story of the patrol team. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. In the past, he may have only wanted to live a peaceful and comfortable life, but as his strength continued to increase, Xiaoyu also had other ideas in his mind. To change the Pokémon Association, and even change the whole world. If that day ever comes, I hope you can come and help me. Will you come? Xiaoyu looked intently at Xiao Ruohan, awaiting her response. Xiaoyu, it's nothing, I was just joking. Seeing the hesitation in Xiao Ruohan's eyes, Xiaoyu didn't press her and gave himself a way out. Xiaoyu. Xiao Ruohan looked up at Xiaoyu. From Xiaoyu's eyes and tone just now, she could tell that he was definitely not joking and that he definitely had such thoughts. I really hope you don't do such a thing. But I'd like to hear your plans, after all, you're my boss. This trip to the underground world was very fruitful for Xiaoyu and his companion. They not only caught 2 Pokémon with champion-level potential, a Aerodactyl with champion-level strength, and a Tyranitar with gym leader-level strength, but more importantly, they also discovered the underground world and found traces of Metagross. Xiaoyu memorized the location of the entrance to the underground world, hoping to enter it again to capture Metagross in the future. Back on the surface, after calming down, Xiaoyu carefully recalled the events and realized that so many exceptionally talented Pokémon had appeared in the underground world. A Tyrannosaurus Rex with champion-level potential, a Aerodactyl with champion-level potential, and a Metagross with near-champion-level potential. Xiaoyu was so focused on his own safety that he hadn't noticed anything amiss, but now the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. You see, wild Pokémon with champion-level potential are actually very rare, let alone Pokémon with near-champion-level potential. 1 or 2 could be considered luck, but 3 appeared directly in this underground world, and all of them were rock and steel-type Pokémon, which is quite unreasonable. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation: either there is a steel and rock secret realm deep within this underground world, and the energy of this secret realm is affecting the situation. Another possibility is that there is a steel or rock-type divine beast in this underground world, and Xiaoyu estimates that this possibility is more likely. There are only 3 rock-type legendary Pokémon: Regirock, Terrakion, and Diancie. There are as many steel-type legendary Pokémon as Registeel, Jirachi, Dialga, Heatran, Cobalion, Genesect, Solgaleo, Magearna, Melmetran, Zacian, and Zamazenta. Putting aside the first-tier gods, Xiaoyu felt that the most likely creatures to appear underground were Regirock, Diancie, Registeel, or Jirachi. Of course, this is just Xiaoyu's speculation, and we'll have to wait for the next exploration to find out the exact details. Back at the patrol team, Xiaoyu and Xiao Ruohan first went to the infirmary to treat the injured Pokémon. Then they reported to Roger that they had caught a Pokémon and offered to pay 2 million yuan to buy 2 spots. Roger nodded, asked Xiaoyu and the other person what Pokémon they had caught, and then didn't delve into it further. After all, this is equivalent to the hidden benefits and unspoken rules of the patrolman, and Xiaoyu's future talent is limitless, so Roger is naturally even less likely to make things difficult for Xiaoyu. He will turn a blind eye and do Xiaoyu a favor. Next, Xiaoyu and Xiao Ruohan immersed themselves in the monotonous life of the mountain patrol team, living a repetitive life of patrolling, resting, and resting. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, it was the first team's turn to patrol again. Considering that Xiaoyu had a champion-level Gallade, which was also the strongest in the team, Xiaoyu's 3-person team was changed to Xiaoyu, Xiao Ruohan, and Xiao Maru. After all, in patrol teams, apart from the captain and vice-captain who are Elite 4-level trainers, the squad leaders like the first and second team captains are all gym leader-level trainers or near Elite 4-level trainers. Let's go. The patrol area we're responsible for this time is the Tianlin Mountains, which is considered the most dangerous area in the wilderness. Xiaomaru introduced to Xiaoyu and Xiao Ruohan. Normally, our patrol route starts from the camp, rides a flying-type Pokémon all the way west, and then flies back along the border after reaching it. This round trip takes about 12 hours. Xiaomaru is 23 years old this year, and will soon be 24. After graduating, she joined the Pokémon Association Special Investigation Team, also known as the Special Investigation Team. However, all members of the Special Investigation Team must work in remote areas for 2 years. Xiaomaru was assigned to the Tianda Plateau Wilderness area. Xiaomaru's strength is quite good among her peers. She has 2 Pokémon with the strength of a gym leader, and all her other Pokémon are also of the Overlord level. Her voice had a pleasant, gentle quality reminiscent of the water towns of Jiangnan. However, due to her long-term work in the mountain patrol team, her skin is dark, with a healthy wheat-like color. Because of her long-term exercise, and of course, her figure is quite exaggerated. Xiaoyu held the map, looking at the extent of Tianlin Mountain, his brows furrowed. The Tianlin Mountain range was extremely vast, occupying almost a third of the area of the wilderness, making their patrol mission today extremely challenging. Do you have any flying Pokémon? Xiaomura asked the 2 of them. If not, go and get one right away. I have flying-type Pokémon. Xiaoyu currently has 2 flying-type Pokémon, a Charizard and a newly caught Aerodactyl, though the Aerodactyl isn't very obedient yet. This is a common problem when catching wild Pokémon. Even though Xiaoyu applied medicine to it and tempted it with delicious food and fed it energy cubes, it was still quite violent and full of ferocity. I don't have any flying-type Pokémon. Xiaoruohan shook her head. Then come with me to get one. Xiaoruohan followed Xiaomura to receive a flying-type Pokémon, Finch, and began her official patrol journey. Chapter 207 Ancient Sword Leopard. It was a cloudy day with a howling wind and light snow. The closer we flew to Tianlin Mountain, the worse the weather became, with cold winds making us shiver. Because of their patrol duties, Xiaoyu and his team maintained a low speed and altitude to ensure they could clearly see the ground. It has to be said that patrolling is a really tedious and boring job, which is a test of both physical fitness and perseverance. The biting wind was as sharp as a knife, stinging people's faces. Frost had formed on Xiaoyu's eyebrows, his vision was gradually blurring, and he was shivering from the cold. Even a strong young man like Xiaoyu couldn't withstand it, let alone a young girl like Xiaoruohan. Xiaomuru, on the other hand, seemed to have gotten used to the cold weather and performed better than Xiaoyu and Xiaoruohan. Page 122. Because this was their first patrol in the Tianlin Mountains, the 3 of them kept flying and stopping, having to stop to rest and replenish their energy, light a fire to warm themselves, and ward off the cold every 2 hours or so. This meant that even after setting off early in the morning, they had only completed half of their patrol route by nightfall. Furthermore, the remaining route was even more difficult to patrol due to its proximity to Tianlin Mountain, where the environment was harsher and the temperature was lower. It is said that many powerful Ice-type Pokémon live on Tianlin Mountain. Pokémon such as Abomasnow, Glacian, and Ninetales have been discovered. Xiaomura sat in front of the fire, explaining things to the 2 of them. Xiaoyu, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but be attracted to Xiaomura's figure. Although he is an upright person, he is also an upright man. It's like meeting a really cool woman on the street. You might not necessarily have any romantic feelings for her, but you'll definitely look at her. Xiaomura's figure was among the best Xiaoyu had ever seen. The last person to leave a deep impression on Xiaoyu was Xiaowanyu. However, Xiaomura was still young and had greater potential for growth. She might not be any worse than Xiaowanyu in the future. Just thinking about Xiaowanyu's hot figure made Xiaoyu feel much warmer, and he didn't seem so cold anymore. As night fell and the snow intensified, visibility was limited by the white snowfall. For safety reasons, the 3 had to stop their patrol and find a cave to take shelter from the cold. The 3 of them sat around the lit fire, eating to replenish their energy and warming themselves by the fire. Xiaomura was clearly used to this situation and had already started setting up her tent to spend the night there. Even poachers wouldn't dare to poach Pokémon in this kind of weather, so we can sleep peacefully. However, we need to put a Pokémon at the entrance to keep watch and avoid being attacked by wild Pokémon. With such a harsh environment in Tianlin Mountain, would poachers still come here to poach Pokémon? Xiaoruohan asked, frowning as she looked at the heavy snowfall outside the cave entrance. Mount Tianlin is extremely high in altitude, and with its extremely low temperature and thin oxygen, it is difficult for some weak Pokémon to survive in Mount Tianlin, let alone humans. Even when patrolling, the members of the mountain patrol team only dare to fly around the outer perimeter of the Tianlin mountain range once, and dare not fly into the depths of the Tianlin mountain range at all. There will be some when the weather is good. Xiaomura rubbed her hands together, exhaling warm breath to warm them. Although Tianlin Mountain is dangerous, the rewards are extremely generous. This also means that although there are few poachers coming to Tianlin Mountain, they are all very strong. Poachers who dare to come to Tianlin Mountain are at least at the Overlord level. However, even so, the number of poachers who die in Tianlin Mountain is the highest in the entire Tiandu Plateau wilderness area. With such a high mortality rate, why do they still come here? Xiaoruohan frowned, warming her hands by the fire. What Pokémon does Tianlin Mountain have that would make them risk their lives to come here? Because the Pokémon in Tianlin Mountain have very high potential. Xiaomura sat by the fire, the firelight making her wheat-colored skin glow red. The harsh environment of Tianlin Mountain makes the Pokémon living here generally large in size and quite strong. All the weak Pokémon died, and only the strong Pokémon survived. Moreover, there are powerful and rare Pokémon here, such as Froslass and Mamoswine. If you catch just one, you've hit the jackpot. You can make a fortune by selling it to a trainer or a breeding center. That's why poachers flock here like gamblers. Besides that, some trainers who want to break through their limits and challenge the Elite Four or even the 4 Elite Four come to the Tianlin Mountains to find rare Pokémon. Jean-Laurent recalled the rumors and said to the two of them, "I remember there are still several trainers who are close to Elite Four level in the wild area training in the Tianlin Mountains. Moreover, it is said that the legendary Calamity Pokémon, Leopard, lives in the Tianlin Mountains." Xiaoyu had been quietly listening to the two girls' conversation, but suddenly became interested when he heard this, ancient leopard. There's such a legendary Pokémon in Tianlin Mountain. The ancient sword leopard is one of the 4 Calamity treasures, corresponding to the sword of calamity and representing disasters like avalanches. The other 3 Calamity treasures are the ancient slipper snail, symbolizing desolation, and the slipper of calamity. The ancient cauldron and deer, symbolizing the earth's fissures, correspond to the cauldron of calamity. The ancient jade fish, symbolizing a sea of lava, corresponds to a jade of calamity. Each of these calamity treasures is incredibly powerful and possesses unique characteristics. Given the harsh environment of Tianlin Mountain, it's not surprising that the ancient sword leopard, a symbol of avalanches, lives there. It's just a rumor, and we don't know if it's true or not. Jean-Laurent explained to Xiaoyu, "It is said that someone once saw the ancient sword leopard deep in Tianlin Mountain." Because of this rumor, a wave of searching for the ancient sword leopard was set off, but no new discoveries were made. Over time, people just treated it as a rumor. When it came to legendary Pokémon, Xiaoyu listened very attentively, especially since Guglavel was an Ice/Dark type Pokémon, which happened to be the 2 types of Pokémon that Xiaoyu was missing. "Can you tell me about that rumor?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Jean-Laurent looked at Xiaoyu and nodded. About 20 years ago, a Pokémon Association trainer who was about to become an Elite Four member came to Tianlin Mountain to train, hoping to break through to the Elite Four level. According to him, one day when he was training, he suddenly heard a huge noise, and then he saw an avalanche. A huge avalanche was coming. To survive, he released a flying-type Pokémon to fly into the air and avoid the avalanche. While flying, he saw a white leopard-like Pokémon weaving through the avalanche. This snow leopard had pale blue, diamond-shaped crystals all over its body, and what was most striking was its teeth, which were made up of 2 broken swords. Jean-Laurent described the rumors from back then in detail. After returning, he reported the matter to the association. After that, the league sent one of the Elite Four to Tianlin Mountain to investigate 3 times, but all of them came up empty-handed. Xiaoyu listened very carefully, afraid of missing even the slightest information about the ancient sword leopard. "That's it?" "That's all." Jean-Laurent nodded. "That's all. Because it's just his side of the story, there are no photos or videos, so everyone says he's a liar and spreading rumors." Chapter 208 The High IQ Fire-Breathing Dragon. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the wind and snow gradually stopped. The good news is that the snowstorm has stopped, but the bad news is that Zhao has a fever. The cold weather, combined with the high altitude and thin air, finally made Zhao unable to hold on any longer, and she developed a high fever, her body burning hot like a ball of fire. "Xiaoyu, come help me quickly." Zhao voice rang out, tinged with anxiety. Although she had medicine and a portable oxygen tank in her bag, in this situation, if things weren't handled properly, someone could really die. "Zhao has a fever." Entering the tent, Xiaoyu noticed that Zhao face was flushed and her eyes were slightly glazed. She forced herself to speak to Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while." "You're still alright like this? Just lie down and rest." "What's your temperature?" Xiaoyu asked Zhao. 39. Zhao had obviously already taken her temperature with a thermometer. A temperature above 38.5 degrees Celsius is considered a high fever, and you must immediately take antipyretics and use physical methods to lower your temperature. Xiaoyu walked to Zhao side, touched her forehead, and found it was indeed burning hot. "Did you give her fever reducer?" "I just gave her fever reducer, but she might need physical cooling in this situation. Please close the tent to prevent the cold air from getting in and chilling her. Also, please get the portable oxygen cylinder from my bag so she can use it." Zhao was clearly not new to dealing with this situation and remained relatively calm. "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded and quickly followed Zhao's instructions. Xiaoyu took a portable oxygen cylinder from Zhao's bag and gave it to Zhao. She has such a high fever right now, we need to use physical methods to lower her temperature. I'll go boil some water, and you can wipe her body down, Xiaoyu said to Xiaomaru. It is good. Xiaoyu released the fire-breathing dragon, and with its help, boiled water, brought it into the tent, and took out a towel, put it in a basin, wet it, wrung it out, and handed it to Xiaomaru. Xiaoyu naturally entrusted the task of wiping Xiaoruohan's body to Xiaomaru. The two of them worked for most of the night, constantly boiling water to wipe Xiaoruohan down and physically cool her down until noon when her temperature finally returned to normal. However, her face was still pale, she was dizzy and in a very bad state, as if she was about to faint at any moment. Let's hurry back. Xiaomaru, who had been busy all night, also looked a little haggard. The weather is perfect at midday, so now is the perfect time to head back. Ruohan just recovered from her fever. It's too dangerous for her to ride a flying-type Pokémon by herself. You two should ride one flying-type Pokémon. Xiaomaru looked at Xiaoruohan's haggard face and said with some concern, Xiaoyu, don't let her catch a cold. She's still very weak. I can manage. Xiaoruohan seemed unwilling to cause trouble for the two of them. My fever has gone down. Don't be stubborn. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate or beat around the bush. He frowned and said to Xiaoruohan, just be obedient. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoruohan obediently lowered her head and stopped arguing. Xiaoyu, I've caused you trouble again. If you know you're causing trouble, just listen to me and don't try to be strong. Xiaoyu released his fire-breathing dragon and said to Xiaoruohan, come on up. Charizard looked at Xiaoruohan, showing no resistance on its face. Instead, it smiled and acted very obediently, seemingly not bothered by Xiaoruohan sitting on it. Of course, this is just Charizard's outward appearance. As a well-behaved and cunning dragon, Charizard has long since learned to hide and control its emotions. Although Charizard felt indignant on behalf of its teacher, Dragon Smoke, it wouldn't be foolish enough to easily reveal its thoughts and emotions. After all, what if this woman becomes his mistress and makes things difficult for him later? As a highly intelligent Charizard, how could he easily choose sides when the situation is unclear? As long as I, Long, play it safe and don't take the initiative to join forces, and don't make any fundamental mistakes, I will be invincible, and no one can shake my position in my master's heart. Women come and go, but Long remains constant. As for me, I have already planned everything meticulously and am poised for victory. No matter who the future mistress is, I am irreplaceable. As for me, my main principle is stability. Unless someone else has an heir, I will always follow my master's lead. While secretly pleased with its cleverness, the fire-breathing dragon also secretly memorized Xiaoruohan's appearance. At the same time, a burning gossip ignited in its heart, comparing Long Yaning, Su Muze, and the Xiaoruohan in front of it, guessing which woman its master liked the most. Of all the women it has come into contact with so far, judging solely from appearance, the fire-breathing dragon's favorite is not Long Yaning, not Su Muze, nor Xiaoruohan, but rather Xiaomaru, whom it has only recently met. The reason is simple, as a shiny Charizard, its skin is black, and Xiaomaru has the darkest skin among all the women, making her the closest to its skin color. This gave it a sense of kinship, which is why it likes Xiaomaru the most. However, in terms of personality, Charizard still prefers the kind and considerate dragon teacher the most. Xiaoyu, of course, had no idea that his Charizard was harboring so many wicked thoughts. He was adjusting his sitting posture with Xiaoruohan. To avoid Xiaoruohan catching a cold, and for safety reasons, after several attempts, Xiaoyu finally decided to have Xiaoruohan sit facing him in front of him and crawl into his coat. This way, Xiaoruohan's safety can be ensured, she can be kept warm, and Xiaoyu's height will not be blocked by Xiaoruohan. Although the posture was somewhat intimate, Xiaoruohan did not hesitate and snuggled into Xiaoyu's coat, where she felt warm and comfortable. The two sat facing each other, glanced at each other, and then looked away. Fortunately, it was winter, and the two of them were dressed very warmly, so there was no skin contact, which would have been awkward. Are you ready? Xiaoyu asked Xiaoruohan, looking down at her. Xiaoruohan nodded, her voice barely audible. Let's go, Charizard. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, the Charizard flapped its wings, mustered all its strength, and flew out like an arrow, much faster than usual. The sudden acceleration caused Xiaoruohan's body to fall towards Xiaoyu due to inertia. She couldn't help but wrap her arms around Xiaoyu's waist and gently press her face against Xiaoyu's chest. Sensing the movement on its back, the Charizard's lips curled into a wicked grin, looking as if its evil scheme had succeeded. At the same time, it quietly turned its head to look at Xiaoyu, its face breaking into a bright smile, revealing its white teeth, and extending its right paw to give a thumbs up, looking like a sunny and cheerful dragon. This appearance reminded Xiaoyu of the scaled dragon that opened the door for Teacher Long that day. It couldn't be said that they were completely unrelated, they were exactly the same. It's high, Xiaoyu's blood pressure is high. Seeing Charizard's current state, Xiaoyu's blood pressure soared. He couldn't help but ponder when his Charizard had become like this. Other people's Charizards are brave, handsome, and majestic, but his Charizard is treacherous, cunning, and full of tricks. Page 123. Chapter 209 Daily Training in the Wilderness. After a brisk journey, Xiaoyu and his two companions finally returned to the patrol team before nightfall. Although the process was difficult, they managed to complete their first patrol. After dismounting from the fire-breathing dragon's back, Zhaoruohan's face was flushed, whether from the cold or shyness, she didn't know. She looked up, trying to act nonchalant, and whispered her thanks to Xiaoyu. Thank you. Go and rest first, you've been flying for so long. Xiaoyu noticed Zhaoruohan's flushed face and assumed she still had a fever. Remember to take your medicine. Zhaoruohan replied softly. Xiaoyu was also very tired. The continuous flights and taking care of Zhaoruohan all night had left him severely sleep-deprived, making him look very haggard. He simply washed up and went straight to sleep, sleeping from 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening until 10 o'clock the next morning. After getting up, Xiaoyu regained his energy and felt refreshed. He immediately took his Pokémon and went up the mountain to train by himself. Besides the rare Pokémon, the biggest advantage of the Tiandu Highland Wild area is the physical training provided by the high-altitude environment, which can enhance physical fitness and improve cold and frost resistance. Because Xiaoyu had too many Pokémon, including many rare ones, he specifically found a secluded and deserted area to release his Pokémon. The Lizard King appeared first, its massive size standing out against the snow, like the overlord of this mountain forest. The cold weather made the Lizard King a little uncomfortable, but it didn't have a big impact, since its size meant it was quite cold-resistant. Secondly, there's the Nabot, which is a flying/dragon type. It's 4 times weaker to ice, so special attention should be paid to training it to resist ice. However, as soon as Nombat came out of the Pokeball, it looked very unwilling. It was quite uncomfortable with the cold and harsh weather and kept burrowing into Xiaoyu's arms, rubbing against Xiaoyu's arm affectionately. Buzzing bat. Xiaoyu looked at the buzzing bat, his tone filled with helplessness. You have to learn to adapt to this cold environment and not be afraid of difficulties. The buzzing bat tilted its head and looked at Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression, then began to communicate with Xiaoyu using telepathy. I don't want training, it's cold. Looking at the adorable and silly appearance of the Noibat, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. He was worried that the Noibat would look like this after evolving into a Noivern. No, go train now. Xiaoyu said sternly to Nombat, look, Charizard and Sceptile have already evolved into their final forms, and you haven't evolved yet. Nombat, you need to feel a sense of urgency. Learning is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. Xiaoyu began to brainwash Nova with a serious tone. The reason you haven't evolved for so long is because you haven't trained hard enough. If you continue like this, you'll only fall further and further behind Sceptile and Charizard. Buzzing bat, I'm doing this for your own good. After Xiaoyu's constant coaxing and cajoling, the buzzing bat finally felt a sense of crisis and began to train hard. After arranging the Nombat, Xiaoyu turned his attention to Charizard and found that Charizard had already started training diligently. Although Xiaoyu was pleased with its efforts, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The fact that Charizard was now acting covertly instead of openly causing trouble made Xiaoyu even more worried. He discovered that Charizard was now full of wicked schemes and had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Charizard. Xiaoyu decided to have a serious talk with Charizard. We humans, we dragons have to be upright and honest. We can't rely on crooked methods. You have to be a gentleman like me, open and aboveboard, great and righteous, understand? Charizard lowered its head and looked at Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression, its eyes filled with surprise and disdain, as if to say, what the hell are you spouting? How dare you say such a thing? Long, I'm still not up to par. I need to learn from my master's shameless spirit. Hey, what kind of look is that? Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm talking to you, Charizard. Charizard's disdainful gaze made Xiaoyu feel extremely humiliated. What does this mean? What does this mean? Roar. The fire-breathing dragon retorted. Master said that you and she are equally bad. The newly trained Buzzbat acted as the translator, slowly sending the message and translating it using its telepathic abilities. How dare you talk back? You've changed, Charizard. Ho, Master, she said. Nombat, go train first. Xiaoyu shouted at Nombat, urging it to hurry up and train. Then he turned to Charizard and said, Charizard, you need to pay attention to your image in the future. You represent my image when you're out in public, so you must be a sunny and cheerful Charizard and set a positive example for all trainers. Roar. Charizard seemed a little unconvinced and turned its head away, not wanting to pay attention to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu lowered his voice, quietly walked to Charizard's side, patted Charizard's shoulder, and whispered, "When there are people around, you have to put on a great and righteous image. When no one's around, you can do whatever you want. Charizard, you have to package your image, establish a persona, establish a dragon persona, understand?" After teaching Charizard, Xiaoyu turned his attention to Axew and Baby Dragon. These two little guys joined the team around the same time. Yaya is about to break through to the Lord level, and Baby Dragon is also about to evolve. As their strength increased, Xiaoyu also began to increase the amount of training they received. Axew's final evolution, Haxorus, and Bane's final evolution, Salamence, are both typical physical attackers and weak to ice, making them excellent for training in the wild area. It's excellent for both improving physical fitness and training cold resistance. Xiaoyu had the two Pokémon do physical weight training while also having them battle against each other. As for the last one, Dyrmecia, Xiaoyu began to train it in combat. Since Dragapult has already broken through to the Overlord level for some time, it is estimated that it will evolve soon. Xiaoyu is already preparing for Dragapult Mesh's evolution. Compared to other Pokémon, Dragapult's evolution is very difficult because Xiaoyu plans to have Dragapult evolve through split evolution, which requires more energy accumulation and demands higher levels of strength and talent. Xiaoyu's current idea is that he still has an A-grade dragon scale in his hand. He plans to use this A-grade dragon scale to provide dragon-type energy, and combine it with the ghost-type core energy of the punishment pot to help Dragapult Mesha split and evolve. Dyrmecia, from now on we will begin combat training. You need to increase the amount of training, improve your speed and strength, and at the same time, start training your energy control. We will train speed and strength in the morning and energy in the afternoon. The energy training will start with Dragon-type and Ghost-type energy. Sceptile, you can guide Dragapult's training. Of all Xiaoyu's Pokémon, Sceptile is undoubtedly the most suitable to guide Dragapult's training, because both the Lizard King and Draco Messiah follow a dual-wielding, all-around build. Chapter 210 The Speedster Gengar and Cinderace. After arranging the Pokémon for the first team, Xiaoyu turned his attention to the second team. Among the Pokémon in the second team, Indeedee is undoubtedly the Pokémon with the highest potential. With its psychic ability and extremely high aptitude, it will definitely become the core of the team in the future. Xiaoyu's favorite Pokémon is about 1.5 meters tall, much taller than other favorite Pokémon. It looks like a little girl, obedient and clingy. As soon as it came out of the Pokeball, it jumped into Xiaoyu's arms. Alright, AI Guanxi. Xiaoyu rubbed AI Guanxi's head, looking at AI Guanxi as if she were her own daughter. Elvis, you also need to train more. Train your superpowers more, and you will be stronger so that you can better protect your companions and me. AI Guanxi nodded in response, making a clear, crisp sound. Xiaoyu's assassin has extremely high aptitude and exceptional talent. It possessed immense spiritual power from birth, allowing it to easily move objects using its psychic abilities. As its strength increased, its psychic abilities also grew more powerful. In terms of psychic abilities alone, despite being only a rare-level Pokémon, it possessed psychic powers comparable to elite-level psychic-type Pokémon. With the addition of Psychic Terrain, Indeedee's psychic power is comparable to that of a Lord-level psychic-type Pokémon. More importantly, Xiaoyu's Indeedee has master-level potential, and its strength will only continue to grow stronger in the future. The Pokémon Absolu is gentle and loves to take care of people and do housework, just like a butler. The price of Indeedee is extremely high on the black market because owning an Indeedee is not only like having a Pokémon with outstanding battle power, but also like having a butler. In addition, its cute appearance makes it the dream pet of single otaku. The only problem is that the female servants are affectionate, averse to fighting and strife, and gentle in nature. Essentialist, you need to take good care of Ghastly and Scorbunny, Xiaoyu said to Essentialist. Because Xiaoyu's energy was limited, Essentialist also took on the role of taking care of Ghastly and Scorbunny. AIE taking care of Pokémon is practically AI's favorite job. Ghastly. Xiaoyu waved to Ghastly. Hearing Xiaoyu's call, Ghastly, which had been hiding in the shadows, floated out, revealing its pale purple body. Ghastly, being a gas-type Pokémon, is extremely lightweight, dislikes sunlight, and has a faint, sweet scent. Ghastly snuggled close to Indeedee. It's quite rare for a ghost-type Pokémon and a psychic-type Pokémon to be so affectionate. The reason for this is that Indeedee absorbed Crescent Wing. Ghastly stayed in the dreamland during its egg stage, so it became extremely familiar with the dream god's energy and developed a sense of dependence on it. This also resulted in the hatched Ghastly being extremely dependent on Abbott. Ghastly, you need to start learning to manipulate energy and control the energy around you. Begin with Ghost and Poison type energy. Ghastly is undoubtedly a standard high-speed special attacker Pokémon. It is fragile, extremely weak in physical attack, but has high speed and extremely high special attack. Therefore, Jengar's tactical training should primarily focus on special attack, with support as a secondary focus. Jengar's strengths lie in three main aspects. First, the eeriness of Ghost-type Pokémons. Jengar can hide in shadows and store items in its belly, making it an essential Pokémon for home travel, murder, and robbery. Secondly, Jengar has an extremely rich move pool. In terms of special attack alone, Jengar can learn 2 stab moves, Shadow Ball and Sludge Wave. In addition, for coverage, it can learn a series of powerful special attack moves such as Dark Pulse, Energy Ball, Giga Drain, Psychic, Thunderbolt, Hyper Beam, Thunder, Focus Blast, and Dazzling Gleam. On the support side, you can learn skills such as Trick Room, Purge Smoke, Protect, and Substitute. They can also learn Hypnosis, Dream Eating, Strange Light, Poison, Provocation, Phosphorescence, and Xiaoyu's 2 favorite skills, Sharing Pain and Fate. Jengar's extensive skill set allows it to be an all-rounder in a team. The third and most important point is that Jengar's Shadow Tag ability after Mega Evolution, combined with Perish Song, makes for a very powerful move combination. In conclusion, a Jengar's strength depends entirely on the trainer's wealth. If a Jengar can learn all these moves and possess both an Evolution Key Stone and a Mega Evolution Stone, it will be virtually invincible among its peers, and a 1-for-1 trade is guaranteed. Of course, Jengar also has another tactic in actual battles, which is to look for opportunities to capture and kill it at a fixed point. Jengar's holding item is the Specs. When the opponent's Pokémon uses a Normal-type move, switch in Jengar and take advantage of the Ghost-type's immunity to Normal-type moves to enter the battle unscathed. Next, use the Trick move to exchange items between the 2 Pokémon. The effect of the trick is to enhance the Pokémon's special attack, but the side effect is that you can only use one move at a time. This means the opponent can only use the Normal-type moves they just used, but Normal-type moves are ineffective against Jengar, so the enemy cannot inflict any real damage on Jengar. This forces the opponent to switch characters, giving Jengar the opportunity to use Trickery or release a substitute. As a high-speed special attacker, the upgraded Jengar is fully capable of sweeping the enemy team. Page 124. Xiaoyu looked at Ghastly, his mind also on how to train Ghastly. Because of its long-term absorption of the Ghost-type core energy from the punishment pot, Ghastly has an extremely high concentration of Ghost-type energy, but its Poison-type energy is quite weak. This means that Ghastly must replenish its Poison-type energy. Xiaoyu has been buying Poison-type items for Ghastly, but the highest level item he has bought is only a C-rank item, which is obviously not very effective. Therefore, Xiaoyu has recently started acquiring Poison-type items of grade B and above, but these items only appear in auctions, which Xiaoyu finds quite regrettable. After assigning training tasks to Ghastly, Xiaoyu had unsupervised Ghastly's training while he turned his attention to Scorbunny. Razor is the evolved form of Scorbunny, and its final evolved form is Cinderace. Young Tingxiu, come here. The young Tenku, who was traversing through the mountains and forests, quickly ran to Xiaoyu's side. Your training will remain the same as before, mainly focusing on leg strength and footwork, as well as kicking techniques and footwork, Xiaoyu said to the young Tingxiu. The Tengcha Junior family are standard high-speed physical attackers, primarily using kicks as their offensive method, supplemented by headbutts. Therefore, training the Tengcha Juniors is relatively simple, focusing on developing their jumping ability, kicking power, and explosiveness. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the young Tingxiu nodded and then began to leap and dart through the forest, his legs strapped with weights, as he trained. After arranging all the Pokémon's training tasks, Xiaoyu then took out the Pokeballs for Aerodactyl, Gallade, and Iron Warrior. Faced with the unruly fossil pterosaur, Xiaoyu decided to call upon Iron Warrior to teach it a lesson. Come out, fossil pterosaur. Come out, Iron Warrior, Gallade. Chapter 211 Dragon Tamer Iron Warrior, Roar. The fossil Aerodactyl roared loudly as soon as it appeared. As the king of wild Pokémon, it became quite unruly after being captured by Xiaoyu and refused to obey commands. This phenomenon is actually very common, because wild Pokémon are untamed and have their own pride. In particular, the stronger the wild Pokémon, the less obedient it is, especially for a king among Pokémon like Aerodactyl. The chances of getting Aerodactyl to obey are almost zero. In addition, Aerodactyl was defeated by Gallade's Destiny Bond move. which made it even more resentful. It looked at Xiaoyu with a fierce look in its eyes, seemingly unwilling to give in. Great, I like your rebellious attitude right now. Iron Warrior, beat it up, Xiaoyu said to his older brother, Iron Warrior. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Iron Warrior turned to look at Xiaoyu. As the saying goes, he who takes a man's money is bound to be grateful for his food. Having been fed and pampered by Xiaoyu every day, it had been corrupted by Xiaoyu's sweet talk. From its initial discomfort, it had gradually become accustomed to it, and it was truly embarrassed to stand idly by. Now that Xiaoyu has asked it to be a fighter, it's really too embarrassed to refuse. However, it prefers fighting against strong opponents to bullying weaker opponents. Roar! The fossil pterosaur roared at the Iron Warrior. It could sense the astonishing aura and formidable strength emanating from the creature before it, but its ferocious and savage nature meant it showed no fear and took the initiative to provoke it. Looking at the noisy fossil pterosaur, the Iron Warrior's eyes were like knives. He then gripped the double-edged blade in his hand, gently rotated it once, and assumed a posture ready to attack. Locked onto by the Iron Warrior's gaze, the fossil ape dragon suddenly felt an immense sense of oppression and couldn't help but tremble slightly. However, its pride wouldn't allow it to admit defeat. The fossil ape still opened its mouth and roared at the Iron Warrior, and took the initiative to attack. Xiaoyu shook his head slightly as he watched this scene. The fossil pterosaur was really stubborn. As expected of its hard head, it dared to launch an attack. It seems we need to train its emotional intelligence. It's such a stubborn brat. We need to let it learn from Charizard and have Charizard give it one-on-one lessons. Although Xiaoyu always complained about Charizard's sixth-person personality, to be honest, what Xiaoyu liked most about Charizard was its high emotional intelligence. Putting everything else aside, Charizard is now the most popular Pokémon in Xiaoyu's team, and even Nobu, which it didn't get along with at first, has a very good relationship with it. From the two older brothers, Ironhide and Gallade, to the two younger brothers, Ghastly and Scorbunny, they are all very close to Charizard. This made Xiaoyu sigh. This dog was not like a fire-breathing dragon at all, but more like an all-around dragon, whose main focus was on human relationships and worldly affairs. Just as Xiaoyu was pondering, he saw the Aerodactyl circle in the air, then fold its wings, its body enveloped in flying-type energy, shining brightly, and immediately unleashing its most powerful divine bird strike. Very clever, but it's all for naught. The Iron Warrior stood still, motionless, quietly waiting for the fossil pterosaur to fly over. Just as the two were about to collide, the Iron Warrior suddenly moved. It dodged the Aerodactyl's attack by sidestepping it, and then swung its double-edged blade, slamming the Aerodactyl's body with the blade and knocking it to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the Iron Warrior grasped the middle hilt of the double-headed blade with both hands, then slightly twisted it, splitting the double-headed blade in two, turning it into two short blades, one in each hand. Holding blades in both hands, the Iron Warrior thrust it fiercely at the fossil pterosaur on the ground, terrifying the creature to the point of panic. A sense of dread washed over it, and it felt the fear of death at that moment. Two short blades were inserted into the snow, pressed directly against the fossil aerodynamic dinosaur's neck. The blades were so close to the aerodynamic dinosaur's neck that it could clearly feel the cold touch. This time, seeing the Iron Warrior, the fossil Aerida dared not roar loudly or provoke it again. From the previous exchange, it could clearly sense the Iron Warrior's power. If the Iron Warrior hadn't shown mercy, it would have been dead just now. Xiaoyu was very satisfied with the fossil pterosaur that had given up. This was exactly the effect he wanted. This is what they call, there's always someone better than you. Even I, Xiaoyu, haven't dared to be this arrogant. How dare you, a mere fossil pterosaur, be so cocky? One should be humble and modest. We've already taught the pterosaurs a lesson in force, now it's time for moral education. Charizard Dragon, when you finish training later, talk to Aerodactyl about it. Roar. Charizard roared urgently, giving a thumbs up, indicating that it would be no problem to leave it to him. After a full day of training, Xiaoyu was exhausted. With so many Pokémon, he was clearly struggling to keep up. Fortunately, some of the Pokémon were obedient, which eased Xiaoyu's burden. The biggest gain from today's training was that the fossil pterosaur became very obedient, which made Xiaoyu very happy. Indeed, the old saying, spare the rod and spoil the child, is true. What to do when your child is disobedient? Just give them a beating. Back at the patrol team, Xiaoyu saw two familiar faces. Charlotte and Xie Tianming. Xie Tianming, brother. Xiaoyu deliberately called Xie Tianming first to make Xie Tianming feel that he valued him. Xiaoyu. Xie Tianming also looked at Xiaoyu, slightly reserved. Now that he had signed a contract with the Xia family, his relationship with Xiaoyu had become that of boss and employee, making him feel a little awkward. You're here. Xiaoyu looked at Xie Tianming with a smile, walked to his side, and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be so reserved. I still hope to see the confident you on the battlefield that day. Xiaoyu paused slightly at this point, then continued, training spots for the patrol team are very valuable. I specifically told my brother to recommend you. You can seize this opportunity to train here for half a year. I'll come pick you up after the high school cup. In a few days, I'll take you to catch a Pokémon. Don't worry about the money, I'll pay for it. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xie Tianming was slightly moved. He had always been an ordinary trainer who was not valued by others. Now, Xiaoyu's treatment of him made him feel flattered and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Fortunately, Charlotte spoke up at this moment to save him from embarrassment. Tianming, you train hard here. If you have any difficulties, just contact me or Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I received the letter you asked someone to deliver. Let me see which Pokemon you persuaded. Let's see tomorrow. Xiaoyu actually wanted to give the fossil pterosaur he had captured to his older brother, Xiaoluo. On the one hand, he already has two powerful Pokemon, Ironhide and Gallade, so adding another Aerodactyl wouldn't make much difference, it would just be icing on the cake. However, if Charlotte were to obtain this Aerodactyl, the situation would be completely different. It would be equivalent to the Xiao family gaining an Elite 4-level trainer, which would undoubtedly be a timely help and also a guarantee of the Xiao family's safety. On the other hand, Xiaoyu can also free up a spot in the wild area to catch another Pokemon, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, before that, Xiaoyu needs to properly train the fossil pterosaur to make it obedient. Chapter 212 Tianlin Mountain. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xiaoyu lived a monotonous life of patrolling and training. Three major events happened to him during this period. Firstly, Ghastly's strength has reached the elite level and it is about to evolve into Haunter, but Xiaoyu does not plan to let Ghastly evolve for the time being. This is because Ghastly is currently severely unbalanced in its specialization. The Ghost-type energy and Poison-type energy within its body are not in harmony, so its evolution would not be perfect at this time. He plans to find at least a B-grade Poison-type item to replenish its Poison-type energy before letting Ghastly evolve, and it would be best if he could find an A-grade or higher Poison-type item. Secondly, they subjected the fossil Aerodactyl to 2 weeks of intensive training. Under the combined training of the Iron Warrior and the Charizard, the previously unruly Aerodactyl became extremely obedient, readily following Xiaoyu and Xiaoluo's commands. This dramatic change astonished Xiaoyu. He estimated that after another week of training, the Aerodactyl would be completely under his control, at which point he could hand it over to his older brother. In addition, Xie Tianming and his older brother Xiaoluo also joined the patrol team. Xiaoluo underwent a month of intensive training before leaving with Xiaoyu and the other three. Xie Tianming underwent intensive training for 6 months, or even longer, which was also intended to cultivate his talent. At noon, the weather was clear. Tianlin Mountain Range. The patrol team consisting of Xiaoyu, Xie Tianming, and Zhaoruohan is on patrol in the Tianlin Mountains. Land and rest for a bit. After flying for 3 hours straight, the three of them looked tired and were starting to feel the strain. Seeing this, Xiaoyu signaled for them to land and rest. Charizard, land. As soon as Xiaoyu gave the order, Charizard immediately turned and descended towards the forest. Xie Tianming and Zhaoruohan, who were behind it, also ordered Finch to follow and descend towards the ground. After landing, the three found a place to sit down and eat something to replenish their energy. Because it's a sunny day, the temperature isn't low, it's even a bit warm. The group sat down on the ground, but Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on the towering Tianlin Mountain, his mind filled with the legend of the ancient sword leopard in Tianlin Mountain. Every time he went on patrol, Xiaoyu would feel a surge of impulse, a strong urge to explore Tianlin Mountain, but when he looked at the snow-covered mountain, he would eventually back down. Xiaoyu lowered his head, eating his food as he spoke. Let's rest for 10 minutes, take advantage of the good weather, finish our patrol quickly, and head back as soon as possible. Page 125. Xie Tianming and Zhaoruohan nodded in response. Okay. Just then, Xiaoyu and the other two felt a huge tremor and a loud noise coming from the direction of Tianlin Mountain. They looked up at Tianlin Mountain at the same time and saw that an avalanche was taking place in the distance. The vast expanse of white snow poured down the mountains like a waterfall, and avalanches erupted in visible force, making a tremendous noise in the forest. Avalanche? Xie Tianming noticed the avalanche following Xiaoyu's gaze and asked. Zhaoruohan, a top student, spoke up to explain to the two, it's an avalanche. I didn't expect to encounter an avalanche here. Actually, avalanches are not very common in remote places like Tianlin Mountain. According to statistics, 90% of avalanches are caused by humans or Pokémon. If it's human intervention, it's most likely poachers. But if it's a Pokémon, it could be a powerful Ice-type Pokémon like Mamoswine or Abomasnow. However, Xiaoyu couldn't help but think of the ancient sword leopard that Zhelmuru had mentioned in the avalanche. His eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up and said to Xie Tianming and Zhao Ruohan beside him, "Let's go closer and take a look. Whether it's a Pokémon or a Pokémon caused by humans, we should go and see." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Zhao Ruohan and Xie Tianming nodded, immediately packed their things, and prepared to set off. "If you encounter any danger later, remember to leave first and don't worry about me." Before takeoff, Xiaoyu solemnly instructed the two, because whether they encounter poachers or wild Pokémon, Zhao Ruohan and Xie Tianming's abilities are not enough to help Xiaoyu much. On the contrary, Xiaoyu has to spend his energy protecting them. The three of them rode a flying-type Pokémon toward the avalanche. Along the way, they saw many Pokémon fleeing. Faced with natural disasters like avalanches, most Pokémon, except for a few powerful ones, could only run for their lives, let alone humans. As Xiaoyu got closer to the avalanche, he suddenly saw 4 people riding flying-type Pokémon, circling above the avalanche, seemingly planning to catch some Pokémon after the avalanche ended. The 4 people opposite them also noticed Xiaoyu and his 2 companions at this moment, and were startled. "It's a patrol team, what should we do, boss?" The youngest of the 4 poachers asked the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man, named Hao Sehung, is the leader of a poaching gang in the well-known overseas Pokémon poaching group, Mike Group. He is extremely strong, a senior trainer at the near-elite rank, and has several Pokémon with near-elite rank strength. This time, he led 3 of his men to smuggle themselves into the wild area in order to poach rare Ice-type Pokémon. Hao Sehung sat on the back of his Corviknight, looking at Xiaoyu and his 2 companions who were flying towards him. When he saw Xiaoyu's signature black jetpack, his brows furrowed. "It's Xiaoyu, let's go." After recognizing Xiaoyu, Hao Sehung wisely chose to retreat, clearly unwilling to clash with Xiaoyu. In the past 2 weeks, as news of the arrest of the poaching gang led by Wang Rolong spread, Xiaoyu's information also appeared on the desks of the leaders of various poaching gangs. Lin Lao's grandson, a well-known scientific research genius in China, a student of Long Fan, and the champion of the Starlight City University Cup. This series of titles is enough to prove that Xiaoyu not only has a powerful background, but is also a brilliant genius. Therefore, most poaching gangs are unwilling to provoke Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Xiaoyu only stayed with the patrol team for a month, so most poaching gangs decided to stop poaching for a month and take a break before resuming their poaching activities. However, Hao Sehung's clients were pressing him so hard that he had no choice but to take the risk and bring 3 of his men to the remote Tinlin Mountain to poach. They had been hiding very well, but unexpectedly, while hunting an ice rock monster, the fierce battle triggered a frenzied counterattack from the ice rock monster, which eventually caused an avalanche and attracted the attention of Xiaoyu and the others. Xiaoyu also saw Hao Sehung and the other 2 at this moment. His eyes were like torches. He immediately commanded Charizard to chase after them. "Charizard, chase after them." Seeing that the fire-breathing dragon was catching up, Hao Sehung did not intend to fight back, but instead led his 3 subordinates to speed away from the scene. Chapter 213 Hao Sehung. Charizard, use flamethrower. With Xiaoyu's command, the Charizard, which had been poised to attack, opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of flame. It had been ready to launch a sneak attack and was just waiting for Xiaoyu's order. The flames flew towards the warrior eagle in the air, almost grazing its body. Even Hao Sehung, who was sitting on the warrior eagle, could feel the scorching heat. Seeing Xiaoyu relentlessly pursuing him, Hao Sehung's face darkened, and anger surged within him. He decided that if Xiaoyu continued to be so ungrateful, he would teach Xiaoyu a lesson he would never forget. After all, Xiaoyu only has 1 Gallade with the strength of a champion. No matter how strong Gallade is, it can't play a significant role in aerial combat. What's the use of being a strong foot soldier? Seeing that the flamethrower almost hit the warrior eagle, Xiaoyu was also a little disappointed and immediately gave the order again. "Charizard, use the maximum power of the heat wave." Roar! Charizard roared, its solar power ability activated, and a huge flame enveloped its mouth as it spewed out scorching waves of fire towards the 4 people in front of it. The scorching heat and the crimson flames made Hao Sehung and his companions feel that their lives were in danger. Full speed ahead, faster. Everyone had to signal their Pokémon to speed up their flight and desperately escape the heat wave's reach. In the end, Hao Sehung and his group narrowly avoided the heat wave behind them. But the scorching heat wave still ignited the clothes that were flying over the last 2 people. "You're asking for it. Since you're the one asking for it, don't blame me." At this moment, Hao Sehung was also enraged by Xiaoyu's relentless pursuit. He took out a Pokeball and threw out his Pokémon. Go, Big-billed Gull. Pelipper is Hao Sehung's ace Pokémon, a powerful near-elite 4-level Pokémon. Its ability is Rain, and as soon as it appears, water-type energy surges from its body and it flies into the sky, instantly changing the originally sunny weather into snowy weather. The reason it was snowing rather than raining is that in the cold environment of Tianlin Mountain, the raindrops that were originally falling almost instantly turned into snowflakes. A Pelipper with near-champion level strength could easily inflict serious damage on Xiaoyu. Since they dared to chase me, they should be prepared to pay the price, Hao Sehung thought to himself. Seeing the Pelipper with its near-elite 4-level strength, Xiaoyu became wary and quickly took out a Pokeball to send out Aerodactyl. It must be said that subduing the Aerodactyl is very beneficial, at least in this kind of aerial combat. The Aerodactyl possesses top-notch combat power. Fossil pterosaur? Hao Sehung frowned. In the information he had gathered, Xiaoyu did not have such a fossil pterosaur. He felt a little uneasy. At this moment, Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. Go, fossilized pteranodon, use your wings. Upon receiving the order, Aerodactyl flew at top speed toward Pelipper, its wings covered in flying-type energy, and launched a ferocious attack, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust, appearing almost crazed. Over the past 2 weeks, the fossil pterosaur has fought the Iron Warrior many times, and each time it was one-sidedly beaten, which has left it with psychological trauma. Do you know how I spent those 15 days? Now that it has finally found a new opponent, how could it let go of this rare opportunity? It needs to vent its anger. The Charizard nearby also noticed the Aerodactyl's madness and quickly issued a warning cry. Ho ho! Charizard, dude, calm down, be rational, stay composed. What's wrong? What did I teach you? How come you've forgotten everything? Roar. Fossilized pterosaur, rationality? How can you expect me to be rational? Seeing the fossil pterosaur charging wildly, and its frenzied aura, Hao Sehung felt uneasy and quickly gave an order. Spider, water cannon. The water energy converged towards the big-billed gull, then formed a huge water cannon that bombarded the fossil pterosaur. Faced with the water cannon attack, the Aerodactyl immediately activated its stubbornness and charged forward, staring at the water cannon. Even Xiaoyu and Charizard, who were standing nearby, were stunned by this scene. It's true that the fossil Aragon has a hard head, but it can't ignore the damage from water cannons. However, the wounds on its body only make the fossil Aragon more excited, and the injuries make it even more frenzied. Xiaoyu and Charizard looked at Aerodactyl with solemn expressions, sighing helplessly. Brutal, it's just too brutal. The fossil pterosaur, enduring the water cannon attack, rushed to the giant gull at an extremely fast speed and launched its attack. With a powerful slam of its wings, it struck the big-billed gull twice in quick succession, giving it no chance to dodge and leaving it teetering on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the fossil pterosaur extended its sharp claws, grabbed the big-billed gull, and opened its blood-red mouth to bite the gull hard. This frenzied fighting style is just like a shrewish peasant woman's 3 punches, kicks, hair-pulling, and slaps. There's no technique involved, it's all ruthless moves. After a close-quarters battle, the big-headed gull was covered in wounds, but the pteranodon was incredibly excited and fought even harder. That's the feeling. The more the pterosaur fought, the more comfortable it felt, and it couldn't help but roar to the sky. Roar! I, the Underground Dragon King, have returned. Fossil Aerodactyl, crush. Seeing that the fossil Aerodactyl had gained the upper hand, Xiaoyu commanded it to continue its attack, giving the Pelipper no chance to catch its breath. We should press the enemy with our remaining strength, rather than emulate those who seek only fame and act like tyrants. Xiaoyu's voice brought the fossil pterosaur back to its senses, and it immediately and obediently charged towards the giant beak. Come back, peacock. Through their recent exchange, Hao Sehung realized that this Aerodactyl was definitely stronger than the Pelipper, possessing elite 4-level strength. In this light, this Aerodactyl was undoubtedly Xiaoyu's secret weapon. Hao Sehung's eyes were gloomy. He could sense how troublesome and powerful this fossil pterosaur was, because it was just too perfect. Not only was it perfectly bred, but its personality was also perfect. Aerodactyl's prowess in close combat perfectly complements its brave and fierce nature. It must be said that Xiaoyu is truly a genius at training Pokémon, managing to cultivate such a fearless personality in Aerodactyl that it completely ignores water cannon attacks without even dodging. This kind of personality is practically the ideal for a Pokémon focused on close-quarters combat. Hao Sehung is confident that this Aerodactyl is definitely Xiaoyu's ace Pokémon. In aerial combat, whoever possesses such a king-level fossil pterosaur will undoubtedly have the ability to dominate the skies. It is without a doubt the overlord of the heavens. Faced with this situation, Hao Sehung's face was ashen. If he chose to fight in the air, this Aerodactyl could definitely slaughter his entire team, but if he chose to land, he would have to face Xiaoyu's Gallade. The news that Xiaoyu owns a champion-level Gallade has already spread within the poaching gang, meaning Hao Seheng is now in dire straits. Furthermore, since Xiaoyu has a second Pokémon with the strength of an Elite Four member, it is very likely that he also has a third Pokémon with the strength of an Elite Four member. The more Hao Seheng thought about it, the more alarmed she became, and the deeper her sense of powerlessness grew. Page 126. Landing, Warrior Eagle. After much deliberation, Hao Seheng decided to have the Warrior Eagle land, because aerial combat would be certain death, but landing would offer a slim chance of survival. After all, he has 4 or 5 Pokémon with near Elite 4 level strength. If he desperately tries to delay 2 Pokémon, he still has a slight chance of escaping. However, what he didn't know was that Xiaoyu also had a champion-level Iron Warrior. Hao Seheng landed quickly with 3 of his men, followed closely by Xiaoyu, with Xiao Ruohan and Xia Tianming bringing up the rear. Xia Tianming stared at Xiaoyu, who was wreaking havoc, and was momentarily dazed. He vaguely remembered that a few months ago, his Infernape was fighting Xiaoyu's Charizard to a standstill, but this time when they met again, he felt that Charizard's growth rate far exceeded that of his Infernape. This is the foundation of a powerful family. Even though he has devoted all his energy, resources, and money to raising this flame monkey, he still can't compare to Xiaoyu. However, he quickly came to terms with it. After spending the past 2 weeks together, he realized that Xiaoyu's spending on training Charizard could only be described as extravagant. He eats the best fire-type energy cubes, uses top-brand equipment for flight training, and even his snacks are the best honey and mumu milk. What can he compare to Xiaoyu? Be careful, everyone, Xiaoyu said before landing with the Charizard and Aerodactyl. As soon as he landed, Xiaoyu immediately took out Gallade's Pokémon and released Sceptile, Nombat, and Absolu. As soon as Attendant enters the scene, its psychic ability activates, immediately creating a psychic terrain beneath its feet, which amplifies Gallade's power. The Lizard King stared coldly at Hao Seheng and his companions, ready to attack at any moment. The buzzing bats also flapped their wings and flew in the air, playing a supporting role for the older brothers. Meanwhile, Hao Seheng, sitting opposite Xiaoyu, frowned deeply as he looked at Xiaoyu's 5 Pokémon, his expression becoming even more unpleasant. Is there really a glimmer of hope, Xiaoyu? Hao Seheng shouted. He didn't want to fight Xiaoyu to the death because he knew that even if he did, he would only have a slim chance of survival. Let me go, and I will reward you handsomely. Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. What kind of nonsense was this? As long as he released Hao Seheng, he was sure Hao Seheng would completely ignore Xiaoyu and might even call him a complete idiot. You know me? Xiaoyu asked. At that moment, Xia Tianming and Zhao Ruohan landed one after the other, standing behind Xiaoyu. You're their leader, what's your name? My name is Hao Seheng, the leader of the Might Group. The two sides remained in a standoff, and Hao Seheng introduced himself, saying, Of course I know you. Ever since you captured Wang Rolong and his gang, who doesn't know your great name, Xiaoyu, if they dare to poach in the Tiandu Plateau wilderness area? Perhaps in order to survive, Hao Seheng acted quite humbly, praising Xiaoyu. Really? I didn't expect to be so famous. Xiaoyu said with a smile, then suddenly his smile vanished, and he changed his expression like a Sichuan opera performer. Since you know my name, you still dare to poach here? Hearing Xiaoyu's arrogant tone, Hao Seheng's face turned red, but he had no choice but to bow his head when he was under someone else's roof. Xiaoyu had 2 Elite 4 level Pokémon, and he was no match for him. There's nothing we can do. We're just trying to make a living, and we're all miserable people. Hao Seheng said helplessly, playing the victim while handing over all his spoils. Give me a way out. This is all I have to offer. I don't want a single penny. These things are still mine even if I kill you. You're using my things to buy your own life. Isn't your life too cheap? Xiaoyu pressed on relentlessly. He couldn't afford to be soft-hearted when dealing with greedy and cunning poachers. What do you want? Hao Seheng carefully observed Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu's words were sharp, he had not made a move, which proved that he still had a chance. As long as I have it, I will give it all to you. Xiaoyu stood still, looked at Hao Seheng, and said, You said you're from the Might Group, right? Yes. I remember your boss's name is Tao Yong'an, right? A champion-level trainer. Xiaoyu had heard of the Might Group, a well-known poaching gang from abroad. Although its strength was not as great as the Dawn Society, it was still quite famous. When Hao Seheng saw Xiaoyu steer the conversation toward Tao Yong'an, he frowned and became extremely wary. Yes. Perfect timing, I need to speak with your boss. Xiaoyu said with a smile. He wanted to use this opportunity to make contact with the poacher gang, and also to prepare for the future. Over the past 2 weeks, Xiaoyu has thought a lot and felt that establishing an organization was imperative. First and foremost, it was for survival, because he had too many enemies. Among the known enemies were the Dawn Society and that Priest 12, not to mention the enemies lurking in the shadows. Secondly, Xiaoyu genuinely wanted to change the current state of the Pokémon Association and eradicate its deep-seated problems. As his strength grew, his mind became more active. When poor, one should cultivate one's own virtue. When successful, one should benefit all under heaven. This is the lofty ideal of every ambitious person with ideals and aspirations. If Xiaoyu hadn't been able to change the Pokémon Association, he would definitely have taken care of himself, disregarding others and only seeking to live a carefree life as an ordinary person, enjoying the happiness of being able to live a simple life when poor and having many wives and concubines when rich. However, if he really had the opportunity and the ability, Xiaoyu still wanted to benefit all under heaven, at least to eliminate the Dawn Society and sweep away the Pokémon Association's deep-seated problems. But to realize his great ideal, it would be difficult for him to do it alone. He couldn't do it all by himself. That's why Xiaoyu wanted to establish an organization, find like-minded people, and start by integrating the Pokémon poaching industry chain, taking it one step at a time and building it up slowly. This is a perfect opportunity. Xie Tianming, who comes from a humble background, and Xiaoruo Han, who trusts him completely, are both not particularly attached to the Pokémon Association. This is a chance to test them. It's also an opportunity to make contact with the poaching gang. Lead the way, take me to see your boss. Xie Tianming, standing beside Xiaoyu, looked surprised as he listened to her words, but remained silent. As for Xiaoruo Han, she frowned, wanting to persuade Xiaoyu, but swallowed her words. Chapter 214 Powerful Treasures. Xiaoyu wants to see Taoyongan? Hao Seheng frowned, his gaze fixed on Xiaoyu, his heart filled with doubt and suspicion. Why did Xiaoyu want to see Taoyongan? Wasn't he a member of the patrol team? Why would he want to deal with Taoyongan? Although he had many questions in his mind, Hao Seheng did not dare to ask them. At this moment, in order to survive, he could only agree to whatever Xiaoyu asked him to do. However, Taoyongan is not in China at all. As the head of the Mite Group, Taoyongan has long been wanted by the Pokémon Association with a high bounty on his head. He has also long since fled China and settled abroad. Hao Seheng had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Boss Tao is not in China. If you want to see him, you can leave with us and I can take you there. Hearing that Taoyongan was not in China, Xiaoyu was extremely disappointed. He had hoped to use this opportunity to connect with the Mite Group behind Hao Seheng, but it seemed that his plan was doomed to fail. As for going abroad with Hao Seheng, he would have to be crazy to do that. There are many people abroad who want him dead. If Xiaoyu dares to go abroad, he will be walking into a trap. He will be sleeping on the floor in the toilet and will not be far from death. Even though he has a champion-level Iron Warrior, there are champion-level trainers abroad as well. Hao Seheng is up to no good. He's trying to set a trap for me. Xiaoyu's eyes turned cold as he looked at Hao Seheng. Even at this point, he's still playing mind games. Since that's the case, then I can only apologize. Gallade, Aerodactyl, attack. Seeing that Xiaoyu was about to have Gallade make a move, Hao Seheng was shocked and extremely anxious. He quickly said to Xiaoyu, Wait, Xiaoyu, spare my life, I can give you a lot of money. If Xiaoyu were to capture him alive, given his position within the Mite Group and the crimes he had committed over the years, he would undoubtedly face certain death. Therefore, he had no choice but to beg for mercy. Despite Hao Seheng's pleas for mercy, Xiaoyu did not let Gallade and Aerodactyl stop. The fossil pterosaur flapped its wings, its body bursting with dazzling light, and immediately activated its skill, Divine Bird Strike. Gallade also used Instant Transmission and Psychic Blade. Two Pokémon simultaneously attacked Hao Seheng's Jolteon. Hold on. Hao Seheng immediately commanded Ribu to activate the hold skill. Rayquaza raised a shield of light in front of him to protect himself. Boom! With a loud bang, the combined attack of the two Elite 4-level Pokémon shattered Jolteon's shield. Rayquaza was sent flying. Hao Seheng's face darkened at the sight. Stop. Only then did Xiaoyu leisurely tell the two Pokémon to stop. This weakened Hao Seheng's fighting power, cut off his thoughts of escape, and also gave him a warning. Xiaoyu's lips curled up. Money is good, but enough is enough. Let's get started. Gallade, Aerodactyl. I have treasure. I have treasure. In desperation, Hao Seheng shouted, Stop. Wait a minute. Xiaoyu gestured for Gallade to stop, wanting to see what treasure Hao Seheng had. Tell me, what treasure do you have? You have to promise me that if I hand over the treasure, you must release me. Hao Seheng was also a seasoned veteran, and he was not in a hurry to hand over the treasure. Instead, he started to negotiate with Xiaoyu. You think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Tell me, what treasure is it? No. Hao Seheng knew that this treasure was absolutely crucial to his survival and his last trump card, so he refused to budge and said to Xiaoyu, you must promise that you will let me go as long as I hand over the treasure, otherwise I will not give it to you. Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Hao Seheng. I've realized you haven't grasped the situation. Do you really think you're qualified to negotiate with me? So what do you want? I'll give you everything I have, just hoping you'll let me go, Hao Seheng said, his eyes resolute. If you don't agree, then just take me away. I'll hand this treasure over to the association, and maybe they'll give me a way out. Seeing Hao Seheng's resolute expression, Xiaoyu's lips curled up. We're all smart people. Do you think a simple oath is enough? Even if I promise you, can you trust me? I can trust you. Hao Seheng looked directly at Xiaoyu and said decisively, you are, after all, a well-known scientific genius in the entire country of China. You should still have some self-respect. Hearing Hao Seheng's flattering words, Xiaoyu smiled and said, all right, I promise you, I'll hand over the treasure you mentioned. Hao Seheng gritted his teeth, a pained expression on his face, and then said to Jengar beside the god, come out, Jengar, take out that treasure. Jengar is one of Hao Seheng's ace Pokémon, with near elite 4-level strength. From the moment it appeared, its gaze had been fixed on Gallade and Aerodactyl. Upon hearing Hao Seheng's command, Jengar opened its mouth and took out a small box. Gallade, bring this to me. Xiaoyu was unusually cautious, not giving Hao Seheng any chance to sneak up. He directly had Gallade walk to Hao Seheng's side, take the box, and then instantly teleport back to Xiaoyu's side. Hey, stay away from me, Gallade. This thing is so dangerous, go open the box over there first, be careful. Xiaoyu took 2 steps back and said to Gallade. Even though Gallade had already accepted Xiaoyu in its heart, its eyebrows twitched after hearing Xiaoyu's words. It really wanted to stab Xiaoyu. Some people look like humans, but they are dogs. Gallade carefully opened the box, and seeing no movement, Xiaoyu, after confirming it was safe, also turned his gaze to the box. Life Orb, S-rank item. Although stamina will decrease slightly each time an attack is used after equipping it, the power of the attack will be increased by 52%. Life Orb is a popular item in battles. It can increase the damage of moves and is the most violent and direct damage boosting item. Any damage dealer can carry it. In this world, the Life Orb is an extremely precious item, with the lowest quality being B grade. A B grade Life Orb increases the power of moves by approximately 15%. A grade Life Orbs increase the power of moves by approximately 30%. An S-rank Life Orb increases the power of attacks by approximately 50%. Xiaoyu once saw a news report about an A-grade Life Orb that could increase the power of a move by 28%, and it eventually sold for 8 figures at auction. Page 127. This is only an A-grade Life Orb. The price of an S-grade Life Orb is beyond imagination, and can even exceed 9 figures. Such a precious prop is definitely not something Hao Seheng could possess. Where did you get this from? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Chapter 215 The Death of Hao Seheng. Hao Seheng looked bitter. This S-grade Life Orb was his biggest catch from his last poaching. He found the Life Orb and a powerful monster, Absol, in a dangerous place in the Shunlong Mountain Wilderness area of Jingzhou Province. They split into 2 teams. One team distracted Absol, while the other team stormed into Absol's lair and discovered 2 elf eggs and the Orb of Life. In order to keep the Life Orb for himself, Hao Seheng killed 2 of his subordinates who were traveling with him. As for the 2 Absol's elf eggs, Hao Seheng handed them over truthfully. After obtaining this S-grade Life Orb, he dared not show it to outsiders and kept it hidden away in fear, with no one knowing about it. Unexpectedly, it ended up benefiting Xiaoyu. Faced with Xiaoyu's questioning, Hao Seheng had no choice but to bite the bullet and reveal the origin of the Life Pearl. It was found in a cave in the Shunlong Mountain Wilderness area of Jingzhou Province. Hao Seheng recounted the origin of the Pearl of Life in detail, but concealed the fact that he had committed murder. Xiaoyu, I've given you the treasure, can you let us leave now? Hao Seheng looked at Xiaoyu, feeling slightly nervous, but still trying to appear calm as he asked. Okay, Xiaoyu said with a smile, seemingly genuinely intending to let Hao Seheng leave. Hearing Xiaoyu's affirmative reply, Hao Seheng breathed a sigh of relief and then called to his 3 subordinates to prepare to leave. Let's go. Wait a minute. Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up leisurely. I didn't promise that all of you could leave. I only promised that only one of the 4 of you could leave. After hearing Xiaoyu's words, Hao Seheng's face turned ashen, and his 3 subordinates turned deathly pale. One of them shouted, No, Xiaoyu, you can't do this. Please let us go. I'll give you all my money. Please let us go. Despite the pleas for mercy, Xiaoyu remained unmoved and indifferent. His gaze remained fixed on Hao Seheng, because from the very beginning, Xiaoyu had never intended to let Hao Seheng leave. When dealing with enemies, Xiaoyu always maintained one attitude: no means necessary, and absolutely no mercy. Any so-called leniency, showing mercy, or even mutual respect with the enemy was, in Xiaoyu's view, utterly foolish. An enemy is an enemy, and that is an unchangeable fact. No matter how talented, beautiful, or tragic the person may be, as long as they are an enemy, there is no way to show them mercy. Moreover, when Xiaoyu took Hao Seheng's S-rank item, the life orb, the two were already locked in a life-or-death struggle. Xiaoyu wanted nothing more than to eliminate him completely, so how could he possibly let him go? Kindness and gentleness are always reserved for those close to us, while ruthlessness is naturally used against enemies. Different stances inevitably lead to different attitudes. Countless examples tell us that we must be ruthless to our enemies and have no mercy whatsoever. Lux and Silas are prime examples of this. As for those who might criticize Xiaoyu for being immoral and dishonest from a saintly perspective, I'm joking. As long as I'm immoral, no one can hold me accountable. Perhaps sensing the naked killing intent in Xiaoyu's eyes, Hao Seheng chose to remain silent, abandoning his three subordinates without uttering a word or even arguing. Seeing this, Xiaoyu felt a little regretful. Hao Seheng was truly good at enduring hardship, but this only strengthened Xiaoyu's determination to kill him. Just then, one of Hao Seheng's three men, a young man with a buzz cut and a short stature of about 1.7 meters, kept his head down and remained silent from the beginning, never once thinking of begging for mercy. "Brother Hao." The young man suddenly called out to Hao Seheng, shouting, "Please take good care of my sister and mother for me. This is my bank card, and the password is my sister's birthday." Hao Seheng sighed slightly, looking at the young man with a hint of pity. "Don't worry, Xiao Gao, I will take care of your sister and mother. I originally planned to take you as my apprentice when I went back this time, but I didn't expect to encounter this situation. Brother Hao, it's alright. I'll be your disciple again in the next life." Xiaoyu chose to ignore the conversation between Hao Seheng and Xiao Gao, standing aside and watching coldly without being moved. However, at this moment, the scene suddenly changed. The young man whom Hao Seheng called Xiao Gao suddenly turned cold and shouted, "Attack! Guai Li, kill Hao Seheng, don't give him a chance." Guai Li had clearly received Xiao Gao's order long ago. Almost the instant Xiao Gao spoke, Guai Li launched a sudden attack on Hao Seheng at the same time. The attack was extremely fast, clearly intended to kill him with one blow. No one expected that Xiao Gao, who was still showing affection for his master and apprentice, would suddenly take action. Xiao Gao even said to the other two, "Let's attack together and kill Hao Seheng first, or we'll all die." Upon hearing Xiao Gao's words, the other two also realized what was happening, gritted their teeth, and gave the order at the same time. "Crossbat attack. Gara Gara, kill Hao Seheng. I've been on guard against you little brats for a while now." Jengar. Hao Seheng was also an old fox. Ever since Xiaoyu said that only one of his men could survive, he had been on guard against his three subordinates to avoid being caught off guard. "My conversation with Xiao Gao just now was just a pretense." Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu sneered inwardly. It was like dogs fighting, but it was fine as long as Hao Seheng could be killed. Galaried, Aerodactyl, stopped Jengar and Hao Seheng's other Pokémon. No one expected Xiaoyu to make a move at this moment. Although he did not attack Hao Seheng directly, having Galade and Aerodactyl block Hao Seheng's Pokémon was no different from killing him. "No, you can't do this, you promised." Hao Seheng's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Xiaoyu, shocked by Xiaoyu's shamelessness. Xiaoyu, who comes from a prestigious family, would choose to treat him this way. Isn't he afraid that when these three people go back to give their statements, they will reveal his crimes and ruin his reputation? Hao Seheng chose to believe Xiaoyu for another reason. The patrol team is not allowed to kill poachers without being in danger. This is also the helplessness of many people. It only takes a guess and an impulse for a bad person to kill, but if a bad person wants to be tried, they need to go through a series of procedures. Therefore, as long as Hao Seheng surrenders, Xiaoyu can only capture him and take him back, not kill him. If Xiaoyu doesn't let him leave, he would dare to expose Xiaoyu's crimes, but now Xiaoyu is clearly trying to eliminate him completely. Isn't Xiaoyu afraid that the two other patrol members beside him will leak his secrets? Isn't he afraid that his own subordinates will report him for indiscriminately killing innocent people? Isn't he afraid that the patrol team will find out that he killed people? Does Xiaoyu intend to kill them all? Hao Seheng had too many questions and resentments, but the monstrous fist had already struck him, knocking him to the ground. He spat out blood and died almost instantly, barely clinging to life. What? Immediately afterwards, the crackling bone club smashed his sternum, causing Hao Seheng to cry out in pain. But the cry was quickly cut short as the crossbat had already cleaved his body into several pieces. How Sehung died, killed by his own men, in a very tragic way. Chapter 216 Gao Yangzhen. After Hao Sehung died, only his 3 subordinates remained standing in the same spot. The poacher's brutality and Hao Sehung's gruesome dismemberment made Zhao Ruohan's face turn pale, and she couldn't help but feel nauseous. If she hadn't been holding back her nausea, she would have vomited long ago. Compared to Zhao Ruohan, Xie Tianming was clearly much better, because he had also been out there for several years and had much more experience than Zhao Ruohan, and had also seen many dead people. Xiaoyu was also in a bad mood, but he tried his best to remain calm and looked at the remaining 3 people in front of him, especially the young man named Xiao Gao. After Hao Sehung's death, the atmosphere among the 3 became noticeably strange. Everyone wanted to survive, and they looked at the other 2 with wary expressions, none of them trusting the other. However, they also discovered that who would survive was entirely in Xiaoyu's hands. If Xiaoyu blocked someone's Pokémon in the same way he had blocked Hao Sehung's Pokémon, that person would surely die. Zhao Ruohan, Xie Tianming. Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out, sentencing the 2 to death. You 2 each take care of one, leaving only the one called Xiao Gao. No, do not want. Please, please let me go. No. The 2 men pleaded for mercy, but Xiaoyu remained indifferent, heartless, and unmoved. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xie Tianming's expression changed slightly, but he did not hesitate at all. He took a deep breath and commanded the Infernape to attack one of them without hesitation. Zhao Ruohan gritted her teeth, looked at Xiaoyu, and finally ordered the snowflake moth to attack the other person. Xiaoyu could have handled it himself, but he chose to let Xie Tianming and Zhao Ruohan do it, partly to test their mental fortitude and partly to make them prove their loyalty. Even if Xiaoyu was willing to trust the 2, he had to be extremely cautious in this matter. Only if Zhao Ruohan and Xie Tianming also violated the rules and chose to kill could the 3 of them be considered teammates in the same trench for the time being. As Zhao Ruohan and Xie Tianming took action, the other 2 died amidst shrill screams. Now, the original 4-person poacher team is reduced to just Xiao Gao. Your name is Xiao Gao, right? Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Gao, his tone relaxed, as if he were chatting casually. What's your full name? Gao Hai. Xiao Gao was also extremely nervous at this moment. After all, his life was still in Xiaoyu's hands. Did you bring your identification? Let me see. Xiaoyu was as cautious as ever, clearly not quite believing him. I remember that people in your line of work always carry these documents with them, and there are quite a few fake ones. Xiao Gao was silent for a moment, then took out his documents from his bag. Just as Xiaoyu had said, there was a stack of bank cards, driver's licenses, ID cards and other documents, many of which were fake. Xiaoyu saw Gao Hai's name on one of the documents, but Xiaoyu did not believe that this was Gao's real name. People who engage in Pokémon poaching usually carry their credentials with them at all times, and often have several on hand. This serves 2 purposes: to deal with various inspections and to ensure they feel safe only when they have these documents on their person. I'm giving you one last chance. I need real identification. Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Gao. Don't try to play so many tricks. If you want to keep the other 3 company, you can try to provoke me again. After a moment of silence, Xiao Gao took out his real ID from a hidden compartment in his inner garment. Xiaoyu looked at the name on the document. Sure enough, the name was not Gao Hai, but Gao Yangzhen, and the place of household registration was in Bodeo City, Zishu Province. That's right. Don't be so tense, relax. I promised Hao Sehung I'd release one person, and I'll release one person. Xiaoyu looked at Gao Yangzhen and asked, Are you from Bodeo City? I just heard Hao Sehung say you have a younger sister and a mother. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Gao Yangzhen's face darkened, but he dared not speak out. He looked at Xiaoyu, who was smiling, and nodded stiffly. That's right. I'm not killing you because there's something I want you to do. Xiaoyu's mention of Gao Yangzhen's sister and mother was also a warning and a test for him. It's clear from Hao Sehung's words that Gao Yangzhen does indeed have a younger sister and a mother at home, but Xiaoyu can't be sure about his relationship with his family. After all, Gao Yangzhen and Hao Sehung had just put on a show of deep teacher-student affection. I hope you can be an inside man. After you go back this time, try your best to climb up the ranks and get into the upper echelons of the Might Group. Xiaoyu paused slightly at this point. Don't worry, I will not only provide you with assistance, but I will also take good care of your family so that you won't have any worries. Gao Yangzhen naturally understood Xiaoyu's words. If he cooperated, his family would be taken care of. If he didn't cooperate, the outcome would be obvious. Faced with Xiaoyu's threat, Gao Yangzhen had no choice but to agree. Okay, I promise you, Gao Yangzhen replied painfully. Xie Tianming, you and Xiao Gao get to know each other. You two will be in charge of communication from now on. Zhao Ruohan and I will be leading the patrol team at the end of this month, and you will be in charge of the patrol team here, Xiaoyu said to Xie Tianming. Page 128. Okay. Xie Tianming nodded in agreement. Starting today, you will coordinate your contact information and communicate at fixed intervals to exchange useful information. Xie Tianming, if there is any important information, remember to notify me in advance. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he turned to look at Gao Yangzhen. When you go back this time, you'd better think about how you're going to explain yourself. You should clean up the traces on the body first. We'll take the spoils we've captured with us, otherwise you won't be able to explain yourself when you get back. Because of the existence of Pokémon, disposing of corpses in this world is much simpler. After watching Gao Yangzhen dispose of the body, Xiaoyu took the captured Pokémon and left the scene, leaving Gao Yangzhen alone behind. Watching Xiaoyu and his two companions leave, Gao Yangzhen frowned deeply. For him, encountering Xiaoyu was both a risk and an opportunity. If he could really get in touch with Xiaoyu, he could completely use this opportunity to clear his name. Given the chance, who would want to be the bad guy? Just my sister and mother. The thought of this made Gao Yangzhen's expression shift between light and dark. Riding on a flying-type Pokémon, Zharuohan remained silent. She had long known that Xiaoyu had great ambitions and wanted to set things right and integrate the entire Pokémon poaching industry, so she was not surprised by Xiaoyu's actions. Xie Tianming, however, was somewhat puzzled as to why Xiaoyu was doing this, but his personality prevented him from asking Xiaoyu directly. If Xiaoyu is willing to talk, he will naturally tell him. If Xiaoyu is unwilling to talk, no matter how much he asks, it will be useless. Less talk and more action is Xie Tianming's principle. Thank you, Tianming. Riding on the Charizard, Xiaoyu broke the silence first. Aren't you curious why I released Gao Yangzhen? Curious? Then why didn't you ask? Why did you release Gao Yangzhen? Chapter 217 Exploring the Underground World Again. How Sehung's death went unnoticed. It's common for poachers to die during poaching. When they decide to do this, they're already prepared to die. After returning to the patrol team, Xiaoyu immediately called someone to go to Bodeo City to investigate whether Gao Yangzhen existed, and whether he had a so-called sister and mother. After that, Xiaoyu and the other two continued their lives of patrolling the mountain and training as if nothing had happened. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiaoyu also received the news that Gao Yangzhen was indeed from a rural area of Bodeo City. His father died of illness at an early age, leaving him with only a blind mother and a younger sister, Gao Yuan, who was still in school. Based on this information, Gao Yangzhen is indeed not lying. The only way to know the true nature of his relationship with his family is to meet them in person. A week later, under the careful guidance of Iron Warrior and Charizard, Aerodactyl was able to obey Xiaoyu and Charlotte's commands and made rapid progress. With only a week left before leaving the patrol team, Xiaoyu decided to explore the underground world alone one last time. The air was slightly cool, and the east was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. The sun rose, its warm rays casting a golden glow on the white snow. Xiaoyu made ample preparations, bringing plenty of props and equipment, and began his exploration of the underground world. In the mountains and forests, every step leaves a footprint in the snow, and looking back, a path has been left behind where we have walked. Xiaoyu actually enjoys this kind of adventure, especially in the world of Pokémon, carrying a backpack and traveling around with his Pokémon. Traveling across magnificent landscapes, traversing mountains and rivers, riding a fire-breathing dragon across great rivers, battling wind and waves in the ocean, climbing high mountains to overlook the surrounding peaks, listening to the rain pattering on banana leaves and the wind rustling through the leaves, doing what you love, far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. It all sounds so exciting. Of course, the best thing would be to have a cook and a close female friend by your side, just like Zai, that would be the happiest thing. Shaking his head, Xiaoyu put his fantasies aside. Life is full of helplessness, and freedom cannot be achieved just by shouting it out. Following the route he remembered, Xiaoyu returned to the location of the hole left by Steelix. He first checked the small mechanism he had set up at the entrance to make sure that it hadn't been discovered by any Pokémon or other humans. He then went straight into the cave, released Charizard, and spoke while stroking Charizard's head. Charizard, we're exploring here again. There are many powerful wild Pokémon in here, so be careful, Xiaoyu reminded Charizard. Charizard nodded, giving Xiaoyu a reassuring look. Riding Charizard, Xiaoyu flew towards the underground world, passing through caves, and once again arrived in the vast underground world, where he saw those rare rock and steel-type Pokémon again. Xiaoyu commanded Charizard to navigate through the network of tunnels. As they went deeper, the caves became narrower, forcing Xiaoyu to recall Charizard and walk instead, while releasing Gallade to clear the way. Xiaoyu made thorough preparations for this expedition, including ample food and camping supplies, as well as technological gadgets such as high-powered flashlights. Xiaoyu took out a high-powered flashlight, instantly illuminating the road ahead, and followed closely behind Gallade. The intense light shone on the cave walls, and Xiaoyu then noticed that there were occasional transparent metal pieces on the cave walls, which refracted beautiful light under the illumination. Xiaoyu hadn't discovered it during his last exploration. Perhaps he was too focused on the battle to notice the metal on the rock wall, or perhaps he hadn't gone deep enough. In any case, Xiaoyu didn't find the transparent metal on the rock wall. This time, Xiaoyu brought a flashlight and discovered that the deeper they went into the cave, the more of these transparent metals there were. Xiaoyu stopped in his tracks, unable to help but think that the transparent metal and rock-type Pokémon immediately reminded him of the legendary Pokémon, Diancie. Diancie is a ruby Pokémon, a mutant of Diamond Smash. Its body, which shines with a pink glow, is quite dazzling. Diancie is also the queen of Diamond Smash's kingdom. Before she grew up, Diancie was a princess in the kingdom of Little Diamonds, but when she grew up, she became the queen of the kingdom of Little Diamonds. It is said that there is a Diancie in every kingdom of Tiny Diamonds, but Xiaoyu doesn't know if it's true or not. Diancie, in its normal form, is positioned as a tank. It has slightly weak HP, but exceptionally high defense and special defense, as well as balanced attack and special attack, while its speed is relatively weak. When Diancie Mega evolves, it will transform from a tank-type Pokémon into a dual attacker, with its speed skyrocketing, its defenses decreasing, and its attack power increasing significantly, making it extremely powerful. If Diancie really exists here, Xiaoyu must be extremely careful. First of all, the strength and aptitude of the divine beasts are not low, and not every divine beast has a temperament as good as Dream God. Furthermore, Xiaoyu also needs to be careful, as he may be facing not only Diancie, but also the entire Little Diamond Kingdom. As you continue deeper into the cave, it becomes increasingly narrow, and the chances of encountering Pokémon also greatly increase. Moreover, the strength and aptitude of these Pokémon also become higher and higher. Gallade, use Fire Punch. Faced with the Overlord-level blacksmith who appeared before him, Xiaoyu immediately chose to have Gallade use the Fire-type move Fire Punch. With a layer of red flames covering its sharp elbow blade, Gallade instantly charged towards the Greatsmith, unleashing a series of slashes. Flames danced and surged forth, knocking the Greatsmith down in a single blow. Seeing the Greatsmith unable to battle, Xiaoyu didn't try to capture it, choosing to continue forward. This Greatsmith wasn't particularly talented, and Xiaoyu didn't want to waste his precious Pokémon catching slot on it. After walking for another 10 minutes, light gradually appeared at the end of the narrow cave entrance, like the dawn, which excited Xiaoyu. At the same time, the entrance was so narrow that Xiaoyu had to turn sideways to enter. After walking several dozen steps, Xiaoyu passed through the narrow pass, and suddenly the view opened up before him, revealing a vast underground world. The surrounding rock walls were covered with colorful metal, the glittering metal shining brightly and illuminating the entire cave. Furthermore, the entire cave is extremely large, and its height is nearly tens of meters, like a hemispherical dome covering the ground. Here, Xiaoyu also saw countless rare Pokémon. Besides steel and rock-type Pokémon like Diamondback, Beldum, Mawile, Kokoyura, Gigantamax, and a large number of meteorites, Xiaoyu also saw fairy-type Pokémon like Clefairy and Jigglypuff. Seeing this, Xiaoyu became even more certain of his guess that the legendary Pokémon Diancie might really exist here. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but want to retreat, as he didn't actually want to deal with a legendary Pokémon. However, now that he was already here, Xiaoyu was not about to give up easily. He took out the Iron Warrior's Pokeball and released the Iron Warrior. The Fairy-type energy emanating from the surroundings is also beneficial to fighters and Fairy-type warriors. As soon as Iron Warrior appeared, he sensed the dense Fairy-type energy around him. He gripped the double-edged blade in his hand and absorbed the Fairy-type energy around him. Xiaoyu stood behind Gallade and Iron Warrior, silently observing the dreamlike and dazzlingly beautiful scene around them. The Fairy-type energy, so dense it was almost tangible, made Xiaoyu feel exceptionally happy. Legend has it that Fairy-type energy can be beneficial to the human body, and when combined with Grass-type energy, it can slow down aging. Xiaoyu didn't know if it was true or not, but he did feel physically and mentally refreshed by the rich Fairy-type energy around him. When Xiaoyu thinks of the Fairy-type, he can't help but think of a certain Fairy-type king. No wonder he is almost 40 years old and still looks so young and beautiful. This is the charm of the Fairy-type. Strange? Why do I keep thinking about her lately? Chapter 218 Mysterious Ritual. Xiaoyu and his Pokémon suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of some Pokémon. However, these Pokémon seemed to be praying devoutly, dancing and performing some kind of wishing ritual. They turned their gaze to Xiaoyu and his two Pokémon, then made room for two others, inviting Xiaoyu and his Pokémon to dance. These Pokémon had pure eyes, seemingly not regarding Xiaoyu as an enemy or a bad person. Instead, they took the initiative to invite him to dance this mysterious dance. What's going on? Xiaoyu had many questions in his mind. He thought that these Pokémon would attack him, but he didn't expect them to show such a friendly side. Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel ashamed. When he saw so many high-potential Pokémon, his mind was filled with the wicked thought of catching them. But these Pokémon had actually invited him to join the ritual, which made Xiaoyu feel incredibly ashamed. Damn it, humans are disgusting and greedy. How could I be so bad? After scolding himself a couple of times, Xiaoyu, along with Gallade and Iron Warrior, joined in the dance. Fortunately, the dance was relatively simple and not particularly difficult, and Xiaoyu quickly learned it. He would be speechless if these Pokémon were performing some kind of Thomas Flare or a handstand spin. While dancing, Xiaoyu silently looked straight ahead. Because of the distance and the Pokémon blocking his view, he couldn't see very clearly. He could only vaguely make out several Pokémon with the strength of an Elite Four member at the end of his vision. Turning his gaze away, Xiaoyu observed his surroundings. He could clearly see Fairy-type and Rock-type energies converging towards the center, and the Pokémon around him were praying devoutly towards the center, as if in a Halloween pilgrimage. Xiaoyu also discovered that the closer a Pokémon is to the center, the stronger it is. The Pokémon on the outermost edge are the weakest, only being rare or common. To find out what happened, they had to keep moving forward, so Xiaoyu danced as she followed Gallade and Iron Warrior forward. As Xiaoyu got closer to the center, he noticed that the energy around him was becoming increasingly concentrated, even forming visible energy tides that enveloped all the Pokémon present. Page 129. Under the influence of these energy tides, all the Pokémon showed expressions of enjoyment. After dawdling for more than 10 minutes, Xiaoyu finally arrived at the front. There, he saw several Pokémon with champion-level strength, as well as two Metagross Pokémon. One of the Metagross was the same Metagross with near-champion strength that Xiaoyu had encountered last time. It clearly recognized Xiaoyu and the Iron Warrior beside him, and silently kept a safe distance from Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at the two Metagross Pokémon with great envy, but he didn't dare to make a move in front of so many Pokémon, so he could only watch the two Metagross Pokémon duel. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on another Metagross. This Metagross was also a near-champion level, but it was significantly different in appearance from the first Metagross. The second Metagross had a transparent, luminous metal body with sharp edges and a dazzling shine, looking as if it were covered in diamonds. This was the first time Xiaoyu had ever seen a Metagross in this form. Although it wasn't a shiny one, it was a rare diamond Metagross. This reminded Xiaoyu of the Crystal Onyx from the anime. It was obvious that this Metagross was a mutated Pokémon, just like the Crystal Onyx in the anime. Let's call it Diamond Metagross for now. The two Megalodons also spotted Xiaoyu, but perhaps due to the influence of the ritual, they did not launch an attack. Instead, they focused their attention on what lay ahead. Xiaoyu was equally shocked by the scene before him, for in front of Metagross were countless Pokémon eggs, and without exception, they were all Diamond-type Pokémon eggs. They were so densely packed, it was like entering a spider's nest, seemingly endless. The sheer number of Pokémon eggs dazzled Xiaoyu. Elite level qualifications, Lord level qualification, Museum owner level qualification. Xiaoyu's gaze swept into the distance, where countless tiny diamond-like Pokémon eggs filled the air, blurring his vision. At the far end of this cluster of eggs, something seemed to be glowing, standing out conspicuously. It was obvious that it was a treasure, but Xiaoyu could only make out what it was from a distance. Even though the treasure was right in front of him, Xiaoyu didn't make any rash moves. There were several Elite Four level Pokémon eyeing him, as well as two Metagross near-champion level Pokémon. He wasn't stupid. And so, Xiaoyu and the two Pokémon continued dancing until 10 minutes later. Crack! With a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the shell of a Pokémon egg. The egg then began to shake, and soon a tiny diamond hatched from the shell. Once the first tiny diamond hatched, a second, a third. The crisp sound of eggshells breaking rang out continuously, and in just a few minutes, 2/3 of the elf eggs had already hatched. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from the sea of elf eggs, illuminating the entire underground world as bright as day. Such a spectacular commotion naturally attracted Xiaoyu's attention. Looking from afar, he discovered that it was actually a Diancie hatching from an elf egg. Tingzi. Gender, female. Although she is genderless in the game, she is described as a queen in the introduction, so she is set as female. Attributes: Rock, Fairy. Crystallite attribute: Rock. Qualification: Master level. Combat strength: Ordinary level. Feature: Immortal body. Skills: Impact, Harden, Falling Rock, Knock Off, Rock Polish, Sharp Stone Attack, Magic Dazzling, Invisible Rock. This newly hatched Diancie is clearly the new queen of the Little Diamond Kingdom, and the grand spectacle before us is for the birth of the new queen. Looking at the newly hatched Diancie, Xiaoyu's mouth watered with envy. He really wanted to capture it immediately. It was a divine beast, and a newly born one at that. At the same time, almost all of the Little Diamond's Pokémon eggs have fully hatched, with only a very few remaining unhatched. Before Xiaoyu could react, another dazzling light suddenly shone. The bright light shone again, and Xiaoyu looked in surprise in the direction from which the light came. Another pink figure hatched from the fairy egg. Is this the second Diancie? Xiaoyu never expected that he would encounter two Diancie being born in a single day. Chapter 219: The Battle for the Queen. The vast underground world, with its rock walls constructed of shimmering pink diamonds, feels like a world of diamonds. Light emanating from the center of the underground world illuminates the entire place, where countless rock, steel, and fairy-type Pokémon gather. This place is exactly the world Xiaoyu dreamed of. He really wanted to transform into a ruthless Pokémon poaching machine, go on a killing spree, and capture all the Pokémon here. However, Xiaoyu still has some moral bottom line. It is true that he likes to capture powerful Pokémon, but he also values the emotional bond with Pokémon. Xiaoyu stopped his random thoughts and looked towards the center of the arena. Just now, two Diancie were born simultaneously, one after the other. Xiaoyu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he watched this scene, and his greed grew even stronger. If there was only one Diancie, Xiaoyu might not dare to capture it, but if there were two Diancies, Xiaoyu's mind started to wander. Two Diancie, one is the queen of the Little Diamonds, so it shouldn't be too much for me to subdue the other, right? After all, two tigers cannot share one mountain, and Little Diamonds, you wouldn't want your kingdom to have two queens, would you? After the two Diancie were born, all the other small diamonds began to bounce and retreat, slowly clearing a large open space and increasing the distance between themselves and the two queens, forming a circular open space. In the center of the circular open space is the source of light for the underground world, and Xiaoyu still hasn't been able to see clearly what this luminous thing is. The two Diancie, like queens, walked to the circular open space and their eyes met. Taking this opportunity, Xiaoyu and his two Pokémon pushed their way forward. After passing through a dense array of tiny diamonds, they finally arrived at the core area and were able to see the glowing object in the center of the arena. It was a pink diamond throne, dazzling and radiant. This pink diamond throne was undoubtedly the most expensive luxury item in the world, a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, this pink diamond throne is also surrounded by pink fairy-type energy ribbons and rock-type energy auras. On the throne, Xiaoyu saw a corpse, a huge corpse of Diancie. The corpse was about 2 meters tall. Even though it had been dead for a long time, it still maintained the posture it had before death, sitting elegantly and gracefully on the throne, with its back against the back of the throne. Although it had long since lost all signs of life, the pink diamond crown on its head still shone brightly, radiating immense fairy and rock energy that attracted all the Pokémon covering the vast underground world. This crown is the most precious treasure in this underground world. Diancie's diamond crown, a special item containing a huge amount of rock-type and fairy-type energy. It was left behind by Diancie after her death. Diancie's diamond crown can significantly accelerate the growth rate of nearby rock and fairy-type Pokémon and alter the surrounding environment, making it extremely suitable for fairy and rock-type Pokémon to live in. Additionally, if a rock-type or fairy-type Pokémon wears the crown, it will automatically absorb the energy from it, greatly improving its aptitude and strength, and learning Diancie's signature move, Diamond Storm. Looking at this special prop, Xiaoyu felt as if a fire was burning in his heart, his eyes turned bloodshot, and even his breathing became heavy. It's not that there aren't any treasures in this world that can improve a Pokémon's aptitude, but those treasures are extremely expensive and rare, and there's only a certain chance that they can slightly improve aptitude. This crown directly and significantly enhances a Pokémon's aptitude and strength, which is extremely rare in the entire Pokémon world. This made Xiaoyu curious about the effects of items like Rayquaza's Dragon Scales, Arceus's Stone Tablet, Curem's Dragon Scales, and Eternatus's Energy Core. If you have the chance, be sure to collect their Dragon Scales to improve the stats of your Dragon-type Pokémon. Xiaoyu felt a surge of impulse. He wished he could rush to the throne, lift it up, put on the crown, and teleport away instantly. If we can successfully take this special item, this trip to the underworld will be incredibly profitable. However, Xiaoyu quickly suppressed this thought, because he knew that it was impossible for him to escape unscathed with Diancie's diamond crown. Not to mention the densely packed small diamonds all around, the 2 Metagross Pokémon and the other Elite 4 Pokémon would be enough to give Xiaoyu a hard time. Moreover, this item should be very important to the Little Diamond Kingdom, and very important to these 2 Diancie. Xiaoyu decided to keep watching, hoping to find a bargain. Besides the crown, Xiaoyu also discovered that Diancie's corpse was holding a pink Mega Evolution Stone in its hands. Even if Xiaoyu couldn't recognize the Mega Evolution Stone, he could figure out with a brain like a pig that it was definitely Diancie's Mega Evolution Stone. 2 Diancie stood on either side of the throne, their gazes both fixed on the diamond throne, yet also looking at each other. The 2 Diancie princesses, adorned with sparkling pink diamond crowns, looked breathtakingly beautiful, perfectly complementing their noble and elegant demeanor, truly deserving of the title Royal Pink Princesses. However, the 2 pink princesses now seemed to be filled with hostility, and a fight seemed imminent. Using the system's capabilities, Xiaoyu discovered that the 2 Diancie had identical aptitudes and skills. The only difference was their size. The first Diancie was slightly larger, while the other was slightly smaller. The 2 Diancie stared at each other, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive, their eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit, both knowing that the other was their nemesis. Because in a small diamond kingdom there can only be one queen, and only one queen can rule the small diamond kingdom. It must be because the previous queen of the Little Diamond Kingdom died, and the Little Diamond Kingdom needed a new queen, which is why a new Diancie was born. Xiaoyu looked at the 2 Diancie. He had a vague idea of what had happened, but he was more curious about the Diancie sitting on the throne. It was a divine beast, so how did it die? Natural death? Do gem-type Pokémon also die of old age naturally, or is it for some other reason? As Xiaoyu was pondering, he suddenly saw 2 Diancie energy surging from their bodies, one rock-type and the other fairy-type, and they flew towards the throne at the same time. Their primary goal is to seize the throne and the diamond crown of Diancie. The rock and fairy-type energies contained in the crown are like a tonic for the newly born Diancie, and they all want to take this pink diamond crown. Once they acquire this pink diamond crown, they can quickly grow into queens of the Little Diamond Kingdom, but there can only be one crown and only one queen. The 2 Diancie engaged in a fierce battle. At first, it was just a simple physical collision, but as the battle intensified, the 2 Diancie's fighting instincts awakened, and they began to use their energy to fight. Every time the 2 Diancie clashed, it was met with cheers from all the Pokémon present. They were like spectators, cheering for the battle and for their favorite queen. Page 130. Chapter 220 Diancie Mega Evolution Stone. The battle between the 2 Diancie wasn't particularly exciting due to their relative strength, but Xiaoyu watched with complete concentration. He keenly noticed that although the 2 Diancie's aptitude and strength were almost identical, there were still subtle differences upon closer inspection. The larger Diancie gradually gained the upper hand in each battle, while the smaller Diancie gradually became exhausted. Finally, with a crisp sound, the smaller Diancie was knocked away by the other Diancie, falling to the ground and unable to get up, having lost all its strength. The larger Diancie, though panting heavily, had won the battle. She displayed a victorious air, looking down at the fallen Diancie, before slowly flying towards the throne. When she walked to the pink diamond throne and gently removed the crown, Diancie's corpse on the throne instantly crumbled and turned into stones scattered on the ground. The old king's demise, the new king's ascension to the throne. Raising the enormous crown in her hand, Diancie suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. The surging energy from the crown poured wildly into Diancie's body, continuously enhancing her strength. Bathed in fairy and rock energy, and basking in the cheers of her subjects, all of this signifies that Diancie has become the new queen. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu walked towards the fallen Diancie. He had been prepared from the beginning. No matter which of the 2 Diancies became queen, his target was always the one who lost. A flurry of tiny diamonds passed by her, all rushing toward the new king and crowding around him, except for Xiaoyu, who moved in the opposite direction. When Xiaoyu walked to Diancie's side, he found that it had lost all its strength and had lost the will to stand up. It just lay quietly on the ground, staring blankly at the pink diamond on the cave ceiling. Looking at Diancie's lifeless eyes, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. It seemed that this defeat had been a great blow to Diancie. Xiaoyu took out the wound medicine from his bag and sprayed it on Diancie to clean its wounds. Seemingly sensing that someone was healing her, Diancie turned her gaze to Xiaoyu, and the two of them stared at each other. This was Xiaoyu and Diancie's first meeting. They stared at each other for a long time, but neither of them spoke. After Xiaoyu treated the wound simply, he took out the rock and fairy-type energy cubes and handed them to Diancie. Diancie. Xiaoyu smiled as he looked at the sparkly Diancie, as if taking care of a child. Eat something first. When Diancie saw the energy cube Xiaoyu handed her, she was slightly taken aback. While all the small diamonds were rushing toward the new king, someone still cared about her, which touched Diance's heart. It reached out and gently took the energy cube, then chewed it in small bites, like a princess. Energy cubes made by top masters naturally taste amazing. After Diance finished a rock-type energy cube, she ate a fairy-type energy cube, and a gleam appeared in her eyes. But when it looked up and saw Queen Diance surrounded by the little diamonds, it couldn't help but lower its head again in dejection. Seeing Diance's state, Xiaoyu couldn't help but gently comfort her. Diance, failure is not a big deal. If you fail this time, you can just try harder next time to win it back. Diance shook her head. She could sense that after this defeat, the chances of her defeating Diance, who had absorbed the energy of the pink diamond crown, were almost zero. That was why she was so dejected, knowing that she might only be driven out of the group. Seeing Diance's state, Xiaoyu continued to persuade her, sometimes, failure isn't necessarily a bad thing. Although you lost your position as queen, you actually gained other things, such as freedom. You can step out of the underground world and see the outside world. You can go to the forest to enjoy the snow and watch the snowflakes fall, creating a vast expanse of white. You can also take a walk by the river and listen to the babbling of the stream. You can also go boating on the lake and admire the blooming of all kinds of lotus flowers. Xiaoyu described the beauty of the outside world to Tianxi. The underground world is just a corner of this bustling world. If you leave the underground world, you can see more beautiful scenery and also meet more interesting people or things. Tianxi, come with me and see the outside world. If you stay in the underground world, you'll never surpass her. So come with me, keep getting stronger, and one day I'll bring you back here to challenge her. Xiaoyu could have easily subdued the defeated Diance, but he didn't. Instead, he started communicating with the child. The best strategy is to win hearts and minds. The second best strategy is to attack strategies. The worst strategy is to attack the army. After all, Diance isn't as stubborn as Aerodactyl. Different Pokémon require different catching methods. If he could win over Diance with words, Xiaoyu still wouldn't want to rely on violence. He prefers a genuine bond between himself and his Pokémon. After hearing Xiaoyu's words, Tianxi did not make any move, but looked at Xiaoyu, seemingly lost in thought. Wait for me a moment, I'll go get something for you, Xiaoyu said suddenly as he opened the door. Tianxi looked at Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression, wondering what Xiaoyu was going to get. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the glittering Mega Evolution Stone. He wanted to snatch Diance's Mega Evolution Stone before leaving with her. Iron Warrior, make your move. You hold off Metagross and the others, and provide backup for us. Gallade, use instant transmission. Xiaoyu gave a quiet order, and Gallade suddenly used teleport to Diance Queen's side. The sudden change caught all the Pokémon off guard. Gallade, take that jewel. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Gallade snatched Diance's Mega Evolution Stone from the throne. The moment the Mega Evolution Stone was in hand, the other Pokémon reacted and quickly launched an attack on Xiaoyu and his Pokémon. At this moment, both Metagross monsters simultaneously unleashed their psychic powers, attempting to interfere with Gallade's teleportation, but Ironhide immediately took action. Facing two Metagross monsters with near champion level strength, Iron Warrior displayed extremely high fighting spirit, directly wielding his double-edged blades in a surprise attack, interrupting the two Metagross monsters' psychic abilities, and creating another precious opportunity for Gallade to use instant transmission. Immediately after Gallade used its psychic powers again, Xiaoyu returned to Diance and Iron Warrior's side. Come on! Xiaoyu grabbed Diance and started to flee. Fortunately, Diance was not heavy, weighing less than 20 kilograms, otherwise Xiaoyu might not have been able to lift her. At this moment, Metagross finally unleashed its psychic power, restricting Gallade's teleportation, while the other Pokémon launched attacks on Xiaoyu. Aerodactyl had to fly at full speed while dodging attacks, while Gallade and Ironhide also ran towards the entrance. Fortunately, the Pokémon on the outer perimeter were not very strong, and Xiaoyu and his Pokémon easily reached the entrance. Xiaoyu recalled Aerodactyl, and together with Gallade and Diance, they were the first to pass through the narrow pass. Iron Warrior was the last to enter the pass and blocked it. The champion-level Iron Warrior, wielding two swords, stood at the narrow entrance of the cave. Like a war god, one man could hold off 10,000. This is for you. With this, you'll have the strength to fight the queen next time. Xiaoyu handed the Mega Evolution Stone to Diance. However, since you stole Queen Diance's things, you'll have to leave with me now. Diance took the Mega Evolution Stone from Xiaoyu's hand. Looking at Xiaoyu, who was covered in sweat, Diance was touched. She stared at Xiaoyu and then nodded gently. Chapter 221 Bodeo City. In the blink of an eye, the training camp is coming to an end. Xiaoyu took a day off and left the patrol team a day early. He planned to use this day to go to Bodao City, to visit Gao Yangzhen's hometown, and to see his sister and mother. Xiaoyu was not at ease with Gao Yangzhen, having witnessed Gao Yangzhen betray and kill Hao Seheng in order to save his own life. Although he had warned him about his family, Xiaoyu was by nature suspicious, cautious, and prudent, and he was unsure how important his family was to Gao Yangzhen. He was worried that Gao Yangzhen was the kind of person who could abandon even his family, so Xiaoyu planned to visit his family in person, to see his mother and sister, and to see the relationship between his family and Gao Yangzhen, so that he could make a judgment. Speaking of being naturally suspicious, Xiaoyu realized that he was gradually becoming like Cao Cao. Cao Cao was a naturally suspicious person, and he killed Lu Baxi's entire family just because he heard the sound of sharpening knives. Xiaoyu rode his flying-type Pokémon to Bodao City. Since flying-type Pokémon were not allowed in the city, Xiaoyu had to take a bus to Gao Yangzhen's house after arriving in Bodao City. He first withdrew some cash, and also bought some fruit and snacks to carry with him. He then took a taxi to the vicinity of Gao Yangzhen's house. Gao Yangzhen's family was not well off. They originally lived in the surrounding countryside, but after his sister was admitted to a key high school, the whole family moved to the city for the convenience of her studies. However, even in the city, they lived in the cheapest urban village. His home was located in a dilapidated tenement building in the old city's urban village. The building was crammed with all sorts of people, including young men with dyed yellow hair, young women dressed flamboyantly who were out at night, and even young people with tattoos. Several thousand people lived in the small tenement building. Although there are many people, the environment around here is not good. Not only are the surrounding facilities poor in water and electricity inconvenient, but the environment is also extremely bad. There is a landfill not far away, and a large number of garbage trucks drive by every day, and you can smell the pungent garbage smell all the way. Therefore, anyone who has a little money chooses to move away from here. The only advantage here is that the rent is cheap and there are buses right outside, so transportation is relatively convenient. Slums are like a swamp of mud, but some people would rather sink into the mud and die, while others try their best to break free. Most of the residents here are from the lower class of Bodao City, wearing shabby coats. You can see some dirty children rolling around on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, sculpting various Pokémon out of mud, playing house, and shouting that they are the #1 trainer. Xiaoyu wore a mask, both for her own safety and to be fully disguised to avoid being recognized and causing trouble. As Xiaoyu walked towards the building, the surrounding residents couldn't help but glance at him out of the corner of their eyes. It was obvious that they had never seen Xiaoyu before, or that it was rare for someone as wealthy as Xiaoyu to appear in an urban village. Even though they were wearing masks, they could still tell from Xiaoyu's clothes that he came from a wealthy family and was not a local. The building was old and dilapidated, with moss growing in the corners. Xiaoyu walked along the road, asking an old man sitting in a chair basking in the sun about Gao Yuan. "Sir, is Gao Yuan staying here?" Xiaoyu skillfully handed over a Meloetta brand cigarette, a high-end cigarette in this world, known as a luxury item among cigarettes. Even though Xiaoyu never smokes, he still prepared some cigarettes, just in case. Taking the cigarette Xiaoyu offered, the old man put it in his pocket and said with a smile to Xiaoyu, "Yuan hasn't finished class yet. Only her mother is in the house, in the corner room on the 3rd floor. Thanks, sir." Xiaoyu offered another cigarette and walked towards Gao Yangzhen's house. "Who's this guy?" As Xiaoyu left, a thin thug with dyed yellow hair wearing a thick down jacket walked up to the old man and asked. He had been paying attention to Xiaoyu since Xiaoyu arrived, and couldn't help but inquire about Xiaoyu's background. "I don't know. I didn't see he was wearing a mask, how could anyone recognize him?" The old man said, watching Xiaoyu leave. "But he's quite rich, see? Meloetta cigarettes." As the old man spoke, he took out a cigarette, held it to his nose, and gently sniffed it. Inhaling the faint tobacco aroma, a blissful smile spread across his face. "Delicious, truly delicious. Who is he looking for, do you know?" The blonde-haired man continued to ask. "Gao Yuan, of course," the old man said. "I've always said that the Gao family's little girl is promising. Look, she's climbed up the social ladder and become a phoenix." Upon hearing the old man's words, the blonde-haired man's mind raced, his eyes darting around as if he were thinking something. Upon reaching the 3rd floor and walking down the long corridor, Xiaoyu could hear frequent coughing sounds. Living in such an environment for a long time would cause most people to develop some degree of lung disease. Page 131. Xiaoyu's appearance still attracted a lot of attention. Someone like Xiaoyu shouldn't be in a tenement building like this. Some residents upstairs poked their heads out, their eyes filled with curiosity. The neighbors upstairs and downstairs knew each other quite well, so when a stranger arrived, everyone came out to see what was going on and wondered who this young man was here for. I bet $5 that it's for Gao Yuan. Xiaoyu walked to the house at the end of the road. The old wooden door was slightly ajar. Xiaoyu stood at the door and gently knocked. A series of rapid, heart-wrenching coughs came from inside the room, as if the person was coughing up their lungs. The coughing continued for a long time before stopping, followed by a hoarse voice coming from inside. "Who is it? The door is unlocked, come in. I'm Gao Yangzhen's friend. He asked me to come and check on you," Xiaoyu said as he pushed open the door and entered. His gaze swept into the room, which was dimly lit with no light. The windows were tightly closed, and the room was filled with a pungent smell of Chinese medicine. "Are you Yangzhen's friend? Please have a seat." In the dim light, Xiaoyu saw a middle-aged woman come out of the house. She looked haggard, her face was sickly pale, she was thin as a rake, and her eyes were sunken. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman reached for a stool for Xiaoyu. "I'll get you some water. No need to trouble yourself, please sit down and rest." Xiaoyu took a table and sat down, putting down the fruit and milk she was holding. "Yan Xian told me you weren't feeling well, so I bought this fruit and milk for you." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, a smile appeared on the middle-aged woman's pale face. "How is Yan Xian doing? Is he doing well working on the construction site? He told me that he was promoted to team leader recently and his salary increased quite a bit. How did you two meet?" Xiaoyu listened to the middle-aged woman's words with a smile and responded one by one. "He and I are friends. We both work in the same place, and we're all young people, so we got to know each other after a while." Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Xiaoyu had found the answer to his trip. The fact that he could keep in touch with his family regularly and deceive his mother with a white lie proved that his relationship with his family was at least not too bad. "That's wonderful." Hearing news of her son, who was far away, was a rare treat for Gao's mother. A kind smile spread across her face. "Yangzhen is stubborn, like a mule. He's not very obedient at home. Has he offended anyone? Auntie, let me tell you something." Seeing the genuine smile on Gao's mother's face, Xiaoyu smiled as well and said, "Yangzhen is doing very well. His superiors appreciate him, and everyone likes him, so please don't worry." Chapter 222 Gao Yuan. Xiaoyu sat in the chair and chatted with Gao's mother, keeping her smiling non-stop. Before they knew it, half an hour had passed. Xiaoyu spoke up at the opportune moment. "Auntie, I heard from Yan Xian that our little sister Yuan is studying at the #1 middle school in the city." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, a look of pride flashed across Gao's mother's face. Compared to Gao Yangzhen, this youngest daughter made her even more proud. "Yes, Yuan is studying at #1 middle school, which is a lot of pressure. The #1 high school is the best high school in the entire Bodeo city. Yuan must have excellent grades to be able to get into it." Xiaoyu's praise touched Gao's mother's heart, making her smile even brighter. "Yuan can calm down and study well, she's more promising than her brother. I've heard Yangzhen mention it before. He said his younger sister is a very good student, unlike him who gets a headache just looking at words," Xiaoyu said at the right moment. "Besides visiting you, Yangzhen also asked me to do something for you." "What is it?" The middle-aged woman looked at Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression. "Yangzhen asked me to rent a new house for you," Xiaoyu said. "The house you're renting now isn't in a good environment, and it's so far from the #1 middle school in the city. You spend 2 or 3 hours on the road every day, so Yangzhen asked me to rent a house for you near the #1 middle school so that it will be convenient for you and to study." "No need, I'm quite comfortable here, I'm used to it." Gao's mother waved her hand with a smile. "School district housing is not cheap, costing tens of thousands of yuan a year, which they don't have. You don't need to worry about the money. Gao Yangzhen and I are very good friends. I will pay for it." Xiaoyu knew that Gao's mother was worried about the money. "I'm also thinking about you and studies. We can delay anything, but we can't delay the child's studies. Auntie, pack your things and we'll move today." "Never mind, this place is quite nice." Hearing that Xiaoyu would pay for it, Gao's mother was tempted, but she resisted the temptation and refused with difficulty. "Please don't stand on ceremony with me, Auntie. Yangzhen and I are friends. You are Yangzhen's family, and you are my family too." The Gao family, mother and daughter, didn't have much stuff, so Xiaoyu hired a super powerful moving company, and they moved everything in one trip. He also generously rented a large 3-bedroom apartment in the best school district near the #1 middle school in the city, without even haggling over the price, and paid 2 years' rent up front. Sometimes, being rich can be so extravagant, and of course, the rent was just a drop in the ocean for Xiaoyu. After helping the Gao family mother and daughter move, Xiaoyu left them some money and left Bodeo City without seeing Gao Yangzhen's sister one last time. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, around dusk, Gao Yuan walked out of the school gate after school. At this time, she needed to go to the bus stop to take the bus home. It would take an hour to get back to the tenement building. Yuan, wanna grab something to eat tonight? I know a really good new barbecue place. A boy invited Gao Yuan, it's on me. No, I'm going home. Because of her family's financial situation, Gao Yuan almost never attends these kinds of classmate gatherings, and she doesn't like to let others treat her or pay for her meals. After declining her classmate's kind invitation, Gao Yuan had just stepped out of the school gate when she saw a familiar figure standing at the entrance. Mom, what are you doing here? Gao Yuan walked quickly towards her mother and couldn't help but ask. Usually, when her mother came to the school to see her, it meant something important had happened. She felt a little uneasy. Yuan, come on, let's go home. Mom's here to tell you, we met a benefactor today, your brothers made it big. Gao's mother's face was beaming with excitement, even her pale complexion had turned rosy, as if her long-standing lung disease had been cured. Mom, don't get excited, tell me slowly. Gao Yuan frowned, took her mother's hand, patted the back of her hand and said, what do you mean by meeting a benefactor, or how my brother became successful? Come with Mom, Mom has a surprise for you. Mom, the bus stop is over there, you're going the wrong way. Mom knows. Gao's mother held her daughter's hand and walked along the street for 100 or 2 meters until they arrived at the front of an upscale residential area near the No. 1 middle school. Then she took out her access card and swiped it to enter. Seeing this, Gao Yuan looked surprised. Mom, where did you get this access card? Seeing her daughter's surprised expression, Gao's mother was very pleased. She waved the access card and key in her hand and said, look what this is. Gao's mother took out the duplicated key and gave Gao Yuan one key and one access card. Take these are the keys to our newly rented house. Numbly holding the keys, Gao Yuan looked at her mother with surprise. She knew her family's financial situation very well. They absolutely could not afford to rent this place. Mom, where did you get so much money? Gao Yuan asked. Go home first, and Mom will explain everything to you in detail. Following her mother back to the newly rented apartment, Gao Yuan gradually felt numb as she looked at the spacious and bright space. This was the first time she had ever lived in such a neighborhood. Yuan, let me tell you, someone came to our house today. He said he's your brother's friend. With an excited expression, Gao's mother recounted the events of the day, telling Gao Yuan every word of how she met Xiaoyu. At the end, she even took out a stack of banknotes. This is the money Xiaoyu left behind. He also called to order some furniture and appliances, which will be delivered tomorrow. Wait a minute. Gao Yuan heard the name Xiaoyu and felt a vague sense of familiarity. She thought of that scientific genius and wondered if it was the same person. Mom, what did you say that person's name was? Xiaoyu, Gao's mother repeated, is very handsome, tall, and has a very good appearance. How tall? Gao Yuan couldn't help but ask. At least 1.8 meters tall, I estimate it to be around 1.9 meters. Gao's mother estimated Xiaoyu's height, and it has to be said that Xiaoyu's height is quite distinctive. Hearing her mother's words, Gao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She had also seen Xiaoyu's photos on her classmates' phones. Xiaoyu is currently quite popular. He may not be particularly popular in other provinces, but he is definitely the most popular contestant in this year's College Cup in Zishu province. A scientific genius, the champion of Xinguang City, and with his exceptionally good looks, Xiaoyu has amassed a large following of female fans. Many of Gao Yuan's classmates are die-hard fans of Xiaoyu, having snapped up tickets online for his provincial-level University Cup competition to cheer him on in person. Gao Yuan remembered that Xiaoyu was 1.9 meters tall. The fact that they shared the same name and were about the same height made Gao Yuan almost certain that the person who helped her rent a room today was Xiaoyu. What, you know him? Mrs. Gao asked suspiciously. Wait a minute. Gao Yuan then picked up the remote control, turned on the TV, and switched the channel to Zishu TV, replaying the finals of Xinguang City. When Xiaoyu appeared on screen, Gao Yuan paused the video and asked her mother, Mom, is this the person? Hey, that's him. Chapter 223. The first match of the main tournament. Xiaoyu returned to Starlight City and reunited with Xiaoruohan and the other two. They then traveled together to Tianda City to participate in the upcoming provincial-level main competition of the University Cup. Xiaoyu gained a lot from this month-long training camp for the patrol team. First, he caught Aerodactyl, and Xiaoruohan caught Tyranitar, two Pokémon with champion-level potential. Due to rule restrictions, these two Pokémon did not meet the requirements for participating in the High School Cup, nor were they registered with the Pokémon Association, so they could not participate in the High School Cup. Otherwise, Xiaoyu and Xiaoruohan could have dominated the competition with just this Aerodactyl. Therefore, Xiaoyu handed the Aerodactyl over to his older brother Xiaoluo, as a means of self-defense and a trump card for the Xia family. Besides these two Pokémon, Xiaoyu's biggest gain was Diancie and the Diancie Mega Stone. Xiaoyu didn't tell anyone about Diancie, not even his family. Not telling them about this is actually a way of protecting them, as the preciousness of mythical beasts is self-evident. Finally, Xiaoyu's Pokemon's physical attributes were greatly improved, and their strength also increased rapidly. Baby Dragon broke through to the Lord level and evolved into Armored Dragon, learning the Guard skill. Of course, the most crucial point is that Draco Mesh's strength at the Overlord level is still growing rapidly, and it is about to reach the level of a gym leader. Xiaoyu estimated that with Draco Mesh's current strength, it could evolve at any time. Once it evolves into Draco, its strength will increase dramatically. This made Xiaoyu realize that the punishment jar was indeed incredibly powerful, truly deserving of its status as a divine artifact. Tianda City. The provincial-level main competition of the Sichuan Provincial University Cup is about to begin. The entire city of Tiandu was filled with a festive and lively atmosphere, with enthusiastic fans posting posters of their favorite contestants on the streets and wearing stickers of their supported cities on their faces. Some die-hard fans even rented giant screens outside buildings and advertising screens in subway stations to support their favorite players. There are a total of 18 martial arts schools in Zishu province, each corresponding to one of the 18 attributes. Each martial arts school corresponds to a city that has the qualifications to participate in the competition. There are 72 provincial-level main competition contestants, with 4 finalists from each of the 18 cities, 18x4. In addition, there are the champion and runner-up from the social category in Zishu province, making a total of 74 contestants in the provincial-level main competition. The champion from each city will be seeded and directly advance to the top 32 in Zishu province, thus eliminating 18 spots from the top 32. The remaining 56 players will compete in a 3v3 singles elimination tournament. After 2 rounds of competition, 14 players will be selected to join the 18 seeded players to form the top 32 in the main tournament. As the champion of Starlight City, Xiaoyu naturally did not need to participate in the first 2 rounds of the competition and directly advanced to the top 32. Therefore, he was given 3 days of rest, which allowed him to relax and observe other players' matches, thus gaining a better understanding of himself and his opponents, ensuring victory in every battle. Page 132. Xiaoyu stayed in the hotel, reviewing the information of each contestant. From the start of the main competition, it was obvious that the strength of the opponents had increased dramatically. At least Xiaoyu saw that the weakest of the seeded players from other cities had Lord-level Pokémon, and the vast majority had Overlord-level Pokémon. On the table in front of him was a girl's profile. She was Li Xiu, the champion of Tianda City this year, and also the most popular candidate for the champion of Zishu province. If nothing unexpected happens, this girl will be Xiaoyu's biggest rival in the provincial championship. Her ace Pokémon is a shiny Gyarados, which is especially good at water-type Pokémon. The 3-day competition flew by, and the competition between Wu Pengzi and his 2 companions ended on the first day. Unfortunately, they were all eliminated in the first round. There was nothing that could be done about it. Compared with the contestants from other cities, the contestants from Starlight City were far too weak. As a result, Xiaoyu was the only remaining representative from Starlight City. The residents of Starlight City were already used to or had expected this result, as Starlight City was inherently weak and the situation had been the same in previous years. However, the emergence of Xiaoyu this year has raised everyone's expectations. After all, Xiaoyu delivered a near-dominant performance in the preliminary rounds in Starlight City, proving himself a worthy opponent for the other contestants. It was 3 p.m. under the blazing sun. Xiaoyu stood backstage, taking deep breaths and doing warm-up exercises, preparing to go on stage. It was his turn to play in the next match. Hearing the deafening shouts outside, Xiaoyu's heart raced, and he felt a surge of excitement. He put on his Starlight City battle uniform, looked in the mirror, and gazed at the 3 Pokémon beside him. Lizard King, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Buzzbat. These are the 3 Pokémon Xiaoyu used this time. Among them, Sceptile's strength has reached the Overlord level, while Charizard and Nombat are only 1 step away from the Overlord level, and their strength is quite good. However, the opponents he was facing were even stronger, almost all of them being Totem-level Pokémon, and some even being Gym Leader-level Pokémon, which made Xiaoyu a little nervous. Every match from now on will be extremely difficult for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, get ready to go. Hearing the staff's reminder, Xiaoyu took out a Pokeball and put the 3 Pokémon back into it, ready to go at any time. Dear viewers, the next match is going to be very exciting. Seeded player Shang Hengzhen from Zizhu City will face off against seeded player Xiaoyu from Xinguang City. What kind of sparks will fly in this duel between 2 seeded players? Let's wait and see. Please welcome the 2 players to the stage. As the host's voice faded, the platform slowly rose, and Xiaoyu and Shang Hengzhen faced off simultaneously. The battlefield was vast, and due to the distance, from Xiaoyu's side, it was difficult to see Shang Hengzhen's face clearly on the other side. The terrain still uses a combination of water puddles, ground, and rocks, which gives water-type Pokémon room to perform. You should all be familiar with today's two contestants. Xiaoyu is a dragon-type trainer, and Shang Hengzhen is a poison-type trainer. However, although Xiaoyu is a dragon-type trainer, we all know that his main Pokémon, Sceptile and Charizard, are not dragon-type. The commentator in the stands was Ching Taiheng, the official commentator of Zishu Province TV station and also the most popular commentator in Zishu Province. He said jokingly, "Almost every time there's a competition, Xiaoyu's identity as a dragon-type trainer gets brought up and discussed. Shang Hengzhen from Zizhu City is a poison-type trainer. His signature Pokémon is a Jengar, as well as a Toxtricity and a Crystal Blossom. Judging from their apparent strength, Shang Hengzhen is definitely stronger. I predict that Shang Hengzhen will win the match 3-1 or 3-2. Jiangyao, who do you think will win this match?" Sitting next to Ching Taiheng was a young and beautiful woman, none other than the official female commentator Jiangyao. "Then I will support Xiaoyu and guess he will win the game 3-2. Alright, the match is about to begin. Let's turn our attention to the arena. Chapter 224 Crystal Flower. Xiaoyu stood on the field, looking at the audience around him and listening to the shouts coming from the stands, his heartbeat slightly quickening. Even the most composed and calm person cannot remain calm when standing on a stage with tens of thousands of people, as the voices of the surrounding audience rush into his ears. "Xiaoyu, go for it. Xiaoyu, for the glory of Starlight City, we will win. Go, Shang Hengzhen. Zhongzhou City, invincible. Brother Yu, you will win." Wu Yaezu shouted loudly from the stands, her voice filled with fervor. Zhao Ruohan and Li Haiqiang beside her waved their support signs, cheering for Xiaoyu. Their shouts grew louder and louder. Game start. As the referee blew his whistle, Xiaoyu and Shang Hengzhen threw out their Pokeballs almost simultaneously, and Charizard and Crystal Flower entered the fray at the same time. The giant screen immediately split to display the two's official photos, while their first Pokémon scent lit up, showing images of Charizard and Crystal Flower. "It's here, a black Charizard, Xiaoyu's signature Pokémon." Ching Taiheng, the commentator, said passionately from the commentary booth. It's not hard to see from the previous matches that Xiaoyu's black Charizard is a special attacker, its ability is solar power, and it has learned the move Solar Beam. With the help of today's sunny weather, it may have an extremely impressive performance. The beautiful commentator Jiangyao added, Shang Hengzhen obviously guessed that Xiaoyu would send out Charizard, so he chose Crystal Blossom. Crystal Blossom, with its rock and poison attributes, can pose a threat to Charizard with its powerful Power Gem and Rock-type moves. While the two commentators were speaking, Xiaoyu gave the order first. Charizard, Sunshine Flame. Under the bright sunshine, Solar Beam accumulated energy at an extremely fast speed. Almost the instant Xiaoyu gave the order, the surrounding Grass-type energy frantically converged towards Charizard, and Solar Beam instantly took shape, shooting a beam of light like a laser cannon towards Crystal Flower. Crystal Flower, Invisible Rock. Unlike Xiaoyu's choice, Shang Hengzhen opted to have Crystal Flower use the Invisible Rock skill. Stealth Rock is arguably one of the most effective moves against Charizard. Crystal Flower ignored Charizard's attack, its deep blue petals opening and gathering rock-type energy. Countless small, sharp rocks floated in the air, restricting Charizard's movements. At the same time, the blazing sunlight struck the Crystal Flower directly, instantly causing severe damage. The flower was sent flying a great distance before regaining its footing, and at the same time, its body sprayed purple poisonous spikes onto the ground. If it weren't for the fact that Crystal Flower is a top-tier powerhouse, it might have been instantly killed by Charizard's powerful solar energy attack. This is the charm of Charizard under the combined power of the sun and a sunny day. Charizard, continuous solar beam. Xiaoyu frowned, then continued to give the order. The poison spikes that the Crystal Flower just scattered are due to its characteristic of spreading poison everywhere. The Poison Spike's ability is exclusive to the Crystal Blossom family. In the game, when Crystal Blossom takes physical damage, it sprays poison spikes from its body onto the ground, poisoning any Pokémon that enters the battle. Pokémon that are not on the ground are unaffected. In reality, the poison spray ability means that Crystal Flower will spray poison spikes after taking a certain amount of damage. Even special attack damage can trigger this ability. The Poison Field ability is an extremely powerful ability, one of the most powerful abilities, and it's a perfect fit for the Crystal Flower Spikes user. However, compared to Poison Spikes, the real threat to Charizard is the Stealth Rock. As long as it flies in the air, it will inevitably collide with the Stealth Rock, causing high damage to Charizard, which is 4 times weak to Rock. Charizard, be careful, fly in the air, and unleash Solar Beam continuously. Charizard listened to Xiaoyu's command, maintained its original posture, flew in the air, and once again unleashed Solar Beam, gathering Grass-type energy. The dazzling beams of light shot towards the crystal flower like laser cannons. Power Gem, Crystal Flower. Faced with Charizard's blazing sunlight, Shang Hengzhen showed no panic. He immediately had Crystal Flower use Power Gem to counterattack. A surge of Rock-type energy erupted from the Crystal Flower, accumulating almost instantly. Then, the Rock-type energy burst forth with dazzling light, forming a beam of light that flew towards Charizard. Get away! Faced with the Power Gem of Crystal Flower, Xiaoyu chose to have Charizard dodge in the air. With a fourfold weakness to Rock, Charizard would have a hard time withstanding the full-force attack from the totem-level Crystal Flower. However, this forces Charizard to crash into the invisible rock floating in the air. Roar! Charizard obeyed Xiaoyu's command, flapping its wings and flying directly in the air, easily dodging the Power Gem from the Crystal Flower. However, while flying, the sharp and pointed Stealth Rock left countless tiny wounds on its body, with blood beads constantly seeping out. At the same time, Charizard's Solar Beam covered Crystal Flower, and the dazzling beam of light struck Crystal Flower, knocking it off the field and instantly rendering it unable to battle. 2 powerful solar beams gave Charizard an early lead, but before it could leave the field, Crystal Blossom triggered the Toxic Spray ability again, scattering toxic spikes across the ground, which was now covered with a dense array of them. The Crystal Flower has lost its ability to fight. As the referee's voice rang out, the crowd erupted in cheers and shouts, with countless people cheering for Xiaoyu. At the same time, the image of the Crystal Flower on the giant screen dimmed, signifying that it had lost its fighting power. Xiaoyu's fans and the audience in Starlight City erupted in cheers. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought that Xiaoyu had won the championship. Who would have thought that Xiaoyu had only won one small match? Because in the eyes of the fans, Starlight City rarely produces players like Xiaoyu anymore. In addition, Wu Yaezu and others were swept out a few days ago, and the residents of Starlight City have long been holding back their anger. Now that Xiaoyu has finally won a small match, they naturally want to vent their frustration. Unlike the excitement of the audience, Xiaoyu did not feel much joy, because the Pokémon Crystal Flower is not actually strong in one-on-one battles. Its greatest strength lies in its ability to set up choke points. Once Crystal Flower is paired with the Toxic Ground's ability to unleash a Stealth Rock and 2 Toxic Spikes, it has completed its mission and can be retired. Shang Hengzhen on the field also appeared very calm, seemingly unaffected by the loss in the first match. Go, Derpian! Shang Hengzhen calmly threw out a Pokeball, releasing a Pokémon he had never used before, Derpian. Oh! A gasp came from the commentary booth. Derpian is a Pokémon that Shang Hengzhen has never used since the start of the High School Cup. It seems that this Derpian must be his ace, otherwise he would not have chosen to send it out when the team is down 1-0. Roar! As soon as the Dragon King Scorpion appeared, it roared and glared fiercely at the fire-breathing dragon in the sky. Chapter 225 Dragon King Scorpion. Derpian, despite its name, is not a dragon-type Pokémon, just like Charizard and Gyarados. Instead, it is a poison/dark-type Pokémon. This combination of types gives it only one weakness, ground-type, making it very suitable as a defensive Pokémon. The Dragon King Scorpion has a domineering appearance, a huge size, and an extremely fierce and brutal personality. Its entire body is covered with a hard shell, and its sharp teeth look very imposing. Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he looked at the well-developed Dragon King Scorpion. This battle was far more difficult than he had imagined. It's a pity I can't use Iron Warrior. Otherwise, I could just let my opponent have 2 Pokémon and use only Iron Warrior to easily defeat these youngsters. Page 133. The results of the University Cup are no longer of much significance to Xiaoyu. His initial goal in participating was to gain extra points to apply for his ideal university and to receive system rewards. He has now been admitted to university based on his scientific research achievements. Besides the rewards from the system, which are somewhat tempting to him, nothing else matters to him. Now participating in the University Cup, Xiaoyu feels no pressure and appears quite relaxed. He just wants to play well in every game and win every game, so that his efforts over the past 6 months will not be in vain. Of course, there's also the fact that he wants to make it to the national finals so he can meet Teacher Long. Dragon King Scorpion. Roar! Charizard, Hot Wind. When Shang Hengzhen gave the order to blow it away, Xiaoyu frowned slightly. He had thought that this Dragon King Scorpion would use a sword dance attack tactic, but he did not expect it to be this tactic. The tactic of scattering spikes and blowing away enemies with a roar. This tactic is quite classic. Xiaoyu's most memorable example is the legendary Cat Paw team, which uses entry hazard points and endless roar to annoy the opponent to death. The Cat Paw team is arguably one of the most classic tactics in Pokémon battles, and a perfect display of players' wisdom, requiring an excellent combination of skills from the entire team. Unfortunately, in order to stop this shameless tactic, the official team lowered the priority of skills like Blow Away and Roar to the lowest level, making them always used as a follow-up move, thus making the infinite Blow and Roar tactic disappear instantly. As Shang Hengzhen gave the order, Dragon King Scorpion took a deep breath, and then normal-type energy surged from his body, enveloping him, and he let out a huge roar. Roar! The roar of the Dragon King Scorpion came incessantly, tearing at people's eardrums, forcing Xiaoyu to cover his ears. The most disgusting thing about this skill is that it can interfere with the trainer. Xiaoyu suddenly thought of Noivern's Sonic Wave move. If it were used on the opposing trainer, it would be impossible to defend against. If I knock down the opposing trainer, I should be considered to have won, right? Huh, why am I becoming like a Charizard, with this kind of tactic on my mind? While Xiaoyu was distracted, Charizard unleashed its Heat Wave skill, gathering flames in its mouth before suddenly exhaling them, using the Heat Wave skill before leaving the field. A blast of hot wind swept in, enveloping the Dragon King Scorpion and relentlessly scorching it, causing it significant damage. Its carapace was faintly red, but it was clear that Shang Hengzhen's Dragon King Scorpion was extremely well trained in special defense. Although it was seriously injured by Charizard's Heat Wave attack, it was still able to withstand it. Roar! At this moment, Drapian's Roar skill also came into play. For a totem-level Pokémon like Drapian to use Roar on a Lord-level Pokémon like Charizard, it was almost guaranteed to succeed. After all, there was still a certain gap in strength between the two. Normally, energy surges towards Charizard, forcibly compelling it to transform into a red light and return to its Pokeball. Xiaoyu was slightly nervous at this moment, because this random substitution could very well determine the outcome of the entire match. Lizard King or Buzzbat? A flash of red light followed, and Buzzbat appeared on the battlefield. Seeing that Buzzbat had been substituted in, Xiaoyu smiled. With Buzzbat on the field, Xiaoyu would have a significant advantage in this match. The little purple buzzing bat was pierced by an invisible rock floating in the air as soon as it appeared, causing some damage and making it look painful. Shang Hengzhen's expression darkened as he watched the buzzing bat make its appearance. He hadn't expected his luck to be so bad. He had encountered a 1 in 5 chance. He had already studied Xiaoyu's Pokémon before the battle. Among them, Nombat's taunt move was the most troublesome for him. If he switched in Sceptile, 2 stacks of toxic spikes would put Sceptile directly into a poison state. Although Sceptile is very strong, once it enters the poison state, he could slowly wear it down and kill it. Charizard is completely countered by Stealth Rock, so no Pokémon can pose a threat to it. However, if the Nombot is substituted in, the situation can be completely reversed. Because the poison spikes scattered on the ground will not affect the flying Nompus, and the Nompus's taunt skill can directly block the Dragoon's roar, the situation can be said to have taken a sharp turn for the worse, which is quite unfavorable to him. Since that's the case, it all comes down to who's faster. Dragon King Scorpion, provoke. Shang Hengzhen ordered. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, communicates telepathically with the buzzing bat. As his intimacy and bond with the buzzing bat grow stronger, Xiaoyu is now able to communicate with it telepathically. Buzzing bat, provocation. Xiaoyu silently chanted in his mind. Upon receiving Xiaoyu's order, the buzzing bat began preparing to unleash its taunting skill. Seeing that the buzzing bat used its skill without Xiaoyu giving any orders, Qing Taiheng, a professional commentator, immediately understood what was happening. This is a Nombat with the telepathic ability. Xiaoyu and his Nombat are quite close, and they can now communicate telepathically. This makes Shang Hengzhen's chances of winning even smaller. Moreover, judging from the skills Nombat is using now, I guess it's most likely a Dark-type taunt move. Nombat and Drapian unleashed their taunt moves almost simultaneously. Although Drapian was stronger and used Dark-type energy, Nombat possessed a unique combination of telepathy and sonic attacks. The Buzzbat emitted ultrasonic waves from its large ears. Dark energy enveloped the ultrasonic waves, which then propagated outwards in concentric circles. Using the propagation of the sound waves, the Buzzbat's provocation struck the Dragon Scorpion first, directly sealing off the dark energy surging from the Dragon Scorpion's body. It's here. Xiaoyu's Noibat's unique technique uses sound waves to cover dark-type energy and releases taunt, which can be said to guarantee the first move. Ching Taiheng shouted loudly, while also explaining to the audience, in terms of first strike control, Nombat is definitely stronger than Drapion. Among Pokémon of the same level, except for those with the prankster ability or the soundproof ability, no one can beat Nombat. Every time I see Nombat use taunt, I am amazed. Xiaoyu is not only a genius in scientific research, but also has such imaginative ideas in battle. Moreover, as far as I know, only Xiaoyu's buzzing bats know this move, and no other buzzing bats have been able to learn it yet. As Ching Taiheng's voice rang out, the buzzbat's taunt skill was successfully released. Just as Ching Taiheng had predicted, the taunt skill was activated, directly interrupting the Dragon Scorpion's taunt skill. While Nobubat may not be a match for Dracovish in direct attacks, it is absolutely top tier in terms of support and harassment. Seeing that he could no longer use status moves, Shang Hengzhen now only had two options: either change his Pokémon or rely on Drapion's powerful strength to defeat Nombat. After only a moment's hesitation, Shang Hengzhen made his decision and used the Dragon King Scorpion's superior strength to defeat the buzzing bat. Dragon King Scorpion, Rock Collapse. Rock-type energy surged within Dracovish, causing countless rocks to form in the air and crash down upon Nombat. Buzzbat, dodge at lightning speed like we do in training, then use the clear fog skill. Xiaoyu silently recited in his mind. Chapter 226 Little Buzzing Bat. Clear the dense fog. It's something that's usually useless, but becomes a miracle worker for removing nails and fog in situations like this. Suddenly, the buzzing bat flapped its wings, and a fierce wind arose, whipping up a violent storm that blew away all the poisonous caltrops on the ground and the invisible rocks in the air. Clearing the dense fog? This is quite unexpected. This is the first time I've seen Xiaoyu's buzzing bat use the skill to clear the dense fog. Xiaoyu only used the buzzing bat skill to clear the fog once, during his battle with Wu Yaezu, so it's normal that others don't know about it. Watching this scene, Ching Taiheng was filled with emotion and couldn't help but exclaim, I originally thought that Xiaoyu's buzzbat would be the weak point of his team, but after looking at everything, I dare say that buzzbat is definitely the most core member of Xiaoyu's team right now. The output may change, but the support staff remains constant. It has the core skills of Provocation, Tailwind, and Clear Fog, and also has the skills of Rapid Return and Sunny Day. Apart from being relatively weak in attack and slightly weak in defense, it has no weaknesses. If Noxu evolves into Noivern and Charizard breaks through to the Overlord level, Xiaoyu will definitely have a chance to compete for the championship, runner-up in Zishu province this year. Ching Taiheng originally wanted to say that Xiaoyu had a chance to compete for the championship, but then he thought of Li Xia this year and quickly changed his mind. Even though Xiaoyu's 3 Pokémon are all at the totem level, they are still somewhat inferior to Li Xiu. Li Xia's strength is among the best in Zishu province, and even nationwide, she is extremely top tier. Many media outlets in Sichuan province have praised Li Xiu as the province's hope for the past 18 years, as the last time Sichuan province won the national championship was 18 years ago. Li Xiu is truly strong. Her strength is all-encompassing, without any weaknesses. It is breathtakingly strong, with almost no flaws. Not only are each Pokémon extremely powerful on their own, but more importantly, Li Xia's team composition is also extremely reasonable, with strong teamwork and tactical coordination. A team of 6 Pokémon, Shiny Gyarados, Excadrill, Hippowdon, Sylveon, Arcanine, and Zoroark, is incredibly difficult to defeat, and she will choose different Pokémon to send out depending on the opponent. I remember Xiaoyu and Li Xiu weren't in the same half of the bracket, were they? Ching Taiheng asked Jiangyao beside him. No, they're not here. Jiangyao thought for a moment and then said, Xiaoyu is in the lower half of the bracket, and Li Xiu is in the upper half. Rockfall, Dragon King Scorpion. As the two spoke, the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. At this moment, the Dragon King Scorpion unleashed Rock Collapse, hurling countless falling rocks at the buzzing bat. Faced with the flying rocks, the buzzing bat showed no fear. It seemed to recall the scene of its extreme evasion training. At this moment, its attention was highly focused. Its ultrasonic waves locked onto the falling rocks in front of it, forming a 3-dimensional spatial map in its mind. It predicted the trajectory of each falling rock in advance and began to dodge. Countless rocks fell from the sky, and if a small buzzing bat were hit by one of these rocks, it could be seriously injured. Despite the perilous situation, the purple buzzing bats moved like sprites dancing on a knife's edge, weaving through the falling rocks. Although it looked thrilling, they always managed to dodge the falling rocks with uncanny movements just as they were about to hit them. A rockfall occurred, but the buzzing bat only suffered minor scratches. Ching Taiheng, watching this scene from the commentary booth, was at a loss for words. He couldn't help but loudly praise the little buzzing bat. This is the ultimate move of Dragon King Long Fan's Sonic Dragon, the limit evasion. I didn't expect the buzzing bat to have mastered it. Xiaoyu is indeed worthy of being chosen as a disciple by Dragon King Long Fan. He has actually taught the buzzing bat this move. With its perfect dodge, taunt, and various support skills, Noibat is practically the top-tier support Pokémon. Buzzer, Tailwind. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again, and the buzzbat flapped its wings, successfully casting the Tailwind skill, filling the field where Xiaoyu was located with flying-type energy and creating a gust of wind. Dragon Gliscor, come back, Gengar. Seeing that Drapion was no match for Xiaoyu's Nombat, Shang Hengzhen decisively recalled his Drapion and released his signature Pokémon, Gengar. It's here, Shang Hengzhen's ace Pokémon, Gengar. So far, in the preliminary rounds in Zizhu City, Shang Hengzhen has had Gengar appear 12 times, winning all 12 matches with a perfect record of 0 wins and 0 losses, without losing a single game. The pride of Zizhu City, Shang Hengzhen, keep going. It is our duty to rebuild the glory of the drug industry. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Gengar. This Gengar had great potential because its combat power was at the level of a near gym leader. This meant that it was only one step away from having the strength of a gym leader. Such combat power is top tier even in the main tournament of the entire Zishu province. Apart from a few freaks who possess gym leader level Pokémon, no one can be a match for this Gengar. Gengar, use Nasty Plot. After Gengar entered the fray, Shang Hengzhen's eyes gleamed with confidence, and he immediately ordered Gengar to use the Nasty Plot move. Nasty Plot is one of the most powerful status moves, which can greatly increase the user's special attack. Gengar is known for its speed and special attack, and if its special attack is increased by 2 more stages, its special attack will reach an extremely terrifying level. Page 134. It's obvious that Shang Hengzhen's goal is to have Gengar sweep the team. Buzzing Bat, Provocation. How could Xiaoyu possibly let Gengar use a status move? If this Gengar followed up Nasty Plot with Substitute, Xiaoyu would have a really hard time dealing with it, and might even lose the team. Therefore, Xiaoyu decisively had the Buzzbat use the Taunt skill, which is the perfect counter to all fancy tricks. It has to be said that Xiaoyu really likes skills like Provocation, Sharing Pain, and Fate, and it's a good thing that the Buzzing Bat can't learn Fate skills, otherwise it would be even more perfect. Nomton once again released ultrasonic waves from its purple ears. Accompanied by sonic energy, dark-type energy flowed and enveloped Gengar, directly interrupting Gengar's Nasty Plot and locking down Gengar's status moves. Looking at the tiny Nombat, Shang Hengzhen felt for the first time that Nombat, a Pokémon, could be so disgusting. Gengar, Icy Wind. Shang Hengzhen decided to deal with the Buzzing Bat first. This Buzzing Bat was really annoying. Buzzbat, hold the line. The skill was successfully executed, and a light shield was erected to block Gengar's Ice Wind skill. Continuous freezing winds. Come back, Buzzbat. Xiaoyu knew, of course, that Nombat was no match for Gengar, so he decisively chose to bring Nombat back. As for why he didn't use U-turn, it's because Xiaoyu was worried that with Nombat's 4 times weakness to ice, it might be one-shot by Gengar's ice aura. Go, Charizard. After recalling the Nombat, Xiaoyu once again sent out Charizard. Roar. As soon as Charizard appeared, it let out a roar, followed by a gust of cold wind. The icy wind blew towards Charizard, instantly covering its body with a layer of frost. Fortunately, Charizard is not weak to ice, so it can withstand a blast of freezing wind without much trouble. Charizard, full power geothermal wind. Gengar, 100,000 volts. Shang Hengzhen and Xiaoyu's voices rang out almost simultaneously as Charizard unleashed its full power with its heat wave skill, holding nothing back. A raging fire erupted from its body, and with the enhancement of the power of the sun, its entire body was covered in flames. Flames formed in its mouth and suddenly spewed out towards a large area in front of it. Electricity crackled around Gengar, flashing blue lightning that struck Charizard. The collision of the flames and lightning instantly caused a huge explosion. Chapter 227 Sludge Bomb. An explosion rang out, and smoke filled the air. Charizard's heat wave attack and Gengar's thunderbolt caused a violent explosion. Shang Hengzhen's expression darkened slightly because he realized that in the battle between Charizard and Gengar, Gengar was actually at a slight disadvantage. Although Charizard's heat breeze is enhanced by its stab, same type, and sunny day and solar power abilities, its Gengar is at a near gym leader level in terms of raw power, much stronger than Xiaoyu's Charizard. This made Shang Hengzhen's expression even more solemn. This match was even more difficult than he had imagined. He looked at Gengar, then at Xiaoyu's Charizard, and pondered a strategy. After his transformation skills were blocked by the Buzzbat's taunt skill, Shang Hungzhen didn't have many options left. Jengar, use Shadow Ball to clear a path, then fly over. In just a moment, Shang Hungzhen had a plan in mind. He looked at Jengar, believing that his Jengar could definitely help him win, because he and his Jengar still maintained an undefeated record. No matter what kind of opponent he faces, his Jengar can handle it. As Shang Hungzhen finished speaking, several dark shadow energy balls formed around Jengar, enveloping its body and protecting it as it flew towards Charizard. Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he watched Jengar's movements. Jengar possesses a wide variety of physical attack moves, such as Ice Punch, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Power-Up Punch, but its physical attack is extremely poor. It's a pure special attacker Pokémon. Shang Hungzhen suddenly let Jengar get close, which was obviously strange. A special attack Pokémon getting close was very odd. Charizard, use Heat Wave to stop it. Although he didn't understand Jengar's intentions, Xiaoyu still carefully kept Charizard at a distance from Jengar and used Heat Wave to prevent Jengar from getting closer. Charizard took another deep breath and exhaled a scorching gas, sealing off a large area in front of it. However, Jengar completely ignored Charizard's Heat Wave move and charged straight at Charizard while enveloped in Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball collided with the Heat Wave, instantly triggering another explosion and a smoke screen. Using the smoke screen to obscure the view, Jengar bravely charged towards Charizard despite the damage. When Jengar reappeared, it had closed the distance to Charizard. At the same time, Jengar had many more wounds on its body, obviously caused by the heat waves. Even with the protection of the Shadow Ball, it could not be completely immune to the damage from the heat waves. Seeing the aggressive Jengar approaching, Xiaoyu felt uneasy. The more Jengar tried to get close, the less he could let it get close. Create some distance, Charizard, use Flamethrower. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Charizard had already flapped its wings and retreated. It had sensed the danger signal emanating from Jengar. As it retreated, it breathed fire from its mouth at Jengar. Faced with the Flamethrower attack, Jengar showed great agility. It dodged and weaved in the air, and shadow balls appeared on its body again. After blocking Charizard's Flamethrower, it forced its way close. Jengar, use our secret weapon, Sludge Bomb. As the distance between the two sides was closing, Shang Hungzhen's voice rang out. Suddenly, a putrid sludge appeared in Jengar's hand, with poison-type energy surging. Bubbles rose on the black sludge, like a fermenting swamp, and at the same time, a nauseating, pungent chemical smell filled the air. It was only then that everyone remembered that Shang Hungzhen was a poison-type trainer, and his specialty should be poison-type moves. With a powerful throw, Jengar sent the sludge bomb hurtling towards Charizard. Charizard, fly into the sky, dodge the sludge bomb, and then use Solar Beam. Sludge Bomb is a powerful poison-type move. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it also has a certain chance of poisoning the enemy. Looking at the purplish-black sludge in Jengar's hand, Xiaoyu guessed that if Charizard were to be hit by Jengar's move, it would definitely be poisoned. Therefore, Xiaoyu absolutely cannot allow Charizard to be hit by this sludge bomb. As Charizard ascended into the air, it began to gather grass-type energy. In an instant, the energy was fully charged, and a dazzling beam of sunlight shot out, colliding with the sludge bomb and instantly causing another explosion. The purplish-black sludge bomb exploded, sludge splattering everywhere and releasing purple poisonous gas that instantly covered the entire area. At this point, the referee intervened, having the Pokémon next to him seal the poison mist within the arena, otherwise, the trainer and the audience would be poisoned to death before the match was over. At this moment, Xiaoyu also noticed that the Charizard's jet-black body was covered with some purplish-black mud, causing a burning sensation and emitting a faint purple poisonous mist. Poisoned. No matter how hard Charizard tried, it couldn't dodge the sludge bomb and was poisoned. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu was also moved and thought of his own Jengar. Jengar is a ghost/poison type Pokémon. I focused too much on training Haunter to be ghost type, thus neglecting its poison type. Look at the power of this Jengar's sludge bomb. Poison type can also play a huge role if trained well. If you have the chance, you can ask Shang Hungzhen for advice on raising a poison-type Jengar. Just as Xiaoyu was slightly stunned, the poisonous fog gradually dissipated, and Jengar was nowhere to be seen in the arena. Seeing this, Xiaoyu reacted instantly and quickly shouted, "Charizard, watch out for your shadow." Just then, Jengar emerged from Charizard's shadow, its hand surging with psychic energy that rippled outwards. Hypnosis. Seeing this, Xiaoyu was shocked. The taunt skill of the Buzzbat had become ineffective so quickly. However, upon closer reflection, Xiaoyu understood. Jengar's strength far surpasses Nombat's, and the fact that taunt could last for such a long time was already quite impressive. However, at this moment, the taunt effect is removed, and Gengar emerges from Charizard's shadow and casts Hypnosis, which is absolutely fatal to Charizard. At this moment, the scales of victory have tipped in Shang Hengzhen's favor. Once Charizard is hypnotized, it will definitely not be able to hold on until it wakes up. Xiaoyu was also feeling heavy-hearted. He had already taken out a Pokeball and was preparing to recall Charizard. Because if Charizard falls asleep, Gengar can use the Dream Eater move to not only kill the match but also knock down Charizard. More importantly, the Dream Eater move restores Gengar's HP, which means that the damage caused by Charizard's Heat Wave, Flamethrower, Solar Beam, and other moves to Gengar is completely ineffective. After fighting for a long time, Xiaoyu found his Charizard unable to battle, while Gengar remained full of energy. Xiaoyu could accept Charizard being knocked down, but he absolutely could not accept Gengar regaining its health. Therefore, he must take back Charizard, even if it means Charizard has been rendered obsolete. Chapter 228 Eating Dreams. Qing Taiheng, watching the match from the commentary booth, was full of praise, constantly commending Shang Hengzhen's Gengar and Xiaoyu's on-the-spot reactions. So this is Shang Hengzhen's secret weapon. This sludge bomb is incredibly powerful, no wonder he's a poison-type trainer. Of course, the most crucial thing is that at this moment, the taunt move actually failed. Sigh, at such close range, the hypnosis is almost guaranteed to hit. We know that Shang Hengzhen's Gengar used the Hypnosis and Dream Eater move as its signature move combination in previous matches. Next, Shang Hengzhen will definitely make Gengar use Dream Eater to recover its health. This puts Xiaoyu in danger. However, Xiaoyu was also very clever. He took out a Pokeball and prepared to replace the Pokémon to prevent Gengar from recovering its health through the Dream Eater move. It was a very wise choice. The sudden reversal of the situation made Xiaoyu frown. The strength of this Gengar was somewhat beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. Unlike typical Gengar, Shang Hengzhen's Gengar is more poison-type, and its control over poison-type energy is far superior to that of ghost-type energy. The sludge bomb it just unleashed was ridiculously powerful, extremely toxic, and highly corrosive. Page 135. At the same time, Gengar's hypnosis gradually took effect. Charizard felt an intense drowsiness, causing its body to sway and stagger like a roly-poly toy, as if it might fall asleep at any moment. Xiaoyu looked at Charizard. He was holding the Pokeball and was about to recall Charizard when he suddenly noticed that before Charizard fell to the ground, it turned around and made eye contact with Xiaoyu. The tacit understanding between the two of them made Xiaoyu understand that Charizard, the sixth one, must have its own plan and tactics. Bang! Charizard collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Come back, Charizard! Xiaoyu shouted loudly, but his movements were quite slow as he finally took out a Pokeball. On the other side, Shang Hengzhen naturally wouldn't let Charizard escape so easily, and immediately ordered, Gengar, use Black Gaze. Normal-type energy surged from Gengar's gaze, instantly locking onto the Charizard in front of it, preventing it from being recalled into its Pokeball. Xiaoyu, sigh, he could have easily recalled Charizard, but he was a step too slow. Now that he's been hit by Gengar's Black Gaze, he can't recall it anymore. Is it possible that he deliberately sacrificed Charizard so that Sceptile could make a safe appearance? That's the only explanation, but Shang Hengzhen's reaction was too quick. He used Gengar's Black Gaze move to completely stop Charizard from escaping. Now we just have to see when Charizard will wake up. The spectators in the stands were also sweating for Xiaoyu. If Gengar really regained its strength through Dream Eater, the following matches would be very difficult. Gengar, eat dreams. Shang Hengzhen ordered. As Psychic-type energy surged, Gengar's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, and Psychic-type energy erupted as it lunged at Charizard, which was lying on the ground. Gengar activated its Dream Eater skill, which surged into Charizard's body, but it was surprised to find that it could not enter Charizard's dream no matter what it did. Just as it was wondering, suddenly, the Charizard opened its mouth wide and spewed out the flames that had been building up for a long time. Roar! The flamethrower skill spewed out like a fire dragon, and the fierce flames engulfed Gengar, creating a sea of fire that severely injured the unsuspecting Gengar. At that moment, in Xiaoyu's eyes, Charizard's combat power also broke through to the Overlord level. How is this possible? Charizard actually woke up? Or was it not hypnotized at all? Qing Taiheng let out a startling shout. He was also a little confused about the situation because he clearly saw Charizard being hit directly by hypnosis. After thinking about it carefully, Qing Taiheng regained his professional commentary judgment. Given Gengar's strength, if Charizard were truly hypnotized, it shouldn't have woken up so early. Therefore, the only possibility is that Charizard wasn't hypnotized at all. Wait a minute. At this moment, the female commentator Jiang Yao noticed 3 bloody holes on the Charizard's arm, with fresh blood gushing out. Look, the Charizard has 3 bloody holes on its right hand, and there is fresh blood on its left claw. As Jiang Yao's voice rang out, the large broadcast screen gave Charizard a close-up shot. The Charizard in the picture had a bloody glow on its left claw and 3 bloody holes on its right hand. By this time, everyone understood what had happened. I understand. To prevent itself from falling asleep, Xiaoyu's Charizard used the sharp claws of its left hand to pierce its right hand, using the pain to fight off sleepiness. And to avoid being discovered by Jengar and Shang Hengzhen, it deliberately waited until it was lying on the ground before making its move. During this time, it also pretended to be sleeping. In fact, Charizard was not hypnotized at all during this time. It's too smart. Qing Taiheng couldn't help but exclaim. This was the first time he had ever seen a Charizard that was so smart and ruthless. Xiaoyu's performance today really exceeded our expectations. What surprised me the most was that Xiaoyu's Charizard did this without Xiaoyu's command. You can only say that it has a very high IQ. Compared to its intelligence, I think it's its decisiveness and on-the-spot judgment that are truly remarkable. Few Pokémon would choose to fight against an enemy's hypnosis in this way. That's right, and besides that, Xiaoyu and Charizard's teamwork is also quite high. Xiaoyu was half a beat slow when recalling Charizard, which could very well have been intentional, proving that he had also guessed Charizard's tactics. This teamwork is admirable. You have to know that Charizard doesn't have a telepathic ability. Qing Taiheng couldn't stop praising Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu and his Pokémon's performance today had completely impressed him. I declare that from today onwards, I am Xiaoyu's biggest fan. On the battlefield, Xiaoyu's gaze was also filled with surprise. He hadn't expected his Charizard to be so ruthless, cutting 3 holes in itself with its claws. Xiaoyu admired its decisiveness and ruthlessness. I underestimated Charizard. It's not only ruthless to its enemies now, but also to itself. Compared to Xiaoyu, Shang Hengzhen's expression was extremely ugly. He hadn't expected Xiaoyu's Charizard to pull such a move. This Charizard is just like a cunning and treacherous human, completely lacking the simplicity of a Pokémon. Because of this, its chances of winning this match are extremely slim. Charizard, full power heat wave. At this moment, Charizard's stamina was also greatly depleted. The solar power ability, combined with the poison, caused Charizard's stamina to drain away rapidly. Therefore, Xiaoyu did not want to drag things out with Shang Hengzhen any longer and decisively gave the order to end the battle quickly. Jengar, use Sludge Bomb. Shang Hengzhen didn't want to continue entangled with Xiaoyu, so he also had Jengar use its strongest Sludge Bomb. The outcome hinges on this final move. Chapter 229 Xiaoyu and the Fire-Breathing Dragon. Flames burned, illuminating the entire battlefield. Charizard's eyes were sharp as it stared at Jengar. Its black skin glowed red, and the flames on its tail grew increasingly fierce, with sparks flying everywhere. Charizard seemed extremely abnormal at this moment. The flames on its body were far too intense, completely unlike its usual appearance when it unleashed its heat attack. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt as if he had truly become one with Charizard. Recalling every moment he spent with Charizard, Xiaoyu realized that Charizard's personality was most similar to his own, and their tacit understanding was also the highest. At that moment, he clearly felt Charizard's strong competitive spirit and determination to win. Charizard was the most competitive of all Xiaoyu's Pokémon from beginning to end. However, as it grows and becomes stronger, it has learned to hide its competitive spirit in its heart. Although it seems not to care much about winning, Xiaoyu knows that it craves victory and defeat more than anyone else, as well as that uncomfortable feeling. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly thought of his Lizard King, who, like a fire-breathing dragon, had an inexplicable obsession with victory. The personalities of the two Pokémon determined that Charizard and Sceptile will eventually clash. Charizard is currently holding back because it is still some distance from Sceptile's strength, but once they reach the same level, Charizard will definitely challenge Sceptile. This was inevitable, and even Xiaoyu couldn't stop it. Although their personalities are completely different, one is calm and collected, the other ruthless, they share a common trait, a deep desire for victory. Roar! Charizard raised its head and let out a loud roar towards the sky. With Charizard's roar, Xiaoyu felt the fire energy surging from Charizard's body, bursting out like a wild beast that had been released from its cage. This is Blaze. Qing Taiheng, a seasoned commentator, immediately recognized the move Charizard was using. Charizard can actually learn Blaze. Just how many more tricks does Xiaoyu have up his sleeve? Explosive Burn is one of the top fire-type skills. After using it, the user will be stunned for a period of time. However, with long-term training, the stun time can be reduced. Due to its huge side effect, Explosive Burn is usually used as a final finishing move. Burst Burn is extremely powerful among all fire-type moves, only Victinize V-Blaze is more powerful than Burst Burn. The only other skills comparable to Bursting Burn are Full Health Fire Breath, Turtle's Trap Shell, and Bang-Headed Clown's Explosive Head. Xiaoyu never expected that Charizard would learn the move Blaze at this time. You should know that the learning conditions for Blaze are extremely demanding. Currently, only the final forms of the starter Pokémon and Mew can learn it, and the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon must reach a certain level. In the game, this skill can only be learned through instruction from others or through a move learning machine. Looking at Charizard's back, Xiaoyu felt Charizard's desire for victory rising like a raging fire, just like the Burst Burn skill, which was exploding and burning. With their minds in perfect harmony, Xiaoyu and Charizard's heartbeats were completely synchronized. It seemed as if raging flames were burning in Xiaoyu's and Charizard's eyes. At the same time, he felt the keystone on his chest getting hot and burning. At this moment, a thought appeared in his mind. If he possessed a Charizard Mega Evolution Stone at this moment, then the combined will of the human and his Pokémon would definitely be able to undergo Mega Evolution. Charizard, the final burst of fire. Xiaoyu's voice was passionate and stirring, and at this moment he was also infected by Charizard's power. With Xiaoyu's roar, centered on Charizard, a fierce and surging fire energy erupted, and the flames spread outward like a surging tide, layer upon layer, spreading outward like waves. At the same time, Shang Hengzhen's Jengar unleashed its most powerful sludge bomb. The purplish-black sludge, filled with a pungent chemical odor and imbued with poison-type energy, was suddenly hurled at Charizard. Boom! The collision of poison and fire energies triggered a violent explosion, creating a huge shockwave that swept through the surrounding area like a gale. Sparks drifted across the area, filling the entire venue with both sparks and thick smoke. Qing Taihang was stunned into silence by Xiaoyu's performance. I dare say that this match is the most exciting and top-level match since the start of the Zishu Provincial University Cup. This level has completely reached the top level of the national finals. Looking at the billowing smoke in the stadium, Qing Taihang was filled with emotion. Whether Charizard or Jengar wins, this match is incredibly exciting. From tactics and skill to on-field command, both sides performed flawlessly. From this match, I see the future of our Zishu province. This year truly is the most promising year for Zishu province. Sichuan province has not won the national championship of the University Cup for more than a decade, but every year our contestants from Sichuan province strive for this goal. I believe that Sichuan province will be able to lift the championship trophy of the University Cup again this year. When Qing Taihang got emotional, he couldn't help but feel excited. He was a native of Zishu province and had witnessed the glory of Zishu province winning the championship. He had also participated in the College Cup decades ago, but ultimately stopped at the provincial competition. Decades ago, trainers didn't face much pressure. The top level was roughly equivalent to the highest level of the high school cup. However, with the development of the times, Pokémon breeding has become more sophisticated. Technological advancements, the emergence of nutrient solutions, the development of secret realms, and the appearance of more and more high-potential Pokémon have led to increasingly fierce competition among trainers. Involution, that's right, involution. Currently, Pokémon with the strength of a top-tier Pokémon can only make it to the provincial main tournament, while the frequency of gym leader-level Pokémon appearing is also increasing. According to statistics from the Pokémon Association, this year's High School Cup has seen the highest number of trainers with gym leader-level Pokémon ever, and this doesn't even include the cases where some trainers haven't updated their Pokémon information and are hiding their trump cards. This is also an inevitable result of the development of trainers. The new generation surpasses the old, and new talents replace the old. The future definitely belongs to the young generation. People like Shang Hengzhen and Xiaoyu would have been top trainers in their time, but they would only be considered first-rate today. Above them are geniuses like Li Xiu, Xiang Hanli, Su Muze, Li Yang, Zhang Zhang, Han Bing, and Qin Yuz. Each of them is a prodigy in their respective region and an absolute ruler. That's why this year's College Cup is definitely the grandest and most exciting competition in history. Qing Taihang was very curious about who could overcome all obstacles and sit on this year's championship throne. His gaze fell on Xiaoyu on the field, watching Xiaoyu surprise him time and time again. He wondered how far Xiaoyu would go this year. As the smoke cleared, Charizard and Jengar were revealed, both lying on the ground, incapacitated. Charizard was covered in wounds, and Jengar was also smoking, clearly unable to fight. Charizard and Jengar are both unable to battle. Chapter 230 Poison Tail, page 136. So far in this match, Xiaoyu has a slight advantage. He still has two Pokémon, Sceptile and Noxua, while Shang Hungzhen on the other side only has one Drapion left, which has already appeared. And we all know that Xiaoyu Sceptile is his real trump card Pokémon, and Shang Hungzhen is probably doomed. At this moment, Shang Hungzhen suddenly showed a relaxed expression. After he fell into a huge disadvantage, he was no longer so concerned about winning or losing. He just wanted to enjoy the last game to the fullest and treat it as a stage for his performance. Go, Dragon King Scorpion! Roar! The Dragon King Scorpion appeared, letting out a roar and howl. It's up to you, Lizard King. Xiaoyu also threw out a Pokeball and sent out his ace, Sceptile. Unlike the roar of the Dragon King Scorpion upon its entrance, the Lizard King appeared remarkably calm, revealing its massive body and staring at the Dragon King Scorpion with a sharp gaze, without uttering a sound. It stared at the Dragon King Scorpion, making the Dragon King Scorpion feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. In terms of size alone, the Lizard King's size was extremely terrifying, completely overwhelming the Dragon King Scorpion. However, for a ferocious Pokémon like Drapion, the stronger the enemy, the more its ferocity is unleashed. Game start. As soon as the referee's voice rang out, Xiaoyu and Shang Hungzhen gave their orders almost simultaneously. Sword Dance, Lizard King, Dragon Scorpion. The two exchanged a glance, realizing they had the same idea and were using the exact same tactics. First, rely on Sword Dance to significantly boost their attack power. Lizard King, Dragon Claw. After one round of enhancement, Xiaoyu did not choose to continue enhancing, but instead chose to have the Lizard King launch an attack. Since Scorpion has double the resistance to grass and dark types due to its poison and dark attributes, Xiaoyu chose to have Scorpion use Dragon Claw instead of Leaf Blade or Dark Strike. Dragon-type energy surged from the Lizard King's claws, and with a powerful push from its thick thighs, it shot forward, its green figure racing across the field towards the Dragon Scorpion. It's hard to imagine that a Lizard King of this size can maintain such speed, leaving everyone in awe. Xiaoyu Sceptile is absolutely perfect. If there were a bodybuilding competition in the Pokémon world, this Sceptile would definitely be in the top 3. Facing the sudden attack of the Lizard King, Shang Hungzhen smiled. Now that he was free from the burden, he devoted himself to the battle and also chose to send the Dragon King Scorpion to attack. Good, Dragon King Scorpion, Cross Venom Blade. The Dragon King Scorpion brandished its forelimbs, which glowed with a venomous purple light, and slashed at the Lizard King with its sharp claws. Two enormous Pokémon collided, their cross-shaped poison blades clashing with the dragon claws. Poison and dragon-type energies clashed, and the veins on Sceptile's arms bulged, its muscles clearly defined. Similarly, Drapion's two forelimbs were also straining against Sceptile. In their very first encounter, the two engaged in a fierce battle of strength. Compared to the energy clash between Charizard and Gengar, the battle between Drapion and Sceptile is a pure melee between warriors, a contest of strength and speed, a fight where every punch lands hard. Roar! With a roar, the Lizard King and the Dragon Scorpion were evenly matched in their strength contest, and then they both pulled away. A cold glint flashed in the Lizard King's eyes. Then, using its speed, it moved around the Dragon King Scorpion, swinging its claws one after another, trying to tear apart the Dragon King Scorpion's defense. But the Dragon King Scorpion was not to be outdone, and retaliated with its own cross-shaped venomous blades. Bang! Bang! Each collision between the two sent sparks flying, and for a moment they were evenly matched. Close quarters combat is unlike ranged special attack exchanges. Ranged special attack exchanges are a contest of energy control. Whoever releases more energy and hits more accurately wins. Close quarters combat is different. The higher the level of close quarters combat, the more it tests a Pokémon's overall combat strength. It tests strength and speed. On-the-spot decision-making and reaction speed are both indispensable. This kind of close quarters combat also puts a great test of a trainer's decisiveness when to command and what tactics to use will have a crucial impact on the match. Xiaoyu and Shang Hungzhen were not directing the two Pokémon at this time. They were letting Sceptile and Drapion fight on their own. In close combat, the Lizard King moved with lightning speed, as graceful as a dragon, wielding its claws and constantly attacking, searching for an opportunity to break through the Dragon King Scorpion's defenses. But the Dragon King Scorpion stood firm like a fortress, parrying every move. Its two thick and agile forelimbs blocked all of the Lizard King's attacks. Seeing that the situation was at a stalemate, Xiaoyu immediately changed his strategy. Lizard King, use Dragon Pulse. Dragon King Scorpion is known for its defense, and its defense is now virtually impenetrable, so Xiaoyu decided to change his tactics. He directly changed Sceptile's special attack trait. Sceptile was originally known for its special attack, but it could only learn a very few high-power special attack moves, so it rarely used them. However, this did not mean that Sceptile was not strong in special attack. The Lizard King began to gather Dragon-type energy in its mouth. After half a year of intensive training in the Dragon-type secret realm, the Lizard King had a very high level of control over Dragon-type energy. In just a moment, a large amount of Dragon-type energy had gathered in front of the Lizard King's mouth, and then it was suddenly unleashed. The surging Dragon-type energy transformed into a shockwave that flew towards the Dragon King Scorpion. Compared to Sceptile's transformation, Drapion doesn't have a good solution because Drapion can learn very few special attack moves, and its performance on the special attack side is also extremely poor. Drapion is almost exclusively a physical attacker. There are very few Drapion with special attacks, and those that exist are not particularly outstanding. Dragon King Scorpion, charge forward and keep using the cross-poison blade. Roar! The Dragon King Scorpion let out a huge roar and charged towards the Lizard King using all four legs. At the same time, the Dragon Pulse unleashed by the Lizard King is about to hit the Dragon King Scorpion. The Dragon King Scorpion neither dodged nor evaded. Its two forelimbs glowed with a purplish-black poisonous light, enveloped in poisonous energy, and it held them in front of it, directly withstanding the dragon's wave as it charged towards the Lizard King. Cross-poison blade. With its two forelimbs crossed and claws blocking in front of it, the Dragon Scorpion withstood the remaining power of the Dragon Pulse and charged towards the Lizard King, launching a ferocious attack. Dragon King Scorpion, cross-poison blade. Boom! Faced with the Dragon King Scorpion's cross-shaped venomous blade, the Lizard King extended its claws to block, and the two were once again engaged in a contest. Dragon King Scorpion, Flame Fang. Its claws were blocked, but the Dragon King Scorpion, with its sharp fangs glowing with fire, suddenly bit at the Lizard King. Scepter King, Dragon Pulse. Faced with the Dragon King Scorpion's Flame Fang attack, Xiaoyu could only have the Lizard King use the Dragon Pulse skill to retaliate. The surge of Dragon-type energy created a shockwave that struck Drapion directly, severely injuring it. However, Drapion's flame fangs also struck Sceptile, causing Sceptile to contort its face and roar in fury. At the same time, the Dragon King Scorpion's attack was not over. Its tail was glowing with purple poison energy, and the hooks on its tail were as agile as a venomous snake as it suddenly stabbed at the Lizard King. Poison Tail. The Dragon King Scorpion has so many attack methods that it's impossible to defend against them. From the cross-shaped venomous blades on its claws to the fiery fangs in its mouth and the venomous tail, it can use them flexibly. Faced with Dracovish's sudden attack, Sceptile suddenly unleashed fighting-type energy, creating a light shield in front of it that blocked Dracovish's attack. See through the skill. Chapter 231 Top 16. The see-through skill is the same as the protect skill, except that one is a normal type skill and the other is a fighting type skill. After they've seen through it, it's time for the Lizard King to retaliate. The situation just now was quite dangerous. If the Lizard King had been struck directly by the venomous tail, it would not only have severely injured the Lizard King, but it would also have been very likely to be poisoned. However, the ability to see through the attack not only blocked the fierce attack from the Dragon Scorpion, but also gave the Lizard King a chance to counterattack. The Lizard King's body surged with fierce dragon-type energy, and taking advantage of the gap in blocking the attack, it covered its claws with dragon-type energy and slashed at the Dragon Scorpion in front of it. With the sound of claws digging into flesh, the Lizard King's dragon claws tore through the Dragon King Scorpion's hard armor, leaving 6 long gashes. Blood gushed from the wounds, causing damage to the Dragon King Scorpion. Lizard King, create some distance and use high-speed movement. After landing a successful attack, Xiaoyu immediately instructed the Sceptile to create distance. The attack from the Dragon Scorpion's claws, bite, and tail was too fierce. To play it safe, Xiaoyu decided to have the Sceptile create distance and switch to a special attack move. The Lizard King promptly obeyed Xiaoyu's command, leaping backward to quickly create distance between itself and the Dragon King Scorpion. At the same time, it moved rapidly around the Dragon King Scorpion, its figure blurring into after images, making it impossible for the Dragon King Scorpion to pinpoint the Lizard King's location. Dragon King Scorpion, let's use high-speed movement to catch up. Shang Hengzhen shouted. The key to Dragon King Scorpion's victory was close combat, so he immediately ordered Dragon King Scorpion to give chase. Lizard King, keep your distance, use Dragon Pulse. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. Through their recent encounter, Xiaoyu had figured out the strength of this Dragon King Scorpion. Its close combat ability was comparable to that of the Lizard King, but its ranged special attack methods were almost non-existent. This also means that as long as a certain distance is maintained, the Lizard King will be absolutely invincible. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's order, Shang Hengzhen knew that Xiaoyu had discovered the Dragon King Scorpion's weakness. Faced with Xiaoyu's tactic of getting the Lizard King to abandon close combat and switch to hit-and-run tactics, Shang Hengzhen didn't have many options. He sighed softly at this point in the match. It was already very difficult for him to win. This was especially true given that the Lizard King's speed far surpassed that of the Dragon King Scorpion. However, Shang Hengzhen was determined not to give up easily, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Dragon King Scorpion, use Venom Impact. Venom Blast is one of the few ranged special attack skills of Dracovish. Although it is not very powerful, it has a special effect. If the opponent is poisoned, the damage will be doubled. The Dragon King Scorpion began to gather poison energy in its mouth, and then suddenly spat it out. The venom shot towards the Lizard King like sharp arrows, but it couldn't hit the Lizard King at all due to its high speed. All the venom it spat out spilled onto the ground, emitting thick smoke, clearly indicating that it was extremely toxic. At the same time, Septal's Dragon Pulse was formed again, and the shockwave of the Dragon-type energy hit Drapion directly, causing damage to Drapion once more. Dragon King Scorpion, hold on, continuous venom attacks. Although Venom Impact couldn't hit the Lizard King at all, Shang Hengzhen still had the Dragon Scorpion keep using the Venom Impact skill. Large amounts of venom sprayed onto the ground, causing thick smoke to rise. Shang Hengzhen never intended to hit the Lizard King with the Venom Impact from the beginning. His real purpose was to spread the venom on the ground to block the Lizard King's movement path. The continuous Venom Impact blocked most of the Lizard King's movement routes, forcing it to be careful of the venom on the ground, which greatly limited its movement. Page 137. To deal with a high-speed Pokémon like Septal, you must limit its speed, otherwise Drapion will never be able to catch up with Septal. Dragon King Scorpion, charge forward, cross Poison Blade. Seeing that the time was almost right, Shang Hengzhen gave the final order to attack. The continuous use of Venom Impact, coupled with several Dragon Pulse attacks from Lizard King, has depleted most of Dracovish's stamina. Now is the time to decide the outcome. Shang Hengzhen has staked all his chances of victory on this attack. He's fighting with his back against the wall, going all out. The outcome depends on this attack. Upon hearing Shang Hengzhen's command, the Dragon King Scorpion's eyes also flashed with ferocity. It charged towards the Lizard King using all 4 legs. Xiaoyu then realized that Shang Hengzhen's tactic was to force the Lizard King to fight the Dragon King Scorpion. He looked at the Lizard King and made a decision in an instant. Since that's the case, let's have a competition. Xiaoyu was also full of confidence in his Lizard King. Even against a top-tier creature like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Lizard King could put up a fight, let alone the Dragon King Scorpion. Is the Lizard King destined to lose in close combat? Septal King, use grassy terrain, then unleash your full-power Leaf Blade, hold nothing back. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. He was full of confidence in his Septal, but to be on the safe side, he still chose to have Septal use grassy terrain to amplify the power of Grass-type moves. Grass-type energy surged from beneath the Lizard King's feet, instantly changing the terrain to a grassy field. Immediately afterwards, the Lizard King looked sharply at the Dragon Scorpion opposite him, his gaze like a knife. Boom! Grass-type energy surged from the Lizard King's arms, forming a scimitar-like leaf blade on its wrists. Chamo! The Lizard King stared coldly at the Dragon Scorpion. At this moment, the Lizard King seemed to have transformed into an ancient warrior, holding 2 blades and showing murderous intent. Cross-shaped Poison Blade, Dragon King Scorpion. The Dragon King Scorpion's claws were also filled with poisonous energy as it swung its forelimbs and launched its final attack. When 2 Pokémon meet on a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. In such close combat, the greatest test is actually the Pokémon's courage and confidence, and no one dares to hold back even a little. With a flick of its blades, fluorescent green grass-type energy bursts forth. With a cross-shaped slash of poisonous blades, purplish-black poisonous energy erupted forth. Boom! A loud crash was heard as the Lizard King and the Dragon King Scorpion collided like 2 heavy trucks. The Lizard King's over 3-meter-tall body slammed into the Dragon King Scorpion, directly blocking the Dragon King Scorpion's charge. Then, the leaf blade was swung, and only a flash of green light could be seen. Roar! The change happened so fast. All the people saw was the Lizard King colliding with the Dragon Scorpion, followed by a flash of fluorescent green grass-type energy. Before they could even react, the Lizard King severed the hook claws on the Dragon Scorpion's forelimbs, and then its sharp leaf blades struck the Dragon Scorpion's head without hesitation. At the same time, fluorescent green grass-type energy surged out, instantly engulfing the Dragon Scorpion. Stop! The referee on the field was also surprised by this outcome and quickly blew his whistle and rushed over. When the green light dissipated, all that could be seen was the Lizard King pinning the Dragon King Scorpion to the ground with one hand, while the other hand held a fluorescent green leaf blade against the Dragon King Scorpion's neck. Its gaze was sinister, as if it could sever the Dragon King Scorpion's neck at any time if it wanted to. Faced with the threat of death, the Dragon King Scorpion dared not move, its gaze fixed on the Lizard King, and it dared not utter a sound. I admit defeat. Shang Hengzhen came to his senses and quickly admitted defeat. Xiaoyu wins and advances to the round of 16. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Shang Hengzhen, you're the best? The entire stadium erupted in thunderous applause, with almost all the spectators standing up and cheering for Xiaoyu and Shang Hengzhen. Without a doubt, this match was the most exciting one to date. Even though Shang Hengzhen was the loser, he still gained the audience's approval. Chapter 232, 16 to 8 opponents. Even after stepping off the stage, Xiaoyu could still clearly hear his heartbeat, which was still pounding rapidly. On such a high-profile stage, the intense battle had made Xiaoyu's palms sweat with nervousness, but fortunately, he still won the match and emerged victorious. When Xiaoyu returned to the restroom, he found that Wu Yaezu, Xiaoruohan, and his father Xiaoyong had been waiting for a long time. Xiaoyu, you're so damn cool. Wu Yaezu came up and gave Xiaoyu a big hug. Seeing his good brother's performance on stage, Wu Yaezu was really happy for him. Brother Yu, your performance today was simply amazing. You flatter me, Xiaoyu said with a smile, his tone nonchalant, but with a smug look on his face. It's nothing, just the top 16. I can easily handle it. Damn, brother Yu, you're such a good actor. Wu Yaezu said disdainfully. But today it's your turn to act, brother Yu, you're really handsome. Ha 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 ha. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter at the same time. At this moment, Xiaoruohan also stepped forward, her eyebrows curved, her bright eyes looking at Xiaoyu, a smile appearing on her lips, congratulating Xiaoyu on making it into the top 16. Xiaoyu, congratulations. It's too early to congratulate them now. Xiaoyu was clearly in a good mood and joked with Xiaoruohan, this is nothing, we're only in the top 16. We need to at least make it to the finals. It's not good to open champagne at the halfway point. We need to keep a low profile. Li Saiqiang, standing to the side, also congratulated Xiaoyu, with a hint of envy in his eyes. He wished he could also make it to the top 16 or even the top 8 like Xiaoyu, but he knew his own strength was limited. Finally, there's Xiaoyong, the father. As the team leader for this university cup, Xiaoyong was very happy to see his youngest son, but so many people had already congratulated Xiaoyu. At this moment, he could only play the role of a strict father, looking at Xiaoyu with a stern face. Xiaoyu, go back and get some rest today, and prepare seriously for the next competition. It's only the top 16. Okay, Dad. Back at the hotel, Xiaoyu discovered while feeding his Pokémon that Dragapult was on the verge of evolution and could evolve at any moment. According to Xiaoyu's plan, he was to go to the Dragon-type secret realm and use the rich Dragon-type energy there, along with A-grade dragon scales and the Ghost-type core energy from the punishment pot, to make Draco-Mesia split and evolve into Draco-Chi in one fell swoop. Thinking of the Dragon Realm, Xiaoyu thought of Teacher Long, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and recalled her graceful figure and slender waist, which made his heart burn with desire. What's wrong with me? How could I have such filthy thoughts? Xiaoyu gave himself a good scolding, then made a video call to Teacher Long. Beep. The video call was quickly connected, but Teacher Long wasn't facing the camera directly, which made Xiaoyu slightly disappointed. Teacher Long, where are you? I can't find you. Xiaoyu asked. Xiaoyu, what do you want? Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning turned the camera lens towards herself, slightly tidied her hair, and made herself look better on camera. Teacher Long, my Draco-Mesia is about to evolve. I'll come to the secret realm to find you after I make it to the national finals, and I'll let Draco-Mesia evolve there. Okay, you can come now, Long Yanning replied. By the way, Mr. Long, did you watch my match today? After finishing the business, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. I watched it. Long Yanning nodded in response. Although she hadn't gone to watch Xiaoyu's match in person, she had watched it through the live stream. She couldn't help but say earnestly, you've improved a lot, and you played very well today. But don't be arrogant, you've only made it to the top 16. Hearing that Teacher Long had watched his match, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. He then chatted casually with Teacher Long. Teacher Long, have you been busy lately? It's alright, nothing much has happened lately. Long Yanning has been quite relaxed lately, usually just cooking and training her Pokémon, nothing much to do. Then you should get plenty of rest, avoid eating junk food, drink less alcohol, and stay up less late, Xiaoyu instructed, her tone completely unlike that of a student. Hearing Xiaoyu's caring words, Long Yaning felt shy and her face turned slightly red. Yes, I've been staying in the secret realm recently and haven't gone out for drinks. By the way, Teacher Long, I remember you promised me something, Xiaoyu suddenly said. What is it? Long Yanning asked, frowning. I remember you promised me that if I could make it to the national finals, you would have dinner with me, right? Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the promise he made with Teacher Long. Long Yan recalled that Xiaoyu once asked her to dinner, but she refused, telling him to wait until she made it to the national finals. Okay, I'll agree as long as you make it to the national finals. Okay, Teacher Long, wait for me. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Okay, I'll wait for you, Long Yaning replied softly. After hanging up the video call, Xiaoyu lay on the bed with a smile on his lips. He remained stunned for a long time before he came to his senses, put away his smile, and seriously prepared for tomorrow's match. Just now, Xiaoyu's opponent for tomorrow has been confirmed. He is Lu Kepeng, the runner-up from Fujian City. Lu Kepeng's strength is not particularly strong, and he is even slightly inferior to Shang Hengzhen. His advancement to the round of 16 was largely due to luck and skillful positioning. He avoided some strong opponents and made it to the round of 16. Lu Kepeng is an electric-type trainer. His ace Pokémon are the solar power-type Umbreon, and the electric creator-type Ursaring and Swampert. Lu Kepeng's team composition is very simple. Use the sea urchin to create an electric-type terrain and sunny day, allowing the electric Umbreon to deal massive damage. The electric frill already has a pretty good special attack and speed stat, and with the combined boosts of sunny day and electric generator, the power of its electric-type moves reaches a terrifying level. Aside from ground-type Pokémon, few other Pokémon can withstand the onslaught of Razor Lizard. However, when encountering ground-type Pokémon, Lu Kepeng will send out Swampert to deal with them. Furthermore, Lu Kepeng's 3 Pokémon are all quite powerful, all being totem-level Pokémon. After reviewing Lu Kepeng's information, Xiaoyu didn't feel too much pressure, as Xiaoyu's Pokémon were relatively effective against Lu Kepeng's team. With a snap, the sea urchin opens up a sunny day, allowing Charizard to take advantage of the weather. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu also has a grass-type Sceptile, which can completely shut down Swampert, which is 4 times weak to grass. The electric-frilled lizard doesn't pose much of a threat to the Lizard King, since the Lizard King has twice the resistance to electricity. To be honest, Lu Kepeng would have a hard time dealing with Xiaoyu's Lizard King alone. It's quite possible that Xiaoyu's Lizard King could take on 3 of them at once. Therefore, Xiaoyu was not too worried about the next match. He was more worried about the quarterfinals. After looking at the schedule, Xiaoyu found that he was likely to meet Su Jiahao, the number 1 seed from Crimson Lotus City and a fire-type trainer, in the quarterfinals. Su Jiahao's ace Pokémon is also Charizard, but his Charizard is a dual-wielding Pokémon. The other 2 Pokémon are Ninetales with the Sunlight ability and Leafeon with the Chlorophyll ability, a standard sunny day team. Page 138. Because he doesn't have any water or ground-type Pokémon, Xiaoyu has almost no way to counter fire-type Pokémon. His only Pokémon that counters fire-type is Diancie, a rock-type Pokémon. But Xiaoyu wouldn't send Diancie into battle, would he? Speaking of Diancie, Xiaoyu noticed that Diancie grows very quickly, which is probably the unique characteristic of legendary Pokémon. Chapter 233 Lu Kepeng. The next day, when Xiaoyu woke up, she was somewhat surprised to see the 99+ private messages and the large number of new followers on her Douyin account. Although he knew that his performance yesterday would definitely gain him a lot of followers, he didn't expect it to attract so much attention. Xiaoyu clearly underestimated the popularity of the College Cup. Unlike other trivial events, the annual College Cup is one of the most prestigious events in China and a must-watch competition for Chinese residents every year. It can be said to be a national event, with everyone participating to cheer for their favorite players, their cities, and their provinces. The University Cup represents the competition for the most elite and talented young trainers in China. It is important to know that nearly 1,200 million people take the college entrance examination in China every year, and the University Cup is a competition for the top group of people among these 1,200 million. It is extremely difficult to stand out from this vast sea of 1,200 million people. This is not some so-called baby cup, where you can easily win the championship. Let alone winning the national championship, even winning the provincial championship is extremely difficult, which is why the annual University Cup competition is highly prestigious. Xiaoyu never expected that he would become an overnight sensation. Although he was already somewhat famous, his fame was limited to young people and the scientific research community. Yesterday's exciting match, after a night of buzz, propelled Xiaoyu into the mainstream. Xiaoyu's name also topped the trending search list, and the battle video of Charizard and Gengar was also among the top videos viewed. This match was also selected as the top 1 most exciting moments of this week's College Cup. Countless self-media outlets published headline articles about Xiaoyu, lavishing praise on him. The official account of the University Cup also pinned Xiaoyu's match video to the top, with the video cover featuring a black spray-painted photo of Xiaoyu. In no time, Xiaoyu became a sensation across the country. A 6-month transformation, from scientific prodigy to rising star trainer. The most talented Charizard, the allure of the shiny Charizard. A dark horse's comeback, the pride of Starlight City. Balancing scientific research and competition, the growth diary of a prodigy. The untold story of Teacher Long and Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had experienced similar situations before, and practice makes perfect. She gradually got used to it and calmly finished washing up. Xiaoyu left the room and took a car with his father to the competition venue. Upon arriving at the arena, Xiaoyu immediately heard the frenzied screams and shouts of fans. He saw many fans holding up his support posters and wearing his Starlight City Gym battle uniform. The poster features Xiaoyu in the center, dressed in his Starlight City battle uniform, flanked by Sceptile and shiny Charizard, with a buzzbat on top. It's a pretty cool anime poster, though I don't know who drew it. Xiaoyu. Brother Yu, I've been your fan for 10 years. Xiaoyu was still a little unaccustomed to the fans' frenzy. He quickly walked into the player tunnel and went to the restroom to wait for his match. At the same time, Magic City. Xiaowanyu sat on the sofa, her beautiful face adorned with a charming smile. She seemed to be in a great mood. After she used her husband's family connections, the Lin and Long families, who had previously refused to cooperate with her, finally relented under pressure. However, the specific details of the cooperation are still under discussion. Since the cooperation involves Xiaoyu, it requires Xiaoyu's personal consent. Xiaoyu is currently focused on participating in the University Cup and has not been in contact with him. It is estimated that the 3 parties will officially begin cooperation after Xiaoyu finishes the High School Cup. Speaking of Xiaoyu, Xiaowanyu also watched Xiaoyu's match yesterday. She found that Xiaoyu's strength had increased a lot. Compared with the last match against Li Miao, Xiaoyu's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. At this rate, Xiaoyu could very well become the gym owner, or even the youngest Heavenly King, in just a few years. Xiaoyu's talent was astonishing, but the more satisfied Xiaowanyu became. Standing by the window, watching her daughter get into the car to go to the competition, her mind became increasingly active. If Xiaoyu and Su Music could really get together, that would be the best outcome, especially since her daughter also likes Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, that old fox, Lin, insisted on waiting until Xiaoyu finished the College Cup before considering the marriage alliance. Just as Xiaowanyu was in a daze, Lu Yinhan walked over from the side. "Madam, we received a call from Baoxiang Island saying that Master is unwell and has been hospitalized." The butler, Lu Yinhan, said in a low voice, "You must go to Baoxiang Island immediately." "Okay, I understand." Xiaowanyu nodded. "Madam, there is one more thing." Lu Yinhan paused, then lowered his voice and continued, "According to reliable sources, Darkrai has appeared near the capital." When was this news? Upon hearing the news about Darkrai, Xiaowanyu's face instantly turned gloomy. If the mysterious figure hadn't taken the broken jar of punishment, she would have already begun hunting Darkrai. Keep in mind that Darkrai wasn't fully grown yet. When it first appeared, it was only at the Elite Four level, but now it has reached the near champion level or even approached the champion level. If this drags on any longer, she will have no chance once the Darkrai has fully grown. "This is a message just sent by the Dawn Society," Lu Yinhan said in a low voice. "Any news from Yungxiang village?" Xiaowanyu asked with a stern face. "How's the investigation going? Have you found any trace of that thing?" "The flow of people to Yungxiang village is too large," Lu Yinhan said truthfully. "Too many people have been to Yungxiang village, and we have absolutely no clue what to do. The workload is too great." Xiaowanyu remained silent for a long time, her face grim, before finally saying coldly, "I understand. By the way, regarding what we discussed last time, has Sumu found anything about you?" "Not yet. Be careful." Tiandu City, University Cup, Battleground. Dear viewers, it's me again, Qing Taiheng. I am Jiang Yao. Today we continue with the round of 16. First, let's introduce our contestants, Lu Kapeng, the runner-up from Fujiang City, and Xiaoyu, the champion from Xinguang City. Let's welcome them to the stage with applause. Thunderous applause erupted as Xiaoyu and Lu Kapeng appeared on stage simultaneously. Xiaoyu, I love you, Black Spray, YYDS. Countless shouts rang out, with nearly 80% of the audience being Xiaoyu's fans, completely drowning out Lu Kapeng's cheers. "We can hear it, there are a lot of Xiaoyu's fans here, and of course I'm one of Xiaoyu's fans too, Qing Taiheng joked. We can hear that Xiaoyu's fans' voices completely drown out Lu Kepeng's fans. Lu Kepeng's fans need to step up their game. Alright, let's get back to the game. Today's match will begin. Drop. At the same time, the referee blew the whistle. The match begins. Go, crack the sea urchin. Lu Kepeng indeed started by cracking the sea urchin. Go, Charizard. Xiaoyu still sent Charizard first. Chapter 234 Snap. Sea urchin. The appearance of the dark-colored fire-breathing dragon instantly drew cheers from the audience. Compared to Xiaoyu's Charizard, Lu Kepeng's Patchet sea urchin was pitifully small, looking only about the size of a basketball. Despite its small size, the moment the Papa sea urchin appeared, its purplish-black body erupted with surging electric energy, spreading outwards in a ring from the Papa sea urchin, instantly covering the entire area. The electrical components were activated, the electrical field was activated, and a dazzling electric arc could be faintly seen flashing on the ground. Charizard, sunny day. The weather wasn't great today, so Xiaoyu still chose to start with Charizard and sunny day to activate the solar power ability. Roar. The Charizard opened its mouth, gathering fire-type energy to form a ball of fire energy. It soared into the air, and the moment it touched the clouds, the energy erupted, tearing a hole in the clouds and letting in a beam of sunlight. The hole in the clouds then grew larger and larger, and in the blink of an eye, the entire area was bathed in sunshine. Snap. Sea urchin, use electromagnetic waves. Taking advantage of Charizard's activation of the weather skill, Lu Kepeng gave the order for Ursaring to use the thunder wave skill. Electromagnetic wave has always been an excellent support move for electric-type Pokémon, and also one of the most annoying moves. Although it does not damage the enemy when it hits, it can paralyze the opponent. Enemies paralyzed will not only be slower, but also have a chance to enter a stunned state, which is quite annoying. Of course, the main reason is that the electromagnetic wave skill has a very high hit rate. With a snap, a weak electric current burst from the sea urchin's body, a bright yellow current that flashed by and surged toward the fire-breathing dragon in the air. Originally, Lu Kepeng's Pasha sea urchin was good at the sprinkling water tactic, but after watching Xiaoyu's previous match, he also knew that Xiaoyu's Buzzbat had the skill to clear the fog. The water chestnut scattering tactic was ineffective against Xiaoyu, so the only option was to have the sea urchin use its electromagnetic wave skill. Charizard, create some distance and use heat wave. Faced with the electromagnetic waves from the sea urchin, Xiaoyu also sent Charizard into the air to dodge. At the same time, Charizard was also rapidly accumulating fire-type energy, and suddenly spewed a heat wave from its mouth towards the sea urchin, enveloping it in the heat wave. The Pokémon Pouchet has distinct characteristics. It is extremely slow, making it a sitting duck, but its defenses and attack are both quite good. Especially when facing physical attackers, its body is covered in sharp spikes, which can unleash huge electric currents while defending, causing serious damage to the enemy. For this reason, the sea urchin usually acts as a support in the team and basically does not have the ability to attack. Page 139. Faced with the attack of the hot wind, the snapping sea urchin exposed its weakness of slow speed. It could only passively curl up its body and cover itself with electric energy to protect itself. Smack the sea urchin, prickly and tingly. It has to be said that Lu Kepeng's training of the Patchet sea urchin is quite thorough. He focuses on training the Patchet sea urchin's defense and stamina, completely abandoning the training of speed and offense. Although this will make the Patchet sea urchin move slowly, it will result in high durability. Even Charizard with the Sunny Day ability and solar power wasn't enough to seriously injure Urchin in one hit. After withstanding a heat wave, Lu Kepeng immediately had Urchin use the stinging attack. The move Sizzle is a powerful electric-type physical attack move. Normally, only two Pokémon can learn it, Togetmar and Ursaring. With a snap, the sea urchin's spikes broke off, and it shot out like a missile, enveloped in bright yellow electric energy, flying towards the Charizard. Charizard, Primal Power. Faced with the attack of the sea urchin, Xiaoyu had Charizard use the ancient power move, which it hadn't used in a long time. Rock-type energy quickly gathered in front of Charizard, blocking the flying spikes like a shield. The rock then flew towards the sea urchin, falling like a meteor and striking it, causing significant damage once again. The speed of the Patchet sea urchin is its biggest weakness, especially when facing the Charizard, which can fly and move nimbly. Its attacks are hard to hit, and it is at a great disadvantage. Qing Taiheng's voice came from the commentary booth. Now Lu Kepeng needs to find a way to make the Patchet sea urchin leave the field quickly and safely switch to the electric frill lizard. If we blindly switch to the electric umbrella lizard, it's very likely that it won't be able to withstand a powerful fire-type move from Charizard, which puts Liu Peng at a disadvantage. Just as Qing Taiheng was giving his commentary, Liu Peng gave the order, crack the sea urchin, use it as a parting gift. Suddenly, dark-type energy surged from the sea urchin, transforming all its remaining stamina into a black light that rushed towards Charizard at incredible speed, giving Charizard no chance to dodge. I see. Liu Peng's Patchet Sea Urchin has learned the skill Farewell Gift. With the help of this skill, Liu Peng can make Patchet Sea Urchin leave the field while also greatly reducing Charizard's attack and magic attack. This way, the electric Umbreon that comes on the field can have a relatively safe environment to deal damage. As Qing Taiheng's voice rang out, the dark-type energy released by the sea urchin clung to Charizard's body like a leech, and a wave of powerlessness washed over Charizard, making it feel exhausted and unable to exert any strength. What should Xiaoyu do? Charizard's attack and physical attack are greatly reduced, so the damage it can do to Seraphim is extremely limited. And Seraphim with the solar power ability and electric field has an electric-type output that is terrifyingly high. Xiaoyu will most likely have to switch out of its team. After using its Farewell Gift skill, the Pada Sea Urchin also exhausted all its stamina and lost its ability to fight. Come back, Sea Urchin, bring out the electric frilled lizard. Liu Peng decisively switched to the electric frilled lizard. The striker has a scarf-like umbrella around its neck, which resembles the sun when it opens. It can also increase its speed by stimulating its legs with electrical currents, making it a standard special attacker. Come back, Charizard, go, Sceptile. With its attack and attack stats significantly reduced, Charizard is no match for Seraphim. With solar power and electric terrain, Seraphim can unleash a single electric-type move that is enough to severely damage Charizard, which has a double weakness to attack, or even knock it out. Electro-Frilled Lizard, power up. Liu Peng immediately commanded the Electro-Frilled Lizard to use the power-up skill. While Electric Rise's power is only slightly above average, the damage it takes is doubled if the opponent is on an electric terrain surface. This makes Electric Rise a top-tier electric-type damage skill. With the solar power ability, the electric terrain buff, and the double damage from Electricity Rise, even the Lizard King with double electricity resistance can't withstand more than a few hits. It has to be said that Liu Peng really has something to offer for making it into the top 16. Upon hearing Liu Peng's order, Xiaoyu's expression darkened, and he quickly commanded, Lizard King, see through it. Xiaoyu's 3 signature skills, Guard, See Through, Share Pain, Share Fate. Chapter 235 Electric Umbrella Lizard. A light shield rose in front of the Lizard King, blocking the Electric Umbrella Lizard's electric surge skill. The surging currents ran rampant everywhere, but the light shield in front of the Lizard King was the most solid barrier, completely stopping the raging currents. Don't give it a chance, Light-Frilled Lizard, keep the power up. Although the first electric boost skill was blocked, Liu Peng remained calm and continued to command the Electric Umbrella Lizard. Facing Sceptile, lacking fire, ice, flying, bug, and poison-type Pokémon, his Pokémon didn't have many effective ways to restrain Sceptile. Therefore, Liu Peng had no choice but to launch a strong attack, using the solar power characteristic of the Electric Umbrella Lizard, combined with electric terrain, as well as the double damage effect of its stab move and power rush to forcefully break through the Lizard King. He absolutely could not give the Lizard King any chance to catch his breath. The first burst of energy would weaken, and the second would be exhausted. He had to take advantage of this momentum to break through the Lizard King in order to have any hope of victory. That's why he made the Electric Frilled Lizard use continuous power to ascend, without any pause. Green Grassland, Lizard King. Faced with the barrage of attacks from the Electric Frilled Lizard, Xiaoyu reacted quickly. He immediately ordered the Lizard King to open up a grassy terrain, intending to use the grassy terrain to dismantle the electric terrain, which would greatly reduce the damage the Electric Frilled Lizard caused to the Lizard King. Without the electric field and the double effect of the power boost, the Electric Frilled Lizard will be a much smaller threat. Grass-type energy surged from beneath the Lizard King's feet, spreading outwards. The original electric terrain collapsed and was replaced by grass terrain. At the same time, the Electric Frilled Lizard's Electric Rise skill erupted from the ground and struck the Lizard King directly. The current passed through the Lizard King's body, causing it to tremble slightly, but the damage was quite limited. Without the support of the electric field, the power of Electric Rise is greatly reduced. In addition, the Lizard King has double resistance to electricity, so the Electric Rise skill does not deal much damage to the Lizard King. A very smart choice. Use the Foresight skill to block the Electric Rise of the Electric Frill first, and then use the Grassy Terrain skill to change electric terrain to grassy terrain. As a result, without the electric terrain bonus, the electric frill's output is greatly reduced. Liu Kepeng is in trouble now. We analyzed it from the beginning. Liu Kepeng's team really doesn't have many ways to deal with grass-type Pokémon. This is the blind spot we mentioned. You have to know that neither Sceptile nor Swampert is a match for Xiaoyu Sceptile. Of course, this is also because Xiaoyu is strong enough. If it were an ordinary grass-type Pokémon, even with double grass resistance, it would still be broken through by Sceptile. Xiaoyu Sceptile is truly one of the strongest totem-level Pokémon I have ever seen. In the Overlord level, few Pokémon can rival this Sceptile. It's a miracle that such a massive creature can maintain such speed. Qing Taiheng has now become a complete Yu fan, and has become Xiaoyu's #1 fan. Teacher Qing, commentators must remain neutral. Jiang Yao teased Qing Taiheng with a smile. We're professional commentators. When I'm doing my analysis, I try to be fair and objective, but it's normal for commentators to have their favorite players. Lizard King, Leaf Blade. Although Sceptile took a free electric boost, it changed the terrain. The grassy terrain was now radiating a fluorescent green grass-type energy, which not only healed Sceptile's injuries but also increased the power of grass-type moves. The Lizard King stared coldly at the Photon Umbrella Lizard, like a battle-hardened general, his eyes filled with nothing but coldness. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Lizard King suddenly exerted force with its feet, its thick thigh muscles bulging instantly. With a powerful push, its massive body shot towards the Photon Umbrella Lizard at an extremely fast speed, the Lizard King's high-speed movement creating a faint whistling sound. At the same time, grass-type energy erupted from the Lizard King's wrist, forming fluorescent green leaf blades. Almost instantly, the Lizard King had already closed in on the Electric Umbrella Lizard. Although they are both lizards, the Electric Umbrella Lizard is only about 1.5 meters tall, which is like a child compared to Xiaoyu's 3.3-meter tall Lizard King. It's not that Sceptile is underdeveloped, rather, as a special attack-oriented Pokémon, a normal Sceptile is only about 1 meter tall. Liu Kepeng's Sceptile, at 1.5 meters, is already considered very well developed, just not as exaggerated as Sceptile. Light-powered frilled lizard, use 100,000 volts. The umbrella-shaped appendage on the neck of the electric umbrella shone brightly, and violent electric energy surged from its body, with fierce currents gushing out and heading straight for the Lizard King. Chamo. Faced with the electric frill lizard's 100,000 volts, the Lizard King remained unmoved, choosing to withstand the electric frill lizard's attack head-on and charging in front of it. Light-powered frilled lizard, get out of the way. At this moment, the electric frilled lizard would not surrender easily. Its legs were enveloped in electricity, and the electric frilled lizard directly stimulated its legs with the current, thereby unleashing its amazing potential and speed. The leaf blade slash, which was supposed to hit, was actually dodged by the electric umbrella lizard. Seeing this scene, even Xiaoyu was filled with disbelief. Although he knew that the electric frill Pokémon was very fast and could use electric current to stimulate its body to unleash its great potential, he did not expect it to be able to burst out with such speed. As expected, no Pokémon should be underestimated. Anyone who can make it into the top 16 of Zishu province must have some skills. Lizard King, chase after them. Don't give the electric umbrella lizard a chance to catch its breath. Xiaoyu said. Although the photon frill lizard can burst into instantaneous high speeds, Xiaoyu is certain that this burst of speed cannot be used for too long, and its frequency of use is definitely not high. Physical strength is fundamental. Things like electrical stimulation and unleashing potential will definitely have side effects if used too much. He doesn't believe that the photoelectric frill lizard can use this move indefinitely. Chamo. Responding to Xiaoyu's command, the Lizard King once again approached the electric umbrella lizard, but the electric umbrella lizard once again unleashed its extreme speed, dodging the Lizard King's slash. After dodging 3 times in a row, Xiaoyu noticed that the photoelectric umbrella lizard was acting strangely. Its legs were trembling slightly. Clearly, the continuous bursts of speed have taken a toll on its stamina, and it's almost reached its limit. However, before the electric umbrella lizard could even catch its breath, the Lizard King was already close again, giving it no chance to rest. With a slash of blades across his hands, he fiercely cut towards the electric umbrella lizard. Boom! This time, the light-powered frilled lizard failed to reach its maximum speed and was instead struck head-on by the Lizard King's leaf blade, which drew a fork-shaped slash across its chest, sending it flying backward and crashing to the ground, clearly seriously injured. The Seraphim is a standard high-speed special attacker with excellent special defense, but its attack and defense are extremely low, as can be seen from its size. This also means that he was seriously injured after taking just one leaf blade, which is also related to the continuous consumption of the solar power characteristic. Light-powered frilled lizard, use the great roar. Lu Kepeng already knew that he probably couldn't beat Xiaoyu, but no matter what, he still had to make a final struggle to deplete the Lizard King's stamina for the swamp monster. Since grass-type Pokémon are resistant to electric type, let's use the normal-type hyper voice. Chapter 236 Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Mega Sound is a medium-powered special attack move among normal-type moves. While it's effective, it's far inferior to Sonic Wave, which is the undisputed king of normal-type special moves. It has no side effects, possesses immense power, and is a wide-area attack. If Seraphim or Fairy Skin Sylveon could learn Burst Wave, it would be a truly terrifying thing. Especially Sylveon. If it learns Sonic Wave, it will most likely be one-shot unless it's a Fairy-type Pokémon. On the battlefield, the light-powered umbrella lizard struggled to its feet, opened its mouth, its Adam's apple vibrated, and emitted a tremendous sound as the loud voice skill came into play. Lizard King, Ultimate Absorption. Faced with the dying counterattack of the electric frilled lizard, Xiaoyu chose to have the Lizard King use its ultimate drain. Grass-type energy formed a sharp spike that flew towards the electric frilled lizard, piercing its body and frantically draining its stamina while simultaneously healing the Lizard King's injuries. The electric umbrella lizard was already severely injured, and it was no match for the ultimate absorption attack. It collapsed to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Page 140. The Sceptile is unable to battle, and Sceptile wins. Please release your third Pokémon, Lu Kepeng. As the referee's voice rang out, Lu Kepeng took out a Pokeball and recalled the electric Umbreon back into the Pokeball, while simultaneously releasing his third Pokémon, Swampert. Swampert appeared on the field, its gaze fixed on the Lizard King, its small eyes fixed on the Lizard King. Lu Kepeng will likely lose. Just kidding, Swampert is 4 times weak to grass, it definitely can't beat the Lizard King. He suffered a huge disadvantage in terms of Pokémon type. If Lu Kepeng had just caught a fire-type Pokémon, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Despite the surrounding chatter, Lu Kepeng remained unmoved, staring intently at the Swampert's expression, and loudly encouraged it. Swampert, I believe in you, use Ice Punch. Lizard King, Leaf Blade. Swampert and Sceptile charged at each other. Ice-type energy enveloped Swampert's fist, while fluorescent green grass-type energy formed scythe-shaped leaf blades on Sceptile's wrist. Boom! In the clash of energy and power, Swampert was instantly at a disadvantage. Due to the difference in size and the fact that both were on grassy ground, Swampert was no match for Sceptile. Swampert was knocked back in one blow, and then the Lizard King took a step forward and chased after it, wielding its leaf blades and slashing at Swampert's body. Each slash unleashes a fluorescent green grass-type energy that inflicts severe damage on Swampert. Faced with the Lizard King's fierce attacks, Swampert was forced to retreat steadily, unable to defend itself, and its injuries were piling up. Lizard King, Leaf Storm. Just then, a dazzling fluorescent green light erupted from Xiaoyu's Lizard King body, and endless grass-type energy surged out, forming countless flying leaves that enveloped Swampert like a tornado. Swamp Thing. As Lu Kepeng's voice rang out, the storm subsided, revealing the giant swamp monster's body, which lay unconscious and motionless on the ground. Swamp Monster is unable to fight, Xiaoyu wins. With a score of 3-0, Xiaoyu advanced directly to the quarterfinals with a huge advantage. Compared to the previous fierce battle, Xiaoyu defeated Lu Kepeng with an absolute advantage in this match. Lu Kepeng's strength was ultimately a bit lacking. Although his 3 Pokémon were all totem level, and his Seraphim was also very strong, he was still a little inferior to Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu's Lizard King is only at the Overlord level, it is almost invincible within that level. Back at the hotel, Xiaoyu lay on the bed and began preparing for the competition 3 days later. After the intense competition, all the athletes were given a 3-day rest period. While Xiaoyu was busy training his Pokémon, he was also studying his upcoming opponents. Just as he had predicted, his opponent in the quarterfinals was none other than the Fire-type trainer Su Jiahao. The battle between the two was also considered a Charizard internal war, with Xiaoyu's special attack Solar Power Charizard facing off against Su Jiahao's Blaze Dual Blades Charizard. The civil war between Sceptile and Leafeon. Support Numpton in battle against Ninetales with the Solar ability. A highly anticipated match, and the official team released a trailer early to generate buzz. During his 3-day break, Xiaoyu focused on strengthening his Pokémon and carefully devising battle plans. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Since you know your opponent's ace Pokémon, you must plan ahead and make thorough preparations. Therefore, after returning to the hotel, Xiaoyu immediately called his older brother to ask if there was any progress on the Rock Slide one-time move learning machine that he had asked him to help find a few days ago. After all, the enemy's Charizard is 4 times weak to rock, and Ninetales is 2 times weak to rock. As long as Sceptile learns the Rock Slide move, Xiaoyu can say that he has a great advantage. The remaining Leafeon with the Chlorophyll ability has extremely low special defense, and Charizard can take it out with a single Fire-type move. Therefore, the TM for Rock Slide is arguably the core of this battle. However, the TM for Rock Slide is very rare and may not be available for purchase in a short period of time. Brother, is there any progress on the Rock Slide move learning machine you asked me to find a few days ago? Xiaoyu dialed his brother Xiao Luo's number and asked. Yes, Charlotte's voice rang out, but there was a strange tinge to it. But the situation is a bit complicated. The seller said she could give it to you for free, but she requires that it be a face-to-face transaction offline to confirm that it's a gift to you. Xiaoyu frowned and asked, who is the seller? Charlotte's voice rang out, you know the seller too, Fairy-type Elite 4 member Xiao Wanyu. Only a tycoon like her could collect so many disposable move learning machines. She said she can come to Tianda City tomorrow and hand over the move learning machines to you. Xiao Wanyu. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then felt a headache coming on. Okay, I understand. Did you agree to her request? He agreed, why wouldn't he? Charlotte asked in confusion. By the way, you might not know, but Dad recently completed a share swap with the Xiao family, exchanging 10% of the shares of the Grass and Fairy-type Secret Realms in Starlight City for 10% of the shares of the Fairy-type Secret Realm in Shanghai. Now our two families are in a cooperative relationship. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Xiaoyu asked in surprise. He didn't expect that he wouldn't know about such a big thing. During your training camp, Dad said he didn't tell you because he was afraid it would affect your training. Grandpa knows, though, which is a good thing, Xiao Luo said with a smile. The share swap actually benefited us. After all, the fairy realm has been developed and constructed very well, and it can generate stable profits. Xiaoyu, tell me honestly, do you have any relationship with Xiao Tianwang's daughter? Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyu was startled and quickly said, you have secrets from me? Xiao Luo grinned mischievously. Grandpa called a while ago and said that Xiao Wanyu mentioned wanting to marry Sumuza to you, a marriage alliance between the two families. But Grandpa said that you're still competing and everything will have to wait until after the college cup, so he temporarily refused. You little rascal, you're not being honest, are you? You've been keeping it a secret from me. If King Xiao didn't want you as his son-in-law, why did he personally deliver the rock slide technique learning machine to you when he heard you needed it? A king personally making a trip to deliver a technique learning machine to you, Dr. Xiao's influence is really something. Xiao Luo's tone was tinged with sourness at the end. When did my little brother become so outstanding? I have to work harder and strive to become a champion-level trainer. How can I, as the older brother, be surpassed by my younger brother? Comrade Charlotte, this is the enemy's sugar-coated bullet. Brother, the enemy's sugar-coated bullets are too strong. After the share swap a while ago, King Xiao gave our whole family gifts. He even gave me an A-grade firestone. To be honest, I can't resist the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. I think Mom can't resist either. After receiving King Xiao's gift, she's been grinning from ear to ear all day long. Chapter 237 Xiao Wanyu's Methods. The next day, Xiao Tianwang arrived in Tianda City on his private jet. Because it was a private trip, Xiao Wanyu wore sunglasses and a trench coat, disguising herself thoroughly to avoid being recognized. Even so, she still couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. Around noon, at the famous upscale restaurant, Data Xiao Restaurant, in Tianda City, Xiaoyang's family had already booked a private room and were waiting for Xiao Wanyu's arrival. Slowpoke Restaurant is one of the most luxurious restaurants in Sky City. Its signature dishes are made with various rare Pokémon as ingredients, such as boiled slowpoke tail, far-fetched roast duck, and crab hot pot. Although the prices are extremely high, the taste is quite delicious. However, in recent years, due to strong protests from the Pokémon Protection Association and Pokémon enthusiasts, Slowpoke Restaurant no longer offers these special ingredients to the general public, but only to premium members. Master Xiao. Xiao Wanyu walked through the gate, took off her sunglasses, and took off her coat, handing it to Lu Yingxuan, who was standing next to her. Lu Yingxuan and Lu Yinhan were siblings and also Xiao Wanyu's capable assistants. Lu Yinhan, standing to the side, was carrying 2 locked silver boxes, which he placed aside. Looking at the boxes in Lu Yinhan's hands, Xiaoyu was also a little curious about what was inside. After she sat down in the main seat, she greeted Xiaoyong and Lin Suimei with a smile. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, both of you. Given Xiao Wanyu's status and position, it would be improper for Xiaoyu to receive her alone. Only if Xiaoyong and Lin Suimei personally received her could it demonstrate sincerity and importance. After all, There are more than 600 gym masters in China, but only 28 of the 4 heavenly kings. The difference between them is not small. King Xiao, we just arrived 10 minutes ago too, Xia Yong said with a smile. In fact, Xia Yong, his wife, and Xia Yu had arrived half an hour earlier, but they still said they had just arrived 10 minutes ago. Please sit down, don't stand. Xiao Wanyu exuded a powerful aura at this moment, her tone carrying the authority of a superior, completely different from her usual gentle and tender demeanor. Only now did she resemble a heavenly king. However, Xiao Wanyu quickly composed herself and said with a smile, I'm sorry to bother you, Master Xia. You must all be hungry. Let's eat first. It is good. After a few rounds of drinks, it was time to get down to business. Xiao Wanyu had also drunk quite a bit, but her face was only slightly flushed, and she didn't seem drunk at all. It was clear that Xiao Wanyu had an excellent alcohol tolerance. Master Xia, I came to Tianda mainly for 2 things. The first is that I heard Xiao is buying a rock slide learning machine. I happen to have one, so I brought it for him. Xiao Wanyu said with a smile, as if she were talking about something trivial. Lu Yinhan, who was next to her, also took out one of the 2 boxes from the beginning and placed it on the table. The box contained several one-time TMS, including rock slide, flamethrower, shadow ball, thunderbolt, earthquake, scorching sand, reflect, light screen, and meteor shower, for a total of 9 TMS. The sheer number of move learning machines dazzled Xia Yu, and none of them were junk, they were all extremely rare and precious move learning machines. Xia Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, thinking to himself, holy crap, this is what a rich woman is. This is the power of money. This is a sugar-coated bullet. No wonder you couldn't handle it, bro. Anyone would be confused in this situation. I couldn't handle it either. Xia Yu had already mentally prepared herself on the way here. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Xiao Wanyu's constant overtures must be suspicious. She had to be careful and avoid being deceived. But now Xia Yu suddenly felt that it didn't matter too much if he was deceived. His bottom line didn't seem so unbreakable. That's how people break through their bottom line step by step and embark on a path of no return. In Xia Yu's eyes, Xiao Wanyu was now like a demon tempting people to commit crimes. Even though Xia Yu knew that Xiao Wanyu had meticulously set a trap for him, he still couldn't help but jump in. He couldn't help it, she had given him far too much. This is far too valuable. Xia Yong was also shocked by the wealth displayed by Xiao Wanyu, but Xia Yong was, after all, a man in his 50s, and remained rational. Something unusual is bound to happen. The more someone who is not related to you invests in you, the more it proves that they hope to get more returns from you. Therefore, Xia Yong could only swallow hard and refuse. King Xiao, you should take it back. Master Xia, don't be so quick to refuse. Xiao Wanyu seemed to have anticipated Xia Yong's reaction and waved her hand with a smile. I have seen Xia Yu's potential. He is young and talented, and I have high hopes for him. Besides, these technique learning machines are just sitting there. Since we've already brought them, we might as well give them to Xia Yu so that he can go further in the high school cup. After saying this, Xiao Wanyu paused slightly, then, without giving anyone else a chance to speak, her tone became serious as she got straight to the point. Of course, I also have some selfish motives for sending these things. I've said I have high hopes for Xia Yu, and my cooperation with the Xia, Lin, and Long families is all for Xia Yu's sake. Xiao Wanyu frankly admitted her purpose, speaking earnestly. Of course, I also sincerely want to cooperate with you in all aspects, not just superficially. I'll be responsible for providing the money and resources. Xia Yu, whatever experiments you want to do or whether you want to become a trainer, I can provide you with the maximum assistance. I just hope that you can also cooperate with me sincerely. Of course, to show my sincerity, this is another small gift I'm giving you. Xiao Wanyu said to Lu Yinhan beside her, and then saw Lu Yinhan take out another box and put it on the table. Crack! With a crisp sound, the box opened, and the dazzling gems almost blinded Xia Yu. Inside the box were 2 evolution key stones and more than a dozen mega evolution stones. Although I don't know what this thing is used for, since the Long family is secretly acquiring it on a large scale, it must have something unique about it. Xiao Wanyu smiled at Xia Yu, her calm tone revealing her abilities. Xia Yu's heart tightened suddenly as he sized up Xiao Wanyu, whose smile was radiant and whose beauty was beyond compare. At this moment, she was like a beautiful snake, with danger lurking beneath her smile. She took this out to demonstrate her wealth and intelligence capabilities, to flex her muscles and show that she already knew what she and the Long family had been doing behind the scenes. Page 141. Xia Yu only entrusted the Long family to help collect Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keys. Judging from the feedback from Long Yanning, she collected them very smoothly. Almost all Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keys on the market have been secretly acquired by the Long family. Under such circumstances, the fact that Xiao Wanyu could still produce so many Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Key Stones is enough to demonstrate her powerful intelligence capabilities and financial resources. Xiao Wanyu is not only incredibly beautiful, but she is also extremely shrewd and capable. Her words just now not only expressed her intention to cooperate, but also gave Xiaoyu a gift that was hard to refuse, and finally gave Xiaoyu a warning. This gave Xiaoyu a slight headache. If he refused to cooperate with Xiao Wanyu, he would completely offend this woman. However, he was also a little apprehensive about cooperating with such a strong woman with high emotional intelligence and IQ. It's exhausting to be scheming all the time. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. He still preferred a gentle, considerate, and quietly devoted woman like Teacher Long. Chapter 238 Cooperation with Xiao Wanyu. Xiao Wanyu's proposed collaboration made Xiaoyu fall into deep thought. Xiaoyong and his wife, who were standing by, remained silent and did not make a decision for Xiaoyu, leaving the choice to him. If it were a matter of cooperating with Grass Insect's secret realm, Xiaoyong could still make the decision, but it's obvious that Xiao Wanyu doesn't care about Grass Insect's secret realm at all. The reason for exchanging shares is to cooperate with her youngest son. Thinking about this, Xiaoyong felt a mix of self-mockery and pride. When did his youngest son become so sought after? Xiaoyu carefully considered the collaboration proposed by Xiao Wanyu. He had to admit that Xiao Wanyu's offer was extremely high. Putting aside the precious TMS, the value of these dozen or so Mega Stones alone is unimaginable. Most importantly, Xiaoyu saw Mega Charizard X, Mega Charizard Y, and Mega Salamence Evolution Stone among them. Xiaoyu simply couldn't refuse these 3 Mega Evolution Stones no matter how you looked at it. He had no choice but to agree to cooperate with Xiao Wanyu. Xiaoyu's gaze lingered between Xiao Wanyu and the Evolution Stones in the box. After much deliberation, he finally made up his mind to cooperate. Why would a grown man like me be so afraid of a woman? I, Xiaoyu, am definitely not a coward. After making up my mind to cooperate with Xiao Wanyu, Xiaoyu suddenly felt relaxed. Since cooperation is inevitable, we should adopt a genuine attitude of cooperation. Besides, Xiao Wanyu is begging to cooperate with us, so why should we be so apprehensive and hesitant? Moreover, we now have Iron Warrior backing us up, and we even have a Pokémon with champion-level strength, so what is there to be afraid of? After figuring it out, Xiaoyu couldn't help but become more unrestrained, his eyes constantly glancing at places he shouldn't be looking at. It has to be said that Xiao Wanyu is truly a perfect woman. She has the looks, the figure, the temperament, and the money. Her only flaw is that she is already married and has children. No, for some people, this might not be a flaw, but rather a virtue. Wait, things seem to have gone a bit off track. Xiaoyu came to her senses and suddenly realized that she might have been a bit too presumptuous. She was just trying to encourage herself and not be afraid of Xiao Wanyu, that cunning woman. How did she accidentally become too arrogant? Forgive me, she should rein herself in. However, Xiao Wanyu's figure is really too good. Let's take one last peek, just one last look. Xiao Wanyu, who had been quietly waiting for Xiaoyu's reply, also keenly noticed Xiaoyu's gaze. It has to be said that women have an innate sensitivity to this kind of thing. Of course, Xiao Wanyu knew her own charm and how attractive she was to a young man like Xiaoyu. However, when faced with Xiaoyu's furtive gaze, she couldn't help but think of the note Lu Yunhan had stolen from Xiaoyu's bedroom. Recalling its contents, Xiao Wanyu felt complicated and cursed him under her breath as a pervert. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. Perhaps her daughter wasn't so suitable for Xiaoyu after all. King Xiao. Since he had made up his mind to cooperate, Xiaoyu naturally wanted to first negotiate the price and do everything according to the agreement and terms. This would be good for both parties. He would establish the rules first and then discuss the cooperation. I can agree to cooperate with you, but the specific details of the cooperation still need to be discussed. Okay. Upon hearing Xiaoyu agree to cooperate, Xiao Wanyu revealed a charming smile, unintentionally exuding her allure and captivating beauty. She agreed with Xiaoyu's statement, cooperation is cooperation, and everything should be done according to the contract. Here is a draft of the contract, you can take a look. After Xiao Wanyu finished speaking, Lu Yingxuan handed over the contract. Old Lin and Long Fan have already read it and signed it, now it's just waiting for you. Xiaoyu silently looked at the contract. He had to admit that compared to his last visit to the Xiao family, Xiao Wanyu had clearly shown more sincerity this time. The two then began discussing the cooperation, which lasted for almost an hour before they reached a preliminary verbal agreement. I'll have my lawyer draft a new contract later and send it to you. Don't rush, you should focus on preparing for the competition, Xiao Wanyu said. Okay, Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Compared to the cooperation, I'm actually more curious about what the Long family is going to do with all these things you collected. After discussing the cooperation, Xiao Wanyu seemed particularly relaxed, leaning back in her chair with a languid air, her peach blossom eyes fixed on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu remained silent, looking at Xiao Wanyu, carefully considering his words, hesitating whether to speak. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine too. My promise still stands. I said I'd give you these things, so I will. But if you have any new experiments or results, remember to give priority to the Xiao family. Seemingly sensing Xiaoyu's predicament, Xiao Wanyu was exceptionally generous and did not press the matter further. Clearly, she was in a very good mood after Xiaoyu agreed to cooperate. Xiaoyu was still carefully weighing in her mind whether or not to tell Xiao Wanyu. Mega evolution is different from exclusive Z-moves. Exclusive Z-moves are discoveries derived from Z-moves, while mega evolution is a completely new discovery. Once announced, it will definitely cause a sensation worldwide. He absolutely cannot conquer the mega evolution cake by himself alone, so finding a partner is inevitable. Xiaoyu's original plan was to cooperate with the Long family and take a small share of the mega evolution cake. However, as his strength increased and his ambition grew, Xiaoyu also had some other ideas. If we cooperate with the Xiao family, we can definitely take on even more cakes and collect more evolution key stones and mega evolution stones. Moreover, Xiaoyu now has his own agenda. He wants to combine mega evolution with his plan to establish an organization. Mega evolution can help people like Xiao Ruohan, who trust them but lack strength, increase their power, and it can also be used to win people's hearts. With the help of mega evolution, Xiaoyu can definitely make his organization quickly gain a foothold. King Xiao. After thinking for a long time, Xiaoyu suddenly called out to Xiao Wanyu, then silently looked at the two siblings, Lu Yinhan and Lu Yingxuan, beside him. Don't worry, they are absolutely reliable. Xiao Wanyu immediately understood the meaning in Xiaoyu's eyes. From Xiaoyu's expression, she vaguely sensed that these gems might be more important than she had imagined. Xiaoyu remained silent. Mega evolution was a matter of great importance, and he naturally couldn't trust Lu Yinhan and Lu Yingxuan, the brother and sister. Old Lu, you two go out first, and don't let anyone in. Seeing Xiaoyu's insistence, Xiao Wanyu didn't press the matter any further. The two sides had just agreed to cooperate, and there was no need to cause conflict over such a small matter. Xiaoyong felt a little unfamiliar as he watched his son and Xiao Wanyu talking on equal terms and discussing cooperation. He realized that his youngest son had grown up to this extent. Perhaps I really should retire and wait to take care of my grandchildren. These gems. Xiaoyu was about to speak after Lu Yinhan and Lu Yingxuan left. Wait a minute. Xiaoyong suddenly spoke up. Xiao, you two talk slowly, your mother and I are going out for a walk. Xiaoyong clearly knew that what Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanyu were about to say was important, so he made an excuse to leave. Dad, you can make these decisions yourself from now on. I'm just overwhelmed by what I'm hearing. Also, show some respect to Xiao Tianwang, she's your senior. Xiaoyong said with a smile. Xiao Tianwang, you two can talk it over. After saying that, Xiaoyong pulled Lin Swimei away, his back view showing a mix of loneliness and nonchalance. The two sons are growing up day by day. Parents, however, can only grow older day by day. Chapter 239 Mega Evolution. After Xiaoyong and his wife left, only Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanyu, along with the two open suitcases, remained in the private room. Xiao Wanyu leaned back lazily on the soft sofa, crossed her legs, revealing her slender calves, and wore high heels. Her bright eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. She was very curious about the purpose of these sparkling, marble-like gems, which made Xiaoyu value them so much. Looking at Xiao Wanyu's languid and charming appearance, Xiaoyu was slightly lost in thought. Xiao Wanyu truly possessed a unique charm of a mature woman. However, Xiaoyu, who considered himself a gentleman, quickly regained his composure and carefully considered his words. These gems are related to my new experiment. Xiaoyu dared not be too explicit, and could only try to be vague. Is this experiment important? Xiao Wanyu had already guessed that the gemstone was related to Xiaoyu's new experiment, but she needed to know how much investment this new experiment would require, how long it would take to produce results, and what kind of impact and economic benefits the results would have. How much investment do you need in the early stages of this experiment? How confident are you in achieving experimental results? What kind of economic benefits can it generate? A businesswoman is a businesswoman. She doesn't understand or care much about scientific research. What she cares about is profit and economic benefits. In Xiao Wanyu's view, this new experiment is probably just a small one, and even if its results are great, can they compare to a dedicated Z-move? However, this is the first collaboration between the two parties after all, and she will give it her full support regardless of whether the experiment is successful or not, or whether it can generate economic benefits. Xiaoyu has a long future ahead of him. Whether he chooses the path of scientific research or becoming a Pokémon trainer, his future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. After all, Xiaoyu also has a shiny Dragapult and a mysterious Pokémon comparable to a legendary Pokémon. Seeing Xiao Wanyu's calm demeanor, Xiaoyu knew she must have underestimated his experiment. He silently picked up the box filled with Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Key Stones and asked, "What's the password to this box?" 3 6s and 3 8s. After obtaining the password, Xiaoyu suddenly felt curious about how Xiao Wanyu would react if she knew the value of the box of gems she had given away. Should we tell Xiao Wanyu? After thinking about it, Xiaoyu decided to let slip a little bit of information. Firstly, since the two are currently in a cooperative relationship, this would prevent Xiao Wanyu from developing any resentment after learning about the value of the Mega Evolution Stone, which could affect their cooperation. Secondly, most of the Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keys in China have already been acquired by the Long and Xiao families. There might be a few left, but not many, so telling her wouldn't have much of an impact. Thirdly, it can also make Xiao Wanyu take this experiment seriously and have her collect Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Key Stones from abroad. There may not be any domestically, but there must be a lot of stock abroad. It's like when foreign countries developed Z moves in the past, they didn't announce it to the public, but first acquired a large number of Z crystals in China. By the time China realized what was happening, there were very few Z crystals left in China. This tactic is called an eye for an eye. Xiaoyu might feel a little guilty about taking advantage of his own people, but he is perfectly justified and righteous in taking advantage of foreigners. Xiaoyu gripped the box, looking at Xiao Wanyu with a serious expression and a solemn gaze. "Heavenly King Xiao, I must remind you, this new experiment is very important. I hope you will keep what I am about to say a complete secret and not tell anyone." Xiaoyu's serious tone, coupled with his action of taking the box, suddenly made Xiao Wanyu feel that something was wrong. Perhaps she had really underestimated this new experiment? "Okay, I promise you." Xiao Wanyu's red lips parted slightly, her smile vanishing instantly. She transformed from a gentle, caring older sister into a cool, aloof superstar, effortlessly embodying two different styles, each radiating astonishing charm. This made Xiaoyu somewhat envious of Xiao Wanyu's husband, who had married a wife who offered him so many experiences. No wonder so many people want to marry a wife who loves cosplay. That's really weird. First of all, the importance of this new experiment is no less than that of Z moves. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, dropping a bombshell. Like Z moves, once the new experiment is successfully developed, it can greatly increase the battle power of Pokémon. Moreover, unlike Z moves, which can only be used once in a short period of time, this battle power boost can be maintained for a considerable period of time. It can at least sustain a long battle without any problem. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Wanyu's smile froze on her face, her heart churning with turmoil. She hadn't expected Xiaoyu's new experiment to be so important. However, being a seasoned veteran, she remained calm and composed, asking, "Approximately how much will the combat power increase?" The reason why Z moves are so valuable is because they provide an extremely high boost to a Pokémon's power, enabling it to dominate Pokémon of the same level and fight against Pokémon of higher levels. Page 142. All she wanted to know now was how much Xiaoyu's new experiment would boost her combat power, similar to Z moves. Xiaoyu said vaguely, but in reality, Mega Evolution's boost to combat power is definitely more comprehensive and stronger than Z moves. Mega Evolution not only increases a Pokémon's inherent strength but also transforms its abilities. For example, after Mega Evolution, Diancie transforms from a tank-type Pokémon into an offensive Pokémon. Secondly, there's the change in abilities, which is the most important. Mega Charizard X's Hard Claws, Mega Jengar's Shadow Tag, Mega Charizard Y's Solar Beam, and so on are all top-tier abilities. Of course, Mega Evolution isn't all good. Some Pokémon get a reverse boost when they Mega Evolve, like Garchomp. The power boost might be weaker than Z moves, but I think it should be stronger than Z moves in most cases. Xiaoyu's words struck Xiao Wanyu like a hammer blow. If what Xiaoyu said was true, then this new experiment would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking discovery, and Xiaoyu's status in the country would certainly reach the level of the #1 scientific researcher. At the same time, this would also mean a huge fortune. "How sure are you?" 90%. "What?" Xiao Wanyu was slightly flustered at this moment. She couldn't help but stand up, revealing her perfect figure, and looked at Xiaoyu, asking, "Can the results of this experiment be disseminated? How many people know about it?" "King Xiao, please sit down first." Xiaoyu's gaze swept over Xiao Wanyu before he calmly said, "Is it really that surprising to be this surprised by a Mega Evolution?" You look so unsophisticated, and you call yourself one of the elite four. At this moment, Xiaowanyu realized that she had lost her composure. She leisurely sat back on the sofa, her bright eyes fixed on Xiaoyu, her voice gentle, charming, soft, and sweet. Dr. Xia, you have truly given me a pleasant surprise. It hasn't even been half a year since you announced your exclusive Z move, has it? And you've already come up with such a big project. You truly deserve to be called a once-in-a-century scientific genius in China. You still haven't answered my question from earlier. Can this experimental result be mass-produced and widely disseminated? Xiaowanyu kept flattering Xiaoyu, her soft and charming tone making Xiaoyu feel a little smug. It can't be popularized or mass-produced. Currently, only you and my Long family know about it. The core of this experiment is these gems. I can tell you that these gems will be strategic items as important as Z pure crystals in the future. Xiaoyu paused slightly here. The domestic market has already acquired almost all of these types of gems. Xiao Tianwang, I suggest that we turn our attention overseas and acquire them abroad. Chapter 240 Working Together. This new experiment's ability to boost Pokémon's battle power is comparable to that of Z crystals. Does this mean that these gems are priced the same as Z crystals? Xiaowanyu had no idea that Xiaoyu was secretly conducting such a large experiment. Why hadn't she heard a word about it? If she hadn't been perceptive enough to notice something amiss in the Long family's recent subtle actions, she might have missed another huge opportunity. Looking at the box full of gems on the table, Xiaowanyu suddenly regretted being so generous in handing over the entire box of gems to Xiaoyu. She should have kept more for herself. However, Xiaowanyu quickly put aside her distracting thoughts. She had the courage to accept that what was said was said. Of course, the most crucial point is that she only brought half of the gems this time. Luckily, she had a backup plan, otherwise she would have suffered a huge loss. Buy it from abroad. She began to think about what Xiaoyu had said. She had also remembered the time years ago when foreign countries discovered Z-Move and bought a batch of Z-crystals. It's not easy. Those people abroad are on guard because of the last Z-crystal incident. Even if we buy it secretly, we will still be discovered if we buy too much. Why should we acquire them secretly? Xiaoyu smiled at Xiaowanyu and said in a low voice, Xiao Tianwang, you can hold an international jewelry expo in Shanghai, classify these gemstones as jewelry, and then openly acquire them, stating that you want to use these gemstones to create a unique and exquisite piece of jewelry. With your status and position in the fashion industry, this should not be a difficult task. Xiaoyu's words made Xiaowanyu's eyes light up, but she quickly realized what he meant and looked at Xiaoyu with a half-smile. Are you planning to make me your shield? Once you announce the results of your experiment, those who sold these gems will definitely come looking for trouble. Xiaoyu, are you trying to make me stand in front of you and draw their fire? Seeing that Xiaowanyu had exposed his little scheme, Xiaoyu also frankly admitted without any hesitation, King Xiao, with my status and position, I cannot withstand the wrath of these people. Only you are qualified. Aren't you afraid I'll just kick you out and go it alone? Xiaowanyu looked at Xiaoyu with a teasing expression and joked. There's nothing to be afraid of. Xiaoyu needed to carefully consider the possibility that Xiaowanyu might kick her out and go it alone. If Xiaowanyu really wanted to kick him out and go it alone, Xiaoyu wouldn't really care, because as of now, he already had more than 10 Mega Evolution Stones and 1 Evolution Key Stone. Meanwhile, Long Yaning had already sent word that she had acquired nearly 100 Mega Evolution Stones and about a dozen Evolution Key Stones. The sheer number of Mega Evolution Stones and Keystones had already instilled a slight fear in Xiaoyu. He believed that the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind, and he wanted to quietly amass wealth rather than become a target. We've already bought up most of the gemstones in the country. I have enough. As the saying goes, no one to quit while you're ahead. It's fine if you go it alone. Xiaoyu smiled at Xiaowanyu. If Xiaowanyu really went it alone, he really wouldn't care. Besides, you, King Xiao, definitely won't go it alone. If you did, I would have to announce this experiment ahead of time. Buying these gemstones wouldn't be so simple then, and you would be the one who suffers. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, which contained a hidden warning, Xiaowanyu cursed the little fox in her heart. However, she had never considered going it alone. She had always valued Xiaoyu as a person. A hen that lays golden eggs is always more valuable than the golden eggs themselves. Xiaowanyu smiled brightly. I was just joking. I'm really looking forward to our collaboration. I think we can discuss the details of the collaboration. The International Jewelry Fair takes at least a month from preparation to its opening. When do you expect to see results from your experiment, and when do you plan to announce them? About 2 months. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, the experiment is basically without any major problems now. If things go smoothly, we can get results in a month. I plan to announce them in 2 months. Although Xiaoyu hasn't conducted any experiments yet, he feels that the bond between him and Charizard is definitely strong enough for Mega Evolution. So fast? Xiao Wanyu asked in surprise. She thought it would take Xiaoyu at least half a year to produce experimental results, but she didn't expect it to only take a month. Then I will go back and immediately organize the International Jewelry Expo. How will the profits be divided? In what specific way do you plan to announce it? Or at a press conference? Are there any special precautions to take with these gemstones? Wishing us great success. The two discussed the matter inside the house until evening before coming together a general plan for cooperation. Finally, the two agreed that Xiaoyu would announce the results of his new experiment after the College Cup, while Xiao Wanyu and Long Fan would be responsible for continuing to acquire gems during this period. Xiao Wanyu was mainly responsible for preparing for the International Jewelry Expo, while Long Fan was responsible for continuing to collect gemstones in China. All the gemstones obtained in the end were divided equally among the three parties. While it was said to be an equal distribution, Xiaoyu emphasized that he had the right to allocate the gems and had priority in choosing them. This was also to prevent Xiao Wanyu from having any tricks up her sleeve. If anything went wrong during the cooperation, Xiaoyu would take all the evolution key stones and cut off their supply. After all, compared to Mega Evolution stones, evolution key stones are much rarer and more crucial, which naturally means they are much more expensive. Back at the hotel, Xiaoyu immediately took his Pokémon to the training ground and began learning the moves from the TMS. Looking at these 9 rare TMS, Xiaoyu fell into thought. First, he decided that Sceptile's Rock Slide and Charizard's Scorching Sands were essential moves to learn. Secondly, there's the Earthquake skill, which Xiaoyu is struggling with. Earthquake is a skill that Sceptile, Axew, and Salamence can all learn, and it's highly adaptable to all of them. Without a doubt, the best choice to maximize combat power is to give it to the Sceptile King, but in the long run, it is undoubtedly more suitable to give it to Axew and Salamence. Xiaoyu decided to put this skill aside for the time being, because the Lizard King was currently practicing the Rock Slide move and didn't have time to learn other skills. Then there are 5 moves: Thunderbolt, Shadow Ball, Flamethrower, Reflect, and Light Screen. Xiaoyu plans to keep these for future Dragapult. It's clear that Xiao Wanyu's purpose in giving these TMS is to prepare for the future Dragapult. After all, it's not a secret that Xiaoyu went to the Dragon-type secret realm in Chang'an to select a Dragon Mesia Pokémon egg. Finally, there's the move Draco Meteor. To be honest, Draco Meteor is a powerful Dragon-type special attack move with tremendous power, but it also has a significant side effect: it greatly reduces special attack. Xiaoyu's team has many Pokémon that can learn the move Draco Meteor, but only 2 Pokémon are best suited to learn it: Nombat and Dragapult. After careful consideration, he decided to let Nombat learn the move first. On the one hand, it could immediately increase combat power, and on the other hand, Nombat's role was that of a support special attacker, and the move Draco Meteor was highly compatible with Nombat. Before learning the Sonic Wave move, Nombat only needed to use Draco Meteor and then quickly turn back to retreat. Chapter 241. Our goal is the championship. The cooperation between the Lin, Long, and Xiao families is proceeding in secret. Xiao Wanyu rushed back to the capital overnight to discuss the details of the cooperation with Long Fan and sign the contract. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, has become a hands-off manager, focusing all his efforts on preparing for the College Cup. 3 days later, backstage at the quarterfinals. With the financial support of Xiao the rich woman, Xiaoyu's 3 Pokémon all gained some strength. Charizard learned the Scorching Sands move, Sceptile learned the Rock Slide move, and Nombat learned the Draco Meteor move, and their strength increased to the Overlord level. In this way, Xiaoyu also reached the level of an all-around champion, and the increase in strength made Xiaoyu full of confidence for the upcoming matches. Although Su Jiahao is very strong, especially his ace Charizard, which has the strength of a near-gym leader, Xiaoyu is not worried at all. He was full of confidence in his Charizard and Sceptile, believing that they were absolutely invincible in their class. Buzzbat, warm up properly. Today's opponent is very strong, but you'll definitely be able to play. Xiaoyu patted Buzzbat's head, constantly encouraging him. In their previous match against Liu Kapang, Nombat won without even playing a single game. Many fans jokingly say that with Sceptile and Charizard on the team, even a dog could make it to the quarterfinals. The buzzing bat doesn't seem to care whether it gets to play or not. In fact, it might not really want to play if it does. Lazy by nature, it just wants to slack off. With Charizard and Sceptile as its 2 big brothers to hold the fort, it's just a bystander. Besides, it's just a competition, there's no need to push itself so hard. Dragons have a long life ahead of them, and this is a competition for relaxation. Master, I will try my best. Although it was thinking about how to slack off, the buzzing bat still responded to Xiaoyu telepathically, promising that it would definitely work hard. After encouraging Nombat, Xiaoyu turned to Charizard and said, "Charizard, you need to perform well today. You're under a lot of pressure. You're starting today." "Oh whoa." Charizard nodded in response to Xiaoyu. "I guess the opponent will most likely start with 9 tails. When you start, don't rush to use Hot Sand Earth. Let's hold back and use Primal Power to scare it and weaken its stamina. When we find the right opportunity, we'll use Hot Sand Earth to kill it instantly." Charizard listened attentively to Xiaoyu's tactical plan and nodded thoughtfully. "What is a trump card?" "A trump card is one that kills in one blow. Otherwise, if you use Hot Sands right from the start, even if you severely injure Ninetales, the enemy will be on guard. So you have to use Primal Power to lull Ninetales into a false sense of security, making it think that you only have this one move to counter it. At this point, Ninetales will lower its guard. Then you can launch a surprise attack with Hot Sands, and you will definitely win the match." "Got it, Charizard?" Charizard nodded, indicating that it had learned another trick. "Try to understand it carefully. Lizard King, same old rule, you're in charge of covering for us. You have a heavy responsibility." Xiaoyu patted the Lizard King's arm earnestly, because that was the only height he could reach. "Chamo." The Lizard King nodded. After arranging the tactics, Xiaoyu took out his phone, took a picture of himself preparing for the match, and posted it online with the caption, "The match is about to start. Welcome everyone to watch my match. Hello, viewers. I am Ching Taehang. Hello everyone, I'm Jiangyao." Page 143. Today, we will continue to provide commentary for the quarterfinals. This quarterfinals will feature 4 matches played simultaneously. You can choose to watch the live stream of your favorite player's match. In this session, Jiangyao and I will be providing commentary for the match between Xiaoyu and Su Jiahao. Su Jiahao is a genius fire-type trainer in Cinnabar City. His Charizard showed amazing strength in the round of 16, and even accomplished the feat of defeating 3 opponents in a row, which is still fresh in everyone's memory. Another contestant, Xiaoyu, I believe everyone is familiar with him. He's the pride of Xinguang City, the most popular contestant in Zishu Province, and known as the most handsome contestant this year. "Hey, I won't pretend today, I'm also a fan of Xiaoyu." Ching Taehang suddenly took off his jacket, revealing the same battle uniform as Xiaoyu. "Teacher Ching, it must be hard to find a uniform in your size, right?" Jiangya joked with a smile. Ching Taehang was quite overweight, and he usually wore the largest size custom-made clothes. "It's indeed hard to buy, but I didn't spend any money on it. It was a gift from the Starlight City Gym," Ching Taehang said with a smile. "Alright, let's get back to the match itself. The biggest highlight of this match is Xiaoyu's shiny Charizard vs Su Jiahao's Charizard, a Charizard mirror match, which is exactly what everyone loves to see. Jiangyao, who do you think will win? Although Su Jiahao's Charizard is at the level of a gym leader, much stronger than Xiaoyu's Charizard, I still support Xiaoyu's shiny Charizard." Jiangyao said with a smile, "I'm a fan of Xiaoyu, so of course I support him. What about you, Teacher Cheng?" "I definitely support Xiaoyu too." Ching Taehang said without hesitation. "Ever since I commentated on that Charizard vs Gengar match, I've said that I will unconditionally support Xiaoyu in any match." "Alright, the director has informed us that both contestants are ready. Please welcome them to the stage." When Xiaoyu stepped onto the stage again, he had gradually gotten used to the enthusiastic cheers of the audience and was no longer as reserved as he had been on stage the previous times. He also waved and interacted with the audience warmly. Xiaoyu also saw a support sign held up by a spectator, which had a picture of a buzzing bat on it and a sentence on it. "Buzzbat, me, the Septal King, and Charizard, the 3 of us together are really powerful." In addition to the support signs, the audience erupted in wild shouts. "Xiaoyu, keep going, I love you. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Hey, female fan, why are you taking off your coat? Calm down." Feeling the enthusiasm of the fans, Xiaoyu sometimes really enjoyed the stage, the cheers and shouts, the fun of the battles, and the battles against one strong opponent after another. The feeling of constantly climbing to new heights, battling with the strongest, and growing stronger step by step made Xiaoyu feel his blood boil. Life is a process of constantly climbing and surpassing the strong. Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on Su Jiahao in the distance, his eyes burning with passion. He decided that from this moment on, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to every match, earnestly enjoy each one, give it his all, and leave no regrets. 18 years old should have the pursuits and dreams of an 18-year-old. Although he has only been a trainer for a little over half a year, he firmly believes that he can defeat Su Jiahao, enter the national finals, defeat every opponent, and lift the national championship trophy. Regardless of the final result, Xiaoyu's goal is definitely the championship. People should still have dreams. What if they come true? You should know that in your youth you had lofty ambitions and once vowed to be the best in the world. Game start. Go for it, Charizard. Go all out. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Charizard suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was its master acting strangely all of a sudden? We agreed to be sixth in line together. Why are you suddenly so fired up? Should I go all out, or stick to the original plan? Chapter 242 8 and 4. Go, Ninetales. Su Jiahao wore thick black-rimmed glasses on his nose, clearly indicating a high degree of nearsightedness. He also had a full beard and a slightly overweight build. To be honest, you can't tell from his appearance that Su Jiahao is an 18-year-old trainer. 18 years old? You could tell Xiaoyu was a 38-year-old man, and he would believe you. Looking at Su Jiahao, Xiaoyu couldn't help but think that this must be what people call being mature beyond one's years, having developed a beer belly at such a young age. Su Jiahao's strategy was exactly the same as in the previous matches. This is his consistent style and routine. He still chose to send out the weather specialist Ninetales as the starter, a standard opening move. Woo! When Ninetales with its sunlight ability appeared, its fire-type energy surged into the sky, turning the overcast sky into a bright sunny one. At the same time, the sun shines on Charizard, activating its solar power ability and boosting its special attack. Charizard, use ancient power. Xiaoyu still chose to proceed according to the original plan, letting Charizard use ancient power first. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Charizard breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. Master hasn't changed at all, he's still the same as always. However, Charizard quickly frowned, realizing that things were not so simple. From another perspective, could this also be part of its master's tactics? Issue the most ruthless tactics in the most inspiring tone. Master, I understand. In that instant, Charizard had a sudden realization: as long as it rightfully held the sixth position, no one could do anything to it. Roar! Charizard roared, and a surge of powerful rock-type energy gathered in front of it, instantly forming a rock-type energy ball that flew directly toward Ninetales. Ninetales, dodge and then use your supernatural powers. Su Jiahao calmly gave the order, but he didn't actually have a good way to deal with Xiaoyu's Charizard. His remaining two Pokémon are not very good at dealing with Xiaoyu's Charizard. Although his Charizard has the Rock Tomb move, which is enough to counter Charizard, if he switches in now, he will definitely take a hit from Ancient Power, which will instantly injure Charizard, which is 4 times weak to Rock. As for switching to Leafeon, that's even more impossible. With Leafeon's weak special defense and Grass-type being weak against Fire-type, it would be a free kill against Xiaoyu's Charizard. Therefore, Su Jiahao could only let Ninetales fight Charizard. Ninetales has a high special defense, and although it doesn't have any moves that are super effective against Charizard, it can still put up a fight. Even if he is defeated, it doesn't matter, he can safely replace Charizard with Charizard. Upon receiving the order, Ninetales moved gracefully and elegantly across the field with light taps on its 4 feet. Relying on its agility, it avoided Charizard's primal power while rapidly approaching it. The primal force, controlled by Charizard, continued to fall and crash towards Ninetales. However, Su Jiahao's Ninetales was clearly well nurtured, its strength having reached the peak of the Overlord level, and its speed was extremely fast. It moved stealthily and elusively in the arena, effortlessly dodging Charizard's ancient power attack before launching a fierce counterattack. A purple glint flashed in its eyes, and its entire body erupted with psychic energy, surging towards Charizard. The invisible psychic power surged towards Charizard like a massive shockwave. Roar! Charizard roared, feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, letting out a painful roar. However, the power of this special ability was actually quite limited. Without stab or type advantage, it did not do much damage to Charizard. Charizard, create some distance and use ancient power continuously. Although Charizard suffered a setback, Xiaoyu was not worried at all and still ordered Charizard to use ancient power continuously. Ninetales, keep using your supernatural powers. Su Jiahao gave the order almost simultaneously with Xiaoyu. Charizard used its primal power to form rock-type energy balls in the air, which flew toward Ninetailed Fox. Ninetailed Fox, on the other hand, nimbly dodged and quickly closed in on Charizard. However, at that moment, rock-type energy suddenly erupted, and Charizard's aura surged. After continuously using ancient power, it finally triggered the passive ability of ancient power, increasing all its stats. Xiaoyu has been having Charizard use ancient power in order to trigger its passive skill, which raises all its abilities by 1 level. At the same time, Charizard, with its abilities boosted, unleashed an energy ball of primal power with increased power and speed. This caught Ninetales off guard, who could have easily dodged the primal power, and was directly struck by it, sending it flying backward. It was clear that it was seriously injured. Continue using the primal power. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. After landing a successful attack, there was no time to give Ninetales a chance to catch its breath. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot, and Xiaoyu would not let go of the opportunity to beat a dog when it's down. Upon receiving the order, Charizard continuously used primal power to bombard the fallen Ninetales. Ninetales, move at high speed. After taking a hit from the primal force, Ninetales showed no sign of backing down. It quickly got up, its body radiating psychic energy, and moved at high speed to dodge the primal force. It then rapidly approached Charizard and unleashed its psychic attack. Right now, with the hot sands. Waiting for the Ninetales to approach, Xiaoyu decisively gave the order. Charizard already gains a special attack boost under the solar power ability, and now, with the passive effect of ancient power, its special attack is further increased, making Charizard's special attack reach a terrifying level. Given that Ninetales is so close to Charizard, using Scorching Sands now will definitely have a miraculous effect. The Charizard, which could no longer contain itself, unleashed ground-type energy from its body, forming a large amount of sand in the air, mixed with fire-type energy, and hurled the Scorching Sand at Ninetales. Is this the Hot Sand skill? This is the first time Xiaoyu's Charizard has used this skill. It seems it was specially prepared for Sujiahao's Ninetales. With the Ninetales' current stamina, there is a high chance it won't be able to withstand a hot sandstorm. Ouch! Faced with the overwhelming sand, the nine-tailed fox had no time to dodge and was directly hit by the scalding sand. It only had time to let out a painful howl before collapsing to the ground and losing its ability to fight. Ninetales is unable to battle, Charizard wins. Roar! A deafening roar of cheers erupted from the crowd, celebrating Xiaoyu's victory. Come back, Ninetales, you've done a great job. Charizard. Sujiahao wasn't too affected by Ninetales' defeat. After recalling Ninetales, he took out Charizard's Pokeball and threw it out. Go, Charizard. Roar. Sujiahao's Charizard makes its appearance, and in terms of size alone, it is even slightly larger than Xiaoyu's Charizard. Page 144. Come back, Charizard. Go, Nombat. Xiaoyu's sudden change of team member caught everyone off guard. Everyone was looking forward to the internal battle of Charizard, but who would have thought that Xiaoyu would make a change at this time? Is there some special tactical arrangement behind Xiaoyu replacing Pokémon at this time? Qing Taiheng, who was in the commentary booth, also looked puzzled and couldn't understand Xiaoyu's actions. Chapter 243 Sujiahao's Fire-Breathing Dragon, Buzzbat vs Charizard. Although everyone knew that Nombat was no match for Charizard at this stage, they were all curious as to why Xiaoyu would send out Nombat at this time. Did Xiaoyu have some special tactical arrangements? Facing the tiny buzzing bat, Sujiahao's fire-breathing dragon hovered in the air, its gaze fixed on the buzzing bat, poised to strike at any moment. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Facing the flying/dragon-type Nombat, Sujiahao naturally chose to have Charizard use the dragon-type Dragon Claw move. As for status moves, he knew Nombat had Taunt, so he simply didn't use it. Upon hearing Sujiahao's voice, Charizard's claws were enveloped in dragon-type energy, as if it were wearing giant claw sheaths. With a flap of its wings, it swooped down on Nombat like a jet plane. Buzzbat, use ultrasound. Despite the Charizard's fierce attack, Xiaoyu remained calm and composed, communicating telepathically with the Nombat. The buzzing bat flapped its wings and released ultrasonic waves from its two huge purple ears, which spread outward in a ring. The ultrasonic waves swept across the entire area, engulfing Charizard and filling its ears, causing it to become confused. However, Sujiahao was not panicked at all, he was just confused. His Charizard had undergone special training to resist confusion. Even in a state of confusion, it was able to successfully unleash its attack. Charizard's body paused only slightly before it continued flying towards the Nombat, swinging its claws to strike at the Nombat. However, even if Charizard can successfully use Dragon Claw, it loses some accuracy and is still not completely immune to the effects of confusion. This gave the Nombat a chance to dodge. The Nombat had specifically undergone extreme dodge training, and it nimbly dodged in the air, using its small size and agile body to successfully dodge the Charizard's continuous claw attacks. The buzzing bat flapped its wings, slightly increasing the distance between itself and the fire-breathing dragon. Buzzer, Tailwind. Xiaoyu didn't rush to have the Buzzbat launch an attack. Instead, he continued to have the Buzzbat use its Tailwind skill, flapping its wings to create a strong wind and increase the speed of his team. Charizard, Charge Flame Strike. Seeing that the situation was turning against them, and that Charizard's attacks were having difficulty hitting Nombat, Su Jiahao switched to having Charizard use the fire-type move Flamethrower. Although Flamethrower wasn't very powerful, and Nombat was resistant to fire-type attacks, it did increase Charizard's speed. The Charizard was engulfed in flames and launched an attack on the Nombat, charging forward. Buzzing Bat, use Dragon Star Swarm. After using Tailwind, facing the Charizard charging forward with its body full of fire energy, Xiaoyu had Nombat use Dragon Star to launch a counterattack. The Buzzbat, flying in the air, still relied on its own agility and the acceleration from the Tailwind to nimbly dodge and successfully avoid the Charizard's charge. At the same time, it erupted with fierce Dragon-type energy, endless Dragon-type energy enveloping the Buzzing Bat's body, and then shot into the sky. That's Dragon Star Cluster. Dragon-type high-power move Dragon Star Cluster. Where did Xiaoyu get the TM? The TMs of Long Zinken are extremely rare and precious. Xiaoyu has made tremendous progress in the past 3 days. Not only has Charizard learned the Scorching Sands move, but Nombat has also learned the Draco Meteor move. What about Sceptile? Do you think it's possible that Xiaoyu's Pokémon actually already knew these skills, but just haven't used them yet? No way. The Dragon-type energy disappeared into the sky, then transformed into 2 or 3 burning meteorites that passed through the clouds and fell from the sky. Draco Meteor, as a powerful special attack move of the Dragon-type, has huge side effects, but it has always been one of the top special attack moves. Furthermore, the power of Draco Meteorites moves varies greatly depending on the Pokémon used. Just like Nombat's Dragon Meteor Shower can only summon 2 or 3 small meteors to fall from the sky, although its power is not bad, it is nothing compared to Rayquaza's Dragon Meteor Shower. Rayquaza's Dragon Meteor Shower in this world is enough to sink an island. The meteorite falling from the sky drew a perfect arc in the air before striking the Charizard with incredible speed and precision. Boom! Su Jiahao's Charizard was slammed to the ground by the Draco meteorite and suffered serious injuries. At this point, Su Jiahao's face looked very pale. If things continue like this, he is very likely to lose the game and will have to use his trump card. Charizard, Outrage. Su Jiahao's Charizard underwent anti-confusion training specifically to prepare for the Outrage skill. Because Charizard will be in a confused state for a period of time after using Outrage, Su Jiahao had Charizard undergo anti-confusion training in order to ensure that Charizard can maintain a certain level of combat power even in the confused state. Roar! Upon hearing Su Jiahao's command, Charizard unleashed a surge of powerful Dragon-type energy, opened its mouth, and roared wildly towards the sky, its entire body enveloped in Dragon-type energy. The Charizard's eyes turned crimson, its gaze filled with madness, and it charged fiercely towards the Buzzbat. Buzzbat, hold the line. Faced with the powerful Outrage skill, Xiaoyu decisively had Nombat use Protect to create a light shield and block Charizard's attack. But the enraged Charizard didn't care about anything else, waving its claws, which were wrapped in Dragon-type energy, and frantically attacking the light shield, seemingly trying to shatter it. Come back, Nombat. Seeing Su Jiahao's Charizard use Outrage, Xiaoyu decisively switched Pokémon to Sceptile. As soon as Sceptile appeared, Charizard seemed to have found a target to vent its anger on, swinging its Dragon-type claws at Sceptile. Before the Lizard King could react, it already had 3 wounds on its body. Roar! After landing a successful attack, Charizard showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it became even more frenzied, continuing its fierce assault on Sceptile. Lizard King, Rockfall. Chamo. Enrage erupted in the eyes of the Lizard King, which gathered rock-type energy and slammed into the ground, lifting a huge rock that hurtled towards Charizard. Oh no, Charizard, get out of the way. Although the Charizard, now in a state of confusion, still maintained its rationality, its reaction was a beat too slow. Because of its brief pause to eat, a huge rock slammed into the incoming Charizard like a cannonball. After being hit by a Draco Meteor, the Charizard, which is 4 times weak to rock slide, naturally cannot withstand another rock slide. Boom! The rock slammed into Charizard and shattered. Charizard was also knocked down from the sky by the rock slide move and fell to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Seeing the Charizard rendered powerless, Su Jiahao knew his chances of winning were slim. Yeezy went on a 1v3 rampage. How is that even possible? Come back, Charizard, go, Yeezy. Come back, Sceptile, get Charizard. Chapter 244 Yijing, Tian de Plateau Wilderness Area Patrol Team. Roger, along with Xie Tianming and Zhao Maru, walked at the foot of Tianlin Mountain, step by step, through the snow. Health is the foundation of everything. Sometimes, the trainer's own physical condition is also very important. Roger muttered to Xie Tianming and Zhao Maru, while looking up at the towering Tianlin Mountain. Their patrol route this time was to circle the entire Tinlin Mountain, which soared into the clouds. Even though he has walked this patrol route for more than 20 years and has been looking at Tinlin Mountain for more than 20 years, he is still awestruck every time he looks at Tinlin Mountain from afar. Even though it's already April, the temperature at the foot of the Tinlin Mountains is still very low, and the snow here never melts or thaws. Stop and rest, have something to eat. Roger sat down on the ground, unscrewed the cap of the flask at his waist, and took a big gulp of strong liquor. The strong liquor, once it entered Roger's throat, flowed down like a hot knife through his throat and into his stomach, stimulating his body and making him feel warmer in the cold weather. Roger gripped the wine flask, gazing blankly at the highest peak of Tinlin Mountain in the distance. How many years had it been? He had been here for over 20 years. Boom! Just as Roger was in a daze, a huge explosion suddenly rang out, pulling Roger back from his daze. Immediately afterwards, the three of them saw thick black smoke rising from the mountainside of Tinlin Mountain. More than a dozen dark figures flew out of the thick smoke, and at the same time, a furious roar that resounded through the sky came from Tinlin Mountain. With this angry roar, a gale mixed with ice energy spread outwards, creating a fierce gust of wind. The biting cold wind, as sharp as a knife, cut Roger's face, and blood seeped out. Roger touched the crimson bloodstains on his face, a solemn expression on his face. What kind of Pokémon could generate such terrifying power with just a roar? After the roar, the mountains trembled and the ground shook slightly. An unprecedented avalanche suddenly erupted. From a distance, the sea of snow surged like a mighty river flowing eastward, rolling through the mountains and plunging down the cliff like a snow waterfall. Roger frowned slightly at what he was seeing. He put his beloved flask back on his belt and muttered to himself, "Poaching again. This is such a hassle." As he spoke, Roger reached out his rough, large hand, took a red and white poke ball from his waist, and threw it out. Page 145. Roar. A flash of red light appeared, and a one-eyed Charizard emerged from the pokeball. Only its right eye remained normal, its left eye was just the white of its eye, and there was a terrifying and hideous wound on its eyelid, running from the end of its eyebrow to the corner of its mouth. It was long, thin, and frightening, giving the Charizard a sinister aura. Its gaze was fierce as it looked towards the direction from which the thick smoke was coming from halfway up Tinlin Mountain, where a terrifying presence existed even in its eyes. "Let's go, Charizard." After climbing onto Charizard's back, Roger remembered Xie Tianming and Zhelmura beside him. "Go find reinforcements, call all three teams over, and tell them we have a big deal." "Captain?" Zhelmura asked worriedly. "I've told you so many times to call the captain. You're just a burden here." "All right, go on." Roger waved his hand impatiently and said, "Hurry up and call him." After speaking, Roger patted the fire-breathing dragon beneath him. Its orange wings flapped, creating a gust of wind that blew away the snow in the forest, and it flew towards the thick smoke of Tinlin Mountain. Midway up Tinlin Mountain, boom! With a tremendous roar, a massive avalanche erupted suddenly, its force immense and howling as it swept in, quickly turning into a colossal disaster. Large amounts of snow slid down rapidly, cascading down the mountainside. Powerful air currents swept everything away with incredible speed and force, instantly destroying century-old trees that were powerless to resist. Countless Pokémon began to flee. Those that could fly escaped the scene, while those that could not fly were swallowed up in the blink of an eye. With the sound of an explosion, more than a dozen figures riding flying-type Pokémon quickly fled the scene from the direction of the rising smoke. Damn it, what just happened? Yijing's face darkened. Their poaching had been going very smoothly, but suddenly he felt a malice lock onto them, sending chills down his spine. Immediately afterwards, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted, and a massive amount of ice energy surged forth, spreading wildly like a spider web, freezing everything in its path. Yijing reacted quickly. He immediately unleashed his wheezing Pokémon self-destruct to block the biting cold and delay the freezing process. Then, he immediately rode his flying-type Pokémon and fled the scene. However, not everyone has Yijing's reaction speed. About a third of the people didn't have time to react before being permanently frozen by the bone-chilling cold, turning into ice sculptures and remaining forever on Tinlin Mountain. Even after fleeing the scene, Yijing was still somewhat frightened. What kind of Pokémon lived in that cave, yet it possessed such terrifying power even before it showed itself? Could the legend be true? Is there really an ancient sword leopard living here? "Boss, someone's coming." The group who had escaped were still shaken just moments before, they had been so close to death. As they regained their senses, they noticed a dark figure rapidly approaching from afar. Yijing frowned, his gaze fixed on the rapidly approaching black shadow. He was now unwilling to cause any further trouble. Of the more than 30 people who had come this time, more than 10 had already died, leaving only about 20. Fortunately, their poaching haul was quite substantial otherwise, even as the vice president of the Dawn Society, he would still face scrutiny upon returning. Let's shake him off and leave immediately, Yi Jing's voice rang out, signaling the steel-armored raven beneath him to accelerate and shake off the pursuers behind them. But Yi Jing soon realized something was wrong. The pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer, and only then did Yi Jing see what they looked like. Roger? Big characters burst into flames. As Roger saw the distance closing in, he immediately had his Charizard unleash flame burst, sending a large, V-shaped burst of flame flying towards Yi Jing's Corviknight. Hold on, Corviknight. Faced with Charizard's signature move, Flamethrower, Yi Jing dared not be careless in the slightest. He immediately had Corviknight use Protect to create a light shield and block the Flamethrower attack. Roger. Yi Jing shouted at Roger, who was chasing after him, don't push your luck, don't force me to take action, you're all alone. Come on, you try, see if I'm good enough on my own. It's been a long time since I've fought, my bones are practically rusting. Let me see just how strong the vice president of the Dawn Society really is. Roger beckoned to Yi Jing with a disdainful look on his face. You're asking for it. Yi Jing, who was already seething with anger, was successfully provoked by Roger's provocation. Steel Crow, land, brothers, get to work. Hearing Yi Jing's words, all of his subordinates landed on the ground and released their Pokémon to surround and attack Roger. A bunch of rabble, come on, attack together. Despite the enemy siege, Roger showed no fear. These people were just a rabble, only Pokémon with Elite 4 level strength could pose a threat to him. Chapter 245 Vice President of the Dawn Society. Tien de Plateau Wilderness Area. Charizard, Heat Wave, Torkoal, Fire Breath. Roger's voice rang out. Facing the large number of poachers, he showed no fear. Instead, he ordered Charizard and Torkoal to unleash their Fire-type area of effect attacks. Spread out, you all step back. Faced with the attack of 2 Elite 4 level Pokémon, Yi Jing shouted directly to his subordinates. He gestured for them to step back and create distance to ensure their safety, while Yi Jing also threw out a Pokeball. Slowking up, Felfin. Felfin, use Wide Guard. The Alpaca, a champion-level Torkoal with the Solar ability, combined with its maximum-powered Flamethrower, unleashed a burst of power that instantly illuminated the entire Tinlin Mountain, with endless Fire-type energy gushing from Torkoal's body. Similarly, the Charizard's hot air swept across the entire area, and the scorching flames instantly melted the snow, spreading outwards. However, when Heat Wave and Flamethrower got close to Felmoth and Slowking, they were directly blocked by the invisible Rock-type energy shield that formed a wide-area defensive energy beam. The scorching heat dissipated, revealing Frostwolf and Slowking. Although Charizard and Torkoal's attacks were very powerful, Frostwolf and Slowking were completely unharmed. It's all because of the wide-area defense skill. Wide Guard is a Rock-type status move, and like Protect and Quick Guard, it is a defensive move. Unlike other defensive moves, Wide Guard can only defend against Area of Effect (AoE) moves, but it cannot stop single-target moves. Charizard's Heat Wave and Torkoal's Fire Breath are both wide-range Area of Effect attacks, which are countered and blocked by Frostwolf's Wide Guard. Dumb King, use a lame joke. I bet many people don't know this move. After Edelweiss successfully blocked the skill with wide-area defense, Yi Jing immediately gave the order to Dazed King. Slowking unleashed Ice-type energy, which coalesced into an Ice-type energy ball that instantly soared into the sky. The weather, which had been altered by Torkoal's Sun ability, changed again, and a light snow began to fall. After using the lame joke, Slowking turned into a red light and returned to its Pokeball. A lame joke, Slowking's exclusive move, which can only be learned by regular Slowking and Galar Slowking, changes the weather to snow and returns to its Pokeball to trade with its backup Pokémon. This is an incredibly powerful move, especially when paired with Slowking's Regenerator ability, making it ridiculously strong. On one hand, it can change the weather to snow, and on the other hand, it can return Slowking to its Pokeball to trigger the Regenerator ability, while simultaneously allowing a Snow Team's attacker to safely enter the field. Regeneration returns a large amount of HP to the Pokeball. After Slowking returned to its Pokeball, Mamoswine took its place. Snowflake Moth and Ivory Boar faced Charizard and Colossal Tortoise. A fierce battle between the Snow Team and the Sunny Team. Yi Jing stared coldly at Roger, his face ashen. As the vice president of the Dawn Society, Yi Jing is already a senior Elite 4 level trainer. Although his strength may not be comparable to the Elite 4, it is not far off. Roger is also a veteran Elite 4 level trainer. He was already an Elite 4 level trainer when he became the captain of the patrol team. Now, after so many years, and with his long-term presence in the wild area, his strength is equally unfathomable. Roger, don't push your luck. You're all alone. Don't force me to kill you. Yi Jing looked at Roger, uttering threatening words, but dared not make a move. You can try. Let's see if I kill you or you kill me. Roger's eyes were full of confidence. Even though the change in weather put Roger at a disadvantage, he remained calm and composed, gazing at Yi Jing with an air of confidence. The more confident Roger was, the more uneasy Yi Jing felt. Charizard, big words bursting with flames. Coal turtle, burnout, overheating. Snowflake moth, blizzard. Ivory boar, ice screw. The chaotic battle at the foot of Tianlin Mountain did not cause any ripples, because everyone's and all the media's attention was focused on the University Cup. In Tianda City, on the battlefield of the University Cup, Charizard, final burst of fire. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Charizard erupted with astonishing flames, which swept across the entire arena and instantly engulfed Eve. Roar. When the flames died down, Yuyubu had completely lost his ability to fight. Yuyubu is unable to fight. Xiaoyu wins this match. Congratulations to Xiaoyu for advancing to the semi-finals. With only one Leafeon left, Su Jiahao naturally couldn't cause much trouble, especially since Xiaoyu switched to Charizard, which was its counter, just to be on the safe side. It has to be said that Xiaoyu's composure despite having such a significant advantage is a bit too cautious. The outcome of this match was somewhat unexpected. Everyone thought that the match between Xiaoyu and Su Jiahao would be a fierce battle, but no one expected that Xiaoyu would win the match so easily. In today's match, Xiaoyu's 3 Pokémon all showcased new moves: Charizard's Scorching Sands, Nombat's Draco Meteor, and Sceptle's Rock Slide. The new moves these 3 Pokémon learned played a crucial role in the match and were key to Xiaoyu's quick victory. Without these new techniques, Xiaoyu would have faced a tough battle, and even if he had won by chance, it wouldn't have been so easy. This made Xiaoyu realize the importance of money once again, and also made him think of Su Musa. Who knows how many moves Su Musa's Pokémon might know, given how wealthy she is. After defeating Su Jiahao, Xiaoyu successfully advanced to the semi-finals. Now he only needs to defeat one more player to participate in the upcoming national finals. Therefore, the next match will be a crucial one for all the semi-finalists. To allow the 4 finalists ample time to prepare and rest, they were given 3 precious days of rest. Back at the hotel, Xiaoyu began to focus on preparing for the semi-finals 3 days later. At this stage, none of the players who could stay and advance to the top 4 were weak. After all, each of them had fought their way through thousands of competitors. Page 146. Xiaoyu's next opponent is He Sizhu, who is also one of the favorites to win the Zishu Province Championship in this year's College Cup. He is incredibly powerful. All his Pokémon are at least at the totem level, including a gym leader level Gigantamax. This Pokémon is also He Sizhu's ace Pokémon. It is extremely powerful and has never lost a single battle in which it appears. With the combination of Salt and Regenerator, it can be said to have won easily all the way. Because of He Sizhu's strong abilities, it is widely believed that the champion of this year's Zishu Province University Cup will be either Li Xiu or He Sizhu. Even though Xiaoyu made it to the semi-finals, there was still a significant gap in skill compared to the 2 players mentioned above. Looking through He Sizhu's information, Xiaoyu scratched his head, realizing this might be the toughest match he'd faced since the start of the tournament. He Sizhu's strength lies not only in the single Pokémon Salt Giant, but also in the comprehensiveness of his Pokémon roaming. Each Pokémon, such as Sylveon, Dolphin, Beetle, and Arcanine, is very powerful, and the large number of Pokémon also means a wide variety of tactical combinations. How can we defeat He Sizhu? Chapter 246 The Terrifying Roger. The battle at the foot of Tianlin Mountain echoed throughout the entire mountain range. Yi Jing and Roger were fighting with all their might. They used almost all of their Pokémon, and neither side held back at all. Roger. Yi Jing glanced at Roger with apprehension. He hadn't expected Roger, who dressed simply and had honestly guarded the wilderness area for many years, to be so powerful. This is the end. You can't stop me. Roger's gaze fell on Yi Jing. He remained silent, completely ignoring Yi Jing's words. With a wave of his hand, he directly commanded the Charizard beside him to attack again. Charizard, Burst Burn. Roar. Roger's Charizard roared, and its fire-type energy erupted almost like tangible flames. Both used the Burst Burn skill, but Roger's Charizard was far more powerful than Xiaoyu's. Its Burst Burn almost set the entire sky ablaze, turning the azure sky orange-red. This was truly a fiery cloud. The fiery cloud surged toward Yi Jing's last ace Pokémon, Glacian. Glacian, Blizzard. The wind held, the blizzard raged, and the snow, as heavy as goose feathers, swept in and collided with the exploding flames. It should be Tianxian who was drunk and smashed Baiun to pieces. Snowflakes fell from the sky like shredded paper. Boom! With a loud roar, thick smoke billowed into the sky, and Yi Jing's ICV lay unconscious on the ground. He hadn't expected that his Glacian would be no match for Charizard. Yi Jing was truly panicked at this moment. He hadn't expected Roger to be so terrifyingly strong. With Roger's strength, if he participated in the next Heavenly King ranking tournament, he would have a real chance to challenge for the title of one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Why would someone as strong as Roger choose to guard the desolate wilderness, only to have himself run into it? Corviknight, run! Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Yi Jing quickly climbed onto Corviknight's back, recalled Glacian, and immediately commanded Corviknight to leave. Just then, an orange-red figure rushed out from the billowing black smoke. Charge flame attack! Roger's Charizard emerged from the smoke, its single remaining eye staring at Corviknight like a predatory beast. Its body was enveloped in flames, and it slammed headfirst into Corviknight, bringing it to a complete stop. Yi Jing, who was riding on the steel-armored Raven, also felt the enormous impact. He almost had his bones broken by the collision. Yi Jing felt a sudden dizziness, and when he came to his senses, he was already falling into the snow with the steel-armored Raven. At the same time, flames were gathering in the Charizard's mouth, preparing to unleash its final burst of flames. Stop! I surrender. Being killed or surrendering was not a difficult choice. Faced with the threat of death, Yi Jing chose to surrender without hesitation. Seeing Yi Jing surrender, the other poachers who were watching also tried to escape. However, just as one poacher got on his flying Pokémon and before he could take off, a jet of flame struck him and the Pokémon beneath him with perfect accuracy. What? The poacher, engulfed in flames, let out a painful howl. His entire body was engulfed in flames, and the searing pain caused him to lose his balance, falling directly off the Pokémon onto the snow. He was already beyond dead, and had suffered immense pain before his death. The Pokémon beneath him also couldn't withstand the Charizard's attack and collapsed in the snow, lifeless. Seeing their dead companions, the other poachers dared not make any rash moves. No one wanted to die in the flames. If you insist on escaping, I have the right to kill you on the spot. Roger's eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent as he warned the other poachers who wanted to leave. Having dealt with poachers for so many years, he understood their greed and cruelty better than anyone else, and there was absolutely no room for mercy towards them. Seeing that no one dared to run away, Roger walked up to Yi Jing, took the wine flask from his waist, and took a big gulp. I told you you're no match for me. Throw all your Pokeballs at me, and don't try any tricks. Hearing Roger's words, Yi Jing was already deflated. All his Pokémon were now severely injured, so it didn't really matter whether he handed them over to Roger or not. If his double explosive gas hadn't self-destruct, he might have actually been able to put up a fight. Even if he couldn't defeat Roger, he could have escaped without any problem by using the double explosive gas to self-destruct. Yi Jing thought to himself, Roger, let me go. I promise to give you a large sum of money when we get back. Yi Jing kept tempting Roger. I can also recommend you to join the Dawn Society. With your strength, once you join, I guarantee you will at least become the vice president of the Dawn Society. Staying here is just burying your talent. Are you done talking? If you are, then shut your mouth. Roger looked at Yi Jing calmly, unmoved, with a mocking expression on his face. You think you can bribe me with this little bit? I'd rather be the captain of my own company. Roger spent some time tying all the poachers' hands together with a rope and then led them on their way back. Walking in the snow, Roger led the poachers through the snow, leaving footprints of varying depths. Roger. Yi Jing looked at Roger, still unwilling to give up. If Roger were to capture him like this, only the death penalty would await him. I will use a secret to buy my life. Hearing Yi Jing's words, Roger smiled and completely ignored Yi Jing. He turned to look at Yi Jing and said, Stop talking. Aren't you tired? You'll have plenty to say when you're locked up and interrogated later. Luo. Roar. Yi Jing's voice was interrupted by a huge roar. This huge roar came with a biting cold wind, and the frost mixed in with the sound waves cut the cheeks of everyone and spread outwards. It's here, that guy's here. Run, Roger, run. You're no match for him. Let me go, let me leave. A hint of fear flashed in Yi Jing's eyes. He hadn't expected that the Pokémon in the cave would actually chase after him. The other poachers around them also felt a chill. They had witnessed their companions die beside them and knew better than anyone the terror of these Pokémon. Suddenly, a malevolent gaze fell upon them, and the threat of death filled their hearts, making everyone tremble. Roger looked serious and warily surveyed the forest. The one-eyed fire-breathing dragon beside him also looked solemn, as it too felt a terrifying pressure permeating the forest. A powerful Pokémon is nearby. Roger, let me go. Get out of here. Yi Jing, standing behind him, was extremely anxious. He had personally experienced just how powerful this unknown divine beast was. Not to mention Roger, Even the 4 heavenly kings would likely be no match for it. You are definitely no match for it. Shut up, Roger snapped at Yi Jing. Suddenly, ice energy erupted and spread instantly, freezing the last few poachers before they could react. Chapter 247 The Legendary Ancient Sword Leopard. A terrifying chill swept across the land, the sky gradually darkened, and a biting cold seeped into everyone's heart. The snow, falling like goose feathers, grew heavier and heavier. A suffocating, oppressive, tense, and panicked atmosphere was spreading. Everyone held their breath, and fine beads of sweat kept seeping from their foreheads. The poachers looked around nervously, uneasy and fearful. The fear of death lingered in my mind, refusing to leave. Goo. Yi Jing swallowed hard. He could clearly feel the oppressive feeling from the depths of his soul, as well as the deep malice. But until now, he hadn't even seen what the Pokémon that attacked them looked like, which terrified him. After all, the fear of the unknown is the most terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that they know the unknown Pokémon is all around them, ready to attack and kill them at any moment, but they have absolutely no way to stop it. Roger, release us right now and give us back our Pokémon. We'll split up and escape, and we can at least distract you. Otherwise, we'll be trapped like this. Yi Jing was genuinely terrified. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. Roger completely ignored Yi Jing. One was a thief, and the other was a patrol team member. How could he possibly let Yi Jing go? Even if he killed Yi Jing, he couldn't let him go. As visibility worsened, Roger ignored Yi Jing's anger and cautiously observed his surroundings. He knew that the unknown Pokémon was nearby, toying with everyone like a hunter, enjoying the cat-and-mouse game. Roar! The fearful atmosphere lasted for several breaths before a huge roar finally broke the panic. Before anyone knew it, a snow-white figure, taking advantage of the cover of the heavy snow, darted through the snow and pounced on the poachers. It was a giant leopard Pokémon, 3 meters tall and nearly 7 meters long. It walked lightly on the snow without making a sound. Its appearance is like a magnified version of a snow leopard and a saber-toothed tiger combined. Its 2 teeth are made up of huge broken swords, which exude a chilling aura and the hatred of wronged souls. At the same time, there are light blue rhomboid objects all over its body, which look like sparkling ice crystals. Ancient Sword Leopard. Roger was startled when he saw the ancient leopard, but he quickly calmed down. There were legends about the ancient leopard in Tianlin Mountain, and he already knew a lot about the appearance of this legendary Pokémon. Naturally, he recognized it at a glance as the disaster Pokémon in the ancient book, the disaster Pokémon that represents avalanches. Roger also sensed the powerful aura emanating from the ancient leopard opposite him. Its strength far exceeded that of Roger's Pokémon, and once they clashed, he would have absolutely no chance of winning. The only thing I can do is try my best to save my life. Roar! The ancient sword leopard opened its massive jaws and let out a tremendous roar. The huge sound wave, mixed with ice energy, spewed outwards like a frost roar, forming ice spikes that shot out and pierced into the bodies of the poachers. Charizard, big words bursting with flames. With just a roar, it was as if a powerful area of effect attack had been unleashed, forcing Roger to rely on Charizard to defend against it. Page 147. A large amount of fire energy gushed from the Charizard's mouth, shooting out in a large, V-shaped arc of flame that flew towards the ancient sword leopard. A scorching wave of flame swept in, melting some of the ice spikes flying towards Roger and blocking most of the attack, but a small number of ice spikes still managed to scatter. What? Other poachers don't have Pokémon protection. Once the ice spike hits their bodies, it instantly creates a huge hole, and screams of agony fill the air. Faced with the indiscriminate attacks of the ancient leopard, more than half of them are killed or injured in just a moment. Roger was not affected by the poachers' deaths. The poachers deserved to die anyway, it didn't matter who killed them, as long as they were dead. Run, Charizard, prepare for takeoff. At this moment, Roger also felt the threat of death. He couldn't care less about the poachers behind him and immediately chose to save his life, wanting to ride away on his Charizard. But the ancient sword leopard didn't give him a chance to leave. It let out another huge roar and unleashed an ice-type skill. Icicle Crash. Ice energy began to condense in the sky, and huge ice pillars took shape almost instantly. These ice pillars, like a dense array of spears, all turned to aim at Roger. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of the ancient sword leopard, the ice pillars shot towards Roger at high speed like arrows released from a bow. Faced with the ancient sword leopard's attack, the one-eyed fire-breathing dragon reacted immediately. It let out a huge roar at the ancient sword leopard, then stood in front of Roger, intending to block the fatal blow for him. Hold on. Charizard immediately used Protect, and normal-type energy surged out, instantly forming a light shield in front of it. Boom boom boom. The icicles struck the pillar of light, producing a crisp sound. Each icicle that struck the light shield caused it to tremble and flash with light. Roger's heart sank. Judging from the situation, Charizard's Protect might not be able to withstand Elderglave's Ice Spike. Boom! As Roger pondered, the light shield, relentlessly bombarded by the ice pillars, gradually dimmed, clearly nearing its limit and on the verge of shattering. Just then, with a crisp sound, the light shield that had been protecting him shattered like glass. Faced with the attack of the legendary ancient sword leopard, even the divine skill of Guardian couldn't stop it. Without the light shield to block it, the remaining ice pillars continued to fly towards the fire dragon. The one-eyed Charizard's claws materialized, frantically blocking the flying ice pillars. However, some still managed to slip through, piercing through the defenses like spears and instantly inflicting severe damage on the Charizard. Meanwhile, facing the ancient leopard's wide-range attack skills, Yi Jing and the others, whose Pokémon had been captured, were in dire straits. They had absolutely no means of defense, like lambs to the slaughter, and could only let the ancient leopard kill them. Just now, a round of ice pillars had instantly killed or injured several more of them. In the blink of an eye, only 6 or 7 of the more than 20 poachers remained alive. "Give us back our Pokeballs and let us go," Yi Jing said urgently. "Run." Roger didn't care about anything else. Besides, Roger wanted these villains from the Dawn Society to die as soon as possible, so how could he let them go? Roger abandoned the captured poachers and immediately rode away on his heavily wounded Charizard. Watching the humans flee in front of it, the ancient sword leopard did not give chase. It turned its head to look at Yi Jing, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 248 Divine Coffin 10. Tien de Plateau Wilderness Area. Amidst the swirling snow and the dark, snow-covered forest, blood splattered everywhere, staining the pure white snow a deep crimson. Roger escaped on Charizard, but this was a tragedy for the poachers who lost their Pokémon. With their Pokémon confiscated, they had no means of escape and all became victims of the ancient sword leopard broken sword in fear, with none escaping. Scattered all around were severed limbs and organs, as well as ice sculptures frozen in ice. The person inside the ice sculpture had eyes filled with terror, clearly having suffered immense fear before being frozen. After killing all the intruders, the ancient sword leopard disappeared into the swirling snow and returned to Tin Lin Mountain. About 10 minutes later, a figure appeared in the snow forest. He was short and stocky, about 1.65 meters tall. He was covered by a thick black cloak, and in the dim light, he almost blended into the surrounding environment, making him difficult to spot. At the same time, the mask on the man's face was more eye-catching than his physique. He wore his signature crying mask, but it was slightly different from the mask worn by the Coffin 12 of the Dream Realm. His crying mask was light silver in color and had the number 10 engraved on it. This also represents his identity, Divine Coffin Reserve Number 10. The masks on the coffin are divided into 2 categories, one is a golden crying mask, and the other is a silver crying mask. The official members wear gold crying masks, while the reserve members wear silver crying masks. A full member of the coffin can recruit a reserve member, just like the reserve Coffin 10 in front of us, who was recruited by a full member of the Coffin 10. Therefore, the entire Divine Coffin organization now has a total of 24 people, 12 official members and 12 reserve members. The man in front of me is Kong Yuxuan. He is the vice president of the Dawn Society and the only son of the president of the Dawn Society. He is 35 years old and in his prime. Although Kong Yuxuan is only a reserve member, his strength is still quite impressive. Even at only 35 years old, with the accumulation of abundant resources, he has already achieved a level of strength comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. It's important to know that the members of the Divine Coffin organization are very complex. The distinction between formal and reserve members is not based on strength, but rather on whether or not they possess a divine beast. This has led to some reserve members being stronger than regular members. Of course, Kong Yuxuan's strength isn't particularly high right now. He's at the bottom of the Divine Coffin reserve team. He was only able to join the organization because his father was a full member of Divine Coffin 10, codenamed Phoenix. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to join. Guess which divine beast his father possesses? It's actually quite easy to guess. Kong Yuxuan frowned as he looked at the corpses and ice sculptures scattered on the ground. He suppressed his nausea and began to examine the corpses one by one. He immediately noticed Yi Jing, who was frozen in ice, but after only a glance, he continued his search. Kong Yuxuan wanted to find Roger's body here. He needed to confirm whether Roger was dead or not. Only if Roger was dead could the secret of the ancient sword leopard be kept secret for the time being. However, after looking around, the result was naturally very disappointing to him. Among the scattered corpses, apart from the bodies of the Dawn Society poachers, Roger's body was not found. It was obvious that Roger had survived and escaped. Waste. Yu Jing is a piece of trash. Kong Yuxuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Yu Jing was utterly useless, he couldn't even handle Roger. After serving as the vice president of the Dawn Society for so many years, Yu Jing's strength hadn't improved at all. Kong Yuxuan sighed softly. If Roger returned alive with news of Guglielmo, the Pokémon Association would intervene, and he would never have another chance to capture it. Therefore, he had to catch up with Roger and kill him. Come out, fat sweetie. Slimy is a fairy-type Pokémon, but it's not particularly strong in battles. Being a fairy-type Pokémon, its abilities are quite mediocre. It doesn't have any obvious weaknesses, but it also doesn't have any outstanding strengths, which is why it's rarely raised by trainers as their main Pokémon. However, Fat Sweetie has a unique ability, her sense of smell is extremely developed. Fat Sweetie's sense of smell is more than 1,000,000 times more sensitive than that of humans. She can understand the surrounding situation through the subtle scents floating in the air. Therefore, Fat Sweetie is usually a good helper for pastry chefs, and it can also smell people's physical and mental state from their body odor, which has attracted much attention in the field of medicine. Besides, Slippery is also one of the most suitable Pokémon for tracking. Just like in the current situation, it can easily track the blood scent that has been diluted countless times in the air. Fat Sweetie, help me smell the blood and see if anyone is injured or has left, please, or smell if there's any fire-breathing dragon nearby, Fat Sweetie, Kong Yuxuan said, patting Fat Sweetie. Fat Sweetie nodded, then started twitching her nostrils, sniffing the mixed smell of blood in the air. Fat Sweetie sniffed the blood as she moved, chasing after Roger in the direction he had left. The wounded Charizard left a trail of blood, which served as a guiding light for Fatty Sweetie. Found it? Fat Sweetie nodded. Come out, Salamence. Kong Yuxuan smiled, then released Salamence, climbed onto its back, and followed the trail left by Charizard to track Roger. However, just 5 minutes after Kong Yuxuan left, a figure reappeared in the jungle. Houndoom followed beside the figure, lowering its head to sniff the scent in the air. He really came. Sushio's face was slightly flushed. The high-speed journey had exhausted him. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, a glint flashed in Sushio's eyes. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. The only surprise was Roger. He didn't expect Roger to lead the patrol today and get involved in this accident. Thinking of Roger, Sushio recalled his patrol team years ago. Roger was undoubtedly a selfless captain. With his abilities, he could have easily applied for a transfer away from this harsh place, but he didn't, and stayed here for more than 10 years. For decades, he silently guarded the wilderness. Roger never married or had children. He dedicated everything to the wilderness and to Greenhill Town. He, like Roger, once took it upon himself to protect the wilderness, until that incident occurred. Sushio shook his head. He seemed a little nostalgic today, as if he was thinking about things from the past. Seeing the direction Kong Yuxuan had left in, Sushio climbed onto Bald Eagle Na's back and chased after him. Hopefully I can make it in time. Because it's important, I put it at the end. Sushio has always been a very important character in this book, and one of the core characters. He is both a villain and not a villain. When I was planning to write a Pokémon book, I envisioned 2 beginnings and 2 main characters. One of the protagonists is a member of a large family like Xiaoyu. The 6th brother is a cunning and slightly lecherous protagonist, but he is also kind and responsible. Another type is dark fiction, featuring protagonists with no background or power, somewhat similar to Sushio now, ruthless and unscrupulous. Ultimately, after considering all factors, I decided to write something lighthearted and positive, choosing Xiaoyu as the protagonist. The other protagonist was then set up as Sushio. The following chapters will detail Sushio's background and experiences, and some of the foreshadowing regarding Sushio in the previous chapters will also be revealed. Meanwhile, another key character who was teased in the previous chapters will also make an appearance soon. The names suggested by readers are not satisfactory, so I'll give you a spoiler. The names will be chosen based on the character's information. First of all, he is a core positive character, a standard righteous person, and he is powerful, somewhere between the 4 heavenly kings and the champion. Page 148. Secondly, this character is related to Roger, and his ace Pokémon is Charizard. Finally, this character will have a significant impact on the future direction of the plot. Please submit your names. Chapter 249 Roger. In the Tian Du Plateau wilderness, inside a cave, Roger had just changed the medicine for Charizard. The two, along with their Pokémon, were resting inside the cave, sheltering from the wind and snow. Roger sat on the ground, gazing at the swirling snow outside the cave, his mind preoccupied with the matter of the ancient sword leopard. His first thought was that he had to go back immediately and report the matter of the elder lever to the Pokémon Association. If it were anyone else with even a little bit of selfishness, they would definitely have chosen to keep it a secret and look for an opportunity to catch the elder lever. However, Roger was an upright man, and he never considered doing such a thing. Firstly, his character wouldn't allow him to do it, and secondly, his abilities wouldn't permit it. Compared to how to deal with the ancient sword leopard, he was more worried about the safety of the patrol team. The appearance of a mythical beast in the wilderness was not a good thing for the patrol team, but rather a disaster. Roger was fortunate that he was the team leader on patrol today, otherwise, anyone else would probably have been killed by poachers and ancient sword leopards. Especially considering that this ancient sword leopard is so powerful, at least at the champion level, or even at the near master level. Thinking of this, Roger took down the wine jug and took a big gulp. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. If he was lucky, he encountered the legendary Pokémon Ancient Saber. If he was unlucky, he suffered heavy losses, with all his Pokémon seriously injured. Now only Charizard was still able to fight. Just as Roger was stunned, a huge figure appeared at the cave entrance. Salamanca's massive body blocked the cave entrance. Kong Yuxuan and Fatty Tianyi jumped off Salamence and looked at the injured Charizard and Roger, their faces hidden behind masks revealing a mocking expression. "So you were hiding here? It's been quite a search." Kong Yuxuan's voice carried a hint of coldness. "Salamander, Thunderfang." Without much preamble, Kong Yuxuan immediately took action. The Salamanca's mouth crackled with electricity as it bit down on the injured Charizard. Roar! Even though it was injured, the one-eyed Charizard did not back down at all. Dragon-type energy enveloped its claws, and it used the Dragon Claw move to choose to confront Salamence head-on. Boom! In the clash, Roger's Charizard suffered a setback. The difference in strength sent it flying, aggravating its existing injuries. The immense power of the Salamence before him filled Roger with a sense of foreboding. Roger's gaze fell on the short man wearing a mask. He frowned, certain that he did not recognize the man and had never seen the mask he wore before. However, the man attacked him without warning, which clearly meant that he knew Roger and wanted to kill him. "I didn't expect your Charizard to still be able to fight. In that case, go ahead, Rhyperior, use Stone Smash." Seeing that Charizard still had the strength to fight, Kong Yuxuan immediately took out a Pokeball and released another Rhyperior to be on the safe side. With two Elite 4-level Pokémon defeating an injured Charizard, there was naturally no suspense left. "Salamander, keep using Thunderfang." Faced with the attack of two Pokémon, the one-eyed Charizard turned its head to look at Roger behind it, and then its whole body erupted with amazing fire-type energy. At this moment, almost all the fire-type energy in its body was about to burst out, completely burned out. Endless flames filled the entire cave, but were blocked by Salamanca's Protect move. Meanwhile, the Rhyperior, having withstood the burning flames of Charizard, charged in front of Charizard and launched a stone attack, slamming into Charizard's body. Roar! With a painful howl, Charizard lost its ability to battle and lay on the ground unconscious. "Come back, Charizard." Roger felt a chill in his heart. He knew he was most likely going to die here, and now he only hoped that Charizard would not be hurt anymore. Kong Yuxuan looked at Roger, his tone heavy with a teasing, cat-and-mouse-like quality. "Any last words, Captain Roger?" Roger stared at Kong Yuxuan without saying a word. Instead, he silently took the wine flask from his waist and gulped it down, not caring how strong the wine was. Cough cough, "Since we're all going to die anyway, we can't waste this wine. Also, don't call me Captain Luo, call me Commander Luo." Roger's voice did not tremble at all, as if he had already accepted his fate of death, and was even still struggling with the title of captain. "Are you done talking?" Seeing Roger's calm and indifferent attitude towards life and death, Kong Yuxuan felt a surge of anger. He was very dissatisfied with Roger's reaction. Why is Roger so calm? He should have knelt down and begged him not to kill him. What makes him so calm? Kong Yuxuan looked at the calm Roger in front of him, his eyes gradually turning crazed. A perverse idea suddenly surged into his mind, and his cold voice rang out, "Captain Luo, I'll give you a chance to live." As Kong Yuxuan spoke, he took out his phone from his waist and pointed it at Roger. "If you shout, 'Long live the Dawn Society,' I'll let you go." Kong Yuxuan watched Roger with great interest. He was curious whether Roger would shout, "Long live the Dawn Society," to save his life. He wanted to see if Roger could remain so calm once he had a chance to live. Of course, even if Roger shouted, Kong Yuxuan wouldn't let him go. He just liked watching people face death, seeing them struggle desperately for help with a glimmer of hope, pleading and begging, only to find themselves devastated and helpless when they discovered they had been deceived. To his surprise, Roger remained remarkably calm, looking at Kong Yuxuan with composure. Are you a member of the Dawn Society? Let me think. A celestial king-level flying dragon plus a super-armored rhinoceros. You must have a close relationship with Kong Zhenhua, right? Looking at your burly appearance, you've inherited your father's genes. You must be his son, right? Roger's words instantly enraged Kong Yuxuan, piercing his nerves. His eyes turned bloodshot, his breathing became heavy, and he pulled a pistol from his waist, aiming it at Roger. Are you really looking for death? I'm asking you, are you going to shout or not? Who do you think you are? The Dawn Society is nothing but trash, dog meat is not presentable. Do you think I'm afraid of your threats in this line of work? Roger cursed vehemently. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. Kong Yuxuan did not stop until he emptied his magazine, while Roger was already dead beyond any doubt. His beloved wine jug fell to the ground, and blood mixed with wine flowed all over the place. Roger died. He died in the cave, in the wilderness he had guarded for over a decade. He had a peaceful smile on his face. He and his Pokémon fought to the very last moment, without disgracing the patrol team or the Charizard survey team. In the instant of his death, he seemed to look back on his entire life, as if watching a movie replay. Although there will be a new sun tomorrow, there will never be another sun like today. I really want to see the sunrise at Tinlin Mountain again. Chapter 250 Sushio's Secret. The north wind was howling and the snow was falling heavily. The snow fell exceptionally deep, and everything in sight was a vast expanse of white, turning the entire sky into a white curtain. Kong Yuxuan, who had shot Roger, was in a state of extreme emotional instability, with smoke rising from the gun barrel. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. He stood there stunned for several breaths before gradually calming down. Kong Yuxuan frowned as he looked at Roger's body, silently changing the magazine while pondering how to handle the aftermath. First, the body had to be disposed of, then the entire entrance to the cave was blocked, and finally the entire entrance was sealed off. In this way, no one could find Roger's body, and no one would know that he had killed Roger. Boom. Who? Just as he was thinking, a strange noise came from behind him. Sensitive and nervous, Kong Yuxuan turned around instantly and fired his gun. Boom. Gunshots rang out, but the bullets were easily blocked by Banjures. It was only then that Kong Yuxuan could see who it was. Sushio? Why is he here? Upon seeing that the visitor was Sushio, Kong Yuxuan's tense heart relaxed slightly. Sushio was just a trainer who had just entered the Elite 4 level, and he only had one Elite 4 level Tyranitar, whose strength was no match for him. Kong Yuxuan. Sushio saw Roger's corpse, his pupils contracted slightly, and his heart trembled, but his voice remained calm and hoarse. Long time no see. Kong Yuxuan, wearing a mask, was slightly surprised and frowned. He hadn't expected that Sushio would still recognize him even though he was wearing a mask. Now that he had been recognized, Kong Yuxuan decided not to hide his identity any longer. He took off his mask, looked at Sushio, and asked in a questioning tone with a hostile attitude, "What are you doing here? Were you following me?" Following? Sushio's face was expressionless as he stared at Kong Yuxuan. If you think so, then so be it. I never expected you would actually kill Roger. You are still as stupid as a pig, relying on your father's protection to do stupid things without thinking. Hearing Sushio's tirade and insults, Kong Yuxuan's face flushed red, his expression contorted with rage, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Who do you think you are, daring to lecture me? Bao Filong, teach him a lesson, use tile splitting. Salamanqui's fists crackled with fighting-type energy, and with a flap of its wings, it charged fiercely toward Tyranitar. Tyranitar, freeze punch. Both of them attacked with the intention of killing the other. Tyranitar is 4x weak to fighting, so use brick break on Salamence. Salamence is 4 times weak to ice, so Tyranitar uses ice punch. Tyranitar's fist was covered in ice energy. He spun around and threw a punch that collided with Salamence. Boom. Tyranitar and Salamence clashed, and the collision of their energies created a tremendous sound within the narrow cave. Kong Yuxuan only saw that Salamence was no match for Tyranitar. It was blasted away by a single punch, flew back, and crashed into the wall, leaving a dent. How is this possible? Kong Yuxuan's face showed a shocked expression. He did not expect that his Salamence would be seriously injured in just one exchange. Only then did he come to his senses. Your Tyranitar is a champion level. That's right, in just 6 months, Sushio's Tyranitar's strength has increased dramatically again, from the Elite 4 level to the champion level. Is this reasonable? This is very unreasonable. Kong Yuxuan then took a closer look at Sushio and realized that he had been underestimating him all along. Sushio's resume has no highlights. The only special thing is that 3 years ago he wiped out an entire family for a baby Tyranitar, and then 3 years later he raised that baby Tyranitar into a champion-level Tyranitar. Page 149. It's quite unreasonable to raise a pseudo-legendary Pokémon from its infancy to the Elite Four level in such a short time, but it's still possible if you overdraw the Pokémon's potential and pile on a lot of resources. Although somewhat surprised, he didn't think much of it. However, now, in just 6 months, Sushio had trained Tyranitar from Elite Four level to Champion level. That was absolutely impossible. Even with ample resources, it was absolutely impossible. It's absolutely impossible to raise a young Tyranitar into a Champion-level Tyranitar in 3.5 years. Therefore, Sushio must possess a treasure, and an extremely valuable one at that. Thinking of this, Kong Yuxuan's greed surged uncontrollably. He had to get his hands on this treasure that could accelerate Pokémon's growth. Since it had come to him, he wouldn't be surprised. Kong Yuxuan took out a Pokeball from his waist. This was the Pokémon his father had prepared for him to save his life during this mission, and it was also one of his father's ace Pokémon. Go forth, General Servant. Both are Champion-level Pokémon, and both are 4x weak to fighting. As the evolved form of Slash Commander, Servant General is quite powerful and is a standard tank-type physical attacker. Aside from its slightly slow speed and extremely weak special attack, Generalissimo is practically without any weaknesses. With high HP, high physical attack, and high defense, plus its Admiral ability and stab move Sucker Punch, Generalissimo is exceptionally strong in battle. Its only major drawback is that it is 4 times weaker in melee combat. General of the Blades sat on the ground, staring at Tyranitar with murderous intent in his eyes. The large sword on his head was particularly eye-catching. Even when facing a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, it showed no fear. Seeing Kong Yuxuan release the Servant Blade General, Sushio showed no surprise whatsoever, as if he had long expected Kong Yuxuan to have such a trick up his sleeve. Sushio, since you're courting death, you can't blame me. Kong Yuxuan's face was ferocious, and he looked at Sushio as if he were already dead. Ultra-Rapid Dragon, Super Armored Rhinoceros, Blocking Bear, Rogue Panda. Kong Yuxuan unleashed all his Pokémon at once, showing no regard for fair battles. However, the cramped space severely limited the Pokémon's abilities, making the simultaneous appearance of so many Pokémon extremely crowded. Facing Kong Yuxuan's Pokémon, Sushio remained expressionless and said to Tyranitar beside him, "Don't hold back, Tyranitar, unleash Dark Pulse at full power." As Sushio's voice rang out, a surge of violent dark energy suddenly erupted from Tyranitar's body. A thick, viscous dark energy burst forth from Tyranitar's body, and at the same time, a bright light erupted from Tyranitar's body, and a stone slab could be vaguely seen emerging. The Evil Face Tablet, one of the tablets of Arceus, the creator god. No one knows the specific function of Arceus's tablets, but everyone knows that as long as you have an Arceus tablet, you can improve a Pokémon's aptitude and quickly increase its strength. When Kong Yuxuan saw the evil-faced stone tablet, his pupils dilated in shock, and his face was filled with disbelief. Sushio's Tyranitar actually had an evil-faced stone tablet of Arceus inside its body. No wonder Sushio was able to improve his strength to this extent in such a short time. With the blessing of this evil-faced stone tablet, Tyranitar's strength instantly surged. The surging evil energy filled the entire cave, and almost instantly, apart from General of the Blades, all of Kong Yuxuan's other Pokémon lost their ability to battle. "You can die now." Sushio's expression was indifferent as he ordered Bangerous to launch a fierce attack. Chapter 251 Charizard Special Operations Team. Tianda City University Cup. Xiaoyu lay on the soft bed in the hotel, staring blankly at the ceiling, pondering how to defeat Hisishu's Salt Stone Giant. Salt Giant is a tank-type Pokémon, incredibly powerful in battle thanks to its signature move Salt. It can also learn powerful status moves such as Iron Defense, Rock Polish, Stealth Rock, Curse, and Recover. How to overcome Hisishu's ace Pokémon, Giant Salt Stone, is the biggest problem facing Xiaoyu. Of course, the most crucial thing is that Hisishu also has a Beetle Armor Saint with the Resurrection Prayer skill. Even if Xiaoyu finally breaks through the Salt Stone Giant, the Beetle Armor Saint can revive him. Prayer of Resurrection, a normal status move that allows a Pokémon that has lost the ability to battle to recover some of its HP through a loving prayer. This move can only be used once per period of time. This is unbearable. Xiaoyu looked somewhat worried. Hisishu was undoubtedly a tough nut to crack, but the next match was crucial for Xiaoyu. Only by winning the next match could he participate in the national finals. If Xiaoyu loses here, he'll probably die of anger on the spot. To secure victory, Xiaoyu even equipped Charizard with a Charizard Mega Evolution Stone Y, planning to Mega Evolve it directly. With Charizard Y's special attack power and a solar beam during sunny day, it might actually be able to launch a surprise attack. However, This prematurely revealed the mega evolution. Sigh, Xiaoyu sighed. If Z crystals weren't banned in this kind of competition, Xiaoyu would have given the Lizard King the Dragon Z crystal directly. With the power of the Z crystal, it was very likely that it could break through the Salt Stone Giant's defenses. What a pity, why can't it be used? Come on, as the developer of the exclusive Z move, isn't it normal to use Z moves in the high school cup? Dong dong. A crisp knock on the door interrupted Xiaoyu's thoughts. Xiaoyu frowned slightly. The hotel he stayed in consisted of rooms reserved for players of the college cup, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be disturbed by outsiders. Xiao, it's me. Xiaoyang's voice came from outside. There was another person standing next to him, tall and straight, wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled low. You're here. Xiaoyu opened the door, his gaze sweeping over his father before moving to the middle-aged man beside him. The man's face was slightly dark, with a resolute expression. His bright eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. He was about 40 years old, tall and straight, giving off an impression of decisiveness, shrewdness, and competence. Xiao, this is Feng Quanggaian, Captain Feng. Old man Xiaoyong said to Xiaoyu. He stood about half a step behind Feng Quanggaian, clearly indicating that the two of them were in charge of Feng Quanggaian. Thank you for your trouble, Master Xia, Feng Quanggaian said to Xiaoyong in thanks. Okay, you guys chat, I'll be going now. Xiaoyong nodded and left the room. Looking at Feng Quanggaian and Xiaoyu, Xiaoyong couldn't help but sigh. The people Xiaoyu associates with are now on a completely different level from the people he associates with. If it were me, and I went to visit Feng Quanggaian, I doubt he would even see me. Why am I, as his father, feeling so aggrieved? But no matter how powerful Xiaoyu is, I am still his father, and he still has to call me dad. After Xiaoyong left, Feng Quanggaian sat on the sofa, carefully examining Xiaoyu, and said in a hoarse but loud voice, Xiaoyu, hello, nice to meet you. My name is Feng Quanggaian. Feng Quanggaian? Xiaoyu was certain that he had never heard this person's name before, and this was the first time he had ever met him. Hello. Although Xiaoyu had never seen this person before, he still greeted him politely. After all, his father was personally accompanying him, so his status must be quite high. Let me introduce myself first. I am Feng Quanggaian, the captain of the China Fire-Breathing Dragon Special Operations Team. Feng Quanggaian got straight to the point, revealing his identity. I'll keep it short and sweet this time. I'm here to see you. Commander-in-Chief of the Charizard Special Operations Team. The minimum strength requirement for members of the Charizard Special Operations Team is Gym Leader level. The requirement for squad leaders is Elite 4 level, and as for the Captain Commander, he must be at least Elite 4 level, right? Xiaoyu looked Feng Quanggaian up and down. No matter how he looked at him, he felt that Feng Quanggaian was not like him. But you can't judge a book by its cover. People would think that someone as handsome as himself is a celebrity, but isn't he also a trainer? You can't judge a book by its cover. With your research capabilities and trainer skills, I believe you can attend any university. I'm here on behalf of Imperial Capital University and the Charizard Special Operations Team, hoping you will apply to Imperial Capital University's trainer program. Feng Quanggaian's voice was short and forceful. Furthermore, after you report to the university, we will specially recruit you to join the Charizard Special Operations Team. Xiaoyu had only met the Charizard Special Operations Team once, during the attack on the Dragon-type secret realm in the capital, when he met several members of the Charizard Special Operations Team. Each of them possessed a Charizard, and all of them were at least Gym Leader level. Later, he also heard Long Yaoning mention that the Charizard Special Operations Team was one of the 3 major special operations teams in the entire country of China. The other 2 special operations teams are the Gyarados Special Operations Team in the coastal area and the Garchomp team in the inland area. Of course, Ground Dragon refers to the Desert Dragonfly, not the Garchomp. The original name of the Ground Dragon team was also the Desert Dragonfly Special Operations Team. However, it is said that the captain of the Desert Dragonfly Special Operations Team strongly protested against the team's name, arguing that Charizard and Gyarados, 2 pseudo-dragons, could be called dragons, while Desert Dragonfly, a legitimate dragon type, was called Dragonfly. After that, the Desert Dragonfly Special Operations Team was renamed the Garchomp Special Operations Team. You should have heard of the Fire-Breathing Dragon Special Operations Team. Feng Quanggaian asked. You should have seen my team members when the Imperial Capital's Dragon Realm was attacked by the Dawn Society last time. This time, I'm inviting you to join the Fire-Breathing Dragon Special Operations Team because I hope you will join the newly formed secret squad, Team 0. Team 0? It sounds really impressive, but why would they approach me? Xiaoyu didn't rush to agree. He was no longer the unknown nobody who could be manipulated by others. He is now not only a rising star in the scientific research community, but also one of the top 4 teams in the Sichuan Province University Cup this year. It can be said that Xiaoyu is the most capable trainer in scientific research, and also the most talented trainer in scientific research. Captain Feng, I'd like to ask why you approached me. Xiaoyu asked, voicing his doubts. And what is Team Zero's mission? Because of your strength and talent, your performance in the College Cup was outstanding. After watching your match, I carefully reviewed your file and found it to be clean, so I specially invited you to join. Feng Kuanggai patiently explained, as for the mission of Team Zero, because it is of great importance, I cannot tell you until you are sure you want to join Team Zero. Xiaoyu fell into thought. He dared not agree rashly. To put it bluntly, joining Team Zero held no appeal for him. He already has enough Pokémon. He already has enough money by cooperating with Xiao Wanyu, and he won't lack money at all once the Mega Evolution is announced. Wonder Woman, cough cough, I'm getting off topic, we don't need that for now. So all that's left is power, but unfortunately Xiaoyu isn't very interested in the power of this corrupt Pokémon association. Captain Feng, you should know that in addition to being a trainer, I am also a researcher. Even if I join the Charizard Special Operations team, I may not have time to carry out missions. We have also considered your research talent. Feng Kuanggai seemed to have expected Xiaoyu to say this. The tasks of Team Zero are not heavy. I can guarantee that you will have at least half of your personal time each month. By the way, once you join the Charizard Special Operations team, the protection level of your family members will be raised to the same level as yours. At the same time, your immediate family members will be able to get a Pokémon selection opportunity from the Southwest and North China regions. That is, your parents, your brother, and your future wife and daughter will all have a chance to choose. If you become a champion-level trainer, I guarantee you a spot to choose a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Xiaoyu frowned. To be honest, the conditions offered by Feng Kuanggai were too good, so good that he began to suspect that the Zero Team's mission was not simple. These rewards looked more like a pension. I'm sorry, Captain Feng's matter is of great importance, and I cannot agree to it immediately, Xiaoyu said tactfully. Xiaoyu. Faced with Xiaoyu's rejection, Feng Kuanggai's expression remained unchanged. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse, let me make a call. Feng Kuanggai picked up the phone, which felt like a brick being moved, dialed a number, whispered a few words, and then handed the phone to Xiaoyu. It's Long Fan's phone. Hey, Xiaoyu, agree to Feng Kuanggai's request and join the Charizard Zero team. Long Fan's words were concise and to the point, without any unnecessary words. Don't ask why, this is a good thing. Champion Lu from the Southwest region personally nominated your name. Page 150. Lu Guanzhen? Lu Ting, the champion of the Southwest region and a formidable fighter. I understand. Xiaoyu nodded, then chatted with Dragon King for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. Captain Feng, I'm joining. With Long Fan's tip-off, Xiaoyu, though still unclear about the situation, chose to listen to Long Fan and join the fire-breathing dragon special operations team. Very good. Feng Kuanggai nodded in satisfaction, then his face darkened. Prepare diligently for the next match and strive to reach the national finals. I have some matters to attend to. After saying this, Feng Kuanggai hurriedly left the hotel and rode his fire-breathing dragon to the Tiande Plateau wilderness area. This morning, the police received an anonymous message claiming that Roger, the captain of the Tiande Plateau wilderness area patrol team, had been killed by poachers, and the message detailed the location of Roger's death. After the patrol team sent people to investigate, they did indeed find Roger's body at the location mentioned by the mysterious man. The tragic death of the patrol team leader at the hands of poachers immediately caused a sensation. The Pokémon Association immediately blocked the news and prepared to thoroughly investigate the matter. Furthermore, due to Roger's complex background, having served in the fire-breathing dragon special operations team before becoming the patrol team leader and being involved in numerous top-secret events, it is not convenient for outsiders to thoroughly investigate this matter. Therefore, the Charizard Special Operations team will take over the investigation into Roger's death and conduct a comprehensive investigation. Roger's character was based on Sonam Dargi. I can't help but complain. In the first few chapters, I mentioned that Sushio was a key character, and some readers started asking why there were 2 main characters or why I was adding another main character, blah blah blah. The main characters can be male supporting characters, female supporting characters, or villains. Please read the book carefully. Chapter 252 Saltstone Giant Spirit. University Cup, Sichuan Province Semifinals. Xiaoyu was slightly nervous, his palms were sweating. This was probably because today's match was particularly important, and his opponent was extremely strong. This was the first time Xiaoyu had ever been so nervous before a match. Call. Xiaoyu kept taking deep breaths backstage to adjust his mindset, but he still couldn't help but have a rapid heart rate. He could even vaguely feel that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Even in the match against Shang Hengzin, Xiaoyu had never been this nervous. Why was he so nervous today? Perhaps it's because he cares too much about winning or losing. This match is truly crucial for Xiaoyu. A win would mean advancing to the national finals, while a loss would mean stopping here and not even having the chance to go to the capital to participate in the competition. Calm down, you must calm down. Xiaoyu silently opened the Douyin account he inherited from his older brother Xiao Luo, deciding to watch the videos his brother had liked before to relax. It has to be said that this alt account of his brother is simply a haven for Xiaoyu's soul. It can always soothe Xiaoyu's restless emotions, calm his mind, cultivate his character, and elevate his soul. So lovely. A few minutes later, just as Xiaoyu was engrossed in the video, a message suddenly popped up. Teacher Long, keep it up. Looking at Teacher Long's message and then at the video on his phone, Xiaoyu fell silent. Instantly, the video on his phone lost its appeal. How could he be so decadent? Don't let desire shatter your will. I really deserve to die. Hello everyone, I am Qing Taiheng. I am Jiang Yao. Today we will continue to provide commentary on the semi-finals of the University Cup in Sichuan Province. First, let's introduce our two contestants, He Hu, a seeded player from Kapok City, and Xiaoyu, a seeded player from Starlight City. I believe that the audience is already quite familiar with the two players in this match. He Hu has been the favorite to win the championship all along, and his ace Pokémon is Giant Salt. He has made it all the way to the semi-finals with an overwhelming momentum. Xiaoyu is the biggest dark horse of this year's College Cup. He fought his way through the competition and made it to the semi-finals against all odds. I wonder if he can continue his dark horse legend today. According to the official AI prediction, based on the lineups and Pokémon strength of both sides, He Hu has a 70% chance of winning, while Xiaoyu's chance is only 30%, Jiang Yao added from the side. AI predictions can only be used as a reference. The difference between humans and AI is that humans can create infinite possibilities, Qing Taiheng said with a smile. I will always believe that Xiaoyu can create miracles. The match is about to begin, let's wait and see. Xiaoyu and He Hu appeared at the same time. He Hu was gentle and refined, with a delicate appearance. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses on his nose and had a slightly youthful face. He had the air of a scholar. He Hu may appear to be a scholar who is weak and helpless, but in fact he is quite powerful. Game start. As soon as the referee's voice rang out, Xiaoyu immediately became serious and focused, throwing himself wholeheartedly into the match and concentrating all his attention on the game. This match was of great significance. He could only win and could not afford to lose. Only one of him and He Hu can participate in the national competition, and the two will engage in a fierce battle for this one spot. Come on, Lizard King. Go, Saltstone Giant. The two Pokémon appeared at almost the same time. Knowing that the opponent had a rock-type Gigantamax, Xiaoyu naturally could not send out Charizard, which is 4 times weak to rock, as his first Pokémon. Therefore, Xiaoyu chose to send out the Lizard King. The Lizard King makes its debut, its enormous size resembling a monster from a disaster movie, its eyes fixed on the Salt Stone Giant, ready to launch an attack at any moment. He Hu's Salt Stone Giant was also very well developed, standing over 3 meters tall, even taller than the Lizard King, with its white body covered in shimmering salt stains. Saltstone Giant, pickle it with salt. At the start of the match, He Hu launched the first attack, choosing to have the Saltstone Giant use its exclusive skill, Salt Pickling, which is also the Saltstone Giant's signature skill. Salt is a rock-type physical move with low power, or even quite low power. However, Salt has a rather outrageous ability. It inflicts the Salt status on the enemy upon hitting them. While salted, it can continuously damage Pokémon, and the continuous damage to Steel and Water-type Pokémon is doubled. Originally, the Rock-type Salt Giant had 5 weaknesses: Fighting, Ground, Steel, Water, and Grass. However, the Salt skill is effective against both Steel and Water types. This gives Giant Salt a way to counter Steel and Water types, which is why Giant Salt has become a popular Pokémon in battles, known as the Salt King. It is quite formidable and difficult to deal with in battles. A large amount of rock energy surged from the Salt Giant, forming large patches of salt, which were then splashed onto the Lizard King, activating the salting skill. Lizard King, Sword Dance. Faced with the large clump of salt flying towards him, Xiaoyu remained quite calm. He had anticipated that the Salt Stone Giant would use the salting skill, so he decisively had the Lizard King use the Sword Dance skill to deal with it. The Lizard King was enveloped in normal-type energy, and then it twisted its body and spun rapidly on the ground. It's hard to imagine that a Lizard King of such a massive size could spin like that. It spun its body at high speed, its thick tail waving constantly, creating a faint whistling sound, forming a small storm centered on itself. Salt, which flew toward the Lizard King, was instantly repelled as soon as it approached the green storm, unable to get close to the Lizard King at all. At this moment, the sword dance move used by the Lizard King was somewhat similar to the sword dance skill of the commoner Bug King, Kaipankai's Beedrill. The Lizard King successfully used the sword dance skill to spin its body at high speed, which served as a defense, both enhancing its own attack and blocking the salt curing skill from the Salt Stone Giant. Well done, Lizard King. Xiaoyu smiled and saw Kaipankaiu cheering him on from below the stage, his eyes filled with gratitude. For the past 3 days, Xiaoyu has been thinking about how to defeat the Salt Stone Giant. The first thing he needs to do is to break the Salt Stone Giant's salting skill. After thinking for a long time, he thought of Kaipankaiu's Giant Bee. The scene of Kaipankaiu's Beedrill using swords dance to block Charizard's flamethrower left a very deep impression on Xiaoyu, and he also had a bold idea. Could he use Septal Swords dance to break Salt Giant's salting move? Therefore, Xiaoyu specially contacted Kaipankaiu to ask about the use of sword dance skills. Kaipankaiu did not refuse and agreed without hesitation, imparting his understanding of sword dance skills and acting as his sparring partner. After 3 days of continuous practice, although the Lizard King is not yet as proficient as Kaipankaiu's Beedrill, it is already able to use its sword's dance skill to block the salting skill. It must be said that the use of sword dance is quite powerful, combining offense and defense. Chapter 253 The Salt King. Hisisu was clearly encountering this situation for the first time, but his ability to reach the semi-finals shows he has real skill. He reacted quickly. Since the salting technique was ineffective against the Lizard King, he decided to try a different move. The Saltstone Giant uses Iron Wall. Iron Defense is a Steel-type status move that greatly increases defense. Combined with the already top-tier defensive capabilities of Rock Giant, it's a nightmare for physical attackers. More importantly, the Saltstone Giant can also learn the Pounce skill, and the combination of Iron Wall and Pounce can be said to be an extremely classic skill combination. The Pounce move is a very special fighting-type physical move. Other physical moves deal more damage to the enemy the higher the user's physical attack, but the Pounce move is different. When using the Sucker Punch move, even if a Pokémon has a high attack stat, it has almost no effect on the damage dealt by the Sucker Punch move. The damage dealt by the Pounce skill is only related to the user's defense. Take the Saltstone Giant as an example. The tougher its body and the higher its defense, the more damage it will inflict on enemies. This also makes Sucker Punch a core offensive move for physical tank Pokémon. The Saltstone Giant's defense was already ridiculously high, and with the Iron Wall buff, its defense reached a terrifying level. Not only was its defense ridiculously high, but the damage from its Pounce skill also reached a terrifying level. This is what makes the Saltstone Giant so disgusting. While strengthening its defense, it also indirectly strengthens its attack. The Steel Raven is just as disgusting. The old Steel Raven was known for its Iron Wall, Pounce, and Roost abilities, which were quite annoying. The current Saltstone Giant has Iron Wall, Pounce, and Regeneration, plus the disgusting saltiness. They can be said to be from the same school, and the younger generation surpasses the older generation.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.